Upon my entrance into university, I have just discovered that my betrothed, with whom I share a childhood engagement, is indeed my fiancée. It turns out to be the aloof campus beauty whom I have admired for quite some time. Thus, I resolutely proposed to her. Initially, I believed that if a proposal were unsuccessful once, surely there would be acceptance after 10 attempts. Until today, this marks the 99th proposal. At that moment, I approached the campus belle, Suruoi, without a hint of hesitation. Under the gaze of the multitude, I knelt on one knee, presenting a bouquet of flowers with my right hand while my left hand retrieved a dazzling diamond ring from my pocket. With eyes as profound as the depths of the ocean, he raised his head and spoke to Suruoi with unwavering conviction. This marks my 99th proposal to you. I transcend the customary declarations and approach you directly with my intentions. My desire is to embark on a romantic journey with the ultimate aim of marriage. Many things become tiresome with prolonged exposure, yet the more I behold you, the deeper my affection grows. I have never felt such fondness for a girl before. It was you who led me to break my vows. I am a person of fleeting passions, never having persevered in any endeavor. Yet, I have resolutely proposed to you 99 times. You have taken away many of my firsts. The first time I composed a poem for you. The first time I endeavored to learn the art of cooking for you. The first time I delivered breakfast beneath the girls' dormitory for you. The first time I arrived punctually to await your presence. The Milky Way burns brightly. You're my ideal, my beloved. If you would, please marry me. I desire a tranquil and enduring life with you. The daily essentials are you. Growing old together is you. For all the days that remain, it shall be you. I yearn for kites to soar with the wind, for dolphins to dance upon the sea. I desire your presence, and long to proclaim a fervent confession, wishing to illuminate the entire playground. People have begun to speculate. Surely this time it will be accepted. Guyan has nearly brought me to tears. This is a DR diamond ring, meant to be given to but one person in a lifetime. How romantic. Surely, Sue, the campus belle, will wear it. You young ladies truly do not comprehend the allure of Sue, the campus belle. If she were inclined, she would have already accepted the offer. How could it possibly be that she has declined 98 times? This is unequivocally a lost cause. I am utterly unfazed by those rumors. I gaze ardently, awaiting her response. At this moment, Suruoi calmly spoke. I have finished. I observed Suruoi approaching step by step. My body temperature rose. My heart raced. Had she finally consented this time? Onlookers, witnessing Suruoi draw nearer, became increasingly exhilarated. Oh my goodness, could this be the moment of an engagement? Are we about to witness the first newlywed couple from our academy? Those who just claimed it was hopeless, step forward and face the consequences. I shall not hold back. Guyan possesses both striking looks and unwavering devotion. Surely, Suruoi must have accepted. I raise a smile, gazing at Suruoi with eyes full of adoration. Her stunning visage appears to be merely within reach. Suruoi cast a fleeting glance at the diamond ring I held aloft and said, "You may step aside now, you are impeding my run." The smile that adorned my face suddenly became rigid as I felt a chilling gust of wind sweep by. Suruoi indifferently donned her headphones and began to run across the playground, leaving me behind. Surrounding us is an air of astonishment. What has transpired? Did the summer school belle decline? Clearly, Guyan is quite admirable. Why then the refusal? Even Suruoi's closest friends felt a pang of sympathy. Guyan, so deeply infatuated, had been hurt by Suruoi time and again. Nevertheless, as her devoted friends, they hurriedly pursued the fleeing Suruoi. The classmates who initially gathered to witness the spectacle, upon witnessing my proposal's failure, were instantly filled with a sense of schadenfreude. It was evident from the outset that my endeavor to propose to Suruoi was destined for failure. Suruoi is both an academic prodigy and a campus beauty. Countless boys are enamored with her. Given her youth, why should she forsake an entire pond for a single fish? My brow tightens. A sharp, tearing sensation pierces my heart. During my first proposal, I was painfully shy, unable to fully express myself. Proposing felt insurmountable, lacking experience, awkward and clumsy to an excruciating degree. The words of my proposal stumbled forth, each phrase a hesitant falter. After 99 proposals, I have filled my quota of experiences, yet the outcome remains a disheartening failure. Each repetition of this agonizing taste of heartbreak is an unbearable torment. Thunder rumbled ominously, reverberating through the sky. Torrential raindrops descended from above, resembling large beans. Others had already taken flight, fleeing in panic with their heads tucked down. At this moment, Su Ruoi, accompanied by her close friends, was jogging at night. Upon learning of the impending rain, they hurriedly sought refuge beneath the awning of a nearby building. As Su Ruoi dabbed at the raindrops on her face with a tissue, her companion Yuan gasped in astonishment. Why hasn't Gu Yin left yet? Su Ruoi's heart skipped a beat as she immediately turned to look. Only a solitary figure remained on the plastic track, a silhouette of desolation. Raindrops had begun to descend upon his dark hair, gradually soaking his white shirt. Yet, he kept his gaze cast downward, uttering not a single word, nor making any motion to run. Su Ruoi furrowed her brows, clearly feeling a sense of urgency. How could he be so foolish as to not seek shelter from the rain? Just as she was about to rush over, she was directly detained by the bespectacled girl beside her. You wouldn't seek him out, would you? Su Ruoi's eyes brimmed with concern. Surely, he cannot be allowed to stand foolishly in the rain. The bespectacled girl spoke with gravity. Have you not realized that by doing so, you are essentially accepting his proposal? Do not be foolish. One cannot forsake sustenance for the sake of love. You are an exemplary student, striving for the qualifications needed to pursue graduate studies at Peking University. If you were to settle into a life of domesticity, would you abandon your academic ambitions? Did you not express a desire to become a female postdoctoral researcher? Su Ruoi immediately bit her lip, her emotions a tangled web. She inquired with a hint of innocence. Yet, I believe there is nothing amiss in supporting one's husband and raising children. At the very least, it allows one to be with the person they cherish. Do you hold a fondness for Gu Yin? I find myself in a state of uncertainty, admitted Su Ruoi, her demeanor a touch flustered. Xiu Ran, with flushed cheeks, confessed, I have never experienced love before. Throughout her life, Su Ruoi has always been the epitome of a well-behaved girl, her mind consumed with the pursuit of high scores to excel as a model student, believing that only then would others continue to hold affection for her. Yet, when it comes to understanding how to love someone, Su Ruoi remains utterly perplexed. To harbor affection for someone is to experience a rush of warmth and a quickening heartbeat. One finds oneself yearning to see them every single day. When they are disheartened, your own heart feels heavy with their sorrow. Conversely, when they are joyous, an uncontrollable happiness blossoms within you. Have you ever felt such emotions? This realization comes, as if prompted by a gentle reminder. Su Ruoi was suddenly engulfed in a tide of memories. Each time she laid eyes on Gu Yin, she could not help but feel her skin flush with warmth. Though they stood in close proximity, an unspoken barrier prevented them from reaching out to one another. Yet, in the absence of his presence, her thoughts would wander to him each night. Now she gazes at Gu Yan's desolate and lonely demeanor, feeling a pang of sorrow within her heart. Has she truly developed feelings for Gu Yan? Realizing this, Su Ruoi's spirits soar with joy. I adore him. I must seek him out. But soon, the girl with glasses doused those hopes with cold water. Having affection for someone and sharing a life with them are two entirely different matters. Now that you are in a romantic relationship, it hampers your studies and jeopardizes your future. Are you not afraid of regretting your choices? As Su Ruoi was about to head towards Gu Yin, she suddenly halted in her tracks. A profound sense of pressure enveloped her, which held greater significance: love or education. If she chose to embrace love at the expense of her studies, would she someday find herself regretting that decision? After lingering for a few seconds, Su Ruoi instinctively walked over to her friends and said, "Let us return to our dormitory." Yuan appears somewhat unusual. Are you not going to seek him out? Su Ruoi took a deep breath, for the opportunity to secure a place for postgraduate recommendation was imminent. She yearned to avoid any missteps at such a critical juncture. Aside from the bespectacled girl, others are filled with a sense of regret. How unfortunate it is to conclude one's youth without experiencing a passionate romance. Moreover, Gu Yanwen is not only handsome and tall, but also harbors deep affection for Su Ruoi. Can pursuing graduate school truly be as enticing as love? However, once Su Ruoi has made a decision, no one can sway her resolve. No matter how regrettable it may be, The only course of action is to accompany Su Ruoyi back to the dormitory. Suddenly, a gasp escaped from Yuan's lips. Isn't that Chun, the school beauty? To her astonishment, Su Ruoyi immediately followed the direction of Yuan's pointing finger and cast her gaze in that direction. At this moment, my damp hair cascades with droplets. My body feels frigid, and my heart is even colder as my vision blurs through the relentless downpour. It seems as though something shelters me from above. All I can hear is the rhythmic patter of raindrops striking the umbrella. Then, a melodious voice breaks through the symphony of rain. Then a melodious voice echoed, "Do not stand in the rain. You may catch a cold." I shuddered, instantly lifting my gaze. Beneath the veil of night, a graceful figure loomed just within reach. A visage of unparalleled beauty unfolded before me. I find it quite perplexing that Chan Siyu, the foremost among the four renowned school beauties, is now holding an umbrella for me. Chen Siyu is a transfer student, possessing an exquisite beauty. However, her demeanor is rather aloof, as she cherishes tranquility and often finds solace in solitude, seated in a corner. Nevertheless, her striking appearance and flawless figure have elevated her to the status of a goddess among the boys, drawing attention wherever she may be. I had previously overheard my male classmates excitedly discussing her, and had also seen Chen Siyu, yet my heart remained utterly unmoved. Chen Siyu is indeed beautiful, but at that time, my thoughts were solely occupied by Su Ruoyi, and thus, I did not pay her excessive attention. However, now she unexpectedly comes to hold an umbrella for herself. Do not say that I am reclusive, even Su Ruoyi and the others were astounded. Yuan exclaimed in surprise. How did Chen Siyu end up here? Do they know each other? The number of boys pursuing Chen Siyu is as abundant as the stars in the sky. However, Chen Siyu remains indifferent to them, neither acknowledging nor dismissing their advances. It is rare to witness her taking the initiative to approach anyone. Could it be that Chen Siyu has a fondness for Guyan? As these words were spoken, Su Ruoyi's heart was struck with a piercing blow. She gazed at you all in the distance, while Xiuran felt the sting of the scene before his eyes. Su Ruoyi believed herself to be quite attractive and came from a decent family background. However, upon encountering Chen Siyu, she reluctantly acknowledged the truth that there are always greater heights beyond the mountains and more capable individuals beyond the crowd. Chen Siyu possessed a fairer complexion, a more enviable figure, superior academic achievements, and a family lineage that surpassed her own. She was, without a doubt, the epitome of affluence, hailing from a family that owned over 50 companies. It is said that Chen Siyu generously donated a building and sports equipment to the school. Furthermore, a private restaurant has been established on campus, exclusively serving Chen Siyu to ensure her culinary satisfaction. If she harbors feelings for Guyan, what could I possibly compare? Chen Siyu is simply perfect to an extraordinary degree. Su Ruoyi gazes at Chen Siyu with envy. She discovered that the other person was not as cold as usual. Their gaze had evidently softened. Though she could not discern the content of their conversation, it was unmistakable that Chen Siyu's cheeks had flushed. Could it be that there were genuine feelings involved? At this moment, Chen Siyu gazed upon the handsome face before her, her heart racing wildly. Clearly a bit anxious, she turned to me and said, "Let us go." The rain intensified. Why did Chen Siyu hold an umbrella for me? Surely, it cannot be. I cast a glance at Chen Siyu's exquisite visage, and my thoughts shifted. Had we known each other before? Initially, I contemplated directly asking Chen Siyu if she harbored feelings for me, yet it seemed rather abrupt. If she were to respond in the negative, would I not appear excessively self-absorbed? Moreover, Chen Siyu is in high demand, surrounded by countless admirers. With so many suitors vying for her attention, it is unlikely that she harbors any secret affection for me, as we have no substantial connection. Kukuman. Chen Siyu's large eyes fluttered incessantly, her petite face a portrait of both anxiety and shyness. She cast a fleeting glance at the delicate layer of my shirt draped over my shoulder. The rain-soaked ground has subtly unveiled a terrifying wound beneath. Chen Siyu was suddenly overcome with guilt. Despite his efforts, a scar had indeed formed. This time, he was determined to repay the debt owed to him. Gradually, Chen Siyu approached step by step. Then, looking up with utmost seriousness, he said to me, "I am here to return the umbrella." Indeed, to return the umbrella. Last weekend, I forgot to bring an umbrella. Then you hurry down to offer me yours. Chun Siu caught a whiff of the fresh scent emanating from me, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Thank you. At that moment, I suddenly realized it was you. Last weekend, as I descended the stairs, I spotted a young girl caught in the rain. Coincidentally, I had an extra umbrella with me, which I offered to her. At that time, I did not ponder much. Regardless of whether the individual was male or female, I would have resolutely lent my umbrella. It was inconceivable to allow someone to be drenched like a drowned rat. Yet, I remained unaware that this girl was Chun Siu, especially since she was wearing a mask and a hat at the time. I apologize for my haste. I only brought an umbrella with me. Allow me to escort you to the entrance of the male dormitory. Chun Siu gazed at me earnestly, her affection evident, fearing my potential rejection. I observed the rain intensifying as droplets began to seep into the tips of Chun Siu's hair. The umbrella was insufficient to shield both of us. Thus, I extended the majority of its coverage towards Chun Siu in an effort to spare her from the downpour. As I led her away, the corner of my shirt was unexpectedly and gently pinched. Chun Siu lifted her gaze and softly spoke. You may approach without hesitation. It's perfectly fine. Kuka Manjin, she took the initiative to grasp my hand holding the umbrella. It was my first encounter with a girl's delicate hand, unexpectedly igniting a fervor within my heart. Naturally, I was unaccustomed to such intimacy. I nervously rubbed my hands together, fearing excessive contact with Chun Siu. I wished to avoid any misunderstandings or discomfort for her. Her gaze was captivated by the boy before her, his cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The depth of her infatuation was palpable in her eyes. This scene was witnessed by Su Ruoyi with utmost clarity. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears. Just today, Gu Yin had proposed to her, yet now, Chun Siu unexpectedly took the initiative to hold an umbrella for him. Two individuals stand together, embodying an indescribable beauty and harmony. As Gu Yin approached her direction, Su Ruoyi's confidence was reignited. Gu Yin could propose to her 99 times, which only attested to his affection for her. No matter how much Chun Siu adored Gu Yin, what difference would it make? Su Ruoyi held her head high with pride. As she awaited Gu Yan's gaze upon her, she anxiously endeavored to elucidate to herself that he bore no connection to Chun Siu, reaffirming that his heart belonged solely to her. At that moment, their distance diminished, and Su Ruoyi's eyes shimmered with newfound brilliance. However, Su Ruoyi miscalculated. I coldly averted my gaze, crossing past her with Chun Siu, then resolutely proceeded in the opposite direction. Su Ruoyi's heart was profoundly wounded. She gazed blankly, lost in thought. What path has she taken? The close friends of Su Ruoyi also noticed that something was amiss with her demeanor. Kuku Shoujian quickly reassured Su Ruoyi. Kuku Pujian urged her not to overthink the situation. Kuku Jianjian suggested that Gu Yin likely did not see her. Kuku Jiajian and Kukuling Jian added that otherwise, he would not have left so abruptly. Indeed, the rain has intensified, and he is anxiously seeking shelter from the downpour. Kukuzi suddenly interjected. Kukupo and Kukumin were mentioned, yet he proposed 99 times. Yet Ruoyi never acquiesced. He must be feeling quite despondent. Now, with Chin the campus belle extending her goodwill, perhaps she will seize the opportunity. At this moment, Su Ruoyi's complexion turned pale. It is inconceivable that he could easily develop affection for another, after having cherished her so deeply and patiently awaited her for such an extended period. Realizing this, Su Ruoyi stubbornly replied, at this time tomorrow, he will undoubtedly return to propose for the 100th time. Kuka Manjian, the girl with glasses, inquires, if she were to propose for the 100th time, would he still refuse? No longer will she refuse. I wish to be with him. Su Ruoyi has come to realize the significance of Gu Yin in her heart. Studying holds great importance, yet love is equally vital. This time, she is unwilling to let slip away. Just now, I naturally caught sight of Su Ruoyi. However, the thought of her indifference left me disheartened. Loneliness is not without its merits. Why must I relinquish my pride? I have not yet sunk so low as to willingly submit my dignity before another, only to have it trampled ruthlessly beneath their feet. Following Su Ruoyi has become a behavior of its own. Thus, this time, I choose not to dwell on it. Su Ruoyi has nearly exhausted all my courage. Nevertheless, I am relieved that I have finally mustered the bravery to do it, bringing Chun Siu to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. I express my heartfelt gratitude and say thank you today. It's all right. Chun Siu tentatively inquired, "Are you well?" Observing my haggard visage, Chun Siu felt a pang of sympathy. How wonderful it would be to be the one he adores. There would be no need for 99 proposals. A single one would suffice for me to become his bride. I force a smile. Of course, there is nothing wrong. I am indeed the indomitable cockroach. Chun Siu made an effort to smile gracefully. I shall take my leave now. With a swift turn, I grasped my umbrella and dashed through the rain. As she watched that tall figure gradually fade from her sight, Chun Siu felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the fact that Gu Yan's proposal had not succeeded, leaving her with a glimmer of hope. The sorrow arose from her reluctance to witness the person she cherished continue to suffer. In the past, it was Gu Yan who had shielded her. Now it was her turn to safeguard him. Upon returning to my dormitory, I discovered a bento box waiting on my desk. In that moment, I felt a wave of emotion. Although my roommates often appear carefree and seemingly oblivious, their genuine concern for me runs deep. At this moment, Kai Zi earnestly spoke. Listen to your brother's advice. In this world, nothing is insurmountable, as long as one is willing to let go. If this one doesn't work, we can pursue another girl. After all, there are many suitors for you. Oldie remarked, everyone in our dormitory has a girlfriend, yet you remain single, diminishing our dormitory's rate of finding partners. Xiao Zige nodded, acknowledging the truth in the statement. It is often said that for a man to pursue a woman is akin to scaling a mountain, yet you are the Everest among them. After having proposed 99 times, you remain unmoved. Do you wish to graduate only to continue living the life of a single dog? I opened my lunchbox and spoke. What is so wrong with being single? With no woman in my heart, I naturally wield my sword with vigor. Having endured 99 heart-wrenching proposals, I have come to terms with it. I once believed that others, upon hitting a wall, would choose to turn back. Yet I, upon colliding with that wall, aimed to push it down. In the end, I discovered I was mistaken. To desire to push the wall, one must first be granted permission by others. It is evident that Su Ruoi harbors no such intention. She remained indifferent while getting drenched in the rain, and when I burned my hand cooking for her, she merely offered a fleeting glance, just a hint of indifference. Not a single word of concern was uttered. I have proposed 99 times, driven by a desire to avoid future regrets stemming from a lack of effort. Yet, at this juncture, I choose not to persist, solely to spare myself the humiliation of futility. I have tasted the strongest of wines and loved the most flawed of individuals. In the past, I did not look back in the future. I refused to settle for mediocrity. After listening, the three roommates often sighed. To be honest, they felt a tinge of sympathy for me. Time and again, I found myself captivated by the enchanting Sue, despite being repeatedly let down by her. This Sue, in addition to her striking beauty, excels academically and hails from a respectable family. How could she ever be deemed worthy of someone like me? Yet love cannot be extinguished merely by the skepticism of outsiders. They can only pray that the enchanting Sue will show a modicum of mercy during my 100th proposal tomorrow. When a woman inflicts hardship upon a brother, it becomes the duty of his companions to reciprocate that kindness towards him with even greater fervor. At this moment, Su Ruoi, back in her dormitory, tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Her mind was consumed by images of Gu Yan together with Chun Siu today. Gu Yan was truly angry with himself. Is he ignoring me? Impossible. This is not the first time he has faced rejection from me. Regardless of how far I run, he will undoubtedly remain steadfastly in place, waiting for my return. Upon reflecting on this, Su Ruoi felt her spirits lift somewhat. She simply had to wait for tomorrow. As soon as Gu Yan arrived, she would accept his proposal, thus avoiding any unforeseen complications. The following evening, at precisely 7:58, everyone in the classroom wagered on whether I would succeed in my 100th proposal. I sought out a tranquil seat to settle down and commence my studies. My academic performance has consistently been commendable, however. I exhibit a pronounced inclination towards specific subjects. English, alas, remains my Achilles heel. I am uncertain why our compatriots feel compelled to learn English. Is it not preferable to elevate the Chinese language? The most exasperating aspect is university, where one must attain a level 4 English proficiency certificate to graduate. Last year, I distinctly remembered the mnemonic devised by my English teacher. Choose the longest among 3 short and 1 long. When faced with 2 long and 2 short, opt for B. If they are of equal length and shortness, select A. In cases of varying lengths, choose D. For a disjointed array, C reigns supreme. Primarily rely on copying, with a touch of bewilderment as a supplement. A harmonious blend of imitation and confusion will surely lead to success. However, I ultimately scored only 30 points. This year, I am determined to redeem myself and successfully pass the CET for examination. The young man beside me was taken aback by my actions. When did Gu Yin become so studious? Most importantly, he had invested his own money into it. Has he forgotten about the enchanting Su Xiaohua by the shores of Daming Lake? At this moment, Su Ruoyi had arrived at the playground early, accompanied by her 3 close friends. In addition to them, there were numerous onlookers. It was evident that these individuals had gathered to witness Gu Yan's 100th proposal. There are even well-meaning individuals who have taken to live streaming, proclaiming that our school harbors a romantic hero who, with relentless determination, has proposed to the campus belle a staggering 99 times, only to be met with rejection. You heard correctly, this is not merely a confession of love, but rather a proposal of marriage. I must commend such audacious bravery. Today marks the 100th time he is to propose. Friends, let us not allow the energy in the live stream to dwindle. Surely, he will arrive shortly. However, the popularity of the live stream is steadily on the rise, yet the protagonist has yet to make an appearance. Do not say that the onlookers are anxious, even Su Ruoyi is quite perturbed. She incessantly glances around, yearning to catch a glimpse of that familiar tall figure she often encounters. Why hasn't Gu Yin arrived yet? Is he not usually so punctual? Yuan discerned that Su Ruoyi was quite anxious, so she began to soothe her emotions. Let us wait a little longer, perhaps he has encountered some unforeseen circumstance. The bespectacled girl nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is possible that he inadvertently fell asleep or misread the time. Surely, he is hurrying this way. After all, he has proposed 99 times. Can he truly afford to falter on this occasion? At this moment, Su Ruoyi felt a semblance of tranquility within her heart. How could Gu Yin possibly not arrive? She ought to exercise a bit more patience. After tonight, she and Gu Yin would indeed be a true married couple. The mere thought of walking hand in hand with Gu Yin into the sacred halls of matrimony in the near future made Su Ruoyi's delicate face flush with a rosy hue. Yet time passes minute by minute. The weather grows increasingly frigid. The onlookers can scarcely endure it, and as they behold Gu Yan's continued absence, disappointment reaches its zenith. The gathering has dispersed. Gu Yan has not arrived. There will be no splendid performance to behold. Has Gu Yan truly given up, or shall he return in the future to profess his feelings? He did not even provide prior notice, leaving us to wait in vain for an event that never unfolded. Originally, a throng of students clustered together, but now they have scattered, each returning to their own abodes. Only Su Ruoyi and her companions remained on the playground. The cold wind whipped around, caressing Su Ruoyi's delicate, pink face, which had already turned a rosy hue from the brisk air. Her nose glowed with a blush, and her body shrank in response to the chill. Yuan shivered in the cold and said, "Let us return to the dormitory. It is so chilly." In an instant, tears began to well up in Su Ruoyi's eyes. Was it that he could not come due to some pressing matter, or had he ceased to harbor feelings for me? A few individuals, observing Su Ruoyi's dejected demeanor, found their own spirits dampened. The round-faced girl remarked, "Do not be disheartened, let us inquire further. Perhaps there is an underlying reason." At this, a glimmer of hope ignited within Su Ruoyi. Yuan inquired with her phone and soon discovered my whereabouts. She then turned to Su Ruoyi and said, "He is at the entrance of the study room on the 3rd floor. Let us hasten to inquire about the situation." Su Ruoyi quickened her pace, her heart racing with anticipation at the thought of seeing Gu Yin. Upon arriving at the entrance of the study room, she immediately spotted his tall figure seated with his back to her. Her heart fluttered, yet a sense of shyness enveloped her, preventing her from advancing. After all, she had so resolutely turned him down the day before. What must he be thinking? Was he truly upset? Hurry along. Cheer up. Yuan encourages Su Ruoyi. The bespectacled girl remarked that he must have delayed his proposal to you in order to focus on his studies. If you go to him now, he will surely try to placate you, and perhaps he may even offer you an apology. Su Ruoyi thus found a measure of confidence. She lowered her gaze, a hint of shyness evident as she spoke. I do not seek his apology, I only desire his willingness to be with me. Finally, she took a small breath and, summoning her courage, made her way towards my direction. At this moment, I find myself seated in the study room, diligently engaging in a strenuous discussion with my classmate. Suddenly, I perceive that the light before me has been obscured. I was pondering who had arrived when I suddenly heard a familiar voice. Why didn't you come to the playground today? I swiftly raised my head and beheld the exquisite visage of Su Ruoyi. She appeared noticeably anxious, somewhat at a loss. To claim that one is not stirred would be disingenuous, for it is indeed someone we cherish. Yet, I have come to realize that to love someone necessitates a measure of restraint, particularly when one harbors feelings for someone with no prospect of reciprocation. I love her with a fervor that is both intense and wild. My dreams have been shattered with great force. Time and again, I have endured heart-wrenching pain, only to repeatedly tend to my wounds, gradually eroding the anguish within. I shall not err repeatedly. I do not wish to go. As my voice deepens, I feign composure, and once more, I lower my gaze to the pages of my book. Su Ruoyi's lips quivered. She believed that my sighting of her would ignite a frenzy of joy within her. Yet, in stark contrast, I remained remarkably composed, exhibiting not a single sign of reaction. Su Ruoyi was engulfed by panic. She realized the shift in my demeanor and grew increasingly anxious. With great effort, she forced a smile and inquired, "Where is your diamond engagement ring? Why? Please reveal it. Today is the day you are to propose to me 100 times." Su Ruoyi managed a strained smile, but her eyes were now filled with anxious tears. "As long as you propose to me, I shall contemplate the possibility of acquiescing to your request. My heart has grown cold. To consider rather than to grant an immediate acceptance implies that even upon my 100th proposal, I may still face the prospect of rejection. I find myself particularly amusing." I took out the DR diamond ring from my pocket, and Su Ruoyi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. At long last, she retrieved it. She was eager to adorn herself with the ring. Meanwhile, several friends, standing in the back row, also began to share in the joy. Gu Yin heeded Su Ruoyi's words so attentively. How could he possibly cease to adore her? Even if the world were to crumble, Gu Yan's affection for Su Ruoyi would remain unscathed. "This ring is a testament to my labor. I toiled for an entire month, economizing on every meal to acquire it. Despite the exhaustion and hardship, the mere thought of you donning this ring makes it all worthwhile. I wear this ring at all times, in hopes that you might change your mind unexpectedly. What if in a sudden moment you decide to accept? Yet, to this day, I have yet to receive that awaited response." My gaze fell upon the ring. "You may choose not to take the initiative, but when I do not remain utterly still." In a moment, Su Ruoyi felt that the ring was within her grasp. With a swift turn, I grasped the ring and cast it out of the window. The ring traced a parabolic arc as it was flung away, gradually vanishing from Su Ruoyi's sight. This left everyone in utter shock. Wasn't this supposed to be a proposal? How could Gu Yin have thrown the ring away? Su Ruoyi, filled with terror, hurriedly ran to the windowsill. Yet, I did not behold the ring at the entrance. She turned back to gaze at me, her countenance paling considerably. Feeling the heart of autumn, the question arose. "Why did you discard the ring? Was it not mine? Have you worn it?" My retort left Su Ruoyi momentarily bewildered. Indeed, she has not adorned her finger with the ring. This particular ring does not truly belong to her, even if she had deemed it hers from the very beginning. I suppress the reluctance within my heart and declare, not everyone has the right to unleash their temper upon me. First, ascertain the nature of our relationship. What is your place in my life? I have resolved to spend a lifetime with you, yet you seem prepared to depart at any moment. Thus, I can only bid you farewell. In the gaze of the crowd, I boldly proclaimed, "Su Ruoyi, today I formally dissolve our engagement." Su Ruoyi felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, and her vision became blurred. What did he say? Did he wish to annul their marriage contract? I picked up the book resting on the table and resolutely strode toward the exit. The bespectacled girl grasped my wrist, her voice tinged with irritation as she inquired, "Gu Yan, Surely you jest. Ruo Yi has made the effort to set aside her pride to seek you out. Yet you respond with such callousness. The heartless individual is she. How could I not humble myself to seek her? I cast aside the hand of the girl with glasses. If Su Ruoi is a person, then am I not human? I experience heartache and shed tears. In the past, I have acted foolishly. Now, I aspire to live with dignity and integrity. After expressing this, I departed. Su Ruoi felt a wave of agony coursing through her entire being. She trembled, weakly clutching her chest, her heart aching intensely. A few close friends hurried over to console her, saying, Ruoi, are you all right? He was merely speaking out of anger. Do not take it to heart. He is only pretending. How could he possibly not like you? Su Ruoi began to weep openly, shaking her head as she sobbed. I truly adore him, more than anything. I understand. Yuan nodded. He has only rejected me once. Yet I am engulfed in such despair. However, I have turned him down 99 times. Su Ruoi clutched her chest, her heart feeling as though it might shatter. She wept, her tears like rain on blooming pear blossoms. Only when one is engulfed in profound sorrow does one truly comprehend the value of what has been lost. I'm filled with deep regret how I wish I had embraced it sooner. Su Ruoi, biting her cherry lips, is overwhelmed with remorse. Yuan reminded Su Ruoi, yet now there is no remedy for regret. Let us ponder on how to make amends. Su Ruoi's eyes glistened with tears, lingering for a moment. Yuan earnestly stated, since you hold affection for him, you should endeavor to win him back. Indeed, I yearn to win him back. A flicker of determination ignites within Su Ruoi's eyes. The outcome is that the girl with glasses asserts, why should Ruoi pursue Guyan? Boys are not at all fond of such proactive girls, and they do not cherish them. They merely toy with their feelings. Do you wish to witness Ruoi being cast aside? Yuan was suddenly at a loss. What should she do? Should she simply watch as Chun, the campus belle, wins over Guyan? A single sentence instantly sent a shiver down Su Ruoi's spine. She had almost forgotten about Chen Xiu. Could it be that Chun Xiaohua said something to Guyan? Is that why Guyan has refrained from proposing this time? Otherwise, Guyan has always been unwavering in his daily proposals. Su Ruoi bit her lip, hesitating for a long time. Then I made a difficult decision. I need to have a conversation with her. To untie the knot, one must find the person who tied it. I wish to understand what Chen Xiu ultimately said to Guyan that altered his thoughts and decisions that day. In the evening, Su Ruoi knocked on the door of Chen Xiu's dormitory 520. After a brief wait, the door was opened. Su Ruoi beheld a face of such striking beauty that it seemed almost unreal. The other person gazed at her with an icy stare and inquired, is there something you need? Su Ruoi was utterly taken aback by the chilling aura emanating from the other party. Chen Xiu, with her bare face, faced the moment. Still as beautiful and exquisite as a porcelain doll, she believes herself to be quite lovely. Yet, standing in front of Chen Xiu, she suddenly feels inferior. As a girl, she is fond of this face, not to mention the boys. Upon contemplating this, Su Ruoi's eyes reflected a sense of despondency. She had never taken the initiative to engage with strangers, particularly when the other party might be her rival in love. This thought cast a faint blush upon her cheeks. Su Ruoi hesitantly inquired, would it be convenient for me to enter and have a private conversation with you? Chen Xiu softly acknowledged with a faint HM. Su Ruoi then stepped inside. Chen Xiu resided in the most luxurious of accommodations, spanning a significantly larger area than the other dormitories. Not to mention the exquisite decor within. It felt less like a mere dormitory and more akin to a hotel suite. Even the Grand Princess bed appeared exceptionally inviting. Speak, what is it? Chen Xiu lifted her coffee cup. Her skin, delicate as a beautiful figure, radiated a chilling aura. Truly, she was the icy beauty of the school, the flower in the hearts of boys. Su Ruoi pondered for a considerable time before saying, there have been rumors about you circulating in the school lately. Would you consider clarifying the situation? Su Ruoi's face flushed with embarrassment, for there were rumors circulating that she harbored feelings for Guyan. Chen Xiu responded softly, and then replied in a remarkably calm tone, indicating that clarification was necessary. Su Ruoi's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. Chen Xiu is about to clarify. Doesn't it signify that Chen Xiu does not harbor feelings for Guyan? Fortunately, Chun Siyu is not her rival in love otherwise. Her chances of reconciling with Gu Yan would become exceedingly slim. As Su Ruoyi revels in this realization, Chun Siyu said with a composed expression, I wish to clarify that I have feelings for Gu Yan. This is not a rumor. Suddenly, the smile on Su Ruoyi's face became rigid. She suspected that she might have misheard. You like Gu Yan? Are you certain? Chun Siyu spoke with unwavering conviction. I am certain, without a doubt. I believed you would bring him happiness. Thus, I suppressed my affection for him. However, I have now come to realize that you are utterly unworthy of his affections. Chun Siyu found it impossible to maintain her composure. Tears welled up in her eyes, and as she reflected on past events, she could not help but weep in empathy. He adored you so deeply. When you were afflicted with gastroenteritis and unable to eat the cafeteria food, he scoured every small shop outside the school to borrow a kitchen, deliberately learning how to prepare congee for you. Yet you did not consume a single bite. When you faced academic setbacks, he was the one who sat beside you on the basketball court, comforting you as you wept. In return, you accused him of meddling in your affairs. When you fell ill with a fever, no one dared to take you to the clinic. Yet, he risked potential isolation to escort you to the hospital for treatment and intravenous therapy. Why can't you truly cherish such a wonderful and kind-hearted man? Chun Siyu's eyes are swollen from crying. Each time she witnesses Gu Yan's selfless devotion, her heart feels as though it is being pierced by a knife. Su Ruoyi felt a tremor within her heart. Details she had previously overlooked now surged to the forefront of her mind, illuminated by Chun Siyu's words. It dawned on her how cruel she had been to Gu Yan. Yet Gu Yan remained steadfast, unwavering in his loyalty time and again. She has always reveled in his kindness, considering Gu Yan's attentiveness to be a matter of course. For after all, he was pursuing her. How could one who appears so indifferent not be regarded as a treasure in the eyes of others? Su Ruoyi gazed with a complex expression at the tearful Chun Siyu before her. Chun Siyu's eyes had turned as red as a rabbit's. She bit her lower lip and resolutely declared, I shall pursue him. I intend to return to him all the happiness you owe him, not even a fraction more. Su Ruoyi's face turned pale in an instant. She was in a state of panic. The thing she feared most had indeed come to pass. Cuckoo, it is quite trivial for a girl to pursue someone. You chase after her, and she will undoubtedly. Before Su Ruoyi could finish her words, she was abruptly interrupted by Chun Siyu. Emotions are not to be trivialized by insipid words. Unless one harbors insufficient affection, the past me lacked the courage to be bold. Now, I yearn to embrace my love with newfound bravery. What shame is there in a woman pursuing a man? The hesitation stems solely from one's own insecurities. Gu Yan is already deeply enmeshed in his love for Su Ruoyi. However, I have now realized that Su Ruoyi only brings harm to Gu Yan. Despite Gu Yan's 99 proposals to Su Ruoyi, I have never dared to witness even a single one. However, that day was serendipitous. I witnessed with my own eyes the indifference and coldness of Ruoyi, and I beheld the desolate figure of Gu Yan in the rain. Thus, she could not bear to see her beloved young man repeatedly hurt by Su Ruoyi. At this moment, Su Ruoyi felt as though her heart had been struck by a violent blow. Emotions are not expressed through trivial words, unless one does not harbor deep affection. She sincerely cherished her feelings for Gu Yan. So why could she not pursue him? Was it her pride or her sense of dignity that held her back? Gu Yan has pursued her a staggering 99 times. He has repeatedly set aside his pride in his fervent quest for her affection. Why, then, does she find herself unwilling to reciprocate even once? Su Ruoyi gazed upon the resolute Chun Siyu before her and was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of urgency. Heavens, how many absurd mistakes have I committed? Gu Yan loves me so deeply, how could I be so cruel as to inflict pain upon him? Kukumin cut. Su Ruoyi's breath quickened. A sharp pang of heartache seized her. She realized something, and in a sudden panic, she flung the door open and departed. Chapter 8. Shi Ruan's first confession upon returning to the dormitory from the self-study room. Jiang Muye found his 3 roommates either engrossed in lengthy phone calls with their girlfriends or lost in video games. As soon as they spotted him, those on the phone hastily ended their calls and gathered around Jiang Muye. Xiao Beige, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, Jiang Muye, where have you been? The campus network is in an uproar, claiming you didn't propose. Kaizi nodded in agreement. Indeed, I heard that Summer, the campus belle, was waiting for you on the playground. Quite a surprise, isn't it? You might have a chance. Lao, he suggested. Why not go find Summer? You might just succeed in your proposal. However, Jiang Muye, displaying little enthusiasm, responded, no need. I want to propose to her again. I've thrown away the ring. The room fell silent, astonished by his declaration. Xiao Beige placed a hand on Jiang Muye's forehead, saying, Are you feeling all right? Get away from me. I'm perfectly fine, he retorted. Then why aren't you proposing? Don't you like Summer? And you worked for so long to buy that ring. How could you just throw it away? Throwing away the ring signifies my farewell to my Na'vi past self. I shall no longer harbor feelings for her, Jiang Muye stated calmly. This is the end of our relationship. We shall have no further connections. The three friends stared at him, mouths agape in disbelief. Xiao Beige, still incredulous, asked, Is that true? What if she decides to pursue you? Wouldn't you still like her? Lao, he rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it. Summer, she is too proud and renowned as the artsy campus flower. She would never chase after my. Kaizi sighed heavily. Have you truly thought this through? Jiang Muye firmly replied, Yes. Even if she were to pursue me, I would not accept her. Just then, Kaizi's phone rang. He answered it, discovering it was Yuan, the student council leader. He asked curiously, Hello, what is up? Yuan's anxious voice came through. Is Jiang Muye with you? Yes, Kaizi replied, feeling something was off. I don't have his number. Please pass the phone to him, Yuan urged. Kaizi handed the phone to Jiang Muye, saying, Yuan, our leader and Summer's close friend, want to speak with you. Jiang Muye took the phone, hearing Yuan's urgent voice. Hello, Jiang Muye. You need to come to the teaching building right away. Something has happened. Taken aback, Jiang Muye's dark eyes deepened with concern. At the teaching building, the area was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few beams from flashlights shining on the grass. There, Summer, she was crouched down, one hand brushing her long hair back behind her ear, while the other flashlight searched every corner of the bushes. Drizzle began to fall from the sky, gradually intensifying, threatening to drench anyone caught outside. Yet, Summer showed no intention of leaving. She was still searching for something. Meanwhile, her three friends were growing increasingly anxious. Yuan, stop looking. It's too late, and it's raining. What if you catch a cold? Exactly. The ring is so small, and this area is vast. How can you find it? It's too dark here, and with the rain, it's impossible. Please, just give it a rest. But Summer paid no heed to their pleas. No, if I don't find it now, it will be even harder tomorrow. I must find the ring. This ring, a product of Jiang Muye's dedication, symbolized her happiness. Since it was she who misplaced her happiness, she was determined to retrieve it, come what may. With determination etched on her fair, beautiful face, Summer persevered, even as her eyes grew weary and she failed to find the ring amidst the darkness. Her friends, concerned, held umbrellas to shield her from the rain, fearing she might fall ill. When Jiang Muye and his roommates arrived, they found Summer drenched, seemingly searching for something with a stubborn pout on her lips, resolutely rummaging through the grass. Summer, it's raining. How long do you intend to make everyone stand here with you in the rain? Jiang Muye's voice was cold. If it weren't for the commotion caused by Summer's antics, drawing attention from the school authorities, Jiang Muye would not have come at all. Upon spotting the striking Jiang Muye, Summer's face lit up with joy. Jiang Muye, I'm looking for the ring. Wait for me, I'll find it soon. If I can't find it, I'll just keep searching in the rain. She bent down again, continuing her search. Jiang Muye noticed her delicate wrist was scratched by branches, blood trickling down, and her fingers bore numerous pricks from thorns. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the pain, resolutely continuing her quest for the ring. His roommates were left dumbfounded. Previously, Summer had ignored Jiang Muye, showing no interest in his every endeavor, not even casting a glance when he proposed with the ring. Yet now, losing that ring seemed to unravel her completely, as if she would risk everything to find it. Despite their attempts to persuade her to return, Summer was relentless. No, I must find it tonight. Her tear-filled eyes evoked pity, her voice trembling with emotion. As long as I find the ring, you'll reconsider being with me, right? Summer gazed at Jiang Muye with hopeful eyes. Jiang Muye's heart was a tumult of emotions. Had he heard these words in the past, they would have brought him joy. Yet now, they left him feeling cold. A delayed affection, he thought, was no longer credible. Xiao Beige and the others, witnessing the heart-wrenching sight of Summer, felt their own hearts break. It was evident that Summer truly cared. They felt a surge of happiness for their friend. Kaizi gently nudged Jiang Muye, urging, "Mai, you should say yes." Xiao Beige was eager to speak for him, encouraging, "Don't just stand there, respond." Lao He looked on with envy. Previously, he had thought Jiang Muye's devotion was foolish, but now he believed it to be justified. After all, even the most unyielding of trees could blossom. As everyone awaited Jiang Muye's answer, he coldly replied, "No, even if you find a ring, we cannot go back." Xiao Beige was incredulous. "What are you saying? Summer is the goddess you've always desired." Kaizi was equally bewildered. After all this time pining for Summer, now that she has turned back to you, you're rejecting her? Chapter 9. I proposed to you 99 times. My love, unwavering Jiang Muye spoke coldly. I have made my thoughts clear, Xia Shiran. We have missed our chance. You can leave at any time. If you wish to return, I'm afraid that is simply not possible. Xia Shiran felt as if her heart were being torn apart. Tears shimmering in her eyes as she choked out, "I love you, Jiang Muye. Why could you propose to me 99 times, but not grant me a single opportunity?" Jiang Muye lowered his gaze, resolutely stating, "My 99 proposals were meant to ensure that I could face my love with a clear conscience. Refusing you now is my way of being true to my dignity. Life cannot rewind, just as my feelings cannot turn back. A mischance is a mischance. I will not regret it." Xia Shiran's friends looked on in astonishment at Jiang Muye's callousness. They had witnessed his fervent pursuit of Xia Shiran. How could a boy so enamored with her resolutely reject her heartfelt confession? This was Xia Shiran's first genuine expression of her feelings, and it was painfully profound. Look at how heartbroken she is, tears cascading down like pearls, her face etched with regret. Yet it was too late to turn back. Jiang Muye deliberately ignored the sight of Xia Shiran's tears, feigning indifference as he walked towards the boys' dormitory. Suddenly, he heard Xia Shiran's loud declaration from behind. "Jiang Muye, I love you. I will pursue you. In the past, I hurt you 99 times. This time, I will pursue you 100 times. Adding one more time, I will have no regrets about my love." Jiang Muye's spine trembled slightly. He turned to glance at Xia Shiran, whose eyes sparkled with fervor, filled with him for the first time. It felt surreal, as if the dreams he once had were now manifesting before his very eyes. Yet this time, Jiang Muye had already awakened from that dream. He pressed his lips together and walked briskly towards the dormitory, his heart heavy. The crowd was captivated by Xia Shiran's declaration. The typically composed and artistic Xia Shiran was now unabashedly declaring her intent to pursue Jiang Muye 100 times. How absurd! Who would believe it? Yet it was happening. Born into an intellectual family, with both parents being university professors, Xia Shiran was not only beautiful but also wise and artistic, attracting suitors in droves. It was unheard of for her to be so persistently devoted to someone. This demonstrated the depth of her feelings for Jiang Muye. As Xia Shiran watched Jiang Muye's retreating figure with reluctance, her friends remained incredulous. "Are you truly going to pursue Jiang Muye?" "Yes. If he could propose to me 99 times, what is wrong with me pursuing him 100 times? If he can do it, so can I." Xia Shiran was brimming with confidence. "He once adored me, and surely he will come to love me even more." She refused to believe he could so easily give up on her, leaving no remnants of his feelings behind. If Lung Ruoli could bravely chase after love, why should she hesitate? After Jiang Muye returned to the dormitory, the system began to chime with notifications. "Congratulations, host. By rejecting the pursuit of the campus beauty, you have been rewarded with a duplex sea view villa in Jiangling Garden." This unexpected fortune brought solace to Jiang Muye's wounded heart. Jiangling Garden? Wasn't that the most luxurious area in the city center? Those properties were astronomical in price. How could he have received a duplex sea view villa? This was entirely beyond his expectations. At that moment, his 3 roommates returned. Upon seeing Jiang Muye lying on the bed, they shook their heads. "Muye, that is your beloved goddess Xia, and now she is coming after you. Do you truly not have feelings for her, or are you just being stubborn?" Xiao Beige inquired. Jiang Muye's expression was complex. Some wounds, no matter how much time passes, still ache at the slightest touch. Some people, regardless of how long it's been, still bring pain to mind. It's not that I no longer love, rather loving brings pain. His heart was already riddled with scars. He yearned to love, yet lacked the courage to do so. Some people are simply not meant to love at the wrong time, such as her and me. Jiang Muye had lost the fervor of his love for her. Just as he was ready to embark on a new life, she had turned back to seek him. What was he to her? Merely a toy she could summon and dismiss at will? If she no longer loved him, would she cast him aside once more? Jiang Muye tightly shut his eyes, remaining silent. His roommates sensed his melancholy and chose not to pursue the topic further. In truth, Xiaoxiran was not without her flaws. Muye, there's no shortage of girls around you. Kaizi remarked. Remember when you had a stomachache and someone left medicine in your drawer? When you got burned while cooking for Xiaoxiran, someone quietly brought you burn ointment. Even when you were late, someone signed you in. Kaizi's words piqued Xiao Bei's interest. All right, I almost forgot. Jiang Muye, do you know who that girl is? She's been keeping tabs on you, caring for you. She must be remarkable. Jiang Muye shook his head, replying, I don't know. The girls pursuing him were mostly bold and passionate. Even the shy ones would muster the courage to slip him love letters. Yet, no one had ever anonymously cared for him, preparing things he needed without revealing their identity. Jiang Muye had once wondered if this person wanted to be with him. Why not reveal themselves? He had even staked out with several roommates, but found nothing. Moreover, at that time, Jiang Muye was wholly focused on Xiaoxiran, and the matter faded into oblivion. His 3 roommates lamented, Alas, you missed a chance to find love. I do not wish to date right now. Being a single dog isn't so bad. Jiang Muye replied, I prefer to wait for the right person rather than settle. His attitude drew disapproving shakes of the head from his roommates. To them, it was evident that Jiang Muye could not forget Xiaoxiran. With her beauty and talent, how could he easily move on to someone else? However, they were relieved that Jiang Muye was not fixated on one option, which was a sign of growth. The next day, the sun shone brightly after the rain. Jiang Muye was awakened by hunger. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was already 8 a.m. He heard Kaizi in the next room chatting on the phone with his girlfriend, Xiaoyu. Baby, I miss you too. Are you hungry? No worries. I'll go buy you breakfast and bring it to your dorm. Such a morning filled with dog food was overwhelming for Jiang Muye. Just as Jiang Muye descended from the upper bunk, Xiao Bei, still groggy, called out, Muye, wake up. Bring me breakfast. Congee with fried dough sticks and 2 meat buns. Laoyi poked his head out from under the covers, sleepily shouting, I want some too. Give me a rice ball with grilled sausage. And asked the lady to add extra pickled vegetables and make the fried dough sticks crispy. Kaizi, blushing with shyness, added, Since you're going to the cafeteria, could you bring me some too? My baby is hungry. She wants tofu pudding and xiaomai. Please give me 5 meat buns and some soybean milk. I can't get up. The blanket is too warm. Just let me snooze for a bit. Jiang Muye looked at these shameless friends and felt exasperated. Fine, I'll bring your food. Just then, the system issued a task for checking in at the cafeteria. Jiang Muye thought he could fill his stomach while making some money. His 3 roommates waved their hands, urging him on. Hurry back. We're waiting. Thanks, bro. I'll continue chatting with my baby. Jiang Muye laughed and scolded. You're even rushing me for food delivery. He picked up his meal card, donned a black cotton jacket, and stepped outside. The recent drop in temperature was quite pronounced. Previously, one could wear short sleeves, but now the cold air had swiftly descended, making one shiver. As Jiang Muye walked onto the campus, he noticed that there were hardly any people on the upper floors. However, upon entering the cafeteria, he was greeted by a wave of warmth. The heating was truly delightful. The cafeteria was not crowded, as many students had no morning classes and remained in bed. At that moment, a message arrived on the system panel. Chapter 10. The school bell shows interest in me system. Congratulations on successfully signing in at the cafeteria. You have earned 500,000 RMB. Jiang Muye, adhering to the advice of his friends, approached the counter to purchase breakfast, only to feel a gentle tug at the hem of his clothing. A sensation akin to an electric current coursed through him. He hurriedly glanced down to discover the stunningly beautiful Lung Ruoli standing before him. Today, she donned a light blue long-sleeve dress, complemented by a fluffy white coat, though her alluring figure remained unmistakable. Rarely did she wear sheer black stockings. Accentuating her enviable physique, slender and sensuous, her legs reminiscent of a comic book heroine. Her overall appearance exuded a youthful charm, inviting and approachable rather than cold and distant. In that moment, Her long, delicate eyelashes fluttered, her cheeks flushed, and her inquisitive gaze met Jiang Muye's as she cautiously asked, "Could I borrow your meal card?" Taken aback by the serendipitous encounter with the cold school belle, Jiang Muye handed his card to Lung Ruoli without hesitation. "Sure," with a radiant smile. She tilted her lovely face upward and said, "I rushed down this morning, but I'm fortunate to have run into you. I'll return the money after I swipe your card." Jiang Muye was astounded. The typically aloof beauty was smiling. The world had always described her as frosty, yet he had never witnessed her smile until now. When she did, she was truly breathtaking. Her eyes sparkled, her features were refreshingly clear, and the corners of her crimson lips danced with joy, reminiscent of the elegance of an iris. "Of course," he replied, not one to be stingy. Seeing her in need, he felt compelled to assist. Lung Ruoli's eyes sparkled with delight as she surveyed the window before ultimately selecting a bacon and vegetable pie along with a cup of freshly squeezed soy milk. "That'll be 5. 2. After swiping Jiang Muye's card, she returned it, smiling as she said, "Thank you." "No need for thanks," he replied. To his surprise, Lung Ruoli raised her phone and asked, "Could I add you on WeChat?" Jiang Muye was taken aback. While he had received requests for WeChat before, this was Lung Ruoli, the most sought after of the 4 school belles. Many boys pursued her, yet she remained indifferent. Now, she was asking him for his WeChat. Typically, when a girl requests a boy's WeChat, it implies a degree of interest. Could it be that Lung Ruoli truly harbored feelings for him? As he pondered this, she blushed and said, "I need to repay you for the money. I have funds in my WeChat." "Oh, consider it my treat. You needn't pay me back." Realizing his overthinking, Jiang Muye decided against accepting the money. After all, he wasn't lacking in such trivial amounts. However, Lung Ruoli insisted, "That is not acceptable. 5 yuan is still money, and I must transfer it to you." Her insistence was merely a pretext. Her true desire was to connect with Jiang Muye on WeChat. She was eager to glimpse his life, to understand his interests, as her affection for him sparked a yearning to know him better. "All right then, please get my WeChat code," Jiang Muye said, opening the app for her. Holding her phone, her fingers trembled with excitement. She had longed to add Jiang Muye, but had never found the opportunity until now. "I've added you." Her eyes gleamed with joy as she watched him manipulate his phone, her cheeks flushed with uncontainable exhilaration. "Done," Jiang Muye announced, still in disbelief that he had actually added the cold school belle on WeChat. He mused that if he shared this with his 3 roommates, they would certainly not believe him. Once the connection was confirmed, Lung Ruoli contentedly noted his name as 1, signifying he was her 1 in 100, the person she would chat with even when her phone battery dwindled to the last percentage. Quickly, she initiated the transfer, which Jiang Muye accepted. "Classmate, your breakfast is packed," the cafeteria lady called out. "Great," he replied. Lung Ruoli observed him carrying multiple bags of breakfast and remarked, "Do you eat so much in the morning?" With a smile, Jiang Muye responded, "I'm bringing it for my roommates. Each one of them eats like a pig." "That's quite heavy. Let me help you," she instinctively offered. Reaching for some bags, Jiang Muye was taken aback. "No, I can manage. But I must assist you in return for your earlier help. It's only fair," she insisted, her eyes twinkling. "Or do you think I'm clumsy and don't want you to help?" His cheeks warmed as he shook his head. Of course not. He had simply never allowed a girl to carry things for him before, believing it improper for a boy to let a girl do such tasks. Furthermore, with her delicate, fair fingers, he imagined she was a pampered heiress who had never done such chores. With a bright smile, Lung Ruoli said, "Good, then let us go." She began walking ahead with the bags. Jiang Muye had no chance to reclaim them, so he hurried to catch up, walking alongside her. This was the first time Jiang Muye truly observed Lung Ruoli. She was stunningly beautiful, with a figure that epitomized the ideal in the eyes of boys. Standing at approximately 165 meters, she seemed petite beside Jiang Muye, who towered over her at over 18 meters. She barely reached below his shoulder, appearing endearing and delicate. Though they exchanged no words, their proximity caused her arm to brush against him several times, igniting a nervous excitement within Jiang Muye. He fidgeted with his hands, stealing glances at her. As she lowered her exquisitely shaped face, biting her cherry lips, her complexion flushed a deeper shade, enhancing her allure. In his heart, Jiang Muye felt a surge of emotion. There was a reason Lung Ruoli was the top of the 4 school belles. She was the genuine embodiment of beauty and wealth. Sensing his gaze, Lung Ruoli turned to him with a sweet smile, causing his face to flush. Who said she was frigid? She was undeniably warm. As Jiang Muye and Lung Ruoli walked side by side, they naturally attracted numerous admiring glances. It was as if the world had come to a standstill. Students questioned their own perceptions. Was the revered Lung Ruoli, known as the high and mighty flower of the school, genuinely buying breakfast with a boy? Most astonishingly, this boy was Jiang Muye, who had previously proposed to the summer belle a staggering 99 times. It was common knowledge that Lung Ruoli was far more popular and elusive than the summer belle. No one had ever seen her walking alongside a boy before. She rarely spared a glance for any male suitor. Yet here she was, her cheeks flushed with youthful shyness, walking with Jiang Muye. It was nothing short of miraculous. Soon, boys expressed their envy and jealousy, exclaiming, "We used to say Jiang Muye was just a sycophant for the summer belle. But who would have thought he'd succeed in winning over the cold school belle? Indeed, it's no wonder he hasn't proposed for the 100th time. Who would be captivated by the cold school belle?" They observed that Lung Ruoli seemed to reciprocate his interest, suggesting that Jiang Muye was no longer alone in his affections. Jiang Muye has truly struck gold. Previously, I scoffed at him for being a sycophant, believing he would end up with nothing. It turns out that Jiang Muye is the clever one, possessing everything he desires, while I am the one who is genuinely left alone like a solitary dog. Chapter 11. The secret affection for someone at this moment. Jiang Muye was entirely unfazed by the gazes directed towards him. After proposing to Xia Shiran 99 times, he had developed a thick skin. Transitioning from social anxiety to social prowess, he was no longer afraid. He would walk his own path and let others talk. After delivering Jiang Muye to the ground floor, Lung Ruoli received a heartfelt thank you from him. "Thank you for your help. I'll head upstairs now. Goodbye." "All right, goodbye," Lung Ruoli replied softly. Though they had bid farewell, her feet lingered, reluctant to move away. She gazed longingly at Jiang Muye's tall figure as he departed. Soon, she noticed Jiang Muye's WeChat contact in her friend list, filling her with immense joy. Previously, she had been timid, too afraid to approach the boy she admired. However, she had now mustered the courage to take the first step. Surely, taking the remaining 99 steps would be considerably easier. Holding her phone close to her heart, she smiled sweetly as she happily made her way back to her dormitory with breakfast in hand. Upon returning to her dorm, she cheerfully placed the breakfast on the desk of her roommate, Milu, who was busy applying makeup. "Milu, I brought you breakfast," Lung Ruoli exclaimed joyfully. Milu, one of the school's 4 renowned beauties, came from a modest background compared to Lung Ruoli. She was the epitome of allure and a senior in her 4th year, 2 years older than Lung Ruoli. Milu was one of the few friends Lung Ruoli had, and she had gained some fame as a model. With her striking features and curvaceous figure, she wore a form-fitting V-neck dress that accentuated her long, fair legs. It was safe to say she possessed an angelic face and a devilish figure, captivating and alluring, a true heartthrob adored by countless infatuated boys. As Milu perched on her chair, casually drawing her eyebrows, she put down her brow pencil and curiously asked, "What is up today? You suddenly brought me breakfast. Have you had a change of heart? Did your crush reject your offer, and you decided to share with me?" Lung Ruoli's face turned a deep crimson. "How could that be? It's just for you." She wouldn't dare admit that after seeing Jiang Muye in the cafeteria, she had stealthily bought an extra portion under the pretense of borrowing a card to get closer to him. Your happiness suggests he definitely didn't turn you down. What has transpired between you two?" Milu's curiosity piqued. She was aware of Lung Ruoli's secret crush, but clueless about the identity of the boy. Lung Ruoli had transferred schools for him, but unfortunately, he had already developed feelings for another girl. Thus, she could only harbor unrequited love, silently sacrificing in the shadows. Milu longed to stand up for Lung Ruoli. If she were that boy, she would have long been enchanted by Lung Ruoli's charm and wouldn't have been interested in anyone else. Yet, who was this boy that could captivate such a beautiful and perfect girl like Lung Ruoli? Lung Ruoli's cheeks flushed even deeper as she stammered, "I added him on WeChat." Her heart raced at the thought. Overwhelmed by Milu's enthusiastic wow, she shyly covered her face. Her beautiful visage was bright red. Though I added him, I have no idea how to start conversation. That's easy. Just send a few alluring photos. Which boy could resist? With your stunning figure. Flaunt those curves and long legs, and he'll be yours in no time. Milutis de playfully. Faced with me, lose cheeky banter. Lung Ruoli's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she instinctively covered her chest and giggled. Sister Milu, spare me. I can't. Besides, that would make me seem too easy. Feeling bashful, Lung Ruoli nodded in agreement as Milu analyzed. Exactly, girls should maintain a bit of modesty at first. Let the boys take the lead in those matters. Then what should I do? Lung Ruoli shyly inquired. Milu leaned in close and began whispering suggestions into Lung Ruoli's ear, causing her face to flush even more. Is that even possible? Give it a try. You might just succeed. Milu encouraged with a smirk. To be coy yet alluring is the highest art of seduction. When Jiang Muye arrived at the dormitory with breakfast in hand, his 3 roommates simultaneously turned their attention toward the door, eyes glinting with mischief. Jiang Muye felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Beige lifted her phone, grinning mischievously. Oh, Muye, you've been naughty, hiding something from us. The screen displayed a photo of Jiang Muye and Lung Ruoli strolling together on campus, taken without their knowledge. Jiang Muye was taken aback, surprised that a photo had been captured. Where did this come from? He asked. Xiao Beige excitedly replied. It's trending on the campus network. You can't possibly be involved with the school beauty, can you? Laoyi chimed in. Muye, you've hit the jackpot. She is the school beauty. Her family is wealthy. If you marry her, you'll live a life free of worries. Kaizi interjected. Laoyi, your perspective is too narrow. Are you only thinking of living off her? He added, Isn't the school beauty stunning? If it were me, I'd want to be by her side every day. All of you have girlfriends, so stop daydreaming. Jiang Muye shot back. Xiao Beige retorted. Everyone loves a beautiful girl. Having a girlfriend doesn't prevent me from admiring beauty. He chuckled. So, Muye, what's the status with the school beauty? Have you 2 kissed yet? Jiang Muye rolled his eyes. Get rid of those lewd thoughts in your head. I have no interest in her. Our relationship is purely platonic. He continued. Are we eating breakfast or not? If not, I'll feed it to the dog. Xiao Beige, protective of his meal, quickly scrambled out of bed, fearing Jiang Muye would actually throw the food away. Muthi, no. I was wrong. Please don't. Jiang Muye nodded in satisfaction, settling down to eat breakfast. The 3 roommates also got up to wash up. As Laoyi brushed his teeth, with toothpaste still in his mouth, he asked, I think the school beauty might be interested in you. I've never seen her get close to any boy. Xiao Beige agreed. I think so too. Many have confessed to her before, and countless were turned down and left in tears. You should take the initiative and pursue her. Jiang Muye furrowed his brows, contemplating Lung Ruoli's various actions and her flushed cheeks. A girl who learns to take the initiative is often interested in the boy. Therefore, it seemed Lung Ruoli might indeed have feelings for him. Jiang Muye lowered his gaze and said lightly, So what if she is interested? I'm not looking for a relationship right now. Exams are approaching. I should focus on studying and obtaining more qualifications for future job prospects. Jiang Muye was someone who approached relationships with utmost seriousness. Having just emerged from a challenging relationship, he found it difficult to enter another one easily. He required time to heal, to reflect on the gains and losses of his previous relationship, and to face the next chapter of his life as a renewed individual. However, the school beauty was striking and affluent. Xiao Beige felt a pang of frustration. Just eat more and talk less, Jiang Muye replied, lifting Xiao Beige's breakfast. If you keep complaining, I'll toss it out. I'm eating. Xiao Beige quickly defended his meal, unwilling to go hungry. Jiang Muye silently continued his breakfast. Lung Ruoli was indeed perfect, yet affection for someone is not born from their qualities, but from the desire to treat them well. Jiang Muye held no special feelings for Lung Ruoli. In summary, there was simply no spark. Given this, the thoughts of others could not sway him. After Jiang Muye finished his breakfast, a notification suddenly appeared on WeChat. Upon picking up his phone, Jiang Muye was taken aback for a moment. The sender of the message was none other than Lung Ruoli. Chapter 12. The First Stolen Kiss. Lung Ruoli. Are you there? Jiang Muye. Yes. After several seconds, another message arrived. Lung Ruoli. Can I ask you for a favor? It might seem abrupt, but I have no one else to turn to. Of course. If it puts you in a difficult position, you can refuse. Jiang Muye, what is it? He felt puzzled, sensing that she was struggling to articulate her request. What could be so challenging for her? Just as Jiang Muye was consumed by curiosity, another message came through. His eyes widened in shock, and suddenly his face flushed. Indeed, it was quite a delicate matter. 5 minutes later, at the store, a system prompt announced, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the store and received 200,000 RMB. Jiang Muye, wearing a black cap, discreetly appeared in the corner of the shop. His gaze was captivated. There were cotton triangle panties, seductive lace ones, and those with butterfly ribbons made of thin ice silk. Jiang Muye felt an uncomfortable, prickling sensation. He was suddenly plagued by indecision, unsure of which to choose. If it were for a girlfriend, the most alluring and fiery option would be ideal, but for Lung Ruoli, his ears began to burn. While he was caught in this dilemma, the shopkeeper approached him, eager to assist. "Young man, are you shopping for yourself or for a girl?" Jiang Muye, "Boss, you know too much." His face reddened as he asserted, "Of course, it's for a girl. I'm a pure man." The shopkeeper nodded, chuckling, "No need to feel embarrassed. Many boys come here to buy for their girlfriends. Not for a girlfriend," Jiang Muye clarified, only to be met with a teasing look from the shopkeeper, which made him blush even more. He had never felt so embarrassed before. "This one will do." Jiang Muye instinctively grabbed a packaged pair of panties and, pulling down his cap, hurried to the nearby sanitary napkin section. He glanced at the message from Lung Ruoli. "Sophie, little wings, ultra-thin cotton, daytime use, 240. The problem was, he couldn't find any. It was utterly overwhelming for Jiang Muye, who was buying such items for the first time. After a long search, he finally located a pack of pink ones. He quickly gathered the panties and sanitary napkins to check out. Once he completed the transaction, Jiang Muye made a swift exit, determined not to give the shopkeeper a chance to laugh at him. "Congratulations, host. You have checked in at the store for 10 minutes and earned an additional 500,000 RMB. Fortunately, there was still some money to soothe Jiang Muye's youthful spirit. He soon arrived at the entrance of the girls' restroom on the second floor of the teaching building. He sent Lung Ruoli a message to inform her of his arrival. Moments later, he heard footsteps approaching from inside. What greeted Jiang Muye was the sight of her bashful face. Her skin with a rosy hue, exuding an inviting charm, her long eyelashes fluttering as she shyly bit her pink lips and said, "Thank you." Jiang Muye's mind echoed with the words of his friend, who claimed that Lung Ruoli liked him, and he found himself feeling a bit flustered. "It's no problem. Can you wait for me?" she asked, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Indeed, she was experiencing her monthly cycle. This was also a strategy suggested by Milu to have Jiang Muye bring her sanitary napkins, thereby deepening their relationship. From the type of underwear Jiang Muye purchased, it was clear he was either a pure-hearted youth or a seasoned player, and the distinction was evident. Jiang Muye's heart trembled slightly. Then he touched his nose, saying, "I should probably leave. It's not appropriate to be seen here at the girls' restroom. It could damage your reputation and lead to some rumors." "What rumors?" Lung Ruoli blinked. "Like you like me, and how we're dating, cough cough. So it's better we keep our distance to avoid affecting you." Jiang Muye initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, but soon thought, as a man, why should he be shy? Thus, he boldly spoke his mind. Lung Ruoli's watery eyes sparkled as she stood on tiptoe and, to Jiang Muye's astonishment, pressed her lips against his handsome face. "They were right. I like you." The warm, sweet sensation on his cheek served as a reminder that he had just been kissed. Jiang Muye was taken aback, covering his face in shock. He saw Lung Ruoli, her cheeks flushed after the kiss, wearing a blissful smile. "I want to be swayed by others, for you are the only one who can influence me. My feelings for you are not a fleeting whim, but a deeply considered sentiment." "Jiang Muye, I like you very much," Lung Ruoli expressed, her hands nervously clutching her skirt. Yet her words were resolute and bold. Her affection, like a spring overflowing, was clear and vivid in her eyes. Jiang Muye's heart raced like a drum, beating wildly. His body temperature rose, a rush of excitement coursing through him. However, after a moment of confusion, clarity began to return to his mind. "I admit your confession is truly captivating. I doubt any boy would refuse it. However, I'm sorry, that doesn't represent me." Jiang Muye took a deep breath. I haven't moved on from my last relationship, so I'm not ready to embrace a new one. He braced himself for Lung Ruoli's potential outrage or tears. Yet, Lung Ruoli raised her head, a smile gracing her lips. No wonder I like you. Jiang Muye was bewildered. This was not what he had expected. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere shifted as Lung Ruoli approached, her doe-like eyes sparkling with gentle mirth. The Jiang Muye I know is serious about his feelings. If you were to accept my confession, it would be a seamless transition. Clearly, you are not the type to take emotions lightly. Listen, I intend to pursue you and commit to you for life. Lung Ruoli's eyes curved with delight. Her cheeks flushed. Jiang Muye was utterly astonished. Suddenly feeling flustered, he stammered, "You should go change your sanitary napkin. I'll take my leave." He hurried away, his steps slightly unsteady, his head spinning. He had just been confessed to and kissed. Lung Ruoli declared she wouldn't give up. He pondered what it was about him that captivated her. Jiang Muye found himself unable to fathom the answer. As Lung Ruoli watched Jiang Muye depart, she instinctively touched her lips, still warm from the kiss. The most important thing was that she had kissed Jiang Muye. Overjoyed, she felt she had finally gathered the courage to confess, encouraged by Mi Lu. Although she had not succeeded, she firmly believed that in the near future, Jiang Muye would be moved by her feelings. Chapter 13. How could Jiang Muye possibly ascend? Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Muye promptly approached the mirror. His cheeks bore a slight flush, devoid of any lipstick marks. Yet, he could distinctly sense the lingering impression of a kiss from Lung Ruoli. Goodness, it was the first time in his life he had been forcefully kissed by the campus belle, no less. The tips of his ears began to redden. How could he ever face the cold campus beauty again, especially when her demeanor clearly indicated she had no intention of giving up? "Muye, have you been constipated? You've been in the restroom for so long." "Damn it, I'm not constipated," Jiang Muye retorted, feeling exasperated. Xiao Beige chuckled. "All right then, let's head to the cafeteria. If we delay, there will be no food left, and I'll starve. You just had breakfast, and you're already hungry? Nonsense. Can that meager amount truly fill one's stomach? Fine, wait for me. I'll be right out." After splashing some water on his face, Jiang Muye exited and joined his three companions, who had invited their respective girlfriends along. He was the solitary single one among them. Observing their sweet interactions, Jiang Muye felt a pang of frustration. "Are you all willing to make me a third wheel?" Kaiser's girlfriend, Xiaoye, smiled and said, "Then you should find a girlfriend soon. I heard you walked with the cold campus beauty today. Is there a chance?" "The cold campus beauty?" Xiao Bei's girlfriend, Suya, looked bewildered. "Isn't he with the summer campus beauty? How is he involved with the cold campus beauty?" Xiao Beige replied, "You still seem to be living in the past. The summer campus beauty is yesterday's news. The cold campus beauty is now interested in our Muye." They walked together. Suya's eyes brightened. "Muye, you really are something." Jiang Muye felt embarrassed by their teasing, and he replied in a low voice, "That's not the case. There's nothing between us. She's the cold campus beauty. You must seize the opportunity," Suya insisted. "Later, you can bring your girlfriend along to have fun with us." Xiao Beige nodded in agreement. "Exactly. What's the deal? Can't a single dog eat with you all? You're just asking for mutual suffering." Jiang Muye scoffed, casting a glare at Xiao Beige. "Brother Mu, I dare not. I was wrong." Xiao Beige pleaded for mercy. Suddenly, he pointed behind them, exclaiming in surprise, "The summer campus beauty." Jiang Muye wasn't fooled. Yet, Xiao Beige grew anxious. "It's true. She's coming over here." Jiang Muye turned abruptly and indeed saw the exquisitely dressed Xia Shiran appearing amidst her friends. Today, Xia Shiran wore a black beret and a cream-colored v-neck sweater paired with a short black skirt, exuding an artistic and gentle aura. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Muye, clearly anticipating something. "Can we share a table?" Yuan asked. Jiang Muye intended to refuse, but Kaiser called out, "Sure, come and sit." Jiang Muye shot a fierce glare at Kaiser, who merely smiled and said, "The cafeteria is crowded, and there are few seats. It's customary for classmates to share tables." Kaiser genuinely hoped for a rekindling of feelings between Jiang Muye and the summer campus beauty. He knew Jiang Muye still cared for her, so as a brother, he aimed to create opportunities. Xia Shiran expressed her gratitude and quickly sat down with her friends. Coincidentally, she ended up right next to Jiang Muye. As they sat together, students in the cafeteria began to take notice and murmur amongst themselves. I told you Jiang Muye couldn't possibly have lost interest in the summer campus beauty. He proposed her 99 times. How could he simply give up? What about the cold campus beauty? Could it be that Jiang Muye is using the cold campus beauty to provoke the summer campus beauty? It's highly probable. With the cold campus beauty's lofty standards and aloof nature, how could he ever aspire to her? It seems like a mere coincidence. Jiang Muye is merely a tool in this scenario. Regardless of Jiang Muye's efforts, how could the summer campus beauty ever return to him? He was merely wasting his efforts. A mere sycophant, he would end up with nothing in the end. Everyone was enjoying the spectacle, convinced that even if Jiang Muye employed every tactic, the summer campus beauty would never be with him again. Some defended Jiang Muye, saying, "No way, I saw the summer campus beauty sit down with him first. Perhaps she now has feelings for Jiang Muye." Immediately, someone poured cold water on that notion. The summer campus beauty was clearly pulled over by her roommate. She wasn't the one who approached him. If she liked him, she would have accepted his earlier proposals. In the next moment, their faces were slapped with disbelief when they witnessed the summer campus beauty personally peeling shrimp and placing it into Jiang Muye's bowl. "You love shrimp the most. Eat up." The act of serving food was sufficiently astonishing, let alone peeling shrimp, which is notoriously challenging. First, one must ensure the shrimp is plump, then devein it. A tedious process that inevitably leaves one's hands messy. Xia Shiran, known for her cleanliness, didn't seem to mind her hands getting dirty after serving Jiang Muye shrimp. She continued to peel more. This action astonished not only onlookers but also Jiang Muye himself. Previously, Xia Shiran had always found peeling shrimp to be a hassle. Hence, when no one would peel shrimp, she would abstain from eating them. Jiang Muye would tirelessly peel shrimp for her, placing the meat into her bowl. Now, the roles had reversed, and it was Xia Shiran who was performing this task. Jiang Muye's expression grew complex as he noticed her fingers adorned with band-aids, a clear sign of her injuries from branches the other day. Yet she seemed unconcerned, diligently peeling shrimp for him. Xia Shiran carefully peeled the shrimp, realizing that it was indeed laborious. After just a few, her fingers felt sticky and uncomfortable. She couldn't help but recall how Jiang Muye used to peel dozens in one go, hardly pausing to eat as he fed her instead. Now, she could truly empathize with his efforts. She felt remorseful for her past behavior, having taken Jiang Muye's efforts for granted. Holding back tears, she glanced at him, noticing he hadn't touched his chopsticks. Confused, she asked, "Why aren't you eating? It will get cold soon." The bespectacled girl nodded in agreement. "Yes, this is Xia Shiran's first time peeling shrimp for a boy. Don't be rude." Yuan urged. "I'm craving it just watching. Hurry and eat, don't sulk." Even Xia Shiran looked at him with eager anticipation. Jiang Muye, however, furrowed his brow and replied, "I want to eat." The system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. Refusing the summer campus beauty's offering has increased your pride points by 200. You have been rewarded with 2 million RMB. Please continue your efforts." Xia Shiran bit her lip, clearly displeased. The bespectacled girl pressed on. "Jiang Muye, can you stop pretending? It's just because you didn't accept her proposals 99 times. Why are you being so dramatic? Now that Xia Shiran is personally peeling shrimp for you, why give her the cold shoulder? Isn't that going too far?" Chapter 14. Seafood Allergy. Jiang Muye replied with displeasure, "I won't eat it. Are you trying to morally coerce me into doing so? Besides, I never forced her to peel shrimp for me. That was her own decision." Seeing his friend being scolded, the little dove could no longer bear it and said, "Xia Xiaohua, Muye is allergic to seafood and can't eat shrimp." At this revelation, the bespectacled girl was both astonished and somewhat crestfallen. Xia Shiran exclaimed in disbelief, "How could that be? You used to accompany me in consuming plenty of seafood. Moreover, he always seemed unfazed and wore a cheerful expression. How could he possibly be allergic to seafood?" Kai Zi coldly interjected, "That's why he has to go to the hospital for 4 drips and allergy medication every time he returns." Jiang Muye's voice turned somber. Kai Zi, he did not wish to dwell on the past. What was done was done. He was neither guilty nor remorseful. He did not want Xia Shiran to feel any cheap sympathy. It was unnecessary and unwarranted. Kai Zi sighed deeply. He felt it was a pity that Jiang Muye's genuine affection had been wasted. If he could assist, he would certainly do so. Xia Xiran was filled with sorrow, completely unaware of the silent sacrifices Jiang Muye had made for her. She had believed she understood him well, only to realize that it was Jiang Muye who truly understood her. Everything stemmed from her own arrogance, leading her to squander Jiang Muye's sincerity. Kaizi, you eat the shrimp, Jiang Muye said as he placed the shrimp in a Kaizi's bowl, subsequently ignoring Xia Xiran. She felt that Jiang Muye was deliberately neglecting her, especially since shrimp was her favorite dish. Tears began to shimmer in her eyes, filled with regret. She longed for a time machine to traverse back and erase the pain she had caused Jiang Muye. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the socially adept Xiao Yu attempted to lighten the mood. All right, let us stop arguing and enjoy our meal. Yes, the food is getting cold, Kai Zi chimed in. However, Xia Xiran had no appetite. She occasionally glanced at Jiang Muye, who was as cold as ice, creating an insurmountable distance between them. This sense of separation rendered her meal tasteless, akin to chewing on wax. Noticing Xia Xiran's disheartened demeanor, her close friend Yuan hastily suggested, I heard Suspect has been released. I have a movie membership card. Why don't we go watch it together? Sure, I've heard it's fantastic, with superb action scenes. I've always wanted to see it. Xiao Yu nodded, turning to Kai Zi. Shall we? Kai Zi replied, I also want to see it. Since we're all together and have no classes this afternoon, let us go. He locked his gaze on Jiang Muye, saying, right, Muzi? You've been eagerly waiting for this movie to be released. If we don't see it now, it will soon be out of theaters. Jiang Muye's brow furrowed slightly. He genuinely wanted to watch the film. Although he had previously seen movies with Xia Xiran, which he had longed for, now, after clarifying their relationship, he did not wish to engage with her further. If it's because I'm not going, then I want to go, Xia Xiran said, feeling somewhat dejected. Yuan interjected, that is not acceptable. Didn't you want to see this movie? If you're going, we'll all go together. If you don't go, we won't either. However, just as Xia Xiran hesitated, a clear, magnetic voice cut through the air decisively. Let us go. Xia Xiran felt a surge of joy. Jiang Muye had finally softened towards her. My decision to watch the movie has nothing to do with you. It solely relates to the film, Jiang Muye asserted, yet this statement gradually dulled Xia Xiran's initial elation. It was evident that he was drawing a line, not wishing for her to feel significant. He simply intended to watch the movie. Xia Xiran's eyes, akin to those of a rabbit, were now red and somewhat disheartened. The bespectacled girl gently comforted her. Don't overthink it. At least he is willing to go, which gives you a chance. Yuan and Xiao Miao nodded in agreement, helping Xia Xiran regain her spirits. Thus, the group set off for the cinema. Jiang Muye received another notification from his system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the cinema. You were awarded a lottery opportunity. Jiang Muye immediately proceeded to draw from the lottery. The system responded, congratulations, host. You have won a luxurious garage containing 30 high-end vehicles, of which you may choose at will. Below is the list of luxury cars. Jiang Muye opened the list in astonishment. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Maybach S580, convertible Ferrari 458, Porsche 918, Ferrari F12 TDF, Alfa Business Van, Mercedes-Benz SLR 722. Jiang Muye was utterly astounded. The system was generous, granting him 30 luxury cars along with a lavish garage. These vehicles were not only valuable, but also the latest models. Although he had never driven one, he had certainly heard of them. He recalled his dorm mate, Xiao Chong, who had purchased an Audi and boasted about it daily. Just imagining himself casually driving one of those cars in front of him was exhilarating. However, amidst his excitement, the system cautioned, host, please do not become overly complacent. While you have acquired luxury sports cars, the annual maintenance and upkeep will incur substantial costs, and you will also need to pay hefty insurance fees. Jiang Muye was suddenly brought back to reality. Indeed, luxury cars required extensive maintenance, and their parts were notoriously expensive. Just a single headlight could cost hundreds of thousands. The burden of maintaining so many vehicles was daunting. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that he had the system to generate income, alleviating his worries. By diligently completing tasks, he could easily afford the upkeep for these 30 luxury cars. The system notified him that the car keys had been placed in his backpack. Jiang Muye checked and confirmed that indeed, a series of car keys awaited him. He was elated, realizing why his backpack felt heavier. The system added, "The garage is located within your duplex seaside villa in Jiangling Garden. You may inspect it after watching the movie. I am a trustworthy system and never engage in deceit." Jiang Muye was immensely satisfied, planning to verify everything after the film. As Xia Shiran prepared to purchase tickets, a tall figure brushed past her. "Hello, I would like 11 tickets for Suspect, preferably in the VIP section." Jiang Muye's magnetic voice rang out. Xia Shiran was taken aback and blushed. "I can buy them." Yet Jiang Muye coldly replied, "No need. I'm not interested in spending your money." His reasoning was straightforward. He did not want to be perceived as someone who relied on others, nor did he wish to owe Xia Shiran anything. Upon witnessing his frosty demeanor, Xia Shiran felt a growing chasm between them, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. She wanted to voice her thoughts, but swallowed her words. Jiang Muye's actions surprised the little dove and the others. The little dove placed her hand on Jiang Muye's shoulder, advising, "Brother, the VIP section is quite expensive, and you're buying for 11 people. We could just watch in the regular section." Chapter 15. A display of grandeur. Xia Shiran nodded in agreement, expressing her willingness to settle for a standard screening. She was reluctant to let Jiang Muye spend excessively, even harboring a covert desire to transfer money to him. As everyone urged Jiang Muye to opt for the regular tickets, he calmly asserted, "Why not choose the best? A 3D film deserves the finest sound experience." The group was taken aback. When had Jiang Muye become so extravagant? It was well known that tickets for the VIP section were 3 times the price of ordinary ones. However, with Xia Shiran present, it was impossible to deny him this indulgence, and thus he purchased the VIP tickets. Meanwhile, Xia Shiran bought 2 cups of cola and popcorn, offering 1 cup to Jiang Muye. "Here, have a drink," she said. "No, thank you. I don't care for carbonated drinks," he replied, genuinely. Jiang Muye truly avoided cola, having refrained since elementary school due to concerns about its effects. Moreover, he did not wish to take advantage of Xia Shiran. If it weren't for the desire to keep his roommates entertained, he wouldn't have attended the movie at all. After being declined, Xia Shiran felt a twinge of disappointment. However, her friends quickly discerned her feelings and intentionally encouraged her to sit beside Jiang Muye when they reached the theater. Xia Shiran cast a grateful glance at her friends, then discreetly stole a glance at Jiang Muye, who appeared strikingly handsome, his chiseled features causing her heart to flutter. She felt her cheeks flush. In the past, her mind had been occupied solely with academics, leaving little room for thoughts of Jiang Muye. She had taken his kindness for granted, accustomed to being favored throughout her life, especially knowing that he liked her. Jiang Muye, sensing the fervent gaze beside him, turned his expressionless face to see Xia Shiran, who appeared flustered like a startled rabbit. Her skin flushed, and she instinctively offered him the popcorn, timidly asking, "Would you like some?" Her heart raced. Sharing food with the one she liked felt blissful, and she silently hoped he would accept. Jiang Muye lowered his gaze, taking in her bashful demeanor. As Xia Shiran held her breath in anxious anticipation, a cold voice interrupted. "Focus on the movie and don't disturb me. Otherwise, I will change seats." "No, please don't." Xia Shiran's lips moved, her heart aching sharply. She lowered her gaze, biting her lip, feeling utterly despondent. How could he be so heartless? Pushing her away, taking a deep breath, she felt a pang of regret. If only she had accepted Jiang Muye earlier, they could have been sweetly together instead of this awkwardness. Yet, she was unwilling to give up on him. He was her first love. As Jiang Muye watched the film, he found it quite enjoyable. The 3D effects were remarkable, explaining the throngs of viewers. Certain thrilling and terrifying scenes elicited gasps from the audience, yet Jiang Muye remained unfazed, as he was the type who could eat while watching horror films like Sadako. While he remained composed, he heard a soft whimper beside him, followed by a delicate figure leaning against him. Jiang Muye felt a jolt. He could sense her trembling. She was so close, her hurried breaths brushing against his cheek. A fleeting glance revealed Xia Shiran's disheveled hair and pale face, yet her beauty shone through, lending her a vulnerable charm. She tilted her head toward his shoulder, her intentions unmistakable. A frown creased Jiang Muye's brow. He had seen this tactic before, but it held no sway over him. Just as Xia Shiran feigned fear to snuggle closer, she accidentally bumped her head against the armrest with a loud thud, drawing the attention of those around them. "Are you all right, Shiran?" Yuan asked, surprised. Embarrassed, Xia Shiran rubbed her head and responded, "I'm fine, just continue watching the movie." When she glanced over, she noticed Jiang Muye had shifted one seat away, engrossed in the film with an icy demeanor, showing no concern for her discomfort. Xia Shiran's cheeks flushed with frustration, on the verge of tears. Was he truly such a blatant straight man? Why had he turned so callous after once showing her affection? She found it impossible to focus on the movie, her eyes searching for a sign from Jiang Muye, but he offered none. Heartbroken, she felt isolated and aggrieved while others basked in their couple's bliss. Memories of the warm, affectionate Jiang Muye flooded her mind, leaving her yearning for the past. When had he changed? Why had he shut her out? As Xia Shiran wallowed in her disappointment, Yuan grasped her hand, offering consolation. "It will be all right." Xia Shiran managed a faint smile. She resolved not to be discouraged. She would find a way to bring Jiang Muye back to her. If he took the first step towards her, she would gladly cover the remaining distance. After the film concluded, Xia Shiran blushed and asked Jiang Muye, "Do you have any plans afterwards?" Jiang Muye replied nonchalantly, "No." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Xia Shiran inquired, "Could you possibly?" Just as she was about to suggest a date, Jiang Muye interrupted, "I'm going to sleep. I'm tired. I could keep you company." "No, wait." Upon comprehending his words, Xia Shiran abruptly stopped, her face burning with embarrassment, wishing she could sink into the ground. Accompany him to sleep? Was he that too forward? She had nearly revealed her true feelings. Jiang Muye narrowed his eyes, his tone calm as he announced, "I'm leaving now." "All right," Xia Shiran sighed, watching him pocket his hands and exit the cinema, her gaze lingering with a hint of sorrow. "See you tomorrow," Yuan questioned. "You're just letting him go like that?" Chapter 16. The DR ring is given to one person for a lifetime. "Well, I cannot force him to stay," said Xia Shiran earnestly. "I'm already content with the fact that he can see me. After all, he has waited for me for so long. What is a little wait on my part?" Previously, she found Jiang Muye's pursuit rather bothersome, as it disrupted her studies. However, she has now come to realize that without his pursuit, studying has become a rather dull endeavor. It turns out that only his presence can make studying enjoyable. Xia Shiran now yearns to reclaim her greatest joy. "Shall we return to the dormitory now?" asked the round-faced girl. Xia Shiran shook her head. "No, we're going to buy a ring." "Buy a ring?" Round exclaimed in astonishment. Xia Shiran nodded, stating, "Since I couldn't find the DR ring he lost, I shall purchase a new DR ring to return him." Round gazed at Xia Shiran's determined expression and silently marveled. She once thought Jiang Muye was devoted enough, but now she realizes Xia Shiran's deep affection. "Are you really going to buy a DR ring?" asked Xiao Miao. "Isn't that a ring meant for one person for a lifetime? You can only buy one DR diamond ring with your ID. Have you thought this through? If you regret it, you can't buy another for anyone else." Xia Shiran nodded, her gaze resolute as she replied, "I have thought it through. Since Jiang Muye gave his only ring to me, what harm is there in giving my only ring back to him? He is my one and only, irreplaceable. Let us go buy the ring." Round encouraged Xia Shiran. Overjoyed, Xia Shiran immediately led her friends to the DR store in the mall. When a sales associate learned that Xia Shiran had come alone to buy a diamond ring to pursue someone, she was somewhat taken aback. Such a beautiful girl still needs to buy a diamond ring to pursue someone? What a blind fool. Xia Shiran gazed longingly at the DR rings in the display case. After searching for a week, she finally found the exact model Jiang Muye had purchased. "How much is this one?" Xia Shiran inquired. "This diamond ring is one of DR's bestsellers, known as the Beloved model, priced at 600 yuan, the sales associate explained. Xia Shiran was astonished. So, the diamond ring was called Beloved. Jiang Muye must have regarded her as his beloved, hence the purchase. Yet, she had taken it for granted. 8,600 yuan? How expensive. I thought it would only be a couple of thousand for a regular model. Round exclaimed. "Oh, I remember now. Gao Kai mentioned that Jiang Muye had been working for a long time, saving every penny, hiding in the dormitory to save up for something. It turns out he was saving for this ring. His feelings for Xia Shiran are so genuine. How could he spend so much?" The bespectacled girl had initially disapproved of Jiang Muye and Xia Shiran's relationship, but now she was moved by Jiang Muye's sincerity. If a handsome and devoted boy were to pursue her, she would probably accept. In light of this, Xiaoshiran truly did not appreciate such a devoted boy now. Even if Jiang Muye chose to ignore her, it would be deserved. After all, Xiaoshiran had been overly demanding, and she had failed to recognize the romantic and profound affection laid before her. The chatter of her friends weighed heavily on Xiaoshiran's heart. She was utterly unaware of Jiang Muye's silent sacrifices. She couldn't even bear to eat instant noodles for a day, let alone endure several months of it. She was aware of Jiang Muye's challenging family circumstances, with both his parents working in a factory. Their mothers had been high school classmates and had jokingly arranged a childhood engagement between them. Xiaoshiran had never taken this engagement seriously, believing she would never end up with Jiang Muye. However, she now realized how misguided she had been. She felt grateful to her parents for arranging this childhood engagement. Had it not been for this connection, she might never have associated with Jiang Muye. Xiaoshiran requested the sales associate to fetch the ring. Trembling, she placed the diamond ring on her finger. Although she had gazed at Jiang Muye's diamond ring 99 times, she had never worn it. Now, wearing it felt far more appropriate than she had imagined. It looked exquisite. Yet, she mused, if Jiang Muye were to put on her finger, it would surely be even more fitting. With that thought, her heart began to flutter. She promptly decided to purchase the ring, declaring, "I want this beloved model." Very well. The sales associate nodded, preparing to wrap it up. Xiaoshiran swiftly began to swipe her card. Although her parents were university professors and their financial situation was stable, she was using her scholarship for this purchase. She wanted to convey to Jiang Muye that she was equally sincere and serious about being with him. After buying the ring, Xiaoshiran placed it in a velvet box. "Why are you taking it off?" Round Round inquired, puzzled. Xiaoshiran smiled, her face alight with anticipation. "I want to wear it after successfully proposing to Jiang Muye." Her friends were stunned. They had initially thought Xiaoshiran was merely replacing the lost diamond ring. But now she was speaking of a proposal. The bespectacled girl exclaimed, "Xiaoshiran, have you thought this through? That's a proposal. There will be many onlookers. If it fails, it will be quite embarrassing. If it doesn't succeed, I'll only be embarrassed once. But if it does succeed, I will gain a person. How can that not be worth it?" Xiaoshiran's lips curled into a smile. Her optimism instantly garnered support from everyone. Who would be willing to risk everything for love? Isn't that what youth is all about? You should be about pursuing a passionate romance, ensuring there are no regrets. After watching the movie, Jiang Muye took a taxi to his duplex seaside villa in Jiangling Garden. This villa, located by the sea, boasts a pleasant view and covers over 1,000 square meters. Its vastness is astonishing, and it is elegantly decorated, with the overall decor being quite valuable. Upon drawing back the curtains, Jiang Muye could see the ocean and the beach outside. Living here is indeed wonderful, allowing one to witness the ebb and flow of the tides. Truly comfortable. Jiang Muye recalled the luxury car garage and eagerly made his way there. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still astonished upon seeing a row of luxury cars. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Maybach S580, convertible Ferrari 458, Porsche 918, Ferrari F12 TDF, Alfa business van, Mercedes-Benz SLR 722. Each car here is worth a fortune. Jiang Muye tried sitting in each one, relishing the comfort. The high prices clearly reflect their quality. Driving one of these cars around campus would surely be quite impressive. After much deliberation, he finally decided to take the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost from among the dozens of cars. After all, he could only drive one at a time, so the others would serve as alternatives. If he grew tired of the Rolls-Royce, he could always switch to another. Jiang Muye drove off in the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. The sensation of soaring on the road was exhilarating, especially in a convertible. However, feeling the cold wind blowing was too much, so he promptly put the top up. He parked the car at a shop across from the school for maintenance, so it would be convenient to pick it up afterward. The maintenance costs are not low, especially for luxury cars. However, Jiang Muye was not sure on money. He swiped his card without hesitation, paying several thousand yuan for the service. This left the employees astounded. This is what one calls a wealthy second-generation individual, truly free with money. As night descended, the moonlight hung hazily among the treetops, stealthily slipping through the window. Chapter 17. Esports lacks love. Cold Ruo Lee, with her hair cascading down, was engrossed in a game, clad in a black tank top and denim shorts. Her fingers danced across the keyboard while her right hand deftly maneuvered the mouse, her gaze unwavering from the computer screen. The ample contours of her chest quivered with the intensity of the game, and even her crimson lips were slightly bitten in response to the tense atmosphere. At that moment, the door swung open. Milu, a striking figure with slender legs and a captivating waist, entered, sporting an LV bag. Observing Cold Ruo Lee's fervent engagement in the game, she expressed her astonishment. "Aren't you the one who claimed to be uninterested in gaming? What prompted this sudden foray into PUBG?" Milu had attempted the game on several occasions, but had quickly uninstalled it after repeated failures. She had previously invited Cold Ruo Lee to join, only to find her disinterested in the battle royale genre. With a gentle smile, Cold Ruo Lee replied, "The boy I admire is quite fond of PUBG, so I wish to hone my skills." She had learned of Jiang Muye's passion for the game through screenshots from his social media. Thus, she resolved to practice diligently, hoping to eventually enjoy sweet duo matches with him. "What skills are you honing?" "He'll carry you through the ranks effortlessly," Milu pondered, unable to comprehend. After all, wouldn't boys prefer girls to be somewhat inexperienced, thus igniting more excitement in the game? I consulted online sources, and they unanimously state that in esports, love is non-existent. With a gaming girl, it's merely an illusion, and a girl's lack of skill can hinder progress. "I don't wish to be a burden," Cold Ruo Lee asserted earnestly. "I don't want him to carry the weight of my shortcomings. If possible, I wish to fight alongside him, sharing gear and victories. I want to play PUBG with the one I adore." Upon hearing Cold Ruo Lee's heartfelt declaration, Milu couldn't help but exclaim, "Your aspirations are truly commendable, worthy of emulation." Just as Cold Ruo Lee was about to respond, a swift sound indicated her demise at the hands of an AWM sniper. She lamented, "So close to a chicken dinner." Pouting, she declared, "I've been camping for ages. I must try again." "You're simply too adorable," Milu remarked, inspired by the affection Cold Ruo Lee radiated. "The young man you have your eye on is indeed fortunate. I can only wonder what blessings allow him to earn your admiration." Cold Ruo Lee's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. "He absolutely deserves my affection. I take pride in his exceptional qualities." When Jiang Muye's name was mentioned, her eyes sparkled with stars, her lips curling into a smile. "He excels academically, possesses a wonderful personality, works diligently, is devoted and kind-hearted, and above all, he is handsome. And, all right, that's enough. About the picture," Milu interrupted, observing how the admiration in Cold Ruo Lee's expression could lead her to rhapsodize endlessly. It was evident that Cold Ruo Lee was genuinely enamored. Milu, with a knowing smile, teased, "So what intimate gift did he present you today?" Cold Ruo Lee's face lowered, instantly enveloped in a crimson blush. "Well," Milu began to tickle her playfully. With a giggle, Cold Ruo Lee's face grew even redder as she murmured, "He bought cotton ones." "Wow," Milu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "You've struck gold. But why?" Cold Ruo Lee, puzzled, inquired further. "Buying lace implies he is an experienced man. Ice silk suggests he is daring. Cotton, however, he signifies he is delightfully reserved." Milu's hands waved joyfully, causing her ample curves to sway. "You should simply pursue him." "Huh? A reserved man is the most enticing," Milu continued enthusiastically. "With a modest exterior, yet a wild heart. It's easy to convert a sweet puppy into a fierce wolf. What are you waiting for?" Cold Ruo Lee blushed deeply. "Is that really appropriate?" She felt bashful, having only dreamed of a romance with Jiang Muye, holding hands, embracing, and perhaps a kiss. But the thought of being the one to initiate such actions felt daunting. In her mind, she envisioned herself as a ripe pomegranate, vividly red and irresistibly alluring, yearning to be tasted. In truth, it was too difficult to make advances towards a boy. Although she had never done so, she had watched countless idol dramas. If all else failed, they could always resort to drinking to loosen the atmosphere. As Milu described in Decent Scenarios, Cold Ruo Lee's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of pink. Though imagining was easy, the reality proved to be quite different. "Milu, I need to focus on my game." Cold Ruo Lee, feeling particularly shy, quickly shifted the topic and initiated another round. Yet her thoughts strayed far from the game, leading her down a path of inappropriate fantasies. She envisioned Jiang Muye, his shirt unbuttoned, revealing his alluring Adam's apple, gazing at her drunkenly. Then, she pictured herself straddling him, leaning down to kiss his handsome lips and taking his hands too. No, she couldn't allow her thoughts to wander any further. Cold Roali tightly shut her eyes, lost in her daydreams. When the sound of gunfire jolted her back to reality, she had met her demise once more. Tears threatened to spill. As Cold Roali repeatedly navigated the battleground of PUBG, Jiang Muye, too, logged into the game. His roommate had gone out on a date, leaving only him and two others, Lao He and Kai Zi, in the dorm. We're short one player. Let us invite someone else, Kai Zi suggested, noticing the empty slot. Jiang Muye glanced at his friend list and noticed one of his acquaintances online, Lu Ying. Without a second thought, he sent an invitation. Soon, Lu Ying joined the room, adorned in the latest skins, embodying youthful vitality. It was evident she was a premium player, albeit with a low rank, merely at silver. Curiosity piqued. Lao He initiated a conversation. Is Lu Ying a girl? My, when did you add her? Jiang Muye was equally puzzled. Who is Lu Ying? He had no recollection. Then, Lu Ying activated her microphone. A melodious, cool voice resonated. I am Cold Roali. The revelation stunned everyone. Lao He nearly dropped his phone in disbelief, exclaiming, Cold School Beauty? He immediately turned to Jiang Muye, his eyes wide with curiosity, demanding, what is going on? How do you have Cold Roali's gaming account? Even the usually composed Kai Zi was exhilarated. She was the object of admiration for every boy in school, and now she was playing PUBG with them. Jiang Muye was taken aback as well. He realized he had Cold Roali on his WeChat, and since he logged in with that account, it naturally allowed him to invite her. Suddenly, memories of her unabashed confession flooded back, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Should he kick her out or allow her to stay in the room? Chapter 18. The mysterious gift from the goddess, as Jiang Muye found himself in a dilemma. Lao He excitedly exclaimed, Don't worry, Cold School Beauty. With us around, you're guaranteed to secure a chicken dinner. I am, after all, a sharpshooter. Kai Zi nodded in agreement. You can rest assured that you'll easily win. Just follow our convoy. Who just got eliminated? Jiang Muye shot a sideways glance at Kai Zi. Kai Zi, no need to tear down the spirit. Our Cold School Beauty is a steadfast silver player. We can certainly carry her. Then join our convoy, Jiang Muye suggested, feeling compelled to honor his roommate's enthusiasm. It would be too cruel to dismiss a girl outright. All right, Cold Roali replied softly. Soon after, a cheerful game notification chimed, and both Kai Zi and Lao He received a gift message simultaneously. They eagerly clicked to reveal that it was a gift sent by their friend, Lu Ying. Lao He was ecstatic. It's the ice crystal armor set that I've always wanted. Kai Zi was equally thrilled. What is going on? Am I seeing this correctly? It's the hunter's coat. Isn't this something you can only find by chance? How did you manage to get it? Cold Roali's calm voice interjected. My family collaborates with Photon Studio. I merely made a casual request. Such a nonchalant statement sparked envy and admiration. These skins were rewards that others had labored for several seasons without success. Yet Cold Roali had obtained them with ease. Who wouldn't be delighted to receive such gifts? Kai Zi and Lao He reveled in their excitement. But Lao He, casting a glance at Jiang Muye, couldn't help but boast, why didn't you get anything? Could it be that Cold School Beauty didn't send you anything? Indeed, Jiang Muye had not seen any notifications in the game backend. However, he remained unconcerned. After all, success in the game depended on skill, not monetary investment. No matter how splendid the skins were, they wouldn't save one from being eliminated first. Lao He's comment was overheard by Cold Roali, who shyly stated, That's not true. The gifts for Jiang Muye are certainly handpicked. Ding! Jiang Muye's backend inbox suddenly buzzed with alerts. City Defender Trenchcoat, UZI Fury, Night Hunter, Golden Scarel Skin, Supreme Golden Dragon Set, Invincible Parachute, Olive Frying Pan, Golden Maserati. Jiang Muye was left astounded, overwhelmed by the sheer number of over 30 rare gifts Cold Roali had sent. These items were not merely purchasable with money. The probability of obtaining them was a mere 0.33. They truly belonged to the realm of the fortunate. Lao He was utterly astonished, gazing at Jiang Muye with envy. Can I borrow your account? This is simply incredible. Kai Zi gasped. That must have cost a fortune. Jiang Muye remained in a state of shock. These were the very items he had longed for, especially the golden Maserati, which he had previously deemed too expensive at 2,000. Now, its price had skyrocketed to 5 or 6,000, becoming a coveted dream vehicle. He never expected to actually possess it, not to mention the invincible parachute and the supreme Golden Dragon set. It felt like a dream. This was akin to being fully equipped with top-tier gear. Suddenly, a sense of pressure washed over Jiang Muye. No matter how wealthy Cold Ruoli was, money did not grow on trees. He was not inclined to take advantage of her generosity, promptly stating, "That must have cost you quite a bit. I can reimburse you." At that moment, He was utterly perplexed, tugging at Jiang Muye's wrist in disbelief. "You must be joking. That's a significant amount." "I know," Jiang Muye replied calmly. In the past, such a sum would have been a small fortune for him. However, now he felt fearless. He did not wish to exploit the kindness of a girl, especially not to accept so much from her. "It's not expensive. I didn't spend much. Consider it as you being my gaming partner, helping me rank up." Cold Ruoli insisted on treating Jiang Muye with such generosity. He nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Cold School Beauty. Rest assured, we'll definitely help you rank up." He playfully nudged Jiang Muye, signaling him to seize this opportunity. After all, she was a prominent school beauty who seemed to take an interest in him. What better chance for a man to shine, especially after Jiang Muye had recently experienced heartbreak? "Let us get started," Jiang Muye affirmed. Reflecting on it, Cold Ruoli didn't lack for money. She was here to enjoy the game and improve her skills. Hence, he would assist her in ranking up, also expressing his gratitude for her generous gifts. Cold Ruoli felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Finally, she could team up with Jiang Muye, motivating her to perform well and not hinder his progress. During the preparation phase of the game, it was evident that Jiang Muye's extraordinary outfit and flashy Maserati caught everyone's attention. The public chat was soon abuzz with excitement. "Wow, a wealthy player has appeared. Can the rich carry us to victory? How much did you spend on that Maserati? Wow, and the Supreme Golden Dragon. Is this a display of wealth? Rich guy, can you change outfits?" Jiang Muye thought, will they believe that I received all this for free? Even if he revealed the truth, it was unlikely that anyone would accept it. In no time, Jiang Muye found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers. His dazzling skins stood out amidst the ordinary. And with the Maserati, he drove Cold Ruoli, Lao He, and Kai Zi around, drawing envious glances from onlookers. Of course, jealousy stirred among some. "I'll make sure to take him down. I'll turn him into loot. This guy is in for it. He is bound to be the target of an onslaught, and his gear will be up for grabs." In a society where the strong prey on the weak, was it truly fair to treat a wealthy player like this? Jiang Muye found it amusing. However, Cold Ruoli would not stand for such treatment, responding defiantly, "He won't be eliminated. I will protect him." Her melodious voice, like the chime of wind bells, sent the boys in the public chat into a frenzy. "Wow, their SA girl. Protect the girl in front. Rich guy, you can't hog her all to yourself. Oh, if only a girl would protect me too. How would be a bit?" Those who had just threatened to take Jiang Muye down were now consumed with jealousy and resentment. How infuriating it was that not only was he a wealthy player, but he also had a beautiful companion to shield him. Chapter 19. Jiang Muye, you are truly fortunate. He clicked his tongue, filled with envy as he remarked, "Muye, you are truly blessed." Kai Zi chimed in. "Even the Cold School Beauty has come to defend you. Your future is limitless." Jiang Muye's face flushed crimson as he retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He activated the global microphone and responded to the boisterous netizens. "No matter how much you shout, you'll still be taken down by my headshot." The audacity in Jiang Muye's words, combined with his languid demeanor, exuded an air of fearlessness. The crowd collectively gasped. A wealthy player speaking such bold words. Could he be the legendary sharpshooter? "Rich guy, I wasn't talking about you. I just want to ride your coattails." Someone joked. "I see him just putting on a show. Didn't they say that 9 out of 10 players who spend money still play poorly? He'll be in for a rude awakening soon." Cold Ruoli instinctively interjected, "Jiang Muye, don't listen to them. I believe in you." Her voice was particularly resolute, filled with unwavering confidence directed at Jiang Muye. Kai Zi quickly muted the microphone, astonished. and said, "That's the most I've heard Cold School Beauty say in one go." Oldie nodded in agreement. Who says otherwise? Cold School Beauty is so aloof with other boys. You must have hit the jackpot. Jiang Muye, however, remained composed and said, "Let's focus on playing the game. Where to jump? G-port?" Oldie responded, "That's too dangerous. We have the Cold School Beauty with us. Do you want her to end up in a box?" Kai Z suggested, "Let's go for the jungle. That way, we can still develop for a bit." If it were Jiang Muye, he would have jumped straight into G-port or the military base for a thrilling massacre. But this time, he promised to take Cold Ruoli along, so they had to play it safe. As Jiang Muye was about to change the parachute drop location, Cold Ruoli inquired, "Aren't we jumping to G-port?" Jiang Muye replied, "It's too dangerous." "If you're there, it's not dangerous at all," Cold Ruoli blurted out instinctively. Jiang Muye's face instantly became flushed with heat. Her voice was so sincere that it stirred something deep within him. Old he and the others began to chuckle quietly. Cold Ruoli soon realized her words had been too direct. Her cheeks turned a rosy hue as she said, "Let's jump to G-port. Don't worry about me. I will protect myself and won't hold you back." Seeing Cold Ruoli say so, Jiang Muye felt reassured and replied, "All right, then we'll jump to G-port. You can loop behind me." Cold Ruoli nodded, smiling, "Okay." Old he and Kai Z exchanged glances. Is this really the Cold School Beauty? The one known for her disdain for boys, so frosty and aloof? Now, in front of Jiang Muye, she resembled a delicate and soft girl. If it weren't for her voice being the same, they would suspect someone else was playing for her. Jiang Muye and Cold Ruoli jumped directly into G-port. As he had imagined, there were swathes of players around. Oldie exclaimed in panic, "Oh my, why are there so many people? We're definitely going to end up in boxes this time. It wouldn't matter if we became boxes ourselves, but what if we dragged the Cold School Beauty down with us?" Calm down. We can't let them take us out," Jiang Muye said with composure. At that moment, he had already entered the system store and began to exchange his spirit points for the professional god skill. This skill would grant Jiang Muye godly abilities, enabling him to achieve perfect accuracy and become a super player comparable to professional gamers. Thus, Jiang Muye remained unflustered, entirely confident. Oldie sighed, "Don't let Cold School Beauty make you arrogant. While you usually shoot accurately, can you withstand a group assault? How many times have you ended up in a box today?" Jiang Muye's skills were not lacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached this rank. However, he often took risks at popular locations, only to be taken down at critical moments. This time, luck would be on his side. Jiang Muye held his head high, brimming with confidence. "I don't believe you," Old he thought, feeling that disaster was imminent, especially since he had just landed in the same building as an enemy. He cursed internally. Just then, the enemy picked up a gun first. This was bad. As Old he awaited his demise in despair, he heard a clang as Jiang Muye, wielding a frying pan, charged in and knocked the enemy out effortlessly. "Muye, you're incredible." Oldie was dumbfounded. This skill was top-notch. Jiang Muye scoffed, of course. "I just said it was a matter of luck." After looting the enemy's gear, he found Cold Ruoli hiding behind a crate. He generously shared most of his guns and ammunition with her. "Do you have a helmet?" Jiang Muye inquired. "Not yet. Here." Jiang Muye removed his helmet and handed it to Cold Ruoli along with his level 2 armor. "What about you?" Cold Ruoli asked, filled with concern. "I'll be fine. They can't take me down," Jiang Muye assured confidently. Of course, with his godly skills, he had no fear of these minor foes. "Just be careful," Cold Ruoli cautioned shyly. "Sure." Oldie teased, "What about me? What do I get?" Jiang Muye smirked. "You're asking for too much. You don't get anything." Prioritizing beauty over friendship. He had promised to help her rank up, and besides, being a girl, did she even need protection? Jiang Muye countered. This left Old he speechless. Indeed, Cold School Beauty was a girl, stunning and wealthy, just gifted such a fine skin. Not to mention, he would gladly treat her to a meal. Jiang Muye told Cold Ruoli, "Stay behind me. After I take them down, I'll loot." "All right." Cold Ruoli nodded. Jiang Muye instructed her to hide in a corner while he dealt with the enemies. Outside, danger lurked everywhere amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Yet, unlike Old he and Kai Z, who were hiding in fear, Jiang Muye boldly leaped atop the metal crates. Just when he thought he was done for, Jiang Muye nimbly maneuvered through the hail of bullets. Though he sustained some injuries, and his level 2 armor was damaged. His marksmanship improved with each shot. At the moment when he was nearly out of health, he managed to catch an opponent off guard and eliminate them. Coldruoli, loot, Jiang Muye said firmly. Emerging from her hiding spot, Coldruoli quickly looted and then darted back to Jiang Muye's side. Initially, Jiang Muye intended to scout for enemies, but Coldruoli handed him a level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, a level 3 backpack, and a 98K sniper rifle along with extra ammunition. Here you go. Coldruoli smiled. Jiang Muye was perplexed. You should keep it. No, I looted to give it to you. You need the best gear to charge into battle. If I take the best equipment and die first, it would hinder the entire team, Coldruoli explained methodically. Jiang Muye hadn't anticipated Coldruoli's foresight and strategic thinking. Then you've chosen wisely. We'll definitely secure victory this time, Jiang Muye remarked, a smile forming on his lips. Chapter 20. Thought to be a bronze player, but turned out to be a king? Jiang Muye calmly accepted everything offered by Long Ruoli. Naturally, he had no reason to feel guilty towards her. He drove his golden Maserati, taking Long Ruoli to collect an airdrop. After she looted the airdrop, gunfire erupted. Go, Jiang Muye commanded, and Long Ruoli quickly hopped into the car. As the driver, Jiang Muye found himself under fire, his health dwindling dangerously low. Long Ruoli was furious. How dare they shoot at the boy she liked? Watch out. Just as Jiang Muye worried for her, he heard a barrage of gunfire. It was Long Ruoli, wielding an AKM assault rifle, shooting with remarkable precision. The enemy had only managed to hit Jiang Muye once, but now they were being mercilessly mowed down by Long Ruoli's relentless assault. In a flurry of skillful maneuvers, she obliterated all the surrounding foes. Jiang Muye was taken aback. What he thought was a bronze player turned out to be a true champion. Kai Zi and Lao He were equally astonished, their admiration palpable. Lung School Belle, you're incredible. Jiang Muye nodded in agreement, very impressive. Long Ruoli, blushing, modestly replied, just average. Now quickly use the health packs. In truth, her heart soared with immense happiness. She would never admit that she had practiced for a long time in the novice arena, just to play with Jiang Muye. Once the car came to a halt, she jumped out and handed him 20 health packs, leaving Jiang Muye astounded. He chuckled, though I'm low on health, I don't need this many. One will suffice. Long Ruoli's face flushed crimson. Then I'll save them for you. You might need them later. She began to gather the health packs again. The girl was quite adept, and they rightfully claimed victory in that game. After several rounds, they consistently achieved the #1 spot. Even after the lights went out, they still felt unsatisfied. When Xiao Beige returned from his date and learned about their 10 consecutive victories, he was utterly dumbfounded. His jaw nearly dropped upon discovering that the girl playing alongside them was none other than Long Ruoli. What did you say? Lung School Belle? Don't joke around. She never plays games. Xiao Beige was shocked to hear that Long Ruoli, who had previously rejected offers from boys to play games, claiming no interest whatsoever, was now the one playing a shooting game. Yet now, everyone was telling him that the female player on the opposing team was indeed Long Ruoli. Was this a prank? Jiang Muye firmly stated, it's true. Suddenly, they heard Long Ruoli's melodious voice. Hello, I am Long Ruoli. Xiao Beige was left utterly astonished. It was indeed her voice, but much less aloof. What made you want to play games all of a sudden? Xiao Beige asked, still in disbelief. I want to pursue someone. At her words, everyone turned to Jiang Muye and began to chuckle. Jiang Muye's face turned beet red. He scratched his head, completely unprepared for Long Ruoli's forthrightness. As the only single one among them, he realized that even though she didn't name names, everyone understood the implication. Feigning nonchalance, he said, it's late. Let us get some rest. Good night. He promptly disbanded the team. Xiao Beige, agitated, protested. I haven't finished my conversation with Lung School Belle. What are you chatting about? Go to bed. Jiang Muye glared at him. Xiao Beige shook his head. You're quite fortunate, aren't you? During the day, the summer school belle pursues you, and at night, Lung School Belle plays games with you. Are you trying to be like King Shi Xian? He teased. Should I tell Suya that you're being fickle? Don't, Muzi, I was wrong. Jiang Muye hastily replied. If you tell her, she won let me off easily. Look at your lack of backbone. I'm off to brush my teeth. Jiang Muye instinctively headed to the bathroom to wash up before crawling into bed. When he glanced at his phone, he noticed a WeChat message. Upon opening it, He found it was from Lung Ruoli. Thank you for playing games with me today. I had fun. Good night. Sleep well. Jiang Muye instinctively recalled the moment Lung Ruoli avenged him in the game, and a smile crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, Lung Ruoli, clutching her phone, anxiously awaited a response. She had sent her message and was growing impatient. Despite her fatigue, she feared missing a reply, so she resisted sleep. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Eagerly, she picked up her phone to see good night. Lung Ruoli could not help but beam, rolling around her bed in sheer delight. He replied. As night deepened, dawn broke with radiant sunlight, breathing life into everything. As morning dew trickled down the leaves, a sudden shout shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Look, Lung School Bell is downstairs with breakfast. This sparked a flurry of excitement among the students. The boys, who had been sound asleep in their dorms, rushed to the balcony to see. Indeed, their longed-for-Lung School Bell stood below. Lung Ruoli stood gracefully, her long lashes softly brushing her eyelids, her skin exquisitely fair, reminiscent of a peeled lychee. Dressed in a beige knitted sweater paired with a pleated skirt, she appeared both beautiful and alluring. Her black hair was lazily tied up, and her delicate features exuded serenity, her eyes shimmering yet calm. Uninterested in the drooling boys around her, she held a bag of sumptuous breakfast, clearly waiting for someone. The boys buzzed with excitement, speculating which boy she was waiting for. Is she in a relationship? I wish I could have her breakfast. Has she been waiting long? Her little face looks frozen. If it were me, I'd have rushed down to fetch her breakfast. Who wouldn't cherish such a moment? Could it be that there's a boy bold enough to pursue Lung School Bell? Is he too arrogant, or am I just not worthy? Amidst the chatter, a voice chimed in. She wouldn't be waiting for Jiang Muye, would she? Didn't someone capture them leaving together? Instantly, someone dismissed the idea. Don't be ridiculous. Jiang Muye couldn't even win over the summer school bell. How could he pursue Lung Ruoli? Anyone who can make her take such a risk surely possesses extraordinary qualities. Last time, didn't someone clarify that Jiang Muye and Lung Ruoli just happened to meet by chance? Lung Ruoli wouldn't be waiting for him. As the discussion swirled, the previously composed Lung Ruoli's eyes brightened upon seeing something. Jiang Muye, with her cheerful call, a handsome young man appeared before them. Chapter 21. What malice could the cold school bell possess? Just a little kitten. The gaze of the boy was fervent, tall, and handsome, clad simply in a white shirt, yet exuding a remarkable presence. Everyone was taken aback. The typically aloof cold school bell now beamed with a radiant smile, bashfully rushing to Jiang Muye's side. When she smiled, it was as if the entire world began to brighten. In her brilliant eyes lay a profound admiration. Without hesitation, she lifted the breakfast high before Jiang Muye. Grinning as she said, I brought you breakfast. I wonder if you like it. This sparked envy among many boys. To have the cold school bell bring breakfast was a privilege. Even a mere smile from her was a treasure. Jiang Muye was undeniably fortunate. It was a twist of fate. Although he had failed to win over the summer belle, he had captured the attention of the cold school belle, who was even more beautiful and affluent. Jiang Muye was indeed extraordinary. The popularity of the cold school belle was unmatched. After all, she was the foremost among the four school beauties. Jiang Muye was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that Lung Ruoli would come to deliver breakfast to him. He was aware of her feelings for him, but he did not expect such boldness in front of so many onlookers. Jiang Muye had learned about Lung Ruoli's past. She preferred tranquility and never sought the limelight. Yet here she was, presenting breakfast in front of a crowd, a testament to her affection. He felt both honored and astonished. This was the first time a girl had given him breakfast, especially a major school beauty. Jiang Muye's ears flushed slightly as he stammered, I've already had breakfast. You should eat it. This was not a lie. He had consumed some milk and bread earlier. However, he had not anticipated that Lung Ruoli would wait downstairs with breakfast in hand. When Jiang Muye returned the breakfast to Lung Ruoli, shock rippled through the crowd. Was this some kind of joke? The cold school belle had offered breakfast, and yet Jiang Muye had turned it down? He must be exceptionally oblivious. A wave of frustration washed over the onlookers, who were both envious and resentful, unable to secure such attention, only for him to refuse it. Truly, comparisons could be mortifying. Congratulations, host. You have declined the cold school belle's breakfast. You are rewarded with 200,000, and your pride value increases by 500. Please continue to strive. The system's notification left Jiang Muye utterly astonished. This was no ordinary rejection of favors. It was a single dog system, seemingly wishing for him to remain alone. However, declining the breakfast was perhaps beneficial, as it might prompt Lung Ruoli to retreat. At that moment, he had little inclination for romance. He merely wished to focus on studying and earning money. Upon accepting the breakfast, Lung Ruoli did not shed tears in sorrow. Though a flicker of disappointment lingered in her heart, she refused to succumb to despair over such a rejection. May I bring you breakfast again tomorrow? If not, we could go to the cafeteria together, she suggested, her doe-like eyes sparkling with determination. Jiang Muye, gazing at her innocent visage, felt a twinge of compassion. Lung Ruoli hurriedly added, think of it as a reward for playing games with me, all right? Her eagerness was palpable. Before Jiang Muye could respond, Xiao Beige and Lao He arrived, exuberantly chiming in, great, let's have lunch together. What are you doing? Jiang Muye glared at his two friends, who had so eagerly agreed on his behalf. The cold school belle simply wishes to share a meal with us. It would be impolite to refuse, Xiao Beige chuckled. Lao He nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should act like gentlemen. It's merely a meal. What harm could it do? Jiang Muye realized that outright refusal would lack decorum, particularly with so many witnesses, and he couldn't possibly embarrass her, given that she was a girl. All right then. Lung Ruoli's cheeks flushed with shyness as she replied, see you at noon. She flashed a smile before departing. Jiang Muye glanced at the grinning Lao He and Xiao Beige, remarking, you two seem even happier than I am. Ma, you're quite the catch. The cold school belle brought you breakfast and even invited you to lunch. They exclaimed, indeed, you are the pride of our dormitory. Who would have thought that a single man could be so sought after by the cold school belle? Jiang Muye contemplated this. A girl being so proactive was indeed a rare occurrence, especially someone as popular as Lung Ruoli. Her pursuit of him was a bold move. He could already feel the envious gazes directed at him from every corner, as being pursued by the cold school belle was undoubtedly a source of pride. Honestly, do you have feelings for the cold school belle? Xiao Beige inquired curiously. I don't know, Jiang Muye replied. I'm still adjusting to my state of mind after my last relationship, and I hadn't anticipated moving on so soon. You shouldn't pressure yourself so much. Just explore your feelings. You might find something to cherish through interaction, Lao He suggested, resting a hand on Jiang Muye's shoulder. Besides, the cold school belle is stunning and has a captivating figure. It's worth getting to know her. Jiang Muye was reluctant to remain stagnant and recognized the wisdom in their words. He wished to venture into new realms, perhaps discovering new vistas along the way. With this thought, he felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in dormitory 306. Yuan excitedly exclaimed, I heard that Lung Ruoli delivered breakfast to Jiang Muye today. Is that true? The bespectacled girl gasped, astonished that the typically reserved cold school belle could be so daring. Absolutely. The entire campus buzzed with it. Jiang Muye has become an overnight sensation, and all the boys envy him. Yuan continued, brimming with excitement. I heard she even invited him a lunch. At that moment, a loud crash echoed as Xia Shiran entered, her phone clattering to the ground. Did he agree? She anxiously pressed. Of course he did. After all, it was the cold school belle who invited him. Yuan replied instinctively. Upon hearing this, Xia Shiran's heart shattered. She had never imagined Jiang Muye would accept an invitation to dine with Lung Ruoli. The bespectacled girl, noticing Xia Shiran's despondency, immediately encouraged her. What's wrong with having lunch together? It's not like they're dating. As long as they're not officially together, you still have a chance. Perhaps he's just trying to provoke you. Xia Shiran's eyes began to shine with renewed hope. Indeed, she could not afford to give up. If she allowed Lung Ruoli to succeed, she would surely regret it. Since her affections lay with Jiang Muye, she had to go all out. Thus, at noon, just as Jiang Muye finished his class, he heard a commotion outside. Soon, someone rushed in, excitedly announcing, hurry, someone's looking for you outside. Chapter 22. New love and old flame. Jiang Muye was filled with confusion. Was someone looking for him outside? Who could it be? Instinctively, he moved towards the door, only to discover the enchanting Lung Ruoli standing there, her beautiful eyes sparkling and her lips a delicate shade of red. Upon seeing him, her previously serene expression blossomed into a warm smile. Jiang Muye, you've come. Her voice was sweet. What are you doing here? Jiang Muye asked, puzzled. Have you forgotten? We're supposed to have lunch together. It suddenly dawned on Jiang Muye that he had almost overlooked this arrangement. Lung Ruoli truly valued their plans, arriving bright and early. All right, let us go, she said, instinctively smiling at Jiang Muye. He nodded and called out to his classmates, including Xiao Beige, and soon a group of them made their way to the cafeteria. Lung Ruoli was noticeably more enthusiastic than usual. With a radiant smile, she inquired, what do you all like to eat? Just order whatever you want. Today, I'm treating. That's too generous, Xiao Beige protested. But without hesitation, she turned to the lady at the counter and declared, Auntie, I do like the braised pork ribs. Please add extra gravy and don't spill it. Jiang Muye felt a twinge of annoyance at Xiao Beige's boldness. I'll handle the bill, he insisted, unwilling to let a girl pay. No way. I'm already happy that you're willing to have lunch with me today. How could I let you treat? Lung Ruoli instinctively replied to the cafeteria lady, ordering a spicy salt chicken, stone pot tofu, braised pork with preserved vegetables, 3-flavor meatball soup, steamed fish fillet, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and meatballs, adding a polite thank you at the end. Once she had ordered, she immediately handed the dishes to Jiang Muye, grinning, these are for you. Jiang Muye was taken aback. Weren't these for you? Of course not. I ordered them for you. Aren't these your favorites? The certainty in her tone left Jiang Muye astonished. How did you know these are my favorites? He realized he had never shared a meal with Lung Ruoli before. She began to blush, her face turning crimson. I guessed as they're all popular dishes. But you don't like them? Her lovely eyes fixed intently on Jiang Muye, showing her nervousness. No, I love them. I adore all of these. It was astonishing how well she had captured his tastes. That's wonderful, Lung Ruoli sighed in relief. She had closely observed Jiang Muye's eating habits. Everything he enjoyed was etched in her memory. After placing the dishes on the table, Jiang Muye helped Lung Ruoli with her plate, aware that the dishes were too hot for her delicate hands. Her heart fluttered at his gentlemanly gesture, deepening her admiration for him. Jiang Muye was truly remarkable. If only he would agree to be her boyfriend. She would treat him 1,000 times better. Sitting across from Jiang Muye, Lung Ruoli felt a surge of happiness. Although they were not alone, the proximity was exhilarating. For Jiang Muye was her favorite person. To share a meal with him was pure bliss. As her heart raced with shyness, a shadow suddenly fell over her. Is it all right if I sit here? Startled, Lung Ruoli looked up to find the striking Xia Shiran before her. Her face paled instantly. Biting her lip, she clearly did not want Xia Shiran to intrude. The surrounding students buzzed with excitement. The clash of the two school beauties, with Jiang Muye in the middle, was a spectacle. Everyone was eager to see who would prevail in this rivalry, their chatter intensifying. Wow, Jiang Muye is so lucky. If it were me, I'd embrace both. Didn't someone say, Xia Shiran ignored Jiang Muye? Now she is approaching him? Clearly, she cares. Xia Shiran is still Jiang Muye's fiancée. Isn't this a competition between two school queens for one man? How thrilling. If only it were a contest for me. Jiang Muye was taken aback by Xia Shiran's arrival. Was she really trying to join them? His gaze turned icy as he decisively stated, There's not much space nearby. There's no need to sit here. I prefer not to dine with strangers. This time, Jiang Muye would not grant her the opportunity. Wishing to avoid any entanglement with Xia Shiran, he detested unresolved feelings. He preferred clear boundaries. Lung Ruoli, whose eyes had been dim, instantly brightened upon witnessing Jiang Muye's resolve, a smile gracing her lips. The other students were left in disbelief. Is Jiang Muye really rejecting Xia Shiran's invitation? Calling her a stranger? Impossible. Wasn't he infatuated with her before? Xia Shiran's eyes glistened with unshed tears, unable to believe Jiang Muye could be so cold, publicly denying her. She had lowered her dignity only to receive his harsh rejection. No, she wouldn't accept this. However, lacking the courage, she forced herself to sit down. Seeing the mocking glances from others and the perfect rival, Lung Ruoli, seated before her, Xia Shiran's heart shattered. In a moment of despair, she fled. Xiao Beige and the others were filled with admiration. Jiang Muye truly had backbone, remaining steadfast even when approached by the school beauty. He was indeed a source of pride for men. Xia Shiran was talented yet prideful, and Jiang Muye had endured much while pursuing her. It seemed that fate had turned. Perhaps Xiaoshuran never imagined she would face such a setback. After this meal, Jiang Muye departed under the envious gazes of many. Upon returning to his dorm, he was surrounded by a throng of boys. Clearly, news of his glorious triumph had spread like wildfire among them. They clamored to question him, their words dripping with envy. How did you get to know Long Ruoli? Is it true that she is pursuing you? Jiang Muye, you're incredible. The heartthrob from the neighboring department has been after Long Ruoli for ages, and yet she is drawn to you. I had no idea. I thought you were just a lovesick puppy, but it turns out you were holding back. Now, both Long Ruoli and Xiaoshuran are vying for your affection. You've truly made us men proud. When will you write a book to share your secrets on how to win over two goddesses? Which one do you fancy more? I have a girl I particularly like. Please help me with some tips to win her over. Chapter 23. If I propose to you 99 times, would the goddess of summer take notice of me? Previously, the boys who had been indifferent to Jiang Muye began to humble themselves. They were unwavering in their belief that Jiang Muye could assist them. One by one, they showered him with gifts from gaming consoles to an endless supply of snacks, all attempting to curry favor with him. Observing these eager young men, filled with a thirst for knowledge, Jiang Muye found himself both amused and bewildered. How had he become a master of romance overnight? His reputation had transformed completely in a single night. Jiang Muye, with an air of pretentiousness, remarked, "One can only grasp it intuitively, not express it in words." Someone eagerly inquired, "So, if I propose to you 99 times, would the goddess of summer take notice of me?" This enthusiasm was quickly doused by another voice. "Do you think everyone is like Brother Jiang? This is a matter of looks." Indeed, Brother Jiang was handsome and charming, effortlessly captivating two esteemed goddesses. No one dismissed these compliments as mere flattery. After all, they were grounded in truth. Jiang Muye was undeniably attractive, not the school heartthrob, but certainly a strikingly handsome figure. Many girls had secretly admired him, only to be met with indifference. Yet, mere good looks were insufficient to make both goddesses surrender entirely. Previously, the heartthrob from a neighboring school had pursued both the cold school flower and the summer school flower, yet neither had taken the other seriously. When old he and the other roommates saw the dormitory overflowing with people, they were utterly astonished. Jiang Muye had become the center of attention, seemingly more popular than the goddesses themselves. Most notably, Jiang Muye had transformed into a love guru, garnering many admirers. And it took considerable time for him to disperse the crowd. The little dove enjoyed the snacks that the boys had bribed Jiang Muye with, basking in the glow of his newfound popularity. "My, you have truly become remarkable. Two school flowers are vying for your attention. And now a group of boys regard you as a textbook on romance. What impressive status." Oldie nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there are so many snacks. This could sustain us for half a year." Neither the roommates nor Jiang Muye had anticipated this turn of events. However, unaffected by the commotion, Jiang Muye began to pack his suitcase for his journey home via high-speed rail. After organizing his belongings, he headed downstairs to hail a taxi. The vehicles that the system had previously rewarded him with had all been sent for maintenance, and driving a luxury car home would be too ostentatious. Jiang Muye decided to first prepare his family for his arrival before considering driving back. As he stood at the entrance preparing to call a taxi, he heard the sound of a car horn. A white Maserati came to a stop right in front of him. "Get in, I'll give you a ride." A gentle voice called out. Jiang Muye turned, startled, and saw the driver was Long Ruoli. Her fair skin glowed softly in the sunlight, and her bright eyes sparkled with warmth as she beamed at him, completely at odds with the icy demeanor rumored about her. Students nearby were taken aback. It was a rare occurrence for the goddess to personally offer a ride, especially while smiling so radiantly. It felt like a miracle. "No, thanks, I can take a taxi," Jiang Muye replied, attempting to refuse. However, Long Ruoli's long lashes fluttered as she feigned disappointment. "Are you really so unwilling to ride with me? It's hard to catch a taxi here, and you might be late." Seeing her disheartened expression, Jiang Muye relented, opened the car door, fastened his seatbelt, and said, "All right, then please take me to the high-speed rail station. I'm attending my cousin's wedding tomorrow." Upon seeing him get into the car, Long Ruoli's eyes lit up, her mood visibly brightening. "Okay, I'll get you there quickly," she exclaimed, her enthusiasm renewed. As they drove away, They attracted envious glances from onlookers. A beautiful woman in a luxurious car, a scenario many could only dream of, yet Jiang Muye had effortlessly obtained both. Just possessing one of these luxuries would incite envy. But he now had both a stunning car and a beautiful companion. As they drove, Lung Ruoli casually remarked, "There will be many people on the high-speed rail. So if you ever need to go somewhere, just let me know. You can take my private jet, or, if that is inconvenient, my helicopter." A private jet? A helicopter? Jiang Muye was taken aback by her wealth. "That is quite extravagant," he replied, "but I really don't need it. The high-speed rail gets me there directly, and it's not too crowded outside of holidays. Not a problem. My private jet is always available, and the pilot is on duty. I'm just trying to figure out when to use it," she said earnestly. "Honestly, you would be solving one of my major headaches." "Really, it's unnecessary," Jiang Muye replied. "But I appreciate your kindness." Upon arriving at the high-speed rail station, Lung Ruoli pulled out the car keys and placed them in Jiang Muye's palm. "Here, this is for you." "What?" he replied, astonished. "Since you want to take the private jet or the helicopter, you might as well have a car," she insisted, her eyelashes fluttering hopefully. "Having a car makes things so much more convenient. Please take it as a belated birthday gift since I didn't give you anything before." Her charming smile was utterly captivating. Jiang Muye's heart raced. He had never expected Lung Ruoli would want to gift him a luxury car, one that must be worth millions. To give it to him so easily, under the guise of a birthday gift, felt like being unabashedly offered a life of luxury. "I'm sorry, but I cannot accept such a gift. Although you didn't give me a gift for my birthday, I didn't give you one either," Jiang Muye insisted. Returning the keys, Lung Ruoli's cheeks flushed as she said, "If you wish to give me a gift, I wouldn't mind." She too desired to receive something from him, hoping to share future birthdays together. Not just birthdays, but every holiday she yearned for his company and, ideally, to celebrate their wedding anniversaries together in the future. The mere thought made her blush even more. "Really, I could buy my own car. Thank you for your generosity. But I must be on my way," Jiang Muye said, offering a gentle smile before retrieving his suitcase to head to the station. The system chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have declined Lung Ruoli's extravagant gift, earning 30 points of integrity and a reward of 100,000 RMB. Jiang Muye felt quite satisfied. As he prepared to catch his train, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Wait!" He turned abruptly, only to be met by a girl who, like the wind, collided with his chest. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her to steady her. The soft sensation made his ears flush crimson as he felt her warmth pressing against him. The intoxicating scent of peaches tantalizingly close, causing his breath to hitch. Chapter 24. The first love letter from the school, belle. Jiang Muye felt a tightening in his throat as he sank deeply into the moment. I'm sorry." Lung Ruoli had not anticipated tumbling into Jiang Muye's embrace, enveloped in his warm hold. The delightful scent of his masculine aura filled her senses, leaving her both exhilarated and flustered. Her spirits soared, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. A warmth radiated throughout her body as she shyly glanced up at him, captivated by his chiseled features, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. "What is wrong?" Jiang Muye awkwardly released Lung Ruoli, though the lingering heat from their embrace remained in his palms. "This, for you." Summoning all her courage, Lung Ruoli produced a pink envelope from her pocket and presented it directly to Jiang Muye. She had penned a total of 99 love letters to him, each corresponding to the number of times he had proposed to Xia Shiran. Every ounce of her affection for Jiang Muye had been transcribed into these letters. This particular one was the 100th, crafted after several sleepless nights, with the intent of expressing her deepest feelings for him without reservation. Upon seeing the pink envelope, Jiang Muye's heart raced. He was no fool. He understood precisely what lay within. After all, he had written numerous love letters to Xia Shiran, nearly one each week. Yet, he had not expected to receive a love letter from Lung Ruoli. With her delicate face downcast, she shyly avoided Jiang Muye's penetrating gaze, her voice brimming with joy and excitement as she encouraged, "You must read it, and I'll be waiting for your return." After handing him the letter, she instinctively fled, overwhelmed by shyness, unable to bear witnessing his reaction to her words. As Jiang Muye watched her retreating figure, it felt like a dream. The pink letter still carried the unique fragrance of Longrooli. He felt the weight of the letter in his hands, a precious token. Just then, the system began to chime. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the high-speed train station, earning 1 million RMB. Congratulations, host. After 10 minutes, you have earned an additional 200,000 RMB. Congratulations, host. After half an hour, you have earned a further 500,000 RMB. After a 30-minute wait, Jiang Muye finally boarded the high-speed train amidst the bustling crowd. Once seated, he opened the love letter. As he read, his heart raced. In that moment, he felt as though he were gazing at a reflection of his former self, the boy who had once been hopelessly infatuated with Xia Shiran. Let me ask you a silly question. What should I do if I find myself falling for you? I don't want to confuse you. I simply wish to convey that through all the changes in life, my affection for you will remain unwavering. Many may like you, and my absence will not be missed, but my affections are rare, and you alone suffice. I'm not one for eloquence, yet my heart continuously expresses its fondness for you. And no matter how much I wish to quell my feelings, they persist unless you cease to exude your charm. You love basketball, particularly the three-step layup, and you favor wearing number 8. You enjoy lifting your jersey to wipe away the sweat. Perhaps you should refrain, for your abs make me blush. If possible, might you only reveal them to me? Please don't think me brazen. I feel quite embarrassed writing this. I am earnest in my desire to be the girl cheering for you on the court, to be the one handing you water and wiping your sweat. I long to slip my hand into your pocket in winter, to share a soda with you in summer. Yet I feel clumsy, unsure of how to make you like me. Though I may be foolish, I strive to improve, for they say the early bird catches the worm. Might I soon soar? You illuminate my heart day and night, and that will never change. Her handwriting was elegant and precise, a reflection of her character. Most importantly, Jiang Muye could deeply sense the sweetness and affection of a girl in love through her words. His heart felt warm, and one reading was insufficient. He found himself revisiting the letter multiple times, savoring its content. At the end of the letter, Jiang Muye discovered a sketch. It depicted him playing basketball, a scene so vivid that it left him momentarily speechless. He was unaware of when she had drawn it, but it unmistakably captured him in action, his piercing eyes. Clad in number 8, muscular and formidable, soaring for a dunk, sweat glistening from his brow. The intricacy of the drawing spoke of countless hours dedicated to capturing his essence. Jiang Muye couldn't help but smile foolishly, amused by her stealthy artistry. Once he finished reading, he carefully folded the letter and placed it in his bag. He gazed out at the sky, which was a brilliant blue with fluffy white clouds. His heart felt equally bright. His hometown, City A, was not far, just an hour away by high-speed train. With a sense of boredom, he began to use his accumulated points for a lottery draw. Each draw cost 200 points, and he indulged in 5 consecutive attempts, achieving remarkable luck. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a charm buff worth 20 points. With charm comes affection. Congratulations, host. You have earned 30 points of strength. You are unbeatable. Congratulations, host. You have won a Rolex watch, now added to your backpack. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 2-day Royal Luck Experience voucher. Jiang Muye was particularly intrigued by the last item and inquired, "What is the Royal Luck Experience voucher?" The Royal Luck voucher grants you exceptional fortune for 2 days. Every gamble will result in victory, and every draw will yield a prize, making you the epitome of luck. Jiang Muye's eyes sparkled with excitement. He cherished this stroke of good fortune. Upon opening his bag, he discovered the Rolex watch within, the latest model. Previously, he had only seen it in online images, but now, adorning his wrist, it felt striking and perfectly suited to him. Jiang Muye relished the moment, wearing it without removing it. Upon arriving in City A, he emerged from the train station and spotted his parents, dressed in simple attire. Their skin was not particularly fair. Rather, it bore a slight tan, yet they exuded a wholesome sincerity. Both worked in factories, toiling tirelessly to provide for him. Observing their humble clothing, he recognized their frugality. Now that he possessed a grand fortune through the system, he resolved to elevate his family's standard of living. He decided to purchase a generous amount of meat that evening to treat his family. However, he could not have anticipated the unforeseen events that lay ahead. Ready to catch him off guard. Chapter 25. It turns out our family is incredibly wealthy. Dad, Mom, Jiang Muye called out with enthusiasm. Upon seeing their handsome and tall son, Jiang's father and mother expressed their delight. Son, you've arrived. Jiang's father attempted to take Jiang Muye's luggage, but Jiang Muye smiled and gently declined. No need, it's not heavy. I can carry it. All right, let us head home, Jiang's father said affectionately. Dad, Mom, are you taking a taxi? Jiang Muye asked, noticing his parents heading toward the parking lot in the opposite direction, his confusion mounting. Of course, we're taking a car. Jiang's father chuckled. Why would we take a taxi? A car? We don't have a car. Jiang Muye responded, bewildered. They typically refrained from even taking taxis, preferring to walk long distances to use public transport. So, how could they suddenly have a car? Did someone drive you here? Jiang Muye inquired curiously. Jiang's father nodded. Yes, a driver brought us. Oh, you called for a special car, Jiang Muye guessed, thinking it might be a ride-hailing service, which is usually cheaper. But Jiang's mother shook her head, saying, it's not a special car, it's our own. What? Jiang Muye was utterly puzzled. You'll find out soon. Jiang's mother said mysteriously, leaving Jiang Muye even more baffled. What was being concealed from him? Before long, they arrived at the parking lot. Come on, my dear son. Get in the car, Jiang's father beckoned with pride. Jiang Muye felt as if he had been struck by lightning when he realized his parents had led him to a black, extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. A neatly dressed driver promptly stepped out to open the door for them. Sir, madam, young master, please get in, the driver announced. Jiang Muye was taken aback, exclaiming, what is happening? Why is he calling you sir and madam, and me young master? Am I dreaming? Jiang's mother smiled at him, saying, we'll explain everything in the car. Jiang Muye hurriedly got in. The interior of the car was undeniably luxurious, exceptionally spacious and comfortable, complete with lavish sofas, a wine cabinet, and even a refrigerator. As Jiang Muye gaped in astonishment, he noticed his parents looking at him with serious expressions. Son, you need to be prepared for what we're about to tell you. Jiang Muye swallowed hard, saying, I'm not adopted, am I? I'm not actually the only child of a wealthy family. He had unwittingly echoed a trope from television dramas. Son, such cliches don't exist. Jiang's mother retorted, giving him a sidelong glance. What is it then? Jiang Muye's curiosity was piqued. Jiang's father took a deep breath and said, your aunt has inherited a vast fortune, and you are now her sole heir. Upon her passing, all her wealth will belong to you. What? Jiang Muye was astounded. Aunt? Didn't you say she went to work in Africa? Does one earn that much there? Jiang's father replied, that was merely a jest. She has actually married a wealthy man abroad, one old enough to be her grandfather. Now that he has passed away and she has no children, she has decided to name you as her heir, hence her return. A windfall beyond comprehension. Jiang Muye was utterly astonished. He had often fantasized about being the lost scion of a wealthy family, or that his parents were merely pretending to be impoverished to prevent him from squandering their fortune. However, while his parents were not wealthy, his aunt indeed was. Jiang Muye was elated, convinced that the system had not deceived him. The experience of a fortunate turn of events was exhilarating. Before long, the driver arrived at a magnificent villa, rivaling the duplex Seaview villa provided by the system in luxury. Upon disembarking, Jiang Muye immediately heard a jubilant voice. "My, you're here." Turning towards the sound, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman approaching. This was his first encounter with his aunt, whom he had only seen in photographs before. He had known she was extraordinarily beautiful, but in person, she was even more captivating. Despite the years that had passed, she appeared remarkably well-preserved, seeming to be in her early 30s rather than approaching 50. "Are you my aunt?" Jiang Muye asked, wide-eyed. "Yes, you've grown into such a handsome young man. When I left, you were just a tiny baby. Now you've become such a dashing young man." His aunt smiled warmly. "Come in. This is your home." "My home?" Jiang Muye was taken aback. His aunt chuckled. "I specifically bought this house for you, as a gift for our reunion." Jiang Muye was astonished by his aunt's generosity, exclaiming, "Aunt, that's too much. I can't accept this. A luxury home as a greeting gift?" This was beyond his comprehension. "We're family. You are my heir, and what is mine is yours. We come into this world with nothing and leave with nothing. I'm happy to spend on my heir." His aunt spoke with conviction. "But there are no buts. Come on. You must be hungry. I prepared a feast for you," she said, affectionately ruffling Jiang Muye's hair. She grew more pleased with him as she looked at him, seeing him as a kind-hearted young man with good roots and handsome looks. As her heir, he brought her immense pride. Moreover, blood is thicker than water. She felt an immediate connection upon seeing him and was instinctively inclined to care for him. Her belief in making Jiang Muye her heir was solidified. She doubted she could find anyone better than her nephew to carry on her legacy. Besides, she had worked hard for her wealth and would prefer to keep it within the family rather than bestow it upon outsiders. Upon entering the dining room, Jiang Muye was utterly astounded. The table was laden with over 40 exquisite dishes, beautifully arranged and garnished, showcasing culinary artistry. They were delicacies he could only dream of affording. Sensing Jiang Muye's astonishment, his aunt smiled, saying, "I didn't know what you liked, so I prepared a little of everything, including dishes from all 8 culinary traditions. If it's not enough, just let me know." "Enough, Aunt," Jiang Muye protested, overwhelmed. Even if he were to eat 1 dish a day for a week, he wouldn't be able to finish it all. "Good," she said, eagerly serving him food. Jiang Muye's bowl was overflowing with dishes. It was only when he insisted there was too much that she paused. "Take your time. A lawyer will be coming over shortly," she said with a smile. "A lawyer? What is this about?" Chapter 26. The heir to a billion-dollar fortune, it merely requires you to sign a document of inheritance. This is indeed a significant matter, and my aunt must finalize it soon. Although I still consider myself relatively young, one can never predict when misfortune or illness might strike. My aunt sighed deeply. "Aunt, please do not speak that way. You are destined to live a long life," Jiang Muye asserted resolutely. Upon hearing this, my aunt chuckled heartily. "Indeed, I shall surely live to 100. I wish to see you marry and have children soon." Jiang Muye nearly choked on his food, startled by her words. "Aunt, I am still young. It is too early for that," he exclaimed, his face flushing crimson. "It is not too early. You have reached the age of marriage, 22 years old. You are at the right time to establish a family," my aunt replied with a smile. Jiang's mother chimed in. "Your aunt is correct. Your father had you at this age." Jiang Muye scratched his head, "But times have changed. What is it? Is it that Shi Ran is unwilling?" Jiang's father inquired, sensing something amiss. Just moments ago, Jiang Muye was eager to marry, so why the sudden reluctance? As a father, he understood his son, suspecting something might have transpired with Xia Shiran. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Muye confessed, "Dad, Mom, to be honest, I have given up on Shi Ran. We belong to 2 different worlds. I am a fish, and she is a bird. Therefore, I have dissolved our engagement." Though surprised, Jiang's parents quickly sought to comfort him. "It is all right. After all, that childhood betrothal was merely a jest," they reassured him. "Indeed, my son is exceptional. He will undoubtedly find a better partner." My aunt nodded in agreement. "Do not fret. If she cannot appreciate you, it is her loss. You are no longer the same. You are my nephew now, and countless young women will flock to you. Why worry? I promise to find you an even better girl. Aunt, I appreciate your kindness, but I wish to focus on my studies. After all, I am still a student." Upon hearing his words, my aunt beamed with admiration. "How splendid. My judgment has proven correct. You have not allowed the prospect of inheriting such a vast fortune to cloud your head. You remain grounded. I feel reassured. There is a banquet in 2 days. I will take you to experience the world and network with influential individuals." "Thank you, Aunt." Following dinner, the lawyer arrived. As Jiang Muye gazed upon the extensive list of assets in the inheritance document, he was utterly astonished. Over 30 luxurious villas, both domestically and abroad. More than 40 stores worldwide, 20 shopping malls, and 40 chain corporations. Additionally, 2 private beaches. The most substantial asset was the Chun Group, inherited from his aunt's late husband. My goodness, the Chun Group ranks among the top 10 enterprises in Asia. And now he is the primary heir, the future CEO? No wonder his aunt is seeking an heir. She is effectively scouting for the future leader of the Chun Group. Jiang Muye's breath hitched in astonishment, and he immediately began to sign. Such a tremendous opportunity must not be squandered. Thus, Jiang Muye smoothly became his aunt's primary heir. Upon her passing, all her properties would belong to him. Logically, he should prepare for his cousin's wedding the following day and retire early. Yet, given the circumstances, how could he possibly sleep? As he reveled in his thoughts, a notification chimed on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Long Ruoli. Long Ruoli, the moon is particularly round tonight. May you have sweet dreams. Accompanying the message was a photo of the moonlit night. The ethereal glow of the moon hung in the sky, evoking a sense of wonder. After viewing it, Jiang Muye's gaze softened as he instinctively looked out at the moon. At that moment, Long Ruoli lay on her rabbit-shaped pillow, clutching her phone, eagerly awaiting a response. Being a new message, Long Ruoli was filled with excitement and quickly opened it, only to find Jiang Muye had sent a picture of a delicate crescent moon hanging in the night sky, clearly from his location. This stirred within her a longing to fly over and share the moonlight with him. How strange. He had only been gone for 6 hours, 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Yet why did she feel such an impulse to miss him? Soon after, another voice message popped up from Jiang Muye. Good night. His charming voice resonated, causing Long Ruoli's cheeks to flush. She promptly replied, good night, then swiped up to play Jiang Muye's recording on repeat. How delightful. She could listen endlessly without growing weary. A broad smile spread across Long Ruoli's face, and her cheeks grew warm. Instinctively, she raised her rabbit pillow to hide her face, though her ears betrayed her, revealing a blush. The autumn morning was exquisite, filled with the scent of spring grass. An expansive meadow, adorned with enchanting floral arrangements, was prepared for the wedding, drawing a large crowd. As everyone engaged in lively conversation, a tall figure suddenly appeared, capturing their attention. Clad in a black suit with his hair styled upward, he exuded an air of charisma and elegance, dazzling all present. Though not the groom, he was, nonetheless, more captivating than the groom himself. Several young women began to blush and steal glances at him, whispering inquiries about his identity. Who is he? He is so handsome. Is he a celebrity? The response came. He is the groom's cousin. However, his presence here is unexpected. I thought he would avoid the wedding. This revelation sparked curiosity among the ladies. Why is that? He is love-stricken. He is infatuated with the school beauty and has proposed 99 times, only to be rejected each time. He is now the laughingstock of the school. As the crowd reveled in this gossip, the groom's displeased voice interjected, You are mistaken. He is not a laughingstock, but rather a figure of admiration. The gossipers fell silent. Their faces flushed. Being rejected so many times is hardly commendable. One retorted, He is merely a persistent suitor with no hope. You know only half the story. The very school beauty he pursued has now come to the wedding to chase after him. The groom declared confidently. What? That cannot be true. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The groom pointed toward a lovely figure approaching Jiang Muye, stating, There is your evidence. Chapter 27. The proposal. Jiang Muye gazed in astonishment at the young woman before him, adorned in a flowing white gown. She was exquisite, her skin fair and radiant, as she smiled at him. Her cheeks flushed like the delicate petals of a peach blossom, and her large, glistening eyes gazed at him with an earnestness that seemed to harbor 1,000 unspoken words, imbued with profound affection. What brings you here? Jiang Muye inquired, bewildered. Xia Shiran, blushing shyly, replied, What is wrong? If you can attend the wedding, why can't I? Besides, I know your cousin. He certainly won't mind an extra gift. In truth, she longed for him. Hence, despite the sold-out high-speed train tickets, she embarked on a lengthy journey by car, enduring the discomfort of the ride for the sake of standing before him. Moreover, she had one significant and sacred task to fulfill. Jiang Muye's expression was complex, his feelings obscure. He recognized that he could not restrict Xia Shiran's freedom, nor prevent her presence here. Nevertheless, it mattered little. No matter what she did, his resolve would remain unshaken. Even if she traversed his world, Jiang Muye remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any ripples. Do as you wish, he said, taking a deep breath before turning to leave. Instantly, Xia Shiran followed, becoming his persistent shadow. Are you thirsty? Would you like something to drink? No, thank you. Jiang Muye replied, his face impassive. Can we sit together later? She asked, her voice laced with shyness. The seating arrangement is fixed. It would be inappropriate. He firmly declined. Congratulations, host, for rejecting Xia Shiran, earning 200 courage points. Xia Shiran's heart trembled slightly, forcing a smile. I'm not familiar with them. I want to have anything to say. Xia Shiran, The best relationship we can achieve is merely friendship, Jiang Muye said, his lips pressed tightly, gazing at her with unwavering resolve. Nothing more. With eyes full of grievance, Xia Xiran's lips quivered as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately biting down in silence. The gathering, having witnessed Jiang Muye's dismissal of Xia Xiran, was taken aback. The other girls began to question the earlier assertions of a boy who claimed Jiang Muye was not desirable. Is he a simpering fool? Not at all. He is quite cool, one remarked. Indeed, I only see a girl pursuing a boy. Are you just repeating hearsay? The boy, now at a loss for words, was left speechless, bewildered by the discrepancy between the rumors and the reality he had just observed. The wedding soon commenced, and Xia Xiran found herself unable to sit beside Jiang Muye, relegated to a seat behind him. This was her only opportunity to be near him. As she watched the bride make her entrance, envy enveloped her. If only she could don a wedding gown and stand beside Jiang Muye in the ceremony. It would surely be a scene of romance, blessed by the admiration of all present. Xia Xiran gazed affectionately at the cold young man beside her. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Alas, she could only admire him from afar. Biting her crimson lips, she regretted not accepting him earlier. Had she done so, they would not have drifted apart. When her cousin and his wife approached to toast, Xia Xiran noticed Jiang Muye's glass filled to the brim and instinctively spoke to his cousin. He has a delicate stomach. I shall drink on his behalf. Yet, Jiang Muye coldly took the glass and downed it entirely. Thank you, but I am not as fragile as you think. I can drink myself. Xia Xiran's face drained of color, tears welling up within her. He still had not forgiven her. After the newlyweds completed their toasts, the bouquet toss ensued. Jiang Muye had little interest in the bouquet, as he harbored no thoughts of marriage himself, and chose to remain uninvolved in this frivolity. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a chair scraping against the floor and was taken aback to see Xia Xiran eagerly moving forward. Was she attempting to catch the bouquet? Under Jiang Muye's astonished gaze, Xia Xiran plunged into the crowd vying for the flowers. Typically graceful and uncompetitive, she had now transformed, fiercely determined to secure the bouquet for herself. Despite the odds being against her, she exerted every ounce of effort to clutch the flowers tightly to her chest. Even as she was pushed to the ground, her hair disheveled and her gown trampled, Xia Xiran fell. Yet her spirit shone brightly as she beamed with joy upon capturing the bouquet. Locking eyes with Jiang Muye, she raised the flowers high, proclaiming, I got it. With her hair tousled yet radiant, Xia Xiran took deliberate steps towards him. I once naively believed that no matter how far I ran, you would always wait for me. Now I realize how absurd that notion was. Why did I think I was above you, forcing you, who cherishes me so dearly, into a position of humility? You have shown me that dining alone lacks the joy of shared meals, sleeping alone lacks the warmth of companionship, and walking the night alone may become insurmountable without another by one's side. Xia Xiran's gaze softened as she looked at Jiang Muye, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Then, in the midst of all those present, she knelt on one knee, revealing a diamond ring, and declared, Since you have not proposed to me for the 100th time, may I take the liberty to do so? Jiang Muye, I love you. Will you marry me? Everyone present gasped in astonishment. No one anticipated such a bold gesture during a wedding, particularly with a woman proposing to a man. The rarity of such events underscored the depth of her affection for him. Moreover, she was a stunning beauty. Soon, murmurs erupted among the guests. How fortunate he is. The beautiful Xia Xiran is proposing to him. If it were me, I would have accepted instantly. This young man has a bright future. Here I am, in my 30s and still single. Yet he, barely in his 20s, is graced with such an honor. Indeed, it's infuriating how life can be so unfair. Come on, young man, just say yes. As the crowd urged Jiang Muye to accept Xia Xiran's proposal, he remained strikingly calm, a serenity that sent a ripple of unease through Xia Xiran. Chapter 28. You may have my body, but not my heart. He cast a cold glance at her and quietly declared, I will not marry you. Xia Xiran's expression immediately darkened, and those around them were taken aback. How could such a beautiful fairy be rejected? Did this young man's standards soar to the heavens? An elder stepped in to advise Jiang Muye, saying, Please reconsider. The girl has deep feelings for you. How can you bear to reject her? It is rather cruel. Tears streamed down Xiaoshuran's face as she implored, Uncle, please do not speak of him that way. He is not that sort of person. If my refusal is deemed cruel, then what of his rejection of me? Jiang Muye offered a self-deprecating smile. It is not always true that deep affection is reciprocated. At the very least, my sincere feelings have been callously betrayed in the past. What is lost cannot be reclaimed, and what is missed cannot be revisited. He locked eyes with Xiaoshuran and said, What is unattainable is forever restless. Ask yourself honestly, do you love me as a person? Or is it the bitterness of not being able to possess me that you yearn for? He had no need for belated affection. He had made his convictions clear. Whatever the circumstances, he would pursue what he had decided upon, and whatever he had chosen to forego would never be retained, no matter the cost. Xiaoshuran, desperate, insisted, I love you for who you are. Is that so? Jiang Muye retorted sarcastically. Then why, after rejecting my proposals 99 times, do you come back to me? He pressed his lips together and added, I've always been your backup plan. Now that this backup might fall into someone else's hands, you feel anxious and concerned. You are unwilling to accept it. You wish to reclaim what you think you have lost, do you not? Perhaps without her own abandonment and the pursuit of someone like Lung Ruoli, Xiaoshuran would still be indifferent to her. He had grown despondent, no longer wishing to entangle himself in any emotional ties with Xiaoshuran. Jiang Muye's incisive words offered her no mercy. In a state of panic, Xiaoshuran felt a painful shudder throughout her body. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and her voice turned hoarse as she cried, No, it is not like that. I never viewed you as a backup. If you had proposed 100 times, I would have accepted, but you never gave me that chance. Why should I? He challenged. How can I be certain that the 100th proposal would be the last? What if it required another 100, or even 1,000? Jiang Muye scolded her. Xiaoshuran was at a loss for words, shaking her head, but could not articulate her thoughts. Jiang Muye hardened his heart and said, Please do not disturb my life in the future. Then he turned to his cousin, remarking, I apologize for interrupting your wedding. No problem, his cousin replied graciously. Let us meet for a meal another day. I wish you and your bride a lifetime of happiness and many children. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Jiang Muye stated indifferently before departing the wedding venue. Jiang Muye, I truly love you, Xiaoshuran shouted at his tall figure. Jiang Muye's back trembled, but he chose not to look back and resolutely left the scene. Xiaoshuran clutched her chest, feeling a heart-wrenching sense of rupture. She wept bitterly, her eyes swollen, her makeup ruined, as she held onto the sparkling DR ring, feeling utterly desolate. Onlookers expressed sympathy, offering comfort, yet Xiaoshuran continued to cry. Heartbroken, she lifted a glass from the table and took a sip. She was not accustomed to alcohol. The first taste struck her with a sharp spiciness that caused her to cough. After hesitating for a moment, spurred by Jiang Muye's ruthless demeanor, she steeled herself and downed another glass. After finishing one glass, she reached for another. Her cousin, observing her sorrow, advised, Take it easy. What my cousin said was unintentional. Perhaps you have hurt him deeply in the past. Xiaoshuran managed a bitter smile, replying, Yes, I hurt him deeply, so I deserve this. It is only natural for him to ignore me. Saying this, she downed another glass in one go. At that moment, her once beautiful face was marred by tear stains. As the alcohol took effect, her cheeks flushed crimson. She drunkenly collapsed onto the table, laughing and crying, I deserve this. It is my own fault. Woe is me. It's all my doing. Those who witnessed her plight felt sympathy. Those who heard her were pained. Yet what could be done? Love is a perplexing matter, impossible to comprehend and difficult to force. It cannot be sustained merely by one-sided affection. Even if one feels heartbroken, it remains a solitary anguish. Xiaoshuran believed that by crying and causing a scene, he would return. However, even after the wedding concluded, he did not appear. She realized she had lost utterly. After leaving the wedding venue, Jiang Muye returned to his aunt's home. His aunt had arranged for a plethora of luxury items to be sent from the boutique: clothes, men's handbags, watches, and designer sneakers. Here, these are all chosen for you by your aunt. Take a look and see which ones you like. You can wear them to the banquet tomorrow, she said with a smile. Jiang Muye was dazzled by the array before him. He had not anticipated such generous treatment. Aunt, "This is quite excessive," he replied, for he had no particular desire for luxury goods. Comfort was his priority, not extravagance. His aunt chuckled. "Excessive? My foolish nephew. I've even ordered a great many custom pieces, which will be sent to you later." "More?" Jiang Muye was taken aback. "Of course. Whatever others have, my nephew must have as well. If there is anything else you desire, just tell your aunt, and she will buy it for you," she said cheerfully. She was serious about pampering her nephew. After all, her nephew was to be her heir. If she did not treat him well, who would she treat well? Jiang Muye felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. What ordinary boys dream of was now within his grasp. "Aunt, this is more than enough for me. No wonder you are my nephew. You understand contentment so well. It must be that you have endured much hardship before learning to appreciate these things. Now that you have your aunt, you will not have to suffer any longer." His aunt instinctively handed him a bank card, saying, "Keep this card. I will transfer 10 million to you each week as your pocket money, and you must spend it all by the end of the month. No saving." Jiang Muye was astonished. Is that even possible? 10 million a week? That amounts to 40 million a month. 40 million as pocket money? That is a bit extravagant. Don't you think? I could buy a villa with that. Chapter 29. Brother Jiang is the belle of the banquet. Jiang Muye addressed his aunt with a hint of reluctance. "Aunt, this is too much. It's unnecessary." His aunt, visibly displeased, retorted, "Silly child, why be so polite with your aunt? As a successor, not only must you know how to earn money, but you must also know how to spend it. If you cannot spend wisely, what meaning does earning hold? If you disregard my advice, I shall be quite upset with you." Faced with his aunt's insistence, Jiang Muye had no choice but to acquiesce, replying, "All right." His aunt, satisfied, promptly picked out several outfits, urging him, "Come, try these on for me. We have an important banquet to attend tomorrow." Jiang Muye nodded and went to change. Indeed, one's attire can dramatically alter perception. Adorned in these designer garments, he felt a newfound air of sophistication and elegance. After his aunt admired his appearance, she promptly selected one outfit for him to wear to the banquet the following day. Jiang Muye quite liked it and agreed. The next day, as twilight approached, his aunt escorted Jiang Muye to a banquet at a 5-star hotel. Before they departed, she hinted at a mysterious surprise she had prepared for him. Jiang Muye, intrigued, pondered. A mysterious surprise? What could it be? However, he would soon find out, and his anticipation grew. At the banquet, glasses clinked and laughter echoed. With many prominent figures from high society present, including numerous dignitaries and celebrities. This was a world Jiang Muye had never encountered as a student. He had suddenly transcended into a different social class. A notification chimed. "Banquet check-in successful. You have been rewarded with 1 million RMB. As his aunt beamed and led Jiang Muye into the room, many eyes were drawn to the fair and handsome youth. Yet, aside from being courteous to his aunt, they largely ignored Jiang Muye, perceiving him merely as a pretty boy, likely a kept man, a common sight in such circles. Some even offered him disdainful smiles. Jiang Muye, however, merely curled his lips in a cold smile, harboring little interest in their opinions. Noticing the judgmental glances directed at her nephew, his aunt grew increasingly displeased. How dare they slight her beloved nephew? She decided to introduce him to several business magnates, cheerfully stating, "Mr. Qi, Mr. Jiang, this is my nephew, Jiang Muye, my heir and the future successor of the Chen Group." The revelation was shocking. This young man was not just a mere pretty face, but the heir to a prestigious conglomerate. The Chen Group was renowned, and Jiang Muye's future appeared exceedingly bright. Undoubtedly worth billions. Those who had previously dismissed him now approached with newfound enthusiasm. "So, you are the heir of Madame Chen. Quite striking. A perfect match for my daughter. I wonder if you would be interested." One gentleman chimed in, noting he had 2 daughters he could introduce. Jiang Muye, however, felt no inclination towards such propositions and allowed them to bicker amongst themselves. The flattery began to pour in, revealing the fickle nature of the wealthy, who changed their demeanor as swiftly as turning a page. Jiang Muye calmly informed his aunt, "I'm going to grab a bite." She nodded, permitting him to leave. The others dared not voice any objections. After all, Jiang Muye was the future successor of the Chen Group, a status that commanded respect. As Jiang Muye surveyed the lavish buffet, he noted the exquisite presentation of the food, crafted to impress. However, as he selected some delicacies, A loud crash interrupted the moment, and he felt something spill on his shirt, instantly saturating it. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," the waitress exclaimed, her eyes brimming with remorse. She had not anticipated colliding with Jiang Muye while reaching for a wine glass. "I can pay for any damages." "There's no need," Jiang Muye replied, not wishing to prolong the matter. The wine stain was minor and could be washed out, and he sensed her genuine regret. "Thank you," the waitress said gratefully as Jiang Muye prepared to address the stain. He took a damp cloth to dab at the fabric, but the stain only seemed to deepen. "This isn't working. I have a solution." Just as he struggled with the stain, a familiar voice called out. Jiang Muye looked up in surprise. "Is it you?" At the wash basin, Jiang Muye leaned against the marble counter, his black suit casually discarded to one side. A slender figure, leaning over him, was diligently working to assist him. Jiang Muye drew in a sharp breath as her cool hand met the warmth of the towel, sending a shiver through him. He trembled slightly, causing the girl before him to blush and ask, "Did I hurt you?" Her clear, innocent eyes were as pure as those of a fawn, and as she bit her crimson lip, concern etched her features. Jiang Muye could not help but smile. "I'm fine. It's just that my shirt feels a bit cold from the wine." With a gentle smile, she responded, "Mixing white wine with salt can effectively remove stains." She continued to wipe his shirt with the warm towel. "I had no idea," Jiang Muye chuckled softly. "I'm a girl. I'll need to take care of my husband someday, so I must know a thing or two," she casually remarked, suddenly feeling bashful under his intense gaze. She quickened her pace and declared, "All done." Jiang Muye nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." Upon inspecting his shirt, he noted the stain had vanished. He approached the dryer, and soon, his shirt was dry, showing no signs of the earlier mishap. "Today has turned out quite fortunate. It's serendipitous to run into you," Jiang Muye smiled. "I happened to receive an invitation, so I came," she replied, her lashes fluttering delicately. In truth, she hadn't mentioned that her presence was contingent upon seeing his name on the guest list. Otherwise, she would have had little interest in such a gathering. That is quite a coincidence. Jiang Muye felt a bit bashful, especially after having recently received a love letter from her. With his limited experience in romantic matters, he found himself somewhat at a loss in the face of such sincerity. "Have you found a partner for the evening?" she inquired cautiously, biting her lip. "A partner?" Chapter 30. Is there cream on my lips? Soon, there will be a ball. Ling Ruoli shyly hinted that she had yet to find a dance partner. Jiang Muye understood. He had heard that such processes existed. "However, I cannot dance." "I can teach you," Jiang Muye joked. "I might step on your feet and embarrass you. Would you still want to teach me?" Ling Ruoli's eyes sparkled with hope as she eagerly replied, "Yes." She lifted her foot slightly to show Jiang Muye her shoes, smiling gently. "Look, I'm wearing black shoes today, durable and easy to step on." Her action was utterly charming. Yet, Jiang Muye was painfully aware of his own lack of dancing skills. I would rather not dance." "I'm sorry," he declined. "All right," Ling Ruoli said, though a hint of disappointment tinged her voice. She would not force him into something he disliked. She respected his choices. At that moment, the system notified Jiang Muye. "Congratulations, host. By refusing Ling Ruoli's dance invitation, your integrity points increase by 300. You are awarded 1 million RMB. After acknowledging the official reward, he returned to the banquet with Ling Ruoli. Upon spotting them together, his aunt exclaimed in surprise, "My Ruoli, do you two know each other?" "We are schoolmates," Jiang Muye replied, somewhat astonished. "Aunt, you know her?" "Of course," his aunt laughed. "The Ling and Chun families are closely connected. I had intended to introduce you to her today, but it seems you already know each other." "What a coincidence." Jiang Muye finally grasped that his aunt's surprise was Ling Ruoli. The implication was unmistakable. She was attempting to matchmake them. Ling Ruoli blushed, her heart racing. "You two have a good chat. I'll catch up with an old friend," his aunt said with a smile, leaning in to whisper to Jiang Muye. Seize the opportunity. After watching his aunt leave with a grin, Jiang Muye felt helpless. She was truly unreliable, leaving him to navigate this situation alone while trying to orchestrate a connection between him and Ling Ruoli. He glanced at Ling Ruoli, who had lowered her snowy white face, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gazed at him with eyes filled with affection and sweetness. "Do you like cake? The cake here is quite sweet. You should give it a try," Ling Ruoli said, breaking the awkward silence with a twinkle in her eyes. It was a stark contrast to her normally aloof demeanor in front of others. This made Jiang Muye feel increasingly special toward her. Yes, I would love to. Jiang Muye accepted her kind offer this time. After all, it was merely a piece of cake, and it would be a waste not to indulge in the exquisite, custom-made dessert. Ling Ruoli quickly brought him a piece, and as he reached for it, she playfully offered a forkful directly to his mouth. Ah, her rosy lips parted slightly, her sparkling eyes watching him with anticipation. Jiang Muye couldn't help but open his mouth to taste the sweet delight. Is it good? Ling Ruoli asked cheerfully. Quite nice, he replied. Ling Ruoli then took a bite herself, joyfully exclaiming, It's really sweet. This unexpected moment caught Jiang Muye off guard. Sharing cake with Ling Ruoli felt akin to an ordinary couple's experience. The sweetness in his mouth seemed to intensify. Ling Ruoli offered him another spoonful, insisting, Come, have another bite. Jiang Muye, feeling no need to hesitate, accepted it without reservation. Why overthink it? It was simply delicious cake. Is there cream on my lips? Ling Ruoli asked, her watery eyes wide as she gently touched her lips. Jiang Muye's gaze fell upon her full, cherry-red lips, enticing and smeared with cream, stirring thoughts of longing within him. Yes, he replied, captivated. Could you wipe it off for me? Ling Ruoli tilted her face upward, her pink tongue darting out in a playful attempt to lick it away, but missing. All right. As Jiang Muye leaned down to wipe the cream from her lips, Ling Ruoli suddenly rose on her toes. Their faces drew uncomfortably close, and Jiang Muye felt his breath quicken. The stunning girl was almost within reach, her beautiful eyes locking onto his, her cheeks flushed with shyness. She stretched out her hand, and Jiang Muye mistakenly assumed she intended to wrap her arms around his neck. Instead, her delicate fingers brushed against his collar. A ripple of sensation coursed through him as he felt her soft touch against his heated neck, igniting a spark within him. Your collar is askew. Let me fix it, she said, her melodious voice caressing his ears. For Jiang Muye, his ears were particularly sensitive, and he felt a rare flush creeping up. Moments later, as the heat dissipated, she stepped back, taking his hand and exploring the cream on her lips, resembling a playful kitten, allowing him to gently wipe it away with his fingertips. Jiang Muye's throat felt dry. Ling Ruoli mischievously remarked, There's no cream left on your lips, right? Jiang Muye stared intently. Not a trace. Ling Ruoli then lowered her head to indulge in the remaining cream. Her buoyant mood infectious, stirring Jiang Muye's appetite. The two quickly finished the cake, and Ling Ruoli sighed. What a guilty pleasure. Subconsciously, she pinched her waist, pouting slightly. I'm definitely going to gain weight. How could that be? You're quite slender, Jiang Muye noted, his gaze assessing her figure. She was indeed slim, with a delicate waist and a full bosom, captivating and alluring. Upon hearing his words, Ling Ruoli's eyes sparkled, and she smiled sweetly. That's good to hear. Just then, the lights dimmed, and the host announced the star of the ball. Couples began to make their way to the dance floor. However, Jiang Muye noticed Ling Ruoli remained seated. Aren't you going to dance? He inquired. I want to stay with you. I prefer being with you over dancing. Ling Ruoli confessed, her face flushing with warmth. Such shameless words had never escaped her lips before, but this time they were heartfelt. Jiang Muye felt as though he might burst into flames. He and T expected the aloof school beauty to utter such romantic sentiments. I'll go to the restroom, Jiang Muye said, attempting to maintain his composure as he excused himself. Ling Ruoli patiently awaited his return. Moments later, a dark figure loomed over her. Ling Ruoli looked up with a smile, ready to speak, only to find it was another boy. Would you dance with me? A wealthy, second-generation heir approached, clearly taken by Ling Ruoli's beauty. Ling Ruoli's demeanor turned frosty, her beautiful eyes devoid of warmth as she replied coldly, Not interested. Don't pretend. You must be thrilled that I invited you to dance. Why act so high and mighty? The game of hard to get is so outdated, the wealthy heir retorted, instinctively reaching out to grasp Ling Ruoli's hand. Chapter 31. Who dares to disrespect you will face retribution, no matter the distance. Cold Ruoli, filled with disdain, delivered a sharp slap to the affluent heir, exclaiming, Get lost. The force of the blow left the young man momentarily dazed, his face swelling from the impact. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "You filthy wench." Raising his hand to strike back, he was taken aback when the anticipated blow never landed. With eyes wide in astonishment, Cold Rawley beheld a tall, striking figure standing protectively before her. His expression was icy as he seized the young heiress' face, delivering a resounding slap without hesitation. The affluent heir staggered, seeing stars and cursing vehemently. "What are you even supposed to be?" A second and a third slap echoed through the air, leaving the heir utterly bewildered. "I am your father," Jiang Muye thundered, his voice filled with righteous fury. "If you utter another insult, I shall ensure your life is rendered meaningless." Cold Rawley gazed at the gallant Jiang Muye, instantly captivated by his charisma. It bestowed upon her an indescribable sense of security. The privileged heir, now visibly intimidated, stammered, "Do you even know who I am?" At that moment, Cold Rawley's formidable aunt, having noticed the audacious heir, strode forward without hesitation, delivering a fierce kick with her red high-heeled shoe. "Who do you think you are, daring to provoke my nephew?" Jiang Muye watched in astonishment at his aunt's fierce demeanor, realizing that one should never provoke a woman, especially one as formidable as his aunt. A pained scream escaped the heiress' lips as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his groin in agony. His aunt, brimming with indignation, commanded, "Someone, take him away." The bodyguards hesitated, murmuring, "But he is young Master Jean." "I don't care if he is young Master Jean, or young Master Silver, or young Master Copper. Anyone who dares to offend my nephew will face ruin." Her words were laden with authority, drawing gasps from those present. Everyone understood she was not merely boasting. Her influence was palpable. Today, her wrath served as a testament to Jiang Muye's esteemed status. Who would dare to look down upon him now? The privileged heir, realizing the gravity of the situation, began to plead for mercy. "I was wrong. Let me go." But he was already being dragged away. In the corridor, his shrill cries of protest echoed. Cold Rawley's aunt instinctively reassured Jiang Muye, "Nephew, I will shield you. Anyone who dares to disrespect you shall meet their end, no matter how far they may be." Her voice was resolute. Those present felt a wave of relief wash over them for not having crossed Jiang Muye. Otherwise, they might have found themselves in dire straits. While Jiang Muye was formidable in his own right, having his aunt as a backing was akin to having wings. His confidence surged, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, aunt." At that moment, a gentle voice broke through. "Thank you for saving me." Cold Rawley's gratitude was palpable. "No trouble at all. Are you hurt?" he inquired with concern. She shyly replied, "No." "That's good to hear." "Rawley, you must have been startled. My, please escort her back to the hotel. It's unsafe for a young lady to be alone, especially after such an incident," his aunt instructed. Jiang Muye readily agreed, recognizing the dangers that lurked in the world. Had he not intervened, Cold Rawley might have faced unspeakable harm. Thus, he drove the exquisite Koenigsegg that his aunt had lent him, taking Cold Rawley back to her hotel. During the ride, conversation was sparse, yet he could distinctly sense her presence beside him. Suddenly, his phone rang. In a flurry, he reached for it, but was met with a soft, cool touch against his ear. Cold Rawley, with her delicate fingers, gently placed the Bluetooth headset on him. She shyly adjusted the brim of her cap, saying, "You take the call. I want to listen." Jiang Muye squinted, feeling a surge of elation. He answered the call. "Hello? Son, are you back yet?" It was his mother. "I'm still on my way. Returning someone," Jiang Muye replied honestly. His mother continued, "Did you bring your ID?" "Yes." "Then I want to leave the door unlocked for you tonight." His mother chuckled. "I've heard from your aunt. We're quite open-minded. Treat that girl well." In an instant, Jiang Muye's face flushed crimson. "Mom." Cold Rawley glanced over, her eyes wide and innocent. His heart raced as he lowered his voice. "I'll be home soon. I'm driving now. Goodbye." He removed the Bluetooth headset, perplexed at how his parents could entertain such thoughts. It was preposterous. He was merely escorting a young lady home, with no ill intentions whatsoever. "Was it your parents on the phone?" Cold Rawley asked. "If it's urgent, I could call back." "Absolutely not," Jiang Muye interjected sternly. "What if something happened?" Her heart warmed at his concern, her beautiful face radiating satisfaction. He genuinely cared for her. How delightful. She had not misjudged him. He was indeed responsible. Before long, Jiang Muye arrived at a luxurious 5-star hotel, bidding her farewell. "Goodbye," cold Ruali said, a hint of reluctance in her tone as she waved. "Goodbye," Jiang Muye replied. As she walked away, her gaze lingered back towards him, taking 3 steps before glancing once more. "Be careful," he called out. In a moment of distraction, she collided with the glass door, exclaiming, "Ouch! How embarrassing!" Cold Ruali covered her head, offering a sheepish smile. I'm fine, before hastily scurrying away like a little rabbit. Jiang Muye could not help but chuckle. Was this truly the aloof school beauty with an IQ of 180? She was adorably clumsy. Perhaps the rumors were misleading. She was anything but cold and rather endearing. Little did Jiang Muye know, her charming naivety was reserved solely for him. When one harbors feelings for another, even the brightest intellect can succumb to folly. 2 days later, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating 3 weary figures laden with bags as they trudged down the street. It was Xiao Baigu, old he, and Kai Zi, returning from a shopping trip to the supermarket, ready to head back to school. "All this is your fault, Xiao Baigu, for buying so much. It's so heavy," Oldie grumbled. Xiao Baigu shot back. "I stocked up because I was too lazy to go shopping later. Besides, the supermarket is having a sale. A full Wooden tea buy extra." Kai Zi sighed. If only Mu Yi were here, at least he could help us. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sleek luxury car pulled up beside them, its windows tinted to shield the interior from prying eyes. The extravagant design and brand left the trio in awe. Chapter 32. The future CEO, Xiao Beige, gasped in astonishment. "Isn't that a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost? Wow, I can hardly believe my eyes." Lao He, filled with envy, exclaimed, "This is my dream car. How magnificent! If only I could ride in such a vehicle." Indeed, Kaizi pondered, but why is this car following us? We don't even know the owner. The trio found it perplexing. The luxurious vehicle trailed them at a leisurely pace, raising their suspicions. They certainly did not know anyone wealthy enough to own such a car. Their social circles could barely afford a monthly ride-sharing subscription, let alone a Maserati. It seemed impossible. As they trudged along, burdened with their belongings towards the school, the convertible's roof began to retract, transforming the car into an open-top vehicle. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, why is everyone ignoring me?" Upon hearing the familiar tone, the trio turned in unison. The voice was strikingly recognizable. Their surprise deepened as they laid eyes on the young man in the car, clad in a sleek black designer shirt, his tousled dark hair stylish, and a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Muye, is it you?" they exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished. Who else could it be? Jiang Muye halted the car, casting them a knowing glance. "Come on, get in." He had just returned from City A, conveniently picking up his car for maintenance, and unexpectedly stumbled upon his 3 roommates. Xiao Beige's eyes widened in disbelief. "My goodness, Muye, where did you get this car?" Kaizi gasped. "How much did you rent it for?" Lao He circled the car, excitement radiating from him. "It's truly a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. What else would it be? Do you think it's a fake?" Jiang Muye chuckled. "It's not rented. It's mine." The trio eagerly hopped into the vehicle. Xiao Beige, brimming with excitement, asked Jiang Muye, "What is the story behind this? Did you return home and marry a wealthy woman?" Jiang Muye shot her a disapproving look. "Come on, think bigger. How else could I afford such a magnificent car?" Xiao Beige couldn't resist exploring the car, her fascination palpable. Lao He, equally exhilarated, began snapping selfies, ensuring the luxury vehicle was prominently featured. "I can't believe I'm actually in such a fine car." Kai Zi, with concern etched on his face, questioned, "Jiang Muye, you haven't done anything foolish, have you?" "Not at all," Jiang Muye reassured them. "I acquired it with my own wealth. With a monthly allowance of 1,000, how could you possibly afford a multi-million-dollar luxury car?" "Don't joke with me," Xiao Beige scoffed. "If that were true, even pigs could climb trees." "Well, if you want to see that, hurry up and climb." Jiang Muye lightly kicked Xiao Beige, who grinned and asked, "What is really going on?" Kai Zi speculated, "Did you win the lottery?" Jiang Muye confidently replied, resting his hand on the steering wheel, "I inherited a vast fortune." Xiao Beige burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. "Brother, I can't hold back. I have to laugh at that." Lao He chuckled. "You're not saying your parents are hidden wealthy elites who kept it a secret to prevent you from becoming arrogant, are you?" "Close enough," Jiang Muye replied. proceeding to recount the entire saga to his roommates. Upon hearing his tale, they were utterly dumbfounded. Such an extraordinary turn of events, one that could only be scripted in a drama, had transpired in reality. What incredible luck! Why couldn't it have happened to me? Lao he lamented. So you're the heir to the Chen Group? The future CEO? My goodness, my roommate is extraordinary. Xiao Beige sighed. I suddenly want to ask my parents if I have an equally impressive aunt. I envy you so much. I wish for a windfall too. Observing their astonishment, Jiang Muye shook his head. He hadn't even revealed the full extent of his situation, which was even more remarkable. However, he surmised that even if he did, they would likely find it too fantastical to believe. Do you like this car? Jiang Muye inquired of the trio. Of course we do. Xiao Beige replied without hesitation. Then I might lend it to you sometime, Jiang Muye teased, a smirk playing on his lips. You would lend us such an expensive car? Xiao Beige exclaimed in disbelief. Lao nodded. Yes, it's far too valuable. We wouldn't dare drive it. One scratch could ruin us. Jiang Muye scoffed. You all think too small. Do you really think I'm that petty? I've paid several million in insurance. Do you think I care? His words elicited a wave of envious glances. While others might insure their vehicles for mere thousands, Jiang Muye had opted for millions. Wow, it's infuriating how some people are so fortunate. All right, buckle up. I'm driving now, Jiang Muye announced to his companions. Can you actually drive? Xiao Beige asked. Am I not known as the driving god of Nance City? I'm an experienced driver. Jiang Muye quipped. All right then, everyone hold on tight. Our seasoned driver is at the wheel. Lao he laughed as Jiang Muye began to drive. The sight of his luxurious vehicle entering the campus drew significant attention. After all, such an ostentatious and stylish car was bound to captivate onlookers. Curiosity abounded, as there were only a handful of wealthy individuals at their school. Who could it be behind the wheel of such an extravagant automobile? As the car came to a halt, the crowd soon realized that the driver was none other than Jiang Muye. When did he become so wealthy? He lounged casually against the car door, keys in hand, exuding an air of effortless charm. His camaraderie with his roommates was evident, as they laughed and chatted, seemingly unbothered by the astonished gazes of those around them. Previously, everyone knew Jiang Muye as the handsome basketball star with a reputation for being devoted. Their interest had largely revolved around his romantic escapades. Yet, now he had arrived in a stunning, luxurious vehicle, the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, rumored to be nearly impossible to purchase. Incredible. Jiang Muye was not only a striking figure, but also an incredibly discreet heir to a fortune. As he drove onto campus, he quickly became a sensation, especially as candid photos of him began circulating on the school's social media, igniting a fervor of discussion. Jiang Muye, uninterested in the school's gossip, was engrossed in a video game when Xiao Beige suddenly exclaimed, I can't tolerate this. What happened? Jiang Muye glanced over. Chapter 33. The Cold School Beauty is supporting you. There are whispers circulating on the campus network about you. Let them talk. It's not the first time. And I shall continue on my path. Indifferent to their chatter, Jiang Muye remarked nonchalantly, his focus still on the game interface. Xiao Beige scoffed. Yet those scoundrels dare to call you a kept man, claiming you are being supported by the Cold School Beauty. They say she even bought you a sports car, which you flaunt around school. Jiang Muye's fingers struck the keyboard with a resounding thud, frustration evident in his voice. How can they say, I live off someone else? This is not merely an insult to me, but also to my system. My system is the reject-dependent system. A man of my integrity would never be a freeloader. Xiao Beige's anger flared. I ought to confront them for saying such things about my brother, just as he prepared to unleash his wrath as an online warrior. He refreshed his phone and was taken aback. Noticing Xiao Beige's astonished expression, Jiang Muye inquired what happened. Xiao Beige's excitement bubbled over. The Cold School Beauty truly loves you. Look, as Jiang Muye glanced at Xiao Beige's phone, he saw a new highly upvoted comment on the campus network post questioning his integrity. Lung Ruoli, his abilities are commendable. He does not rely on others. I will strive to improve and stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The likes on the comment had soared to 2,000, making it the top post. The comments below were filled with admiration for Jiang Muye. Feeling a warmth in his eyes, Jiang Muye responded, Xiao Beige. This could be her way of clarifying things, or perhaps even confessing her feelings for you. Did you hear that? She wishes to stand beside you soon. The hint is quite clear. Well, you interpret it as you wish. I am not lacking in reading comprehension. My grades surpass yours by far. Jiang Muye retorted with a huff. I have a girlfriend. Do you? Xiao Beige boasted. I could have a girlfriend whenever I want. Jiang Muye dismissed him. Xiao Beige instantly wilted, his confidence faltering. He envied Jiang Muye immensely. Handsome, academically gifted, and an adept basketball player. The girls who adored him were countless. And even two of the most beautiful girls in school were infatuated with him, competing for his attention. You really draw envy. But the cold school beauty does seem genuinely smitten with you. It appears she just registered her account, perhaps fearing you would be wronged and hurried to clarify. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Jiang Muye felt compelled to take action. He stepped onto the balcony and initiated a WeChat call to Lung Ruoli. The call connected instantly. Hello. A light and airy voice greeted him, and Jiang Muye could sense her barely contained excitement. Thank you for clarifying the post online, Jiang Muye said calmly. I apologize for involving you in this. Not at all, Lung Ruoli replied shyly. As long as it concerns you, I don't mind at all. The mere mention of their names together filled her with delight. She could not possibly mind. She longed for a future intertwined with Jiang Muye. Jiang Muye felt a warmth spread through him. Would you like to play PUBG? Lung Ruoli was taken aback. I can help you rank up. After all, you helped me. I should express my gratitude, Jiang Muye insisted. All right, let's do it. Lung Ruoli eagerly agreed, her face flushed with excitement. Thus, Jiang Muye returned to his dormitory and invited Lung Ruoli to play the game. Their teamwork was impeccable. They won at least 8 out of 10 matches. Jiang Muye even allowed her to finish off weakened enemies, exclaiming, Wow, I've taken down over 10 opponents. Lung Ruoli's delight was palpable, her voice tinged with joy. Jiang Muye smiled, ensuring she achieved MVP status, successfully boosting her rank. As dusk approached, Lung Ruoli prepared to attend her evening class, reluctantly ending their gaming session. Shall we play again tomorrow? She asked with a hint of longing. Of course, Jiang Muye replied, her melodious voice filling her with elation. All right, it's a promise then. I must go to class now. After exiting the game, Jiang Muye stretched lazily, recalling an unfinished assignment for his major. He decided to submit it to his professor on the second floor of the teaching building. Milu leaned against the handrail, engrossed in texting, her chestnut curls cascading over her shoulders, her beautiful features exuding grace. Clad in a burgundy off-shoulder bodycon dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure, her flawless skin glowed, and her curves drew the eye. Classmate, a cool male voice interrupted her, and a smile danced on her lips. She assumed he was attempting to flirt, as she was accustomed to such attention being one of the school's for most beautiful girls. Before graduating, she had already caught the eye of modeling agencies and gained a modest reputation as a runway model. Countless wealthy suitors pursued her, yet she had never accepted any of their advances, as none had truly captured her heart. They seemed only enamored with her beauty. As Milu turned to see the source of the voice, she was met with a handsome young man. He was indeed attractive and tall, but appeared rather youthful. Likely a junior. I'm sorry, she began, instinctively preparing to decline, but was taken aback as he swiftly moved past her. Milu blinked in confusion. Was he not attempting to flirt with her? She followed his gaze, only to see him confront a male classmate who was nervously hiding in a corner. The boy was clearly attempting to flee, but the young man pursued him like a predator, and in a shocking turn of events. He forcefully pinned the classmate's face to the ground, restraining him with his leg while twisting his arms behind his back. Let me go. The classmate struggled, but the young man delivered a harsh blow to his head, commanding, Behave yourself. With an air of authority, he seized the boy's concealed phone. Mila watched in astonishment, her heart racing. He exuded a fierce and commanding presence, his gaze intense and unyielding, and in that moment of taking the phone, he radiated an aura of danger. Handsome, utterly captivating, he was younger than her, yet exuded an undeniable masculinity. Chapter 34. The seductive school beauty's encounter. You have been secretly photographed. After glancing at his phone, Jiang Muye turned it towards Milu. Upon seeing the album, Milu was taken aback. She had been captured in an inappropriate pose. Engrossed in her phone, she had failed to notice the lurking presence of the voyeur who had captured such an embarrassing moment. Though she donned a provocative outfit, Mi Lu harbored a deep disdain for these lecherous men who surreptitiously photograph women, especially during this pivotal moment in her career, where any leaked images could stir up a scandal. Thank you. She instinctively reached to delete the photos, but Jiang Muye stopped her, saying, do not erase them. Why not? Mi Lu was apprehensive about having such leverage over her fall into the wrong hands. Call the police. This is evidence, Jiang Muye replied with a calm demeanor. How could one allow evidence to be destroyed? That would only benefit the unscrupulous man in question. Mi Lu felt a wave of admiration wash over her at Jiang Muye's thoughtfulness. He was intelligent, capable, and strikingly handsome. How had she failed to notice this hidden gem during her time at school? Without hesitation, Jiang Muye contacted the authorities, and together with Mi Lu, they brought the voyeur to the police station to file a report. The man was detained, as he was a student from their school, and the administration had been notified. He would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. As Jiang Muye exited the police station, he heard the sound of high heels clicking rapidly behind him. Suddenly, a soft hand wrapped around his arm, and he felt the warm presence of Mi Lu pressing against him, her alluring figure almost draping over him. Surprised, he gazed into her enchanting eyes, which sparkled with gratitude. Thank you so much today. I truly don't know what that scoundrel might have done to me otherwise, she said. There's no need for thanks. It was merely a matter of justice, Jiang Muye replied, instinctively trying to withdraw his arm, but Mi Lu tightened her grip, unwilling to release him. That simply won't do. She pouted, her voice laced with a hint of flirtation. I was taught to repay kindness. Really, it's unnecessary. I have other matters to attend to, he said, attempting to detach from her grasp. Please, wait a moment longer. Let me treat you to dinner, she implored, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mi Lu was confident. She believed no man could resist her charm. If her beauty failed to captivate, her alluring figure would surely bring him to his knees. I'm not hungry, Jiang Muye stated resolutely, breaking free from her hold. Mi Lu was taken aback. She had always been pursued, yet here was a man who remained unmoved by her allure. Then I shall treat you next time. After all, we are in the same school, she said, her lips curving into a coy smile. Quickly, she retrieved an Armani lipstick from her Hermes bag and pressed it into Jiang Muye's palm, leaving her phone number inscribed on his skin. This is my number. You must call me, she said, her gaze soft and inviting. Oh, and my WeChat is linked to this number as well, so you can easily find me. Jiang Muye, recognizing the implications of her actions as an adult man, feigned interest with a nonchalant "oh." He understood that refusing her outright would only lead to relentless pursuit, so he opted to play along. Shall I escort you back to school? Mi Lu vinket, her ample bosom suing intigingly. I have a car, he replied. Oh well, Mi Lu said with a hint of disappointment, yet she urged him, please remember to call. Jiang Muye nodded and departed, leaving Mi Lu watching his tall figure fade away. Initially indifferent, she now felt a flutter of excitement. It seemed a pity that she had never experienced romance. If her first love were to be him, it would be delightful. Half an hour later, Mi Lu returned to her dormitory, clutching her phone tightly, unable to suppress her joy. Cold Ruoli, lying on her bed, observed Mi Lu's unusual demeanor. What's going on? Cold Ruoli asked curiously. Mi Lu beamed as she lay beside her friend, exclaiming, I feel a fluttering in my heart. Really? Cold Ruoli shared in her excitement. Yes, it was the first time I encountered such a capable man. He was heroic and incredibly handsome, Mi Lu gushed. Her cheeks flushed. I used to think being an independent woman was best, but now I find the idea of being a cherished partner quite appealing. Who is he? How did you meet? Cold Ruoli inquired. Mi Lu paused, realizing she had yet to ask his name. Oh right, I forgot to ask his name. How will you contact him? Cold Ruoli asked, to which Mi Lu waved her phone and replied, I save his number. He will surely add me on WeChat. That is fantastic. I've found my love. So you should muster up the courage to capture the heart of the man you desire. Mi Lu playfully mimicked a grabbing motion, causing Cold Ruoli's cheeks to flush. I've grown quite familiar with him. He even invited me to play games today. Cold Ruoli confessed. Really? You'll be single no more? Mi Lu exclaimed, leaping onto her friend. Cold Ruoli giggled, wrapping her arms around Mi Lu's slender waist, cheerfully saying, let's hope so. She longed to walk hand in hand with Jiang Muye across the campus. Envisioning the scene made her heart flutter. Now, I must keep a close watch on my phone. I can't miss a single notification, Milou said, eagerly focused on her WeChat. Yet, as Milou stared at her phone screen throughout the night, Jiang Muye never added her. Frustration brewed within her. What was happening? Did he add the wrong person? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Muye had not added anyone at all, having gone straight to wash up upon returning to his dorm. Little did he know that his actions had left an innocent girl restless through the night. By the next morning, Milou was fuming. Clutching her ample chest and gritting her teeth, that scoundrel really didn't add me. I will turn the entire school upside down to find him. Chapter 35. Deep affection. While Milou vowed with a frown to dig 3 feet into the ground to find him, Jiang Muye was sleeping soundly, enjoying a deep slumber until midday. Upon awakening, he discovered a steaming meal laid out on the table, courtesy of Kai Z from the cafeteria. Sweet and sour meatballs, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and stir-fried baby bok choy. What a sumptuous feast! Jiang Muye relished the meal, savoring the delightful life he led. However, Kai Z had yet to return his seat and instead lingered beside him. Jiang Muye, with a chopstick between his teeth, inquired curiously, "What's up? Do you need something?" Kai Z shyly ruffled his hair. "Xiao Yu's birthday is coming up, and I have a small favor to ask." Jiang Muye, puzzled, queried, "You don't mean you want me to throw her a birthday party, do you?" "No, it's about Lung Xiaohua." Kai Z hesitated to articulate his request. Little Dove, observing Kai Z's shyness, promptly interjected, "He wants to know where Lung Xiaohua purchased that light blue dress she wore last Tuesday." Kai Z nodded. "Xiao Yu really likes it and wants one for herself. Since her birthday is approaching, I thought of gifting it to her. I feel too embarrassed to ask Lung Xiaohua directly, but you know her, she would surely tell you." Jiang Muye comprehended Kai Z's intentions. This task posed no difficulty for him, so he decided to assist his friend. After all, brothers ought to support one another. Upon agreeing, Kai Z beamed with gratitude. "Thank you so much. I'll cook you meals for a week." Having committed to helping Kai Z, Jiang Muye took up his phone to message Lung Ruoli. "Lung Ruoli, the light blue dress you wore previously was stunning." At that moment, Lung Ruoli was in her dormitory practicing yoga, panting and flushed. Upon receiving Jiang Muye's message, she was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks turning crimson. He noticed her outfit and complimented her. Should she wear that dress when she sees him today? Ding dong. Another WeChat notification sounded. Lung Ruoli quickly checked the message. "My roommate Kai Z wants to buy a dress for his girlfriend and has his eyes set on the one you wore. May I ask where you got it?" A twinge of disappointment flickered in Lung Ruoli's heart. So it was for someone else. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and contemplated her reply. Jiang Muye awaited her response eagerly. "Lung Ruoli, what a coincidence. I'm going shopping today. Why don't I take you to the mall? I have a membership card, so we can get a discount." "When are you free?" Jiang Muye replied. "I have no classes today. I'm free." "Lung Ruoli, let us meet downstairs at noon." Jiang Muye relayed her words precisely to his roommates. "We're heading to the mall shortly." To his surprise, Little Dove chimed in. "I'm going to the library with Suya." Old he added, "Right? I need to accompany my girlfriend." Jiang Muye turned to Kai Z, who sheepishly said, "Shall you want me to go with her to IKEA today? So I can't make it. Sorry to trouble you to go alone. Am I the only one going?" Jiang Muye pointed at himself, feeling a bit frustrated. "Fine, I'll just help out. Kai Z truly can't get away. And besides, Lung Xiaohua isn't a ferocious beast. What is there to fear? Just enjoy yourself today," Little Dove encouraged with a smile. In truth, the trio was tacitly avoiding going along to create an opportunity for Jiang Muye and Lung Ruoli to spend time together alone. With such clear hints from Lung Xiaohua, their presence would only spoil the moment. Moreover, Jiang Muye recognized the value of this opportunity with her. Being a brother means facilitating such chances for them. Resolute, Jiang Muye decided not to be hesitant. After all, it was merely a trip to the mall to buy clothes. There was nothing to be apprehensive about. Thus, he arrived at the designated time to wait beneath Lung Ruoli's dormitory. As he stood there for a few minutes, numerous beautiful girls blushed and stole glances at him, unable to tear their eyes away. "Look, isn't that Jiang Muye? He is so handsome. Indeed, he is practically my ideal type, oh. But such a handsome man can't be wasted on me." Is he waiting for Lung Xiaohua? Someone scoffed. No way he's waiting for Lung Xiaohua. He must be waiting for Xiaya. Jiang Muye was so infatuated with Xiaya. He had proposed to her 99 times. And rumors said she was starting to reconsider him. They were likely back together. In no time, a girl retorted, but Xiaya was looking for Jiang Muye in the cafeteria, and he ignored her. He is sitting next to Lung Xiaohua. Didn't they notice that Jiang Muye was using Lung Xiaohua to provoke Xiaya? After all, Xiaya was his first love, and men tend to hold on to their first loves dearly. Why shouldn't they reconcile? Yet, I firmly believe he's waiting for Lung Xiaohua. Xiaya was so heartless, rejecting Jiang Muye's 99 proposals, shattering his dignity and playing with his feelings. If I were him, I would go back to Xiaya. No wonder you're single. You can't understand a man's psyche. Besides, Jiang Muye is notorious for being a romantic. I refuse to believe he could let go of Xiaya. As the girls engaged in spirited debate, a familiar, graceful figure suddenly appeared. Everyone collectively held their breath in excitement. The girl had flowing hair, red lips, white teeth, radiating an aura of literary charm, and wearing a pure cotton forest-style long dress. She resembled an ethereal sprite. Her bright eyes swiftly darted toward Jiang Muye. It was Xia Shiran. The girls who had previously supported her now gleamed with self-satisfaction. See, I told you Jiang Muye was waiting for Xiaya. This left others feeling dejected and envious of Xia Shiran. How fortunate she was. Why did Jiang Muye remain so enamored with her? Alas, she was undeniably beautiful. If I were a boy, I too would be deeply infatuated with her. I misjudged Jiang Muye. He lacked resolve. After Xiaya treated him so poorly, he still runs after her. If he gets abandoned by Xiaya in the future, he'll have only himself to blame. Amidst the chorus of discontent from onlookers, Xia Shiran, however, appeared remarkably refreshed. After being rejected by Jiang Muye, she had been despondent, lying in bed for 2 days and nights without energy. Upon returning to her dormitory, her spirits were low. But just moments ago, her roommate, Xiao Miao, informed her that Jiang Muye was waiting downstairs for her. Instantly revitalized, she hurried down. The fact that Jiang Muye was waiting for her at her dormitory clearly indicated he had changed his mind about her. After all, how could someone who liked her so much simply let her go? Unable to contain her excitement, Xia Shiran smiled at Jiang Muye. "Muye, you finally came to find me. You've forgiven me, right? Shall we start anew? I promise I won't do anything to upset you again." Chapter 36. Please do not be so self-important upon seeing Xia Shiran. Jiang Muye coldly remarked, "I did not come to seek you out. Please do not misinterpret my intentions." Xia Shiran's delicate face paled significantly, her eyes reddening like those of a rabbit, tears welling in her gaze. Though she attempted to smile, her eyes were awash with sorrow. "If you're not here for me, then who else could it be? I refuse to believe you harbor no feelings for me at all. Please stop sulking." Xia Shiran felt that Jiang Muye's words were merely born of anger. Deep down, he was a soft-hearted person. A chilling voice interrupted her thoughts. Startled, Xia Shiran turned to see a fierce-looking girl with a strikingly beautiful and resolute face, her almond-shaped eyes sweeping over Xia Shiran with a hint of displeasure. The girl stood firmly in front of Xia Shiran and turned to Jiang Muye, offering a subtle smile. "Shall we go?" Xia Shiran's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Jiang Muye apathetically turn away and leave with Lung Ruoli, abandoning her completely. Onlookers were equally shocked by this unexpected turn of events. The girls who had previously stood with Lung Ruoli were now buzzing with excitement, exclaiming, "Jiang Muye is truly impressive. Xia Shiran deserves this. She didn't cherish him when she had the chance, and now regrets it. Oh my, Jiang Muye is so cool. That is Xia, the school beauty. How many men could refuse her? Even if she tried to win him back now, he would remain unmoved. He's far superior to those other fools. I feel so satisfied." Xia Shiran thought she could act aloof just because of her talent and beauty. Jiang Muye has avenged us all. It's only right that Lung Ruoli has taken a liking to him. Meanwhile, the very subject of their conversation, Xia Shiran, felt tears streaming down her cheeks, unable to conceal the anguish within her as people passed by. She crouched down, burying her face in her arms, sobbing. "Shaoran!" Yuan hurried over, trying to comfort her. Xia Shiran's cries were choked, her head resting on Yuan's shoulder as she lamented, "I truly made a mistake. But why won't he forgive me? Woe is me. He left with her. I have sacrificed so much for him. Why can't he show me kindness just once? Yuan gazed at Xia Shiran, her makeup ruined from crying, and gently nudged her forehead with her own. But hasn't he given up a lot for you as well? If you had softened your heart for him once before, would you still be in this pain now? Xia Shiran, with tears in her eyes and a flushed face, stammered, I truly regret it. I don't want him to be with her. I want to marry him and be together forever. I understand, Yuan replied empathetically, recalling her own past experiences with a boy she once adored fiercely. You've only been hurt a few times, but Jiang Muye has suffered 100 times over. You can express your feelings, but he hides his. Xia Shiran paused, realizing that she had only ever seen his optimistic side. She had assumed that his indifference to her refusal of his proposal didn't affect him. Now she recognized how terribly mistaken she had been. He was indeed hurt, but he concealed it well. It dawned on her that she, in her arrogance, had assumed he felt no pain at all. She resolved to emulate Jiang Muye's spirit, to rise like an indomitable creature rather than succumb to tears. Weeping would not resolve her dilemma. With newfound determination, she wiped her tears away and insisted, You are right. I have no right to wallow in self-pity. If I truly care for him, I must win him back. Indeed, pursuing a man is not as daunting as it seems. Besides, he loved you deeply before. Surely there remains a shred of affection. Men are quite nostalgic, especially regarding their first love. Why do you think so many women are haunted by their first loves? Yuan began to encourage Xia Shiran. They say the best way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Yuan's suggestion sparked clarity in Xia Shiran's mind. How did I not think of this sooner? Thank you, Yuan. If I succeed in rekindling things with him, you will be our matchmaker. Seeing Xia Shiran's renewed spirit, Yuan chuckled. Just promise me a generous red envelope when that happens. I am looking forward to being your bridesmaid. Xia Shiran nodded, her heart brimming with resolve. No matter the obstacles ahead, she would not give up on Jiang Muye. At that moment, Jiang Muye had taken Lung Ruoli to a clothing store in the mall. The sales associates were exceptionally attentive, offering tea and explanations, eager to please. I wore this dress before, Lung Ruoli said, picking up a light blue dress to show Jiang Muye. All right, let's wrap it up, Jiang Muye replied, nodding. He then pointed to a light purple slit dress nearby, adding, Please set this one aside as well. Are we not just buying one dress? Lung Ruoli asked curiously. For you? Jiang Muye's words surprised Lung Ruoli, her lips parting in astonishment. Really? I get one too? Indeed, Jiang Muye affirmed, since you brought me here to help me. It's only right that I gift you something in return. Lung Ruoli felt a surge of joy within her heart. She had not anticipated being considered in his thoughts. It was a delightful surprise. My taste isn't the best, and I rarely buy things for girls. Do you really like this dress? Jiang Muye's gaze instinctively settled on Lung Ruoli. Her face flushed crimson as she eagerly nodded. I really like it. Then go try it on and see if it fits. Jiang Muye suggested, assessing her figure with his eyes. It should be your size. I'll check it out. Lung Ruoli smiled warmly, her cheeks glowing as she dashed to the fitting room. Jiang Muye settled onto a sofa outside, when a young man sat down beside him, sharing a knowing smile. Hey, bro, waiting for your girlfriend to change, huh? Jiang Muye blinked in surprise. This place is super expensive, but my girlfriend loves shopping. What can I say? I indulge her, the young man chuckled, a cheerful grin on his face. Just as Jiang Muye was about to clarify that he wasn't waiting for a girlfriend, the fitting room door creaked open, and a striking figure emerged. The young man exclaimed excitedly, Wow, she looks stunning. You really hit the jackpot with such a beautiful girlfriend. Yet, Jiang Muye heard nothing but the sight before him. Lung Ruoli's fair skin complemented the light purple dress beautifully, her light brown hair elegantly pinned up, with delicate strands framing her face. Her features were enchanting, displaying a hint of shyness, and her sparkling eyes were fixed upon him. The dress accentuated her figure perfectly, her long, slender legs gracefully moving beneath the alluring slit, casting a captivating shadow. She wore champagne-colored high heels, her delicate pink toes peeking out, exuding an irresistible charm. Moreover, she shyly covered her chest, yet through her fingers, it was clear the dress was quite low-cut, accentuating her ample bosom, Indeed, a sight to behold. Chapter 37. A glimpse of the mountains below. Familiar scenery, how is it? Lung Ruoli nibbled on her cherry-red lips, casting a shy glance at Jiang Muye. Beautiful, Jiang Muye genuinely praised, for how could he not commend such a breathtaking beauty, the foremost among the four school flowers? Lung Ruoli's cheeks flushed even more. She clutched her chest, innocent and alluring, akin to a ripe peach awaiting its maturity. She had never donned such revealing attire before, a low-cut, high-slit dress that accentuated her figure splendidly. Especially when worn in front of the boy she admired, her bashfulness was magnified. As she was lost in her embarrassment, a shadow suddenly enveloped her, and before she could react, warmth spread across her shoulder. Lung Ruoli blinked her long eyelashes, discovering a pale white fox fur coat draped over her. She was taken aback, meeting Jiang Muye's dark, captivating eyes. Apologies, I thought it looked good hanging there. I didn't expect it to be so revealing. Perhaps adding a coat would help, Jiang Muye said sincerely. A smile brightened Lung Ruoli's face, and she shyly buried her face, murmuring, "Thank you, I really like it. I'm glad you like it. Now let's change and have the attendant wrap it up for you," Jiang Muye suggested with a smile. To his surprise, Lung Ruoli shook her head, saying, "No, I'll just wear this out." "All right," Jiang Muye replied, not objecting. Her happiness was all that mattered. As Jiang Muye proceeded to the checkout, Lung Ruoli eagerly handed her membership card to the attendant. The attendant, beaming, announced, "Today we have a promotion, buy one get one free. So, you'll only need to pay 3,000 yuan in total." Jiang Muye was astonished upon seeing the receipt. It was far cheaper than he had anticipated. He had expected exorbitant prices in such a luxury store, yet found the items to be quite reasonable. After leaving the store with Lung Ruoli, a boy who had just conversed with Jiang Muye exclaimed, "There's a promotion today? Buy one get one free." The attendant, however, remained expressionless, replying, "I'm sorry, there's no promotion today, but I just saw you giving them a discount." The boy contested. The attendant replied flatly, "That promotion was exclusive to Miss Lung. She is our VIP, and she will cover the expenses afterward." The store had no promotion. It was merely that Lung Ruoli had arranged for Jiang Muye to receive a lower price, intending to reimburse the difference later. Lung Ruoli's sole purpose was to ensure Jiang Muye spent the least amount possible. She did not want him to incur unnecessary expenses. Even though he was set to inherit billions, he had yet to access those funds. Furthermore, she understood that the lifestyle of the wealthy often came with significant daily expenditures. She wished to save him money for future business endeavors, aware that a piece of fur could cost 70 to 80,000 yuan, while they paid only around 1,000, an arrangement made solely to preserve Lung Ruoli's dignity. At that moment, as they walked through the mall, Lung Ruoli adjusted her fur coat and beamed at Jiang Muye, saying, "Thank you for the gift, I really love it. Now let me buy you a gift too." "What gift?" Jiang Muye inquired. Lung Ruoli pointed to a nearby vendor selling cotton candy, exclaiming, "This one." Jiang Muye was taken aback. He had expected her to offer something grand, but this simple treat revealed her playful innocence. He chuckled softly, "I'm not a child. Why would you buy me cotton candy?" With a playful flick of her pink tongue, Lung Ruoli replied, "I wouldn't say it's because I want to eat it. Besides, I want to cheer you up. It has nothing to do with being an adult or a child." "Well then, cheer me up," Jiang Muye responded, chuckling unconsciously. Just as Lung Ruoli was about to dash over to buy the cotton candy, she suddenly noticed a supermarket employee pushing a line of shopping carts directly towards Jiang Muye. Her eyes widened in alarm. "Watch out!" Jiang Muye barely had time to react before he felt himself being pressed against the wall by a soft, delicate figure. The fragrant warmth enveloped him, leaving him momentarily stunned. With a gentle grip around her slender waist, he found himself pinned against the wall by Lung Ruoli. Jiang Muye's gaze flickered to her, and his blood surged with intensity. The white fur coat had slipped down her shoulder as she lunged, revealing a delicate, creamy expanse of skin, glistening softly in the light, showcasing her graceful swan neck and defined collarbones, a scene of vibrant allure. Not to mention, the coat's removal caused her heart to race, her breath quickening as she pressed against him. The sensation was overwhelmingly vivid, akin to a breathtaking vista. Jiang Muye silently gasped, overwhelmed by the sight of Lung Ruoli's exquisite face and her captivating pose, succumbing to the intoxicating atmosphere. The sweet scent of her natural fragrance filled his senses, distinct from any perfume, lifting his spirits and igniting a fervent excitement within him. "Are you all right?" Lung Ruoli panted, her cheeks flushed with a soft pink hue, her lips full and rosy. Thankfully, she had prevented the shopping cart from colliding with Jiang Muye. "I'm fine. I just didn't expect to be wall-pinned by a girl," Jiang Muye smirked. Lung Ruoli's ears turned crimson as she stammered. "It was an emergency, so I had to." Though she was taken aback by his firm, warm embrace, she felt a twinge of reluctance to pull away. However, just as she instinctively moved, an unexpected warmth gripped her shoulder, sending her heart into a tumultuous flutter. Her complexion deepened in color, her fair skin glowing like a spring blossom. Jiang Muye, without hesitation, pulled her fur coat back up, purely out of concern for her modesty and well-being. His intentions were innocent. He merely wished to assist, with no ulterior motives. However, he was unaware that Lung Ruoli's heart raced wildly at his gesture, akin to a drum beating relentlessly. It felt as if the world around them radiated an extraordinary brilliance. "Let us go get that cotton candy," Jiang Muye suggested, turning to Lung Ruoli as he sought out the vendor. With a gleeful laugh, Lung Ruoli followed him eagerly, resembling a spirited young girl. "2 cotton candies, please," Jiang Muye requested, paying without hesitation. Lung Ruoli, surprised, exclaimed, "Aren't I treating you?" "You treat, I pay," Jiang Muye replied with a knowing smile. "I can't afford the cotton candy. Consider it a way to cheer you up." His casual remark filled Lung Ruoli with secret delight. The two settled by a fountain, sharing the cotton candy in comfortable silence. Yet Lung Ruoli felt an indescribable sweetness enveloping them. Jiang Muye finished his cotton candy quickly, savoring the sugary taste that lingered in his mouth. He realized that he hadn't indulged in cotton candy in ages, and while it seemed childish, the moment felt serendipitous. He watched Lung Ruoli delightfully munching on her cotton candy, finding her utterly charming. "Is there something on my face?" he inquired, puzzled. Lung Ruoli gazed into Jiang Muye's fervent eyes, innocently inquiring. Her small hands fumbled across her face, yet found nothing. Jiang Muye chuckled softly, remarking this. Lung Ruoli felt his fingertips graze her lips. Though he might have merely been wiping away the residue of cotton candy, to her, it was a moment steeped in enchantment. Her breath caught, her chest rising and falling with intensity, the contours of her form more pronounced. "There we go." Jiang Muye had removed the cotton candy from her lips. His fingertips still bore warmth. Whether from the touch upon her mouth or the heat released by the melting confection, she could not discern. The sensation was delightful. He relished it. Lung Ruoli, blushing, nodded shyly, biting her crimson lip. "All right, let us return," Jiang Muye stated as he stood. Lung Ruoli, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Are we leaving now? If not, what else would you wish to do with me?" Jiang Muye inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded her. Chapter 38. "You've gone astray, cold school flower." Lung Ruoli immediately shook her head in embarrassment, her cheeks flushed, and then she got into the car with Jiang Muye. Upon returning to the dormitory, Milu, who was checking student information on her computer, turned her head and looked at Lung Ruoli. "You're back." Her beautiful eyes squinted as if she had discovered a new continent, filled with astonishment. "Wow, that's not what you wore when you went out. You're getting bad." Faced with Milu's teasing, Lung Ruoli's face turned crimson. "It's not what you think. He bought me this outfit. He took the initiative to buy you clothes. Truly a rare occurrence." Milu exclaimed excitedly, then frowned and said, "But the heating is on in the room. Aren't you hot? It is a bit warm, but I can't bear to take it off. This is his first gift to me." Lung Ruoli sighed contentedly as she lay on her mattress, inhaling the lingering scent of Jiang Muye from the fabric, causing her cheeks to burn and her smile to widen. "Oh, I really envy you. At least you know who you like. I'm still searching like a needle in a haystack." Milu sighed wistfully. "Haven't you found anyone yet?" "Not yet," Milu mumbled. "There are tens of thousands of people in this school. It's too difficult to find him. But I refuse to believe that just waiting won't lead me to him." "Keep it up," Lung Ruoli encouraged her. "Wow, cold beauty, you're simply too adorable." Milu chuckled. "Hurry and catch your crush so I can bring my guy along and we can all hang out together." Lung Ruoli shyly replied, "Whether I can catch him depends on whether he likes me. You're a stunning beauty, possessing both looks and wealth. What man will be blind enough not to like you? If worst comes to worst, just throw yourself at him. I refuse to believe any man could remain indifferent. Milou was not merely flattering Long Ruoli. It was the truth. Milou believed herself to be the school's beauty queen until she laid eyes on Long Ruoli, who was truly breathtaking. With an exquisite appearance, graceful demeanor, a stunning figure, and the status of a wealthy heiress, Long Ruoli stood as the pinnacle of the four school flowers, unmatched by anyone. Upon hearing Milou's praise, Long Ruoli began to dream. Would Jiang Muye share Milou's sentiments? How embarrassing. Yet, she must work hard to win Jiang Muye's heart. In the dormitory, Lao He, Xiao Beige, and Kai Zi were engrossed in an intense gaming session. Lao He, watch out. There's someone on the mountain. Get down, Xiao Beige commanded. You want to talk? Drive steadier, will you? At this rate, we'll all be wiped out. I don't even want to ride with you anymore. Lao He bellowed. Kai Zi was quite frustrated. You two are making noise. We're going to be flanked. We're doomed. In a few desperate cries, Xiao Beige and Kai Zi were eliminated, leaving only Lao He, the last hope of the team, under immense pressure. Damn it. You two died so early. Can we still win? Lao He exclaimed. Xiao Beige retorted. Steady your aim, you idiot. You're exposing our position. Watch the southeast. He has spotted you and is aiming. Shoot now. We're at the southeast. Lao He was in a frenzy, and just as he was lost, he suddenly felt a wave of warmth in front of him. Suddenly, his mouse and keyboard were moved aside. Bam, 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 bam. Lao He and the others stared in astonishment at the boy who had appeared out of nowhere, swiftly firing his weapon with remarkable precision, effortlessly taking down the enemy. Jiang Muye's marksmanship was flawless. Despite being ambushed from all sides, he remained unfazed, maneuvering with agility and firing rapidly until silence fell. The screen now displayed the victory emblem. We won. The three remained in shock. Jiang Muye replied calmly. It was simple. Xiao Beige exclaimed, damn, this guy's impressive. But how did you return so quickly? Are you even a man? Did you think I'd take my time? Jiang Muye calmly sipped his milk. I thought you brought your ID today, thinking you had a breakthrough, but you still let me down. Xiao Beige lamented. That's cold school flower. She likes you. If you don't act, are you even a man? Jiang Muye rolled his eyes. I brought my ID because the mall conducts random checks. Where did you think I was? Besides, you and Suya have been dating for so long, and when you went to the hotel, weren't you just playing werewolf all night? Caught off guard, Xiao Beige felt a bit embarrassed. So you didn't agree. I just need to mentally prepare. After all, she is my girlfriend. It's just a matter of time. He glanced at Jiang Muye and said, but you need to act swiftly. Cold School Flower is incredibly popular with many admirers. If she slips away, you'll regret it. Jiang Muye, however, was confident. Don't worry. She is mine, and no one can take her away. If she is not mine, no amount of effort will matter. Besides, I'm still in the early stages of getting to know Long Ruoli. I only have a bit of fondness for her, nothing more. He wasn't in a hurry to establish a relationship. There was no need to settle, just to be in a couple. This was a responsibility towards both him and Long Ruoli. Of course, if he truly liked Long Ruoli, he would act decisively and be with her without delay. That was his principle. Lao He sighed. You really don't know how fortunate you are. All the boys in school envy you, believing that Cold School Flower has set her sights on you, and you still don't appreciate it. Enough about me. What about you guys? Didn't you have plans with your girlfriends? Why is everyone still in the dorm? Jiang Muye teased. Could it be you were played and are now seeking warmth in numbers? Shut up. Suya and I are doing fine. Xiao Beige retorted. We're just creating a space for you in Cold School Flower. You should be grateful. Think less. Stop wasting effort. Jiang Muye scoffed, handing a dress to Kai Zi. Here, I got the skirt. Kai Zi's eyes lit up as he recognized the light blue dress that Cold School Flower had worn. How much was it? Kai Zi asked. Consider it a gift. Jiang Muye raised an eyebrow. We're brothers. Why be polite? This amount is nothing to me. No, I can't let you get it for free. After all, it's a gift from my girlfriend. Koichi insisted on paying. Jiang Muye nodded. All right, let us just round it down. 1,000 will do. Kai Zi agreed and promptly transferred the money to Jiang Muye, saying, You're truly a great friend. I owe you one. Then tonight, when you bring me dinner, add an extra marinated egg and chicken leg. Jiang Muye grinned. Sure, no problem. Jiang Muye lay back on his bed, contentedly drifting off to sleep. He eagerly awaited the evening, looking forward to Kai Zi bringing him delicious food. And the thought of such a life was simply delightful. When Jiang Muye awoke, the sky outside had darkened. Xiao Beige and Lao He had left, undoubtedly to find their girlfriends. The room was now left with only Kai Zi, who was busy with his homework. Seeing Jiang Muye awake, Kai Zi asked, "You're up? Hungry? Starving? I implore you to feed me." Jiang Muye lazily replied, unwilling to get up. Kai nodded and said, "All right, I will bring you some food." Jiang Muye waited on the bed, playing on his phone for a while, when he suddenly noticed Kai rushing in at lightning speed. Wow, that was quick. Is the cafeteria not crowded today? How did you get the food so fast? Jiang Muye expressed his astonishment. Kai immediately smiled awkwardly and replied, "I didn't go to the cafeteria. If you didn't go to the cafeteria, then where did you go? Why do you still have a lunchbox in your hand? Where did it come from?" Jiang Muye looked at Kai in confusion. Chapter 39. The mysterious bento. Kai Zi remarked this. "Oh, this is the extra food that Xiao Yu and her roommate made after signing up for a cooking class. They brought it for us to share. Muye, come down and eat. Am I just a test subject?" Jiang Muye smirked. "Are you going to eat or not?" Kai Zi inquired. "Of course, I'm famished. Let me see what delicacies await." Jiang Muye promptly descended from the upper bunk. Eagerly, he opened the lid and was delighted to find it quite sumptuous. The bento contained 4 dishes: stir-fried greens, cola chicken wings, onion beef, and a generous piece of chicken cutlet, accompanied by a bowl of beef meatball soup. The presentation was enticing, igniting one's appetite at first glance. It was evident that a girl had prepared it, as it was quite meticulous. "It looks appealing. I just wonder about the taste," Jiang Muye pondered, picking up his chopsticks and beginning to eat. "How is it?" Kai Zi asked. Jiang Muye frowned slightly. "You can tell from a novice. The chicken wings are overcooked and there's too much soy sauce. Let me try the vegetables." After tasting, he continued, "The vegetables are decent, albeit a bit bland." Noticing Kai Zi's reluctance to eat, he urged, "Why aren't you eating? I had a bit earlier, so I'm not hungry now." "You go ahead." Kai Zi waved his hand. "Fine, I'll eat it since I'm hungry. Overall, it's passable, not exquisite, but far superior to any abominable culinary disaster. It's certainly edible and shows great potential for improvement," Jiang Muye assessed. Kai Zi responded, "So, we eat more tomorrow?" Jiang Muye raised an eyebrow in surprise. "There's more?" Kai Zi nodded, chuckling awkwardly. "Yes, indeed. They have classes for a while. And since you're not one to spare feelings, they really need your feedback." "Oh, so the intention is not just for the food," Jiang Muye chuckled softly, amused at his own biting wit. "It's not like girls can harbor any ill will." Watching Kai Zi hastily defend himself, Jiang Muye nonchalantly remarked, "All right, I'm just teasing you. Let them prepare more for me. I'm not opposed to free bento. As it stands, it hasn't reached the point where it would be unpalatable. Moreover, since it's Kai Zi's girlfriend, Jiang Muye felt it inappropriate to refuse outright. Wanting to spare his friend's feelings, he swiftly polished off the meal. "It's exquisite, yet regrettably insufficient for a boy's appetite," he noted. Kai Zi nodded, making a mental note. The following day, Jiang Muye was astonished to find Kai Zi had brought breakfast. "How early did you rise to make this?" "It's barely past 7, and their essay class already?" Jiang Muye exclaimed. "It's Xiao Yu's roommate practicing her skills. Here, give it a try." Kai Zi offered the breakfast to Jiang Muye. Upon opening the container, Jiang Muye discovered a chicken cutlet rice ball with a runny egg, accompanied by some vegetables, sliced apples, mangoes, and cherry tomatoes. He noted the portion size was significantly larger than before. He took a bite and found it far more delicious than the previous meal. "This suits my palate quite well. It's quite tasty, and the seaweed is pleasantly crisp," Jiang Muye remarked with satisfaction. "That's good. Enjoy. I'm heading to the cafeteria," Kai Zi declared, causing Jiang Muye to squint in confusion. "Cafeteria?" "Yes, Xiao Yu is waiting for me there," Kai Zi nodded. Jiang Muye, skeptical, replied, "Isn't she preparing breakfast for you? It seems illogical, given that you made it together." Kai Zi broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly explaining, "Well, she did prepare it. We just brought the bento to eat together in the cafeteria." "Ah," Jiang Muye responded, his eyes narrowing. Kai Zi quickly excused himself. "I'll be on my way." As Jiang Muye bit into the rice ball, a ripple of suspicion crossed his mind. "This certainly feels suspicious. He had no desire for a breakfast that had fallen from the sky. When noon arrived, Kaizi rushed downstairs at the appointed time. Spotting a familiar figure lurking in the shadows, he quickly extended his hand. Hand it over. I'll take it to him. Sure. Just as the lunchbox was about to reach Kaizi, a chilling voice interrupted. Why make this so complicated? Just give it to me directly. Startled by the sudden male voice, they turned to see Jiang Muye, arms crossed and leaning against a pillar, observing them with cold eyes. Muye, what are you doing down here? Kaizi exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Muye replied nonchalantly, You've been acting strangely these past few days. So, I wanted to see who was providing you with bento. His icy gaze fell on the pale-faced girl. I just didn't expect it to be you. When did you manage to sway my roommate? The girl in question was Xia Shiran, her long hair cascading down, her beautiful face now cast downward in disappointment, her eyes betraying a hint of timidity. Kaizi hastily defended. It's not what you think. She hasn't swayed me. What then? Xia Shiran interjected, her eyes reddening. It's my fault. I begged him, and he had no choice but to agree. I wanted to cook for you. That's why I asked him to make an excuse for bringing you the bento. Jiang Muye admonished. You could have just given it to me directly. There was no need to deceive me. His greatest aversion was deception, especially when it involved his close friends conspiring against him. A chill of disappointment swept over him. No, it's not like that. Xia Shiran's eyes brimmed with tears as she stepped closer. Jiang Muye tightened his lips, instinctively retreating, creating a palpable distance between them. Her retreating heart felt as though it were being sliced. Xia Shiran bit her crimson lip, her voice trembling. I'm sorry. I was just afraid you wouldn't eat it or that you'd throw it away. So I tried to be indirect. As Jiang Muye watched the tears cascade down Xia Shiran's cheeks, he sighed heavily. Xia Shiran, you still don't trust me enough. Why must you think I would refuse the bento or even waste it? If you had just been honest, I would have accepted it without hesitation. I would waste food over a mere quarrel. I would simply pay for the meal. Yet Xia Shiran insisted on complicating a matter that was fundamentally simple. Seeing Jiang Muye's cold demeanor, she sobbed, Please don't misunderstand me. I'm just too foolish. Always trying to accomplish something and ending up ruining it. If you don't want it, I'll just throw the bento away. Jiang Muye stepped forward, directly taking the bento from Xia Shiran's hands. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered as she perceived his action, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Did this mean he was no longer angry? As she gazed hopefully at Jiang Muye, he pulled out 3 red bills from his wallet and pressed them into her palm. Consider it payment for your bento. I want to waste it, but do not expect me to accept it again next time. Xia Shiran's smile, which had begun to blossom, instantly faded upon witnessing Jiang Muye's determined departure. In that moment, her nose turned red, overwhelmed with a sense of sorrow. Kaizi shook his head, addressing Xia Shiran. This is the final straw. I cannot continue to help you for Xiao Yu's sake. You should seek assistance from someone else. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's favor, I wouldn't have continued helping you. Look, now you've offended even your friends. Such a loss. With that, Kaizi ascended the stairs. Xia Shiran stood in place, her heart heavy with sorrow, her face devoid of any sparkle as she mechanically made her way toward her dormitory. Upon her entrance, her roommates were taken aback by her dazed expression, accentuated by the evident tear streaks on her delicate face. What is the matter, Shiran? Have you been crying? Xia Shiran, with reddened eyes, sorrowfully replied, I was discovered delivering food to him, and he asked me not to do it anymore. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Yuan, and the others hurriedly began to console her. In the boys' dormitory, Jiang Muye silently passed a bento box to Kaizi. Kaizi hesitated, saying, Isn't this inappropriate? After all, it was made for you. No, Jiang Muye replied coldly. Were it not for Xia Shiran's intention to discard the bento, resulting in wasted food, he would have absolutely refused this offering. Observing Jiang Muye's resolute demeanor, Kaizi sighed and opened the bento. This bento differed from yesterday's in its presentation. It was braised pork rice, with a generous ladle of savory sauce drenching the warm rice, each grain soaked and plump, topped with a substantial portion of evenly sliced braised meat. The color of the meat was perfectly balanced, a delightful mix of fat and lean, stimulating one's appetite. Accompanying it was a neatly sliced chive and egg roll, paired with an assortment of pickled vegetables and black pepper beef cubes. making it irresistibly tempting. To prevent choking, a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup was also prepared. Upon lifting the lid, an inviting aroma wafted forth. The entire bento was artfully arranged, with carrots carved into delicate flowers, showcasing meticulous attention to detail that resonated with Xia Shiran's artistic temperament. It was evidently a thoughtful and delectable bento. The little white dove sleeping on the upper bunk was instantly roused by the enticing scent of the meal. Bare-chested, he removed his eye mask and, upon seeing the sumptuous spread on the table, exclaimed, "Wow, how can you not eat such a delightful bento? Was it made by a girl for you? Truly considerate. How is it that you, a single man, can be so fortunate?" Chapter 40. I want to cook for the boy. I like Little Dove was quite tempted, urging Kai to feed her a bite. Kai picked up a piece with his chopsticks and offered it to Little Dove, who smacked her lips and exclaimed, "It's delicious. Isn't it far better than the food from the cafeteria or takeout? You are truly fortunate." Sighing, she reflected on her own situation. Her girlfriend felt more like a mere ornament, and she wondered when she might taste her cooking. Faced with Little Dove's envy, Jiang Muye remained indifferent. The moment he learned that the meal was prepared by Xia Shiran, his appetite vanished entirely. Beside him, Kai glanced at Jiang Muye, his lips moving as if to speak, but he swallowed his words instead. Little Dove, puzzled, observed both boys and asked, "What is going on? You two seem strange after coming down from upstairs. Did you have a fight?" "No," Jiang Muye replied to Little Dove before turning to Kai. "If there's something to discuss, just say it." "I haven't betrayed you," Kai said, filled with guilt. "Xiaya asked me for a favor, and I felt compelled to help by bringing you the meal. I promise not to do this again." Little Dove was still in the dark, clearly unaware of the underlying tension. In truth, everything could have been clarified without any ambiguity. If it weren't for his suspicions prompting him to investigate, he might still be oblivious. Jiang Muye was perturbed by this lack of honesty among friends. Between brothers, we should be straightforward, he thought. He is not a beast that would lash out at his companions. Kai expressed his regret. "I should not have concealed that it was prepared by the school beauty, Xia. If you skip class again, I will sign you in." "What? This was made by the school beauty?" Little Dove exclaimed, suddenly animated. "Yes," Jiang Muye replied, his frustration evident. "I didn't expect it was her cooking." Little Dove nodded in agreement. Who could argue? This meal is exquisitely prepared, with a remarkable aesthetic. No wonder it tastes so delightful. You're elevating it to the heavens, Jiang Muye remarked, eyeing Little Dove. "It's the truth. Just consider how proud Xia Shiran is. She must come from a well-off family. Now she has learned to cook for you and diligently prepares meals on time. Isn't that a testament to her feelings?" Little Dove clapped her hands, saying, "If I were you, I would wholeheartedly accept her advances." Kai shared the same sentiment. While Xia Shiran may have wronged you in the past, I believe she has genuinely changed. Why not give her a chance? You might rediscover those feelings. Jiang Muye frowned. Once a feeling is lost, it cannot be easily rekindled. It's not something that can be casually pursued. What if sparks fly again? You can't dismiss that possibility. Little Dove insisted. Xia Shiran is an exceptional girl, and so is Lung, the cold school beauty. It's tough to choose between both. Kai chimed in, "You should keep an open mind. If Xia Shiran is eager to be close to you, don't rush to refuse her. It's not like you're in a relationship yet. Everyone deserves a chance at love, right? You can't just condemn her to a life of solitude." Jiang Muye looked at his two friends defending Xia Shiran and said, "I'm not one to rekindle old flames. Perhaps she has moved on long before I did. Let us take it one step at a time," Jiang Muye said, patting the table. "If it comes to that, I'll just remain single. Being single has its own allure. One need not worry about the troubles of relationships. Living alone is quite delightful, full of peace, and one can even save money during holidays, enjoying the freedom of shopping during sales without a care." Jiang Muye's declaration elicited sighs of disappointment from his roommates. What a fool. With such romantic prospects, he still chooses to be single. Whether it's the cold beauty or the school beauty, either would make anyone grateful. Jiang Muye had initially thought that, after clarifying things with Xia Shiran, she would refrain from bringing him meals. However, upon returning from class that afternoon, he spotted her waiting in the cold wind, her figure hunched against the chill. Clearly, there were other students observing, yet she seemed oblivious to their presence. Her lovely face was slightly flushed from the cold, resembling a frosted flower. with her nose reddened and her hands tucked away to keep warm. It was obvious she was worried about the food getting cold, as she tightly cradled the bento box against her chest. Upon seeing Jiang Muye, her eyes sparkled with a hint of joy, and her smile bloomed like a delicate jasmine in the winter wind, fresh, elegant, and captivating. "My," she called softly, her voice a gentle whisper escaping her rosy lips. "Little dove." "Kai," and Lao he playfully nudged Jiang Muye, urging him to approach. Reluctantly, Jiang Muye was pushed forward, silently cursing his friends for thrusting him into this situation. He looked at Xia Shiran, his voice cold as he asked, "Why are you here again? I told you not to do this. You didn't forbid me from coming. But my desire to cook for the boy I like remains unchanged," Xia Shiran replied, her curled lashes fluttering as her beautiful eyes longingly gazed at him. "The cafeteria food is greasy and takeout is unhealthy. Please, try my cooking." "No, thank you," Jiang Muye said, attempting to sidestep her. "What do you like to eat? I'll make it for you. How about tomorrow? If I don't win you over today, I'll try again tomorrow, and if not then, the day after. And even if it takes 100 times, I'll give up." Xia Shiran smiled, unwavering in her determination. Jiang Muye pressed his lips together, observing Xia Shiran's tenacity. "You said not to waste food, so you must eat every last bit," she teased, her lips curving into a smile. As Jiang Muye prepared to leave, Xia Shiran hurriedly stepped forward, instinctively thrusting the bento box in his arms with a cheerful goodbye. "See you tomorrow." Without waiting for him to return it, she waved and fled, a bashful smile on her face. Jiang Muye's expression was complex. He had not anticipated her resilience. Kai noticed something and exclaimed, "The school beauty is quite thoughtful. It's gotten colder today, and she even brought a warm bento box." Worried that her meal would get cold. Initially oblivious, Jiang Muye realized the truth upon Kai's reminder. The bento box had indeed been replaced. Little Dove leaned closer, resting her head on Jiang Muye's shoulder. "Her feelings for you are as clear as the moonlight. When will the one in my house learn to be so considerate?" "Who could argue? I envy you, brother," Kai remarked enviously. Lao he chuckled. "If you're not going to eat it, let us have it. We'll finish it all." "No one is allowed to touch it," Jiang Muye warned, glaring at Lao he. "I have my reasons." Jiang Muye gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Upon returning to the dormitory, just as Jiang Muye was about to enjoy his meal, Kai's phone rang. "Ma, it's a message from Xia Shiran's roommate, Yuan. She is looking for you," Kai said, handing the phone to Jiang Muye. Jiang Muye answered the voice message from Yuan. "Jiang Muye, are you listening? Have you seen Xia Shiran?" Chapter 41. You must strive hard to win over Jiang Muye upon their first encounter. Jiang Muye responded succinctly. "She is such a fool," Yuan sighed. "She brought you lunch again today, despite our efforts to stop her. She's stubborn and insists on cooking for you. She even enrolled in a cooking class, enduring immense fatigue while burning the midnight oil to master the culinary arts. Each time, she shamelessly borrows the kitchen from the cafeteria to prepare meals for you. As a novice, she has burned her hands and bears scars from countless cuts. It pains us to see her like this." Jiang Muye was taken aback. He had no idea there were so many untold stories behind her actions. Indeed, how could the pampered Xia Shiran possibly know how to cook? Yet, he never anticipated that she had learned for his sake, facing such challenges. If she had managed to improve so quickly, it must have required considerable effort and dedication. Yuan took a deep breath. "You have no idea how heartbroken she was after you rejected her at noon. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and she even skipped her afternoon class. She never misses class, and we thought she might give up, but she rallied and, after her tears, returned to cooking for you as if nothing had happened. I'm not trying to manipulate you into a relationship. I just want you to understand the depth of her feelings for you. For the sake of her efforts, can't you at least accept her meal?" Jiang Muye tightened his lips and replied coldly, "I'm sorry. Accepting it would only give her false hope. I've already arranged for someone to return the lunchbox to the dormitory matron." Yuan felt disappointed upon hearing Jiang Muye's icy tone. Her efforts had been in vain. He was as unyielding as a stubborn block of wood. However, she wanted to say more, but the WeChat call had already ended. Frustrated, she wondered why he refused to heed her advice. The boy who once adored Xia Shiran now seemed so hard-hearted. When Yuan went downstairs, she indeed discovered the returned lunchbox from Jiang Muye. As she returned to the dormitory, she coincidentally encountered Xia Shiran coming back. Instinctively, Yuan hid the lunchbox behind her. However, her furtive movements caught Xia Shiran's attention. "What do you have there?" "Let me see," Xia Shiran inquired. Nothing, Shiran." The lunchbox was snatched away from Yuan's hands. Upon seeing the lunchbox, Xia Shiran's heart shattered. "Isn't this the lunch I made for him?" Jiang Muye returned it. "Does that mean he has no feelings for me at all?" Xia Shiran felt a wave of sorrow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she bit her lip. Yuan, witnessing her friend's distress, tried to comfort her. "Don't overthink it. He probably ate already and didn't want to go to waste." Xia Shiran managed a bitter smile. "It's all right, Yuan. I understand." With tears in her eyes, Xia Shiran opened the lunchbox and began to eat. The girl in the upper bunk remarked, "I used to think Shiran should give up, considering how cold-hearted Jiang Muye is. But now I believe she must not back down." "Why?" Yuan asked, perplexed. "The more difficult a man is to conquer, the more devoted he becomes once you do. Besides, he is quite popular now. If he could be his girlfriend, many would envy you." The girl paused. "Being with him would provide a sense of security. You wouldn't have to worry about him straying. His heart would be solely yours." Yuan nodded. "Shiran, you must strive hard to win over Jiang Muye. He is truly a wonderful person. It's all because of the past heartbreak that he has built up his defenses. I believe with a little more effort, you can break through." Xia Shiran clenched her small fist, motivating herself. "All right, I will definitely win him over. I won't give up, no matter what. Come on, forget about the lunch. Let's go to Hadaleo and feast," the girl suggested, emphasizing that one must be well-fed to muster the energy to pursue love. At that moment, Jiang Muye was in the boys' dormitory, finishing his takeout. Feeling stuffed, he thought a bit of exercise was in order to avoid gaining weight. He decided to head to the playground for a game of basketball, a sport he had not played in a while and was eager to engage in. Thus, Jiang Muye grabbed a basketball and urged his friends to join him. Congratulations to the host. Successfully signed in at the basketball court, earning 500,000 RMB and increasing stamina by 20-fold, along with a 20-point popularity buff. Basketball was Jiang Muye's favorite sport, and with his height, what was difficult for other boys, like dunking, was effortless for him. He could casually toss the ball into the hoop. His friend Xiao Bai lamented, "What kind of feed did you eat as a child to grow so tall? You're completely tormenting us here." Jiang Muye laughed heartily and provocatively made another basket. Just as he and his roommates were enjoying the game, a clear voice rang out, "Stop right there." Jiang Muye turned, puzzled. He soon spotted a stunning beauty in high heels striding towards him, her wavy hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore a shirt with several buttons undone, accentuating her alluring figure, complemented by a form-fitting skirt that highlighted her curves and long legs sheathed in sheer stockings as she approached him with purpose. Without a care for the ongoing game, she dashed across the court directly towards Jiang Muye, her furious expression causing him to freeze. The others stood motionless, captivated by her commanding presence, fearing she was there to confront them. To their astonishment, she leaped into Jiang Muye's arms. Stunned, he felt her soft curves pressing against him, and her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. This unexpected display shocked not only Jiang Muye, but everyone present. My goodness, they thought. The breathtaking beauty before us is one of the 4 most famous school flowers, Milu. Known for her striking allure, Milu was a renowned model, adored by many. Countless men longed for her affection, yet she had never shown interest in any man, much less displayed such open affection towards one. Jiang Muye had not anticipated her bold approach and stood there, dumbfounded. Can you let go of me?" he stammered, attempting to pry her off, but she clung to him even tighter. With a pout and a gaze full of grievance, she said, "You deceived me that night," and just walked away. "You heartbreaker." His friends, Xiao Baigu, Lao He, and Kai Zi, stared at Jiang Muye, their expressions demanding the truth of what he had concealed. Jiang Muye felt as if he could never clear his name, utterly bewildered by her insinuations. "I didn't do anything. Our relationship is completely innocent." He finally managed to pull Milu away, but she gazed longingly at him, her finger gently tapping his back. "Why haven't you contacted me? Did you forget my number?" Jiang Muye shivered at her touch, wanting to distance himself, but Milu, in her heels, approached him again, her beautiful eyes reluctant to leave him. He never expected Mi Lu to be so persistent, dredging up old grievances. He hadn't forgotten. He simply had no desire to add her. It seems we lack a reason to stay in contact, Jiang Muye remarked, glancing at Mi Lu. The legendary seductive schoolflower was indeed quite audacious, making her intentions clear upon arrival. All men understood how difficult it was to resist her captivating form. If it were not for Jiang Muye's remarkable willpower and steadfastness, he might have succumbed to the allure of Mi Lu long ago. However, Jiang Muye is a principled individual. He is not one to engage casually with a woman merely due to carnal desires, as that would be akin to bestiality. On another note, Jiang Muye yearns for a deeper connection with the girl he admires, as that is where true emotion lies. Chapter 42. I have no interest in you. The alluring campus belle, Mi Lu, swayed her slender waist, her entire figure nearly leaning against Jiang Muye. In a moment of panic, Jiang Muye swiftly pulled a male student forward to prevent her from stumbling into his embrace. That was close. Mi Lu almost fell into the boy's arms, who appeared to relish the proximity to the beautiful goddess, his spirits soaring. He had long dreamed of such close contact with a girl like her. Why are you avoiding me? Mi Lu pouted, playfully annoyed as she took a step back from her high heels. Despite her irritation, it was a charming display of petulance as she gazed longingly at Jiang Muye, who stood at a distance. It took me quite a while to find you. Mi Lu was not lying. She had been biding her time, waiting patiently, but to no avail. After sifting through countless student records from the school, she had been overwhelmed by the sheer volume. Just when she was about to give up, fate smiled upon her as she spotted Jiang Muye on the playground, effortlessly showcasing his athletic prowess while playing basketball. Handsome, tall, and exuding an undeniable charisma with every dunk. Who could rival him? He stood out like a crane among chickens. Ecstatic, Mi Lu momentarily forgot her earlier disappointment and dashed over, determined not to let her Prince Charming escape again. Yet, to her surprise, he began to evade her. Observing her eager pursuit, Jiang Muye felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Senior, we aren't very familiar. What do you need? Just say it directly. Jiang Muye had never anticipated that his act of kindness would attract the attention of a campus belle. Mi Lu blushed and admitted, I have something important to discuss. Jiang Muye waited, and Mi Lu boldly declared, I want to go on a date with you. Her proclamation rang loudly across the playground, capturing the attention of everyone around. Suddenly, Jiang Muye found himself the center of attention. Confessions were a common occurrence in school, happening almost every moment. But this particular confession came from the campus belle herself, a significant event indeed. Mi Lu, with her sultry charm, stunning beauty, and enviable figure, was renowned as a model. Her captivating presence had made her the first crush for countless boys, many of whom had even crafted dolls in her likeness. Though she was flirtatious, Mi Lu had never been seen close to any man, remaining untouchable amidst a sea of admirers. Thus, hearing her assertively state her desire to date someone was nothing short of a miracle, especially since it was directed at Jiang Muye. A wave of envy surged among the boys, leading to a flurry of speculation. Jiang Muye's luck with the ladies seemed to be extraordinary. First the summer belle, then the cold belle. And now Mi Lu too had taken an interest in him. Could it be that even the campus belle Jiang was harboring feelings for him? This possibility seemed plausible, and some wondered if Jiang would soon receive a confession from her as well. What a phenomenon Jiang Muye had become. Rarely did anyone have a girlfriend who remained perpetually stunning. Yet Jiang seemed to defy the odds. The trio of campus belles, each more beautiful than the last, had all set their sights on him. What was going on? I don't ask for much. Just let me have one of them. Someone lamented amidst the crowd. Jiang Muye had transformed from a figure ridiculed as a love-struck fool chasing after the summer belle to the object of affection for three illustrious campus beauties. The boys who once scoffed at him now reconsidered their judgments. Upon hearing Mi Lu's bold declaration, Jiang Muye was taken aback. Senior, this is only our second meeting. Mi Lu responded with a gentle smile. I know, but true love is not measured by time. I genuinely like you and wish to pursue you. Senior, to avoid any misunderstandings, I must be clear. I am not interested in you, Jiang Muye stated outright. Yet, undeterred, Mi Lu replied, that's all right. Pursuing you will naturally take some time, since you're the first man I've set my sights on. If you're not interested, we should spend more time together, allowing interest to blossom. You really should go on a date with me. Seeing me lose eloquence, Jiang Muye felt increasingly annoyed. I don't have time. I want to play basketball. He instinctively grabbed the ball to make a dunk, only for Mi Lu to huff, her petite form bouncing with irritation. A real man wouldn't just play ball. Show me what you've got. Jiang Muye glanced at Mi Lu, who was trailing behind him like a playful shadow. He sighed and rubbed his temples. Senior, your persistence is distracting me from my game. Not being able to play is even better. It gives us the chance to sneak into the woods for a chat and enjoy the night view. Why waste time here when the night is so long? Mi Lu tilted her head, smiling brightly. What's your name? Classified, Jiang Muye replied, shooting a distant basket that swished neatly through the hoop. Wow, impressive. Mi Lu rushed over, eagerly retrieving the ball, her movements accentuating her curves. With a radiant smile and glimmering eyes, she handed the ball back to Jiang Muye, declaring, I'm Mi Lu, and you better remember that name. It's the name of your future girlfriend. The onlookers began to whistle and cheer, leaving Jiang Muye feeling helpless. At 22, he never imagined he would be pursued so boldly by an older girl. How could he politely refuse such an audacious proposal? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I prefer not to date someone older. Why not? They say a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. If you have a piece of gold, you should hold on to it. Silly boy, Mi Lu teased playfully. You don't like older women? No problem. I can just pretend to be younger. That way, nothing will stand in our way. With that, she struck a seductive pose, resting her hand on her lovely cheek and throwing a flirtatious glance at Jiang Muye. Besides, I look quite youthful. You won't even notice the age difference. Mi Lu was indeed no joke. Although 3 years older than Jiang Muye, her youthful visage was brimming with collagen, and her figure was undeniably alluring. Unmoved by Mi Lu's charms, Jiang Muye replied coolly, Senior, I advise you not to waste your efforts. I would have assisted any girl without needing you to offer yourself in return. Sitting on the steps, Mi Lu plopped down beside him, her alluring figure forming an elegant S-curve. Her delicate hand rested on Jiang Muye's shoulder as she explained, Don't misunderstand. I'm not offering myself out of gratitude for your help. It's quite clear that I like you and want to be with you. Jiang Muye could feel her fingers gently caressing his shoulder, a flirtatious gesture that left him feeling somewhat uneasy. As he sought to distance himself from her, her delicate and radiant face naturally leaned against Jiang Muye's neck, her breath fragrant like orchids. Why are you sweating so profusely? It must be exhausting. Allow me to help you wipe it off. With that, she began to use a tissue to dab Jiang Muye's sweat, and her enchanting fragrance enveloped the air around them. Jiang Muye felt a tightening in his chest. Suddenly, he stood up, snatched the tissue away, and stated, I can manage on my own. Mi Lu, slightly displeased, pouted her lips, her bosom heaving gently, and extended her soft, pink palm in a playful manner, saying, Then hand me your phone. There's no need for that. What do you mean there's no need? Mi Lu became anxious, her charming demeanor shifting as she pursued him relentlessly. Without your WeChat, how am I supposed to find you? Jiang Muye was perplexed. Had he inadvertently offended her? Why was she so adamant in her pursuit? I'm heading back to my dorm, he said coldly, instinctively turning towards the dormitory building. Mi Lu gazed at his solitary and indifferent figure, her frustration boiling over. What an utterly unromantic and straightforward man. Yet, the more challenging the conquest, the greater her desire to win him over became. How could the man she had set her sights on simply escape her grasp? Her gaze fell upon several boys on the basketball court, and a smile graced her lips as she gracefully sauntered towards them, her figure swaying enticingly. Chapter 43. I am waiting for you downstairs, gentlemen. I have a matter to inquire about. With a playful glance, Mi Lu captivated those around her. Initially surprised by Jiang Muye's indifference towards Mi Lu, Xiao Beige and the others were taken aback when Mi Lu approached them directly. Me Schoolflower, what brings you here? Xiao Beige asked eagerly. You know that handsome guy from earlier, right? Mi Lu said, her wine-red nails delicately brushing through her hair, accentuating her striking features that were hard to ignore. However, Xiao Beige and the others, bound by their relationships, could only avert their eyes from such beauty. What dilemma? Yes, we know him. He is our roommate, Lao he replied honestly. Mi Lu's eyes sparkled with interest. What is his name? Which class is he in? What is his WeChat? Capturing the roommate first would ensure that the man she fancied wouldn't escape her grasp. We can't betray our brother. We can't tell you, Lao He replied. Although Mi Lu was stunning, she wasn't his girlfriend. Moreover, loyalty to friends outweighed the allure of a beautiful woman. How could he betray a brother for such an enchanting girl? Absolutely not. The corners of Mi Lu's lips curled into a slight smile, undeterred. She produced a wallet from her pocket, revealing 2,000 in cash. Whoever can get him to add me on WeChat will receive this money. If it's not enough, I can add more. The sight of the vivid red bills caught their attention. They hadn't anticipated that simply adding someone on WeChat could be so lucrative. After all, an ordinary male college student's monthly allowance was merely 1,000. His name is Jiang Muye. He is a sophomore in the design department. Don't worry. Me school flower. Leave your WeChat ID, and I guarantee he'll add you tonight. Lao He chuckled. Ecstatic. Mi Lu quickly took out a lipstick and wrote her WeChat number in Lao He's palm, handing him the cash. Make sure he adds me. Absolutely. Lao He grinned, watching Mi Lu depart. Xiao Beige and Kai Zi felt disheartened and confronted Lao He. We never expected you to be this kind of person. Everyone else kept their lips sealed, yet you just sold out Musi. Musi had always treated them well. Lao He gleefully counted the money. This is 2,000. Just think of all the things we can buy. Let us split it. Xiao Beige and Kai Zi, however, resolutely refused. No way. Fine if you don't want it. I'll keep it all. Lao He said, noticing their displeasure. Me school flower isn't a ferocious beast. She won devour Musi. What are you afraid of? Do you think I'm foolish enough to give her Musi's actual WeChat? Now that you've taken the money, are you really going to backtrack? Kizi voiced puzzled. Doesn't Team Musi have a spare account? I know the password. She could just add that one. Lao He chuckled. Of course, I'll accept the money. We could treat Musi to a nice meal. Xiao Beige's eyes lit up, delighted. Wow, Lao He, you're brilliant. This plan is sheer genius. Isn't this a bit unfair? Essentially deceiving me school flower out of her money? Kaizi expressed concern. She said she wanted Musi's account. She never specified which one. I'll add her with the spare account, so we aren't lying at all. After hearing Lao He's reasoning, they found it plausible. Without hesitation, Lao He logged into Jiang Muye's alternate account and sent a friend request to Mi Lu. Upon seeing the notification, Mi Lu promptly accepted. Once online, she unleashed a torrent of flirtatious messages, sending over 30 within half an hour. Yet not a single response came back. Confused, she wondered what is going on. Why isn't he replied? Is he on a 2G network, or is he simply ignoring me? Unbeknownst to Mi Lu, Lao He and the others were reveling in her money, purchasing over 300 worth of barbecue delicacies and beer, which they promptly enjoyed in their dormitory. Jiang Muye was astonished by the lavish spread. What's the occasion? You bought all this? Come on, eat up. Don't be shy. Lao He encouraged. He chuckled internally, thinking that without Jiang Muye, they wouldn't have had such a feast. Jiang Muye immediately began devouring the skewers. Xiao Beige playfully nudged Jiang Muye. How did you end up knowing Mi Lu? Now she wants to give herself to you. What a twist of fate. Not fate, more like a curse. Jiang Muye replied with annoyance, recounting the events of that day. She is pursuing you. She must be enamored with your looks and physique. Being attractive can indeed open doors. Mi school flower is a wealthy heiress, comparable to the other school beauties. Xiao Beige exaggerated. Kaizi nodded vigorously. Musi's popularity is undeniable. With Mi Lu, Lung school flower, and Xia school flower all vying for his attention. How many boys envy him? But the real question is, who does Musi like? Jiang Muye took a sip of beer, stating, at the moment, I love no one, just the Empress. Is that a problem? Paper figures don't count, right? Although Boa Hancock is a timeless goddess, I only allow her to be my little wife. No one else can covet her. Lao He laughed. Jiang Muye was captivated by the character of Boa Hancock from One Piece, having collected numerous figurines of her. Lao He shared a similar admiration for the Empress. Get lost. Jiang Muye lightly kicked Lao He. And what about your girlfriend? Would she be willing to be a big wife? You show no sympathy for the single guys, even coveting a paper figure. Lao He chuckled, but seriously, the figures of the three school beauties are no less impressive than the Empress. Just look at Lung school flower. Her figure is stunning, rivaling the Empress's curves. And Xia school flower has a slim waist and long legs. While she may not be as tall, her proportions are impeccable. Not to mention Mi Lu, she's simply breathtaking. Upon hearing Lao He's descriptions, Jiang Muye couldn't help but compare. Lao He was right. While each had their unique physique, they were all breathtakingly beautiful, far surpassing any paper figure. With their alluring curves, slender waists, and long legs, they could effortlessly pull off any style, from black stockings to fishnets, exuding an irresistible charm. Yet, despite all this, Jiang Muye still found himself drawn to the Empress. As that thought crossed his mind, he savored another bite of lamb. Delicious. Truly delightful. Xiao Beige chimed in with a grin. Don't overindulge in lamb, you single dog. If you eat too much, who will you turn to for relief? Don't talk nonsense. You have a girlfriend, yet I don't see you solving any problems. Jiang Muye retorted playfully. Shut up. I'm working on it. I'll hit a home run soon enough, Xiao Beige declared, taking a bite of lamb. As Jiang Muye enjoyed his meal, his phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, he saw a WeChat notification from Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli, are you free to come down now? What could Lung Ruoli want at this hour? Jiang Muye replied, sure, what is up? Lung Ruoli, I'm waiting for you downstairs. You'll find out soon. How mysterious. Jiang Muye, filled with curiosity, took a sip of beer and informed his friends, I'm heading out for a moment. Where to so late? Kaizi inquired. Xiao Beige smirked. It must be a beautiful woman needing him for something. Just remember, the lights will go out soon. The dormitory matron will lock up. Don't leave us hanging. Lao He chuckled in agreement. Looking for a fight? Jiang Muye raised an eyebrow, playfully shaking his fist. All right, go on. Do not keep the beautiful lady waiting. The little white dove cheerfully urged. Jiang Muye instinctively made his way downstairs. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted a particularly striking figure awaiting him. She held in her hands an extraordinarily large and thick quilt along with a pillow, their combined weight seemingly surpassing her own stature, rendering her nearly obscured. Jiang Muye couldn't help but chuckle softly. He promptly stepped forward to relieve her of the pillow, inquiring, What's the situation? What do you need this for? Chapter 44. I fear you may feel cold, so this evening, a silk quilt that I had custom-made is arriving, as I'm concerned about the impending chill in the air. Cold Ruoli's beautiful visage emerged, her large, crescent-shaped eyes radiating affection for Jiang Muye. Jiang Muye was taken aback, not expecting such thoughtfulness from Cold Ruoli, who had even prepared for his comfort. Indeed, he was lacking a proper winter quilt. The one he currently had felt rather insubstantial. Thank you, I can pay you, Jiang Muye offered to Cold Ruoli, but she merely smiled, her lips curving upward, and replied earnestly, I am not lacking in money at all. If you feel awkward, you can treat me to mango taro balls tomorrow. Cold Ruoli was not particularly fond of mango taro balls. Her proposal was more about the opportunity to share a meal with Jiang Muye, which warmed her heart. All right, Jiang Muye acquiesced. Have you been drinking? He asked. Jiang Muye nodded. Yes, just a little. Suddenly, Cold Ruoli remembered something and said, Wait here, I'll be right back. Jiang Muye watched as she dashed away like a little deer, leaving him perplexed. Where could she possibly be going in such haste? He waited for approximately 3 minutes before hearing hurried footsteps. In the distance, he spotted a familiar silhouette, running swiftly, her long hair flowing behind her. Her delicate face flushed from exertion. As she approached, her hands rested on her knees, catching her breath while her eyes remained twinkling with joy. She presented him with a box of yogurt, saying, If you've been drinking, don't overdo it. If you feel unwell, drink this yogurt. It can protect your mucous membranes. And, considering your previous gastritis, you must take good care of yourself. Jiang Muye was mildly astonished, realizing that Cold Ruoli had just run off to buy yogurt. How did you know about my gastritis? He inquired. Cold Ruoli's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly admitted, I bought you gastric medicine before, so I know. Jiang Muye suddenly understood who had been quietly providing him with medication all along. So, you were the one delivering the gastric and cold medicine? Yes, she replied, biting her rosy lip and nodding shyly. A warmth enveloped Jiang Muye's heart. He had not anticipated that Cold Ruoli had been watching over him for such a long time, harboring feelings for him. Before he could fully grasp this revelation, Cold Ruoli bashfully uttered, Good night. Good night. Jiang Muye waved goodbye, his heart heavy with an indescribable flutter. He had not realized how early her feelings had begun to blossom, nor how profound they were. He reflected on how he had overlooked Cold Ruoli, having been so consumed by his feelings for Xia Shiran that he had missed out on much beauty around him. He watched as cold Ruoli skipped away. Glancing back with joy, unable to resist, he called out, "Be careful and watch where you're going. Don't bump your head like last time." Her face flushed with embarrassment. She quickened her pace. Last time had indeed been an accident, yet Jiang Muye remembered it vividly. How embarrassing, she thought, but she had made plans for tomorrow, hoping to spend the entire day with Jiang Muye, a prospect that thrilled her. After cold Ruoli's figure vanished from sight, Jiang Muye glanced at the quilt in his hands and couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected cold Ruoli to be such a thoughtful young lady, presenting him with a gift so unique, a silk quilt. Upon returning to his dormitory, his 3 roommates were astonished. "What happened? Did your quilt fall off?" "No, that quilt is not the one you usually have," Kaizi remarked, noticing the quilt on Jiang Muye's bed. Jiang Muye stated plainly it was a gift from cold Ruoli. Upon hearing this, his roommates were left speechless, never expecting such a gesture from cold Ruoli. "Wow, cold Ruoli chose such a practical gift. I thought she would send you a sports car," Xiao Beige exclaimed. Jiang Muye replied nonchalantly, "She offered me a sports car and a private jet, but I turned her down." His calm demeanor left his roommates questioning if they had heard correctly. "Are you joking? Did you really say that?" Xiao Beige asked, still uncertain. Laoi interjected, "It must be true. Cold Ruoli doesn't have that kind of wealth. However, I must admire you, Mai. You truly are a different kind of man, capable of rejecting such a beauty and luxury. If it were me, I would gladly accept both," Kaizi remarked. Laoi added, "But cold Ruoli is genuinely sincere and has a true affection for you, Mai. First, she offered a sports car, and now a quilt. A quilt is great. It implies she wishes to be with you for a lifetime." Xiao Beige sighed, envious. "When will my Xia be so considerate and gentle? I would be over the moon." It was only after Xiao Bei's remark that Jiang Muye began to comprehend the underlying implications of her gift. His heart raced. Oh dear, he was being flirted with. No wonder she had been shy while presenting him with the quilt. It all made sense now. However, Jiang Muye, having weathered many storms, feigned composure. He placed the quilt on his bed and tested its warmth. It was indeed perfectly fitting and remarkably cozy, the silk fabric radiating warmth. Just then, a notification pinged on his WeChat. It was cold Ruoli. "Have you finished the yogurt?" she inquired, accompanied by an adorable cat emoji. Jiang Muye instinctively recalled cold Ruoli's charming expression and found it rather endearing. "About to drink it," he replied. After taking a sip of yogurt, he suddenly felt inspired and picked up his phone to take a selfie. As he was doing so, his 3 roommates erupted in excitement. "Wow, Mai, are you taking a selfie? Who are you trying to impress? You dashing figure." Xiao Beige teased. "Is it for Xia Shiran, cold Ruoli, or mi Xiaohua?" Laoi feigned dramatic suspicion. Even the typically serious Kaizi joined in. "Why not include us in the photo? I want to jump in too." Jiang Muye retorted, "Hey, I'm taking this for myself. Can't I have a moment without you all crowding around?" His roommates continued to joke and chat as they enjoyed their barbecue and beer. Jiang Muye finally snapped a picture of himself holding the yogurt and sent it to cold Ruoli, embracing his handsome features without any filters. Finished it. Upon reading the messages on her phone, Lung Ruoli's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. The photograph of Jiang Muye displayed a long neck, fair skin, and strikingly handsome features that stirred her heart with an irresistible allure. Her mind was awash with fanciful thoughts, causing her cheeks to redden even further. Without hesitation, she saved the selfie Jiang Muye had sent her, promptly setting it as her wallpaper. Now, every time she unlocked her phone, she was greeted by the sight of him. The mere ability to see the boy she admired daily filled her with joy. In the dormitory, the soft snores of Little Pigeon could be heard. Little Pigeon, Kaizi, and Oldie lay sprawled on the chairs, thoroughly intoxicated. Kaizi, in his stupor, had his arm around Little Pigeon's waist, while her feet dangled near Oldie's mouth, causing him to smack his lips as if anticipating a delectable treat. Jiang Muye could not help but chuckle at the sight. However, his attention was soon diverted by notifications from WeChat. It was then that he realized he and Lung Ruoli had engaged in an extensive conversation, chatting for several hours. This was the first time Jiang Muye found himself so patient in conversing with a girl for such a prolonged period. As the lights-out hour approached, he told Lung Ruoli, All right, it's quite late. You should get some rest. She replied, good night. Don't forget the sweet potato balls you owe me. Jiang Muye chuckled, responding, you little glutton? Still thinking of it? Rest assured, I won't forget. Lung Ruoli continued, okay, see you tomorrow. Make sure you don't stay up late and get to bed early. A warm feeling enveloped Jiang Muye's heart as he replied, I will, you too. Good night. After exchanging good nights with Lung Ruoli and just setting his phone down, he was soon alerted by another notification. A smile crept onto his lips. Surely, it was another message from Lung Ruoli, despite her earlier promise to sleep. However, upon picking up his phone, he discovered it was not a message from her, but rather a notification from friend. Chapter 45, I will warm your bed tonight. Jiang Muye was taken aback. Although there were no notes, the WeChat account of the other party was quite familiar to him. After all, he had exchanged morning and evening greetings with this person daily, eagerly awaiting replies. However, ever since he had blocked her, he had ceased such foolishness. The one who added him was undoubtedly Xia Shiran. Without a second thought, Jiang Muye declined the request. Yet another friend request arrived, this time accompanied by a message. Xia Shiran, the exam week is approaching. Shall we study together at the library tomorrow? Jiang Muye narrowed his eyes and clicked to reject the friend request. Not going. Soon, another message followed. I can teach you English so you won't fail. Jiang Muye replied, no need. He was a person who followed his own path. Once he decided not to look back, he would not allow unnecessary emotions to hinder his progress. There was no reply from her, which was just as he preferred. As he was about to turn off his phone, a notification chimed. He saw a new message from Xia Shiran. Whether you come or not, I'll be here, saving you a seat, just like my unwavering desire to cook for you. Jiang Muye paused. Xia Shiran was far more persistent than he had anticipated. Whatever, if she wanted to come, it was of no concern to him. He knew Xia Shiran was a very stubborn person, fiercely dedicated. She had once learned to dance, and even with a severe ligament injury, she insisted on performing on stage. After organizing his thoughts, he fell asleep. The chaotic emotions he had been feeling gradually dissipated as he inhaled the scent of the comforter, leaving him feeling relaxed. A subtle smile crept onto his lips. That night, the air was frigid and the wind howled outside. Early the next morning, Jiang Muye was awakened by the grumbling of his roommate, Xiao Beige. Wrapped in several layers of cotton jackets, she complained, goodness, this weather is too cold. I'm freezing. It's still autumn. It feels like it could snow any moment. Oldie chimed in exactly. I could barely manage with just one comforter last night. Who knows how I managed to get into bed, all bundled up in a down jacket. Even the comforter couldn't fend off the cold. Kaisi nodded in agreement. It was really cold last night. We need to turn on the heating, or we won't survive the winter. Jiang Muye remarked, was it cold last night? Not really. He was not exaggerating. He genuinely felt warm. The comforter was cozy enough that he hardly noticed the chill outside, though the wind banging against the window had been a bit unsettling. Instantly, he was met with several resentful glares. Kaisi said with a hint of jealousy, of course. You and T feel cold with that ultra-thick silk comforter from the school beauty. Xiao Beige looked enviously at him. Yeah, it looks so warm. My, come on. Lend it to me for today. Jiang Muye immediately protected his comforter from the prying hands of his friends, stating, no way. However, Xiao Beige eagerly climbed onto the bed and snuggled under the covers. As she settled in, she let out a satisfied sigh. Oh my, this is heavenly. It's so comfortable in here. I want to buy one now. Can I ask the school beauty where she got it? Kaisi and Old, he were instantly intrigued. I want to try it too. Soon, they were all climbing into the bed together. Watching them tug at his comforter, Jiang Muye felt a pang of concern. Hey, don't tear my comforter. I still need it tonight. And how can you all fit on my bed? It might collapse. There had been instances of upper bunks collapsing in their dorm, which made them a bit apprehensive about the safety of the bed. Reluctantly, they crawled out from under the covers, leaving Jiang Muye's bed. Oh, tonight I'll sleep with you. When you're ready, Your Majesty. Xiao Beige flirted. Get lost. I would want a princess as ugly as you. You'd be banished to the cold palace. Jiang Muye retorted with a chuckle. But you don't want the pretty ones either. All three school beauties are after you, yet you haven't shown interest in any. Xiao Beige teased, grinning. Cut out. Even if I don't fancy the pretty ones, I certainly don't want you, ugly. He replied playfully. Stop being so rigid about your gender preferences. Big brother, if you keep this up, I'll just tell your girlfriend how flirtatious you are, Xiao Beige teased. Jiang Muye shot her a glance. She sighed, all right. Big brother, I really envy you. If only my Xia had half the thoughtfulness of the school beauty. You know, with the temperature dropping, she didn't even consider sending me a comforter. Instead, she want me to buy her snow boots. Kaisi nodded vigorously. Who says otherwise? I still need to take Xiaoyu shopping for gloves and a scarf. You're truly blessed, Mai. Oldie shook his head, seeing you all. I almost want to break up. When will my girlfriend ever be this considerate? Enough. I feel like I'm being fed dog food with all your lovey-dovey talk. I need to head to the library. Exam week is approaching, Jiang Muye said as he picked up his books. He could manage most subjects, but English Level 4 was a real stumbling block. Jiang Muye could only rely on rote memorization, hoping the exam gods would smile upon him and spare him from failing again. The three roommates frowned at the thought of the upcoming exams. Exam week was crammed with various certification tests, including the teaching qualification, Level 4 English, computer certification, and accounting, all of which were significant. It's already past 8. There is probably no space left. We might even have to sleep on the floor, Xiao Beige lamented. Not necessarily, Jiang Muye mused, a smile creeping onto his lips. He was certain there would be a spot saved for him. Go ahead, Mai. I'll stay here and tackle my computer studies. I can't afford to fail again. Xiao Beige sighed, picking up her notebook and climbing to the upper bunk. Kaisi was off to accompany his girlfriend shopping. And he was determined to conquer his computer studies. With no other choice, Jiang Muye set off alone to the library. The library was already packed, especially during exam week, when everyone was eager to study and enjoy the warmth. Xiaoshiran had arrived early and was already seated. She had been waiting at the door before the library even opened. Of course, there were others who arrived as early as she did, such as the girl seated in the upper right corner. With fair skin glowing under the light, she was diligently taking notes, seemingly unfazed by her surroundings. Xiaoshiran admired her flawless features and wondered how someone could possess such beautiful skin and delicate features. The two sat facing each other, each occupying an adjacent empty seat. However, their strong presence deterred anyone from sitting down. They were both waiting for someone. Chapter 46. The clash of two goddesses in contrast to the composed Lung Ruoli. Xiaoshiran appeared somewhat distracted. She had no intention of studying. Having already completed 20 certification exams, she had mastered the knowledge contained within the books. The library was unnecessary for her. She could study just as effectively in her dormitory. Her presence here was driven by a singular purpose, the boy she admired. A sense of uncertainty loomed over Xiaoshiran as she anxiously awaited his arrival, unsure if he would show up. As she nervously fiddled with her skirt, a familiar silhouette suddenly appeared before her. He was tall and handsome, dressed elegantly and casually, exuding an aura comparable to that of a celebrity. Even a simple black down jacket. As he entered, he became the backdrop for everyone around him. He seemed to be searching for something, and as his dark eyes turned in her direction, Xiaoshiran felt a surge of excitement. A radiant smile broke across her face. He had finally arrived. Her heart fluttered as Jiang Muye approached her. Bashfully biting her lip, Xiaoshiran eagerly cleared a space beside her, a spot she had reserved for him earlier that morning, placing her belongings there to deter others from taking it. With her head held high and brimming with confidence, she was certain Jiang Muye would sit down beside her. To her surprise, however, his tall figure glided past her. Her smile faltered, frozen in disbelief, as she watched Jiang Muye pull out a chair and take a seat next to Lung Ruoli. His magnetic voice broke the silence. Have you been waiting long? Xiaoshiran realized he was not addressing her, but Lung Ruoli, with a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Lung Ruoli quickly shook her head. No, I'll just let you know I had arrived. You got here quite fast. Instinctively, she extended a cup of coffee from her thermos to Jiang Muye, shyly suggesting, please try it. I made fresh coffee for you. Having risen at 6 that morning, Lung Ruoli had prepared the coffee with care, knowing that studying required energy and that prolonged reading could lead to fatigue. This was her first attempt at making freshly brewed coffee, and despite some initial failures, she had ultimately succeeded in crafting a delightful beverage. However, she harbored doubts about whether it would suit Jiang Muye's taste. On her way, she had worried about it cooling down and had even cradled the thermos to her chest, hurrying to ensure it remained warm. Lung Ruoli had arrived early at the library, and as she exhaled into the cold air, she spotted Xia Shiran's appearance. She hadn't anticipated seeing Xia Shiran there, but remained undeterred. Her presence would not alter anything. She promptly secured a seat, only to find Xia Shiran had already taken a position directly across from her. While Lung Ruoli was indifferent to Xia Shiran, she was apprehensive about Jiang Muye's feelings. After all, Xia Shiran had caused him considerable pain in the past, and Lung Ruoli did not wish for her to linger too much in Jiang Muye's life. What girl would be comfortable with her boyfriend having prolonged interactions with his first love? When Lung Ruoli contemplated switching seats, she discovered that all other spots were occupied. Having made arrangements with Jiang Muye, she could not let him down, so she found herself in an impasse with Xia Shiran. Gently, she inquired, "Shall we move elsewhere?" There is a self-study room that is quite serene. She was genuinely concerned for Jiang Muye's comfort. However, he calmly replied, "It's all right." As he opened the thermos, an enticing aroma of coffee wafted out, and he smiled at Lung Ruoli. "Good," she encouraged, "then please enjoy it." Unwilling to be outdone, Xia Shiran swiftly presented a cup of milk tea to Jiang Muye, declaring, "Just a little. I specifically ordered you the cocoa ballet with tapioca and grass jelly hot, with a third of the sugar." She had gathered this information from Jiang Muye's roommates, convinced that the flavor would be impeccable. Jiang Muye glanced at Xia Shiran, who was anxiously watching him, then at the milk tea in her hand. His brow furrowed slightly as he said, "No, thank you." "Why not?" Xia Shiran gasped. "Isn't tea this your favorite?" "It is, but I prefer to buy it myself." Jiang Muye paused. "I want tea wait for others to serve me." He was no longer the naive boy who would stubbornly remain in one place, waiting for her to turn around. He had learned to navigate his path alone, enduring the pain and the tears that accompanied it. By the time she returned to offer her healing, it would be too late and unnecessary. "Congratulations, host. Refusing Xia Shiran's milk tea has increased your pride points by 200. You have been rewarded with 20 study points. Wishing you success in becoming a top scholar." Jiang Muye was somewhat taken aback. At last, he had gained study points, which he desperately needed. He glanced down at his English book, marveling at how much he could now comprehend, no longer struggling through it as though chewing on wax, unable to even pronounce the words, let alone understand their meanings. While Jiang Muye was lost in his thoughts, Xia Shiran bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she clutched her skirt tightly. Upon witnessing Jiang Muye's rejection of Xia Shiran, Lung Ruoli felt no sense of triumph. Instead, her heart ached for him. This decision must have been incredibly difficult for him, a testament to the pain he had endured to reach this point of acceptance. "I have a reading device for you. It has an e-ink screen that won't strain your eyes. This is an English reading pen. Just point it where you need help. And this is a pair of headphones. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." With genuine concern, Lung Ruoli gently placed the items in front of Jiang Muye. These gifts were precisely what he needed, and he expressed his gratitude with a surprised, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Xia Shiran felt a pang of frustration. She wished Jiang Muye would show her a fraction of the warmth he displayed towards Lung Ruoli. Yet she refused to give up, quickly gathering her books and notes to present to Jiang Muye, saying, "These are my highlighted points, as well as my English notes. They are incredibly useful. Please take a good look." Her generous gesture instantly drew admiration from those around them. Everyone aspired to pass the challenging English level 4 exam, and it was known that Xia Shiran's notes were exceptionally clear and comprehensive, crafted by a top student with an impressive track record of accurately predicting exam questions. Whoever could borrow her notes was unlikely to fail. However, Xia Shiran had never lent her notes before, having only shared them with a select few close friends, making her willingness to share them with Jiang Muye a significant gesture. Many yearned to catch a glimpse of her notes, hoping to gain even a few extra points. Yet Jiang Muye did not open the materials. This left the onlookers in a state of anxious anticipation. "Come on, just open them and let us see." To their astonishment, Jiang Muye returned the books and notes to Xia Shiran, stating, "No, I prefer to study independently." The system chimed in, "Congratulations, host. Refusing Xia Shiran's notes has earned you 200 pride points and a reward of 1 million RMB. Jiang Muye's declaration left everyone in shock. Here was a stunning beauty, who had painstakingly compiled her notes to assist him, and he had not only declined to look at them, but had also returned them to her. Isn't this a tad too heartless? Chapter 47. The stars gather around the moon. Xia Shiran felt a pang in her heart as she gazed at the book that had been returned to her. If it weren't for Lung Ruoli's presence, tears would have already streamed down her face. Xia Shiran was a person of considerable pride, always the center of attention, and had never encountered a boy who devoted so much effort to her, lowering his dignity to appease her. Yet, he remained indifferent to her, just as she had once neglected him. Xia Shiran believed in the concept of karma, having repeatedly trampled on Jiang Muye's feelings. It was now Jiang Muye's turn to bring her down. Tears welled in her eyes, but she managed to smile through the tremor in her voice. It's all right. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Jiang Muye merely nodded, returning to his reading. He took a sip of his coffee, its rich creaminess warming him from within, a taste he cherished. Determined to press on, Xia Shiran feigned nonchalance, addressing Jiang Muye. If you enjoy coffee, I could make some for you today. Would that be all right? Jiang Muye lifted his gaze, meeting Xia Shiran's clear eyes. She smiled at him, yet her eyelids were tinged with red, a testament to her struggle. It's fine, he replied curtly. Xia Shiran elongated her words, suppressing the tears threatening to spill, shaking her head while maintaining her smile. But I still intend to prepare lunch for you. Just as a side note. Lunch? Lung Ruoli interjected, surprised. Yes. I plan to cook 3 meals a day for the boy I like, Xia Shiran said gently, her eyes brimming with affection as they lingered on Jiang Muye. Her intentions unmistakable. The students nearby felt a pang of jealousy. It was already a spectacle that Jiang Muye was surrounded by the 4 most beautiful girls in school. Yet the proud Xia Shiran was now claiming she would personally prepare meals for him. Jiang Muye was indeed fortunate. The impression of him had always been that of a devoted admirer, but this situation was far from that. A devoted admirer ends up with nothing. Yet Jiang Muye seemed to have everything he desired. Not only was Xia Shiran pursuing him, but even Lung Ruoli held a deep affection for him, and rumors suggested that the alluring Mi Xiuhua was also intrigued by him. What extraordinary luck in romance Jiang Muye possessed. As the onlookers lamented their own misfortunes while witnessing Jiang Muye's joy, they heard Lung Ruoli's voice. Lunch? I can cook too. You don't need to trouble yourself, especially since you're so busy. Allow me to handle it. Lung Ruoli smiled sweetly, yet there was a glint of determination in her eyes. The battle had begun. 2 girls vying for 1 boy, who could concentrate on studying now. Everyone was eager not to miss this delightful spectacle. Xia Shiran retorted defiantly, I don't find it troublesome, and I can manage my time well. Besides, I know Muye's tastes better. I worry he might not adapt to someone else's cooking. It wouldn't be good if he fell ill. The implication was profound. Lung Ruoli's gaze turned icy as her lips parted to speak, but just then, Jiang Muye's cold voice interrupted. Xia Shiran, I would rather eat the cafeteria's dreadful cuisine than your cooking. Don't waste your efforts, and please don't disturb my studies. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. By declining Xia Shiran's cooking invitation, you earn 500 courage points and a reward of 1 million RMB, along with an increase of 20 points in memory. Jiang Muye's greatest challenge had always been retaining information. He often relied on rote memorization. Now, while studying, he could effortlessly grasp key concepts. Hearing Jiang Muye's words, Lung Ruoli felt a tinge of regret. She shouldn't have quarreled with Xia Shiran and disrupted Jiang Muye's studies, especially in the library where it affected others' focus. Focus on your studies, she said, her eyes softening. Jiang Muye nodded, returning to his reading. With a blush on her cheeks, Lung Ruoli smiled quietly, immersing herself in her studies. Xia Shiran, however, felt dejected, aimlessly gripping her pen, unsure of what to write. She occasionally stole glances at Jiang Muye, who offered her not a single glance, his focus solely on his book. This was unlike him. He used to follow her to the library, sitting close by, constantly watching her. Taking a deep breath, Xia Shiran tried to numb her disappointment. While Jiang Muye memorized vocabulary words, the system notifications quietly reminded him of his progress, unobtrusive due to his personal settings. Congratulations, host. You have checked in at the library for 10 minutes, earning 100,000 RMB. Congratulations, host. You have checked in at the library for half an hour, earning 200,000 RMB. Congratulations, host. You have checked in at the library for 1 hour, earning 300,000 RMB. After spending 4 hours in the library, Jiang Muye accumulated a total of 1,200,000 RMB. Satisfied, he gathered his belongings and rose. Xia Shiran had left 2 hours prior, a fact Jiang Muye accepted silently. After all, Xia Shiran was someone who valued time management. Having failed to breach his defenses, she must have retreated to invest her time elsewhere. As Jiang Muye pondered, he suddenly heard Lung Ruoli's melodious voice. "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I remember a great barbecue place nearby. Shall we go together?" Jiang Muye turned sharply, captivated by Lung Ruoli's bright eyes. A sweet sensation coursed through him, lifting his spirits. "All right," he agreed. Lung Ruoli beamed, clutching her books, shyly trailing behind him. "I'll call Xiao Beige and the others." "The more, the merrier," Jiang Muye instinctively suggested, causing Lung Ruoli to pause momentarily, a hint of shyness crossing her face. She secretly hoped to have a meal alone with Jiang Muye. However, Jiang Muye's inclination to invite others was acceptable. After all, Lung Ruoli was easily satisfied. Just being able to dine with Jiang Muye brought her joy. As they exited together, a shadow suddenly loomed over them. Here, a bento box was presented before Jiang Muye. Following the pristine hand upwards, he beheld Xia Shiran's expectant face. "Weren't you leaving?" Jiang Muye asked, surprised she had returned. "I want to prepare your meals." "I want to forget the 3 daily meals." Xia Shiran smiled gently, asserting that one must not go hungry while studying hard. "No, Jiang Muye replied, his expression unwavering as he bypassed Xia Shiran. Her hand trembled, struggling to steady the bento. "I will still make lunch for you," she shouted at his retreating figure. Jiang Muye halted, turning back with a cold gaze fixed on Xia Shiran. "You could do as you please, but no matter how many times you offer, I won't take a single bite. Don't come looking for me again." Jiang Muye wished to avoid any misunderstandings regarding his feelings for her. He despised entanglements and believed that, without feelings, there was no need for ties. "I am a person who relishes the present and harbors no fondness for regret. To avoid such remorse, I pursued you 99 times, and thus I possess the strength to refuse your advances without hesitation." Jiang Muye's gaze was resolute. His aspirations have always been unwavering. When he loves, he pursues without remorse. Proposing 99 times is a testament to his original intent, while refraining from the 100th proposal is an assertion of dignity. The system notified, "Congratulations, host. By rejecting Xia Shiran, your integrity points have increased by 300, rewarding you with 500,000 RMB. In an instant, tears streamed down Xia Shiran's face as she sobbed uncontrollably. She dashed forward, raising the lunchbox high, pleading, "Just take a single bite, please. Just one bite. I beg you. Don't abandon me. You are all I have." Chapter 48. Xia Shiran, are you so humble? Xia Shiran's sobs rendered her voice hoarse. Her eyes swollen and red like peach pits. Lung Ruoli observed her with a complex, inscrutable expression. She deeply understood the feelings of being in love. She had once experienced similar anguish herself. "Xia Shiran, is this how lowly you have become?" Jiang Muye declared, his head held high, disappointment evident in his demeanor. "Even if I once liked you, it was the confident, optimistic, and persevering Xia Shiran I admired, not the tearful, pleading, and sensitive version before me." Seeing Xia Shiran, who had lost her sense of self, weighed heavily on Jiang Muye's heart. Xia Shiran's throat tightened as she lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Muye's cold expression. His eyes reflected intense disappointment, and he turned to leave without sparing her a glance. Her desperate pleas could not sway his departure. Heartbroken, Xia Shiran clutched the bento box, crouching down as her tears flowed freely. Suddenly, a tissue was thrust into her hands. Stunned, she looked up to find a pair of beautiful, icy eyes staring back at her. "Wipe your tears," Lung Ruoli said coolly. "Go ahead and mock me if you wish," Xia Shiran replied defiantly, her eyes still red. "Why would I mock you?" Lung Ruoli raised her chin proudly. "Or do you look down on yourself?" While she empathized with Xia Shiran's feelings, she had no intention of mocking a girl wounded by love, even if she was a rival. However, understanding did not equate to sympathy. She was resolute in her desire to win Jiang Muye for herself. She was determined not to be like Xia Shiran, regretting her inaction after it was too late. Instead, she seized the moment, aiming to penetrate Jiang Muye's heart and become his girlfriend. While Xia Shiran remained in a daze, Lung Ruoli departed with a frosty glare. This only made Xia Shiran clutch the tissue tighter, her resolve intensifying. At noon, when Jiang Muye and his friends arrived at the barbecue restaurant, it was already bustling with groups of people. The air was thick with a mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat, accompanied by the sizzling sounds of cooking. A drop of hot oil splattered, sending a faint wisp of smoke into the air as the meat sizzled, the beautiful marbling slowly transforming into a delicate shade of pink. Gradually cooking through, Xiao Beige and the others were already drooling, their lips licking in anticipation, and even Jiang Muye felt his appetite awaken. A notification appeared on Jiang Muye's system panel. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the barbecue restaurant and earned 500,000 RMB, along with a unique ability to eat without gaining weight. Eat without gaining weight? How marvelous! Wasn't that his ideal trait? In reality, Jiang Muye had a tendency to gain weight easily, requiring him to exercise diligently whenever he indulged in food. With this new skill, he no longer had to worry about gaining weight. Counting calories was nonsense. The true path was to eat whatever one desired. After stowing away the panel notification, Jiang Muye found a spot for everyone to sit. Alongside him and Lung Ruoli were three of his boisterous roommates, each accompanied by their girlfriends. The server soon brought the menu to Jiang Muye, who instinctively handed it to Lung Ruoli. Take a look and order whatever you fancy. It's on me. Xiao Beige laughed. Hey, why did the menu go to her and not to us? Are you forgetting your friends for a pretty face? Come on, there are plenty of menus on the table. Do I have no hands? Jiang Muye shot Xiao Beige a glare. Lung Ruoli's cheeks flushed, especially under Jiang Muye's protective gaze. Her heart felt as though it were filled with honey. I'm not picky. I eat anything. I'm not very good at ordering, so you choose for me, she said shyly, pushing a menu back towards Jiang Muye. All right, let me see, Jiang Muye replied as he opened the menu. Help me order too. I'm not picky either, Xiao Beige chimed in with a teasing tone. Oldie, join in, me too. I suffer from decision fatigue. Muye, please help me out. Hearing this, Lung Ruoli's ears turned crimson, her stunning face blushing deeply, her lips a vibrant shade that accentuated her beauty. Jiang Muye raised an eyebrow, ready to reprimand his two boisterous roommates. Fine, I'll order for you. I'll get Xiao Beige some intestines then, Jiang Muye said, glancing at the menu once more. And for old he, let us go with durian shrimp. Whoa, please no. I can't handle intestines, Xiao Beige exclaimed dramatically. Old he looked equally distressed. Durian is edible, together with shrimp? That's culinary darkness. Please don't order that. Do you two dare to be so unruly? Jiang Muye grinned, then turned to their girlfriends. Please keep your men in check. Suya winked at Lung Ruoli. Lung, make sure to manage your man. Don't let him bully my boyfriend. Lu Jingjing nodded with a smile. Exactly. Xiao Beige and Oldie were delighted, practically clapping their hands in triumph, feeling they had avenged themselves. Coughing, Jiang Muye almost spewed his drink when he heard Suya's words. What nonsense is that? Suya, you truly are bold. Lung Ruoli's ears burned as she saw Jiang Muye nearly choke. She instinctively began to pat his back gently, offering him a tissue to wipe his mouth. Her expression filled with concern. Are you all right? Her delicate hand felt as soft as a feather against his back. Even through his shirt, he could sense the warmth of her fingers, igniting a fire within him. Not to mention, with Lung Ruoli tenderly wiping his lips, Jiang Muye felt electrified. Goodness, flustered. Even with his thick skin, he felt a tinge of embarrassment, especially with his lewd roommates watching intently. He regretted bringing these boisterous friends to dinner and allowing them to bring their girlfriends, which only complicated matters for him. I'm fine, really. Jiang Muye took the tissue and wiped his mouth, casting a resentful glance at Suya. Could you refrain from saying anything wild while I'm drinking? Suya replied with a smile. What am I saying that's wild? If you have nothing to hide, why would you spit your drink? With that, she winked at Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli smiled gently, her lovely face turned towards Jiang Muye, her gaze tender enough to melt hearts. Biting her lip shyly, she said, I will work hard to make him my man. Jiang Muye was taken aback. The playful teasing from everyone was one thing, but to hear Lung Ruoli say that, she had been led astray. Chapter 49. The cold campus beauty is the pinnacle of innocence. Jiang Muye's heart burned with fervor as he gazed upon the pure and innocent visage of Lung Ruoli, feeling a subtle stir of attraction. If such words were spoken by another, they would be deemed shameless. Yet, when uttered by Lung Ruoli, they possessed an undeniable charm. Nevertheless, Jiang Muye maintained his composure, striving to remain unperturbed in the face of the raucous cheers erupting from the crowd. He rapped the table, exclaiming, "Let's order." We wouldn't want a server to wait too long. Thus, he redirected everyone's attention to the menu, promptly ordering a plethora of delectable dishes: honey-glazed fatty beef, thick-cut pork belly, Korean sausages, short ribs, bone-in lamb chops, marbled beef, chicken wings, garlic scallops, little yellow croakers, and bacon. A veritable feast. Whatever he craved, he ordered, as he prepared himself for a grand culinary indulgence. As he commenced grilling the meat, the aromatic fragrance wafted through the air, tantalizing and inviting. The meat, glistening with oil, appeared utterly irresistible. A mere flip revealed the succulent layers of pork belly, dripping with juices. The scent was intoxicating, stirring one's appetite, and Jiang Muye could almost hear the sound of saliva being secreted. He instinctively reached for scissors, deftly cutting the pork belly into bite-sized pieces, seasoning them with pepper, chili powder, and cumin, enough to entice even the neighbor's child. Little Dove, unable to restrain herself, reached for her chopsticks, only to be met with Jiang Muye's disapproving glance. "It's not even cooked yet." "Wait a moment," he cautioned, pondering whether she feared about a food poisoning. Little Dove chuckled. "With an iron stomach like mine? We survived worse. We are impervious to such trivialities." As she popped a few peanuts in her mouth, Jiang Muye found her reasoning somewhat valid. After all, they had endured years of subpar food. Yet, for safety's sake, he opted to grill the meat a little longer. Assuming the role of grill master, Jiang Muye placed the well-cooked meat onto Lung Ruoli's plate first. This elicited a playful cheer from the others. "She's a girl. She deserves to eat first," he defended, not at all biased. Lung Ruoli beamed at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration, her smile radiantly sweet. Yet, in the face of their teasing, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Suya, with a grin, chimed in, "We're girls too. Why haven't you served us?" Jiang Muye sighed in exasperation. Suya playfully nudged Gu Tu, who was munching on side dishes, saying, "Look how my treats Lung Ruoli." Little Dove laughed. "I can't compete. I gladly yield." Maya's always been the golden child in his parents' eyes. With an exaggerated pout, Suya reached out and playfully pinched Little Dove. Laughing, Little Dove savored the grilled meat and remarked, "My, did you sell snacks before? Your skills are impressive." Oldie joined in the banter. "Yes, let us all get rich together." "Enough of that. Just eat," Jiang Muye retorted, chuckling. Turning his gaze back to Lung Ruoli, he inquired, "What else do you want?" "I do like some marbled beef," she replied with a smile. "Sure thing," he responded, resuming his grilling. While he worked, Lung Ruoli picked up a piece of pork belly and offered it to Jiang Muye's lips, her smile earnest. "Here, have a bite. You've been so busy." He seized the moment, savoring the flavors. "Delicious. What else would you like? Should I add some sesame sauce or kimchi?" "Yes, I'm fine with anything," she replied, skillfully wrapping the grilled meat in lettuce. Her deft fingers crafted a beautiful bundle, a stark contrast to the haphazard attempts of the boys, who devoured their portions without finesse. Jiang Muye watched, his mouth watering in anticipation. Once she prepared the wrap, Lung Ruoli offered it to Jiang Muye, who instinctively took a bite. As he relished the grilled meat, he noticed the others snickering, even mimicking their gestures. Especially Little Dove, who teased Suya, "Darling, come feed me a bite." Suya obliged, and Little Dove dramatically exclaimed, "So delicious." "Thank you, darling. Could I have another piece of lettuce?" Jiang Muye, amused, tossed a napkin at them, playfully admonishing, "You drama queen, keep it down, or I might just have to hit you." "Oh no, I'm terrified." Little Dove feigned fear, leaning in her girlfriend, nuzzling affectionately. Jiang Muye, slightly repulsed by the display of affection, focused on his grilling. The smoky aroma enveloped him, and the heat intensified, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. As he reached to wipe his sweat, a gentle, cool hand brushed against his forehead, tenderly wiping away the perspiration. Jiang Muye's dark eyes deepened as he beheld Lung Ruoli, whose cheeks had flushed slightly. Her crystalline eyes shone with sincerity, exuding warmth. When she noticed him watching, she blushed and shyly lowered her gaze, yet her actions remained unwavering. "Let me grill for you. Teach me how," she offered, her heart full of intent. Indeed, Lung Ruoli was thoughtful, wishing for Jiang Muye to enjoy his meal without the burden of serving others. She wanted him to take pleasure in this moment without sacrificing his comfort. "All right," he consented, handing her the tongs and guiding her through the process. As Lung Ruoli grasped the tongs, she felt their warmth, a sensation unfamiliar to her as she had never grilled meat herself, always relying on skilled chefs for her meals. Yet, for Jiang Muye, she was willing to learn, embracing the experience wholeheartedly. The heat and mess didn't deter her. Being with Jiang Muye made every moment feel blissful. A smile graced her lips as she sensed the warmth radiating from him, his breath close enough to ignite a flutter in her heart. His low, enticing voice resonated, sending her heartbeat racing. In that moment, her thoughts scattered, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Time to flip the meat, or we'll burn," Jiang Muye reminded her, breaking her reverie. "Oh, soda," she stammered, blinking her beautiful eyes, feeling a mix of embarrassment and shame. It puzzled her how, in front of Jiang Muye, she could feel so disoriented. Normally, she was composed and astute. Yet, as she caught a glimpse of Jiang Muye's radiant smile, her worries dissipated, leaving her breathless. He was undeniably handsome, and she found herself drawn to him. Her cheeks flushed a bright crimson. Regaining her composure, she eagerly assisted him, gradually transitioning from her earlier clumsiness to a newfound grace. Jiang Muye merely observed, confident in her ability, content to await the delicious results of their labors. The atmosphere buzzed with laughter and camaraderie, a perfect moment captured in time. A notification illuminated Lung Ruoli's phone, capturing Su Ye's attention, who was instantly astonished. "Isn't that wallpaper Jiang Muye?" All eyes were drawn to Lung Ruoli's device. The wallpaper was indeed a candid selfie of Jiang Muye taken in his dormitory, the very picture he had sent to Lung Ruoli. Caught off guard by Su Ye's observation, Lung Ruoli felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and discomfort. Flustered, she hastily attempted to conceal her phone, her ears flushed with warmth. Unsure of how to face the gathering crowd, she was equally perplexed about Jiang Muye's potential reaction. After all, it was she who had taken the liberty of using his photograph as her screensaver. The situation felt mortifying, and she feared being perceived as an ardent admirer, perhaps even disliked for it. Chapter 50. Protecting. As Lung Ruoli felt a hint of anxiety, Jiang Muye's voice drifted in softly. "I let her set the screensaver. Are you dissatisfied? She didn't use my photo. Would she use your little dove's instead?" Lung Ruoli shuddered and turned to look. Jiang Muye exuded an air of dominance, his rebellious gaze daring to challenge Su Ye. It was evident he was attempting to extricate himself from an awkward situation. Tears glistened in Lung Ruoli's eyes as she broke into a sweet smile, savoring a delightful sweetness that stirred her heart. Su Ye, feeling the tension, sensed Jiang Muye's displeasure in his languid gaze and awkwardly replied, "Of course not." Little Dove shot Su Ye a glare. Realizing her misstep, Su Ye hadn't intended to mock Lung Ruoli. In truth, she felt a twinge of envy. Lung Ruoli came from a good family, was beautiful, excelled academically, and had many suitors. Not only was she a standout among girls, but she also approached love with remarkable courage, unbothered by the opinions of others, boldly pursuing the one she admired, an audacity that most girls lacked, herself included. In that moment, Su Ye felt a sense of superiority, prompting her to speak without thinking. Lung Ruoli slightly curled her lips, meeting Su Ye's gaze directly. "I like Muye. It's perfectly normal to set a picture of the one you adore as your wallpaper. Don't you do the same?" Su Ye began to regard Lung Ruoli with newfound respect, feeling remorseful for her unfiltered words. Why did she have to criticize Lung Ruoli? Clearly, Lung Ruoli was exceptional in every regard. Upon hearing Lung Ruoli's words, Little Dove and the others envied Jiang Muye even more. It was apparent that the school beauty genuinely cherished Jiang Muye, able to face the revelation of her feelings openly, without any evasion or hesitation. Jiang Muye instinctively smiled, feeling an inexplicable joy that surpassed even the delight of indulging in 10 plates of beef. "You must be hungry. Eat up," he said, as he began to serve Lung Ruoli beef. She shyly nodded, lowering her head to eat, which eased the atmosphere. As they dined, the voice of the delivery person rang out from outside. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Your order with the last four digits, 9287, is here." "All right," Jiang Muye responded, standing up first. The others were left bewildered. Little Dove asked, "You've already had barbecue. What else did you order?" With a mysterious smile, Jiang Muye returned with the takeout. As Lung Ruoli curiously glanced at him, he placed the delivery in front of her and smiled, "Here, enjoy." Lung Ruoli's eyelashes fluttered in surprise as she looked at Jiang Muye. "You bought me taro balls?" The dish before her was a mango taro ball dessert, precisely what she had asked him to treat her to the previous day. She had thought he might have forgotten, but he remembered it clearly. "I want to forget what I promised. Unless someone keeps reminding me." Jiang Muye feigned annoyance, reaching to take the taro balls away. "If you don't want it, I'll dispose of it." "I want it," Lung Ruoli declared, wrapping her arms around the dessert, unwilling to let Jiang Muye take it. Observing her protective demeanor, Jiang Muye couldn't help but chuckle, urging, "Then hurry and eat." "Okay," she replied obediently, lifting the lid of the taro balls to start eating. This scene left everyone present in astonishment. The notoriously aloof school beauty transformed into an adorable girl in front of Jiang Muye. Countless admirers of Lung Ruoli must have been taken aback. Jiang Muye glanced at Lung Ruoli, who was playfully twirling her long hair and taking small bites of the taro balls. Her rosy lips glistened, and as she chewed, her cheeks puffed adorably like a little squirrel munching on a pine cone. When she looked up, her eyelashes curled and her eyes sparkled. It was as sweet as indulging in cherries. Watching her eat, Jiang Muye felt a surge of appetite and began to eat more himself. As they enjoyed the barbecue, Little Dove and the others had already started drinking beer. Jiang Muye's tolerance was not particularly high, but he could manage at least 3 bottles without much effect, feeling only a slight flush. However, he underestimated Lung Ruoli's alcohol tolerance. Seizing an opportunity when he was distracted, she sneakily sipped a few gulps of beer, resulting in flushed cheeks as she drunkenly leaned on the table. Jiang Muye stared at the inebriated Lung Ruoli in astonishment. "Lung Ruoli?" He leaned in closer, testing the waters. But she lifted her flushed face, smiling dreamily. Her sweet voice rose like a playful kitten. Her delicate arms wrapped around him, catching Jiang Muye off guard. His breath hitched. He could feel the heat in her gaze, nearly overwhelming him. After all, Lung Ruoli was a stunning beauty. Yet, in a public setting, Jiang Muye had to maintain some semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Otherwise, he would be no different from a beast. Kai Zi suggested, "The school beauty is drunk. You should take her back to her dorm to avoid her catching a chill lying here." Little Dove chuckled. "Yes, with a beauty in your arms. You probably have no interest in chatting or eating with us." "Shut it." Jiang Muye shot a glare at Little Dove, finding Kai Zi's suggestion reasonable. "All right, I'll take her back to the dorm. You all continue eating." After settling the bill, Jiang Muye supported Lung Ruoli as they made their way outside. Once he placed her in the car and attempted to fasten her seatbelt, she unexpectedly lunged forward, knocking Jiang Muye onto the seat. Jiang Muye felt a jolt as he sensed her soft body above him, her long legs wrapping around his waist like octopus tentacles. His breath caught Lung Ruoli. "What are you doing? Wake up." She raised her intoxicated gaze, grinning brightly. "I know what I'm doing." Her small hand instinctively slipped inside Jiang Muye's shirt, her cool palm igniting a spark against his skin. With her rosy cheeks rubbing against his chest, Jiang Muye felt overwhelmed. The sports car's seat could recline, and with a casual touch from Lung Ruoli, it flattened out, pulling Jiang Muye even closer to her. Lung Ruoli murmured, her lips pouting as she mumbled something Jiang Muye couldn't quite catch. Leaning in to hear better, he was met with a loud, resounding kiss as her lips pressed against his cheek. Jiang Muye was taken aback. In contrast to his shock, she beamed with delight. Her fingers tangled in his dark hair, gently caressing him. Jiang Muye gasped, feeling a tingling sensation. With her beautiful eyes blinking at him, she confessed, "I really like you so much." Her radiant smile brightened her face. "You've broken the law." "Broken the law? What law?" Chapter 51. You have stolen Miss Lung Ruoli's heart, yet refuse to return it. This judge hereby declares that you have pilfered Miss Lung Ruoli's heart, and yet are unwilling to relinquish it. You are nothing short of a villain, a nefarious scoundrel, a quintessential antagonist. Lung Ruoli grumbled in a huff. Jiang Muye chuckled softly. He reached out and began to knead her shoulders. So, how many years do you intend to sentence me? Life imprisonment. You shall remain here with me for eternity. Unable to escape, Lung Ruoli pointed her finger playfully at Jiang Muye's nose. He chuckled again, gazing at her. Are you truly intoxicated or merely feigning it? Can one maintain such clarity of thought while inebriated? However, Jiang Muye did not receive an answer, as his hand was suddenly seized in a firm bite. Ouch! Jiang Muye gasped, observing the imprint left on his hand. You really bit me, and quite hard at that. Lung Ruoli licked her crimson lips, fierce yet, to Jiang Muye. It appeared more as a display of affection. All right, I accept my punishment. Now, I shall escort you home. Let us not cause a ruckus, shall we? Jiang Muye gently ruffled her hair, saying, Be good now. To his surprise, her arms encircled his wrist, refusing to let go. Jiang Muye squinted his eyes, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. How can I drive you home like this? Yet, Lung Ruoli seemed oblivious to his words. Her petite face nestled against him. In the dim light, her previously tumultuous demeanor had transformed into a serene calmness. Her eyes closed, her cheeks flushed, no longer causing mischief but exuding an alluring charm. Jiang Muye, who had initially been an onlooker, now felt a fire igniting within him. As she had tugged at him earlier, a few buttons of her blouse had come undone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her fair skin, with the straps of her black lingerie already sliding down her delicate shoulders. The shadows of the mountains were deep and enigmatic, extending far and wide. Even without direct contact, the allure was undeniable. Jiang Muye took a deep breath, reminding himself that she was currently intoxicated and that one must not take advantage of her vulnerability. He inhaled deeply, forcing his arm free from her grasp. After a solid 30 seconds of self-reassurance, he finally regained his composure. Daring not to look at Lung Ruoli any longer, he opted to drive, eager to return her home before the flames of desire consumed him entirely. Jiang Muye drove at breakneck speed to the school. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, he picked up Lung Ruoli, who was now thoroughly intoxicated but remarkably well-behaved, making it easier for him to carry her to the entrance. The system chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked into the girls' dormitory, and as a reward, you receive 1 million RMB. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Muye was immediately intercepted by the dormitory matron. Young man, this is the girls' dormitory. You cannot enter. Madam, I'm merely escorting her upstairs. She's drunk, Jiang Muye explained. The matron, upon seeing the inebriated Lung Ruoli in his arms, softened her demeanor. She truly is drunk. You are quite a good young man, not taking advantage of her and bringing her back. It is rare to find such a decent boy, the dormitory matron remarked. Jiang Muye was left perplexed, unsure whether to take her words as praise or sarcasm. In truth, if she were his girlfriend, he would not have thought to bring her back at all. But since Lung Ruoli was not his girlfriend, he felt compelled to ensure her safety. Jiang Muye valued genuine affection, if there were no feelings involved. No matter how beautiful or alluring a woman may be, he would not easily succumb. Madam, could you make an exception? I need to take her upstairs, Jiang Muye requested. Very well, let us go together, the matron replied, dutifully following him upstairs. Upon reaching Lung Ruoli's dormitory, as Jiang Muye pushed the door open, he heard a familiar voice. Ruoli, you're back. Why are you so late today? A woman clad only in a black camisole sat with her back to him, painting her toenails a delicate pink that accentuated her feet. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Muye felt an ominous premonition. However, it was too late to hide. The woman turned her head, thunder struck and fire ignited. Her eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Muye, what are you doing here? Oh, this is wonderful. You came to find me. Didn't you? This girl was Mi Lu, now bubbling with excitement. Jiang Muye felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had unwittingly walked into a den of wolves. You're Lung Ruoli's roommate? Jiang Muye never anticipated such a twist of fate. Mi Lu and Lung Ruoli were actually friends and roommates. Yes, but why are you carrying Ruoli? Mi Lu asked, perplexed. What happened to her? The dormitory matron chimed in with enthusiasm. This young man is quite admirable. He said she was drunk and brought her back. So, the boy who took her out for dinner today is you. Mi Lu exclaimed, her face paling. She knew Lung Ruoli had gone out to eat with a boy she liked. Could it be that Jiang Muye was the very boy Lung Ruoli fancied? Surely not. Such a cliché scenario could not exist. Milu began to convince herself that Jiang Muye was simply being a gentleman, taking care of Lung Ruoli in her inebriated state. Yes, that must be it. Jiang Muye did not directly respond, but advised Milu, please take good care of her. When she wakes, give her some hangover medicine to ease her discomfort. All right, Milu agreed, her eyes lingering on Jiang Muye, unwilling to look away. After Jiang Muye placed Lung Ruoli on the bed and was about to leave, Milu immediately wrapped her arms around him. You're infuriating. I sent you so many messages on WeChat, yet you never replied. How will you make it up to me? Milu's soft presence pressed against Jiang Muye's side, leaving him utterly vexed. Sister, I haven't even added you on WeChat. What are you talking about? How could that be? I distinctly added you. Milu insisted, pulling out her phone to show him. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Muye realized that Milu had added his alternate account. He quickly deduced that his 3 mischief-making roommates must have been responsible, as they were the only ones who knew the password to his alternate account. That's my alternate account. I don't use it. You must have asked my roommates for it, Jiang Muye explained, causing Milu to realize she had been duped. She inwardly cursed his 3 roommates for deceiving her. However, gazing at the handsome and tall Jiang Muye before her, she could not bring herself to be angry and instead smiled sweetly. Then add me on your main account. No need, Jiang Muye replied coolly. I don't add people on WeChat casually. Congratulations, host. By rejecting the campus beauty, you have earned 1 million RMB, and your learning value has increased by 20 points. Jiang Muye was quite satisfied. With the increase in learning value, he was one step closer to becoming an academic powerhouse. Milu, however, was insistent. No way. You must add me. I was tricked out of 3,000 yuan by your roommates. You need to make it up to me. Jiang Muye inwardly cursed his roommates again for scamming Milu, realizing she now had an excuse to cling to him. It was their deception. You can seek them out, or I could help you reclaim your money. Sister, it would be wise for you to download an anti-fraud center app to avoid being deceived again. Jiang Muye distanced himself from the situation, adding that there was truly no need to add anyone. However, just as Milu was about to express more, Jiang Muye interrupted, stating that he must ascend, as this was the female dormitory. Although the female dormitory was a place many boys yearned to infiltrate, Jiang Muye remained indifferent, perceiving it not as thrilling but rather as a den of enchantment. He sought to escape Milu's persistent entanglement. The dormitory matron remarked appreciatively, "This young man speaks wisely. Now that you have arrived, let us discuss any matters elsewhere." Thus, the matron led Jiang Muye out. Milu, reluctant to part from Jiang Muye, leaned against the doorframe, gazing longingly at his retreating figure. After all, it was rare to have such an appealing man before her, yet he seemed entirely disinterested. Was it her lack of beauty, her modest bust, her undefined waist, or her short legs that rendered her unworthy of his attention? Frustrated, Milu began to stomp her feet, exclaiming, "Next time we meet, I shall ensure you fall beneath the allure of my pomegranate skirt." Chapter 52. Unwavering resolve. Milu's attention was fixated on Lung Ruoli, who lay drunkenly asleep, embodying an exquisite beauty. With such stunning looks and an alluring figure, Jiang Muye remained composed, a true gentleman indeed. How admirable! She realized she had not misjudged him. He would never take advantage of a girl inebriated, standing in stark contrast to those lecherous wolves. With this thought, Milu felt a wave of relief wash over her. As she prepared to tend to Lung Ruoli by covering her with a blanket, she suddenly noticed Lung Ruoli's crimson lips moving, as if speaking. "What are you saying?" Milu leaned down to listen. Once she discerned the words, her face paled instantly. In the boys' dormitory, after Jiang Muye's 3 roommates returned, he began to interrogate them harshly. The 3 confessed how they had deceived Milu out of 3,000. Jiang Muye pinched his temples, declaring, "You will repay her tomorrow. Please, if we repay her, the campus belle will surely flay us alive." Oli exclaimed. "Serves you right for deceiving her," Jiang Muye retorted coldly, arms crossed. Kaizi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, asked, "Do you think Milu will call the police?" "There's a strong possibility. I heard about a girl who crossed the campus belle and ended up expelled," Xiao Beige chimed in excitedly. Old He, alarmed, said, "We're all roommates. Don't just leave us to our fate. The campus belle 1T let us off easily." Just add her on WeChat. We can avoid repaying her. And we can split the money. Jiang Muye shot him a glare. Old he chuckled nervously. How about we go 3, 7? Am I the type to sacrifice my looks for money? Jiang Muye raised an eyebrow. Yes, the 3 chimed in unison. Jiang Muye rolled his eyes, arms still crossed. Then I suppose we should just wait for Milu to report you and have you all arrested. Are you really going to just stand by? Oldie pleaded with a pitiful look. You are an adult. You must face the storm alone, my young friend. I'm off to shower and sleep. With that, Jiang Muye grabbed his clothes and headed to the bathroom. Seeing his ruthless demeanor, the 3 exchanged glances. Looks like we need to go beg for forgiveness. Indeed, otherwise the campus belle will surely have her vengeance. Let us hope she doesn't go too hard on us. Hey, Xiao Beige, don't speak so ominously. The campus belle is still a girl. She shouldn't be that ruthless. That's not certain. When a girl gets fierce, she can be quite terrifying. The 3 shivered involuntarily. True, one must never offend a woman. Another sleepless night lay ahead. As the cold stars faded and the first light of dawn broke through the dimness, awakening the still world, the chirping of sparrows filled the air outside, their cacophony rousing Lung Ruoli from her slumber. Slowly, she opened her eyes, instinctively realizing that she was no longer clad in the dress from yesterday, but had been changed into a nightgown. Her face flushed with warmth. She vaguely remembered drinking too much and felt muddled, recalling that Jiang Muye had taken her away. A gentle warmth enveloped her heart. She pressed her hand to her chest, smiling shyly to herself. Could it be that he was the one who changed her clothes last night? As Lung Ruoli struggled to piece together the events of the previous night, the door creaked open. You're awake. I brought you some porridge. Drink a bit, Milu announced as she strode in, placing breakfast on the table. Thank you, Lung Ruoli responded appreciatively. You really put me through the ringer last night. I removed your makeup, changed your clothes, and you were all but uncooperative. How are you going to thank me? Milu said, sitting down and crossing her legs. Ah, you changed me? Lung Ruoli's lips parted in surprise. Who else would it be? Jiang Muye? Milu raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing Jiang Muye's name from Milu's lips, Lung Ruoli's face turned beet red, and she shyly covered her face. No, not at all. She certainly would not divulge to Milu that she had been daydreaming about him. Such an embarrassing matter was not to be spoken of. However, Lung Ruoli quickly regained her composure. Curiosity piqued. Milu, how do you know Jiang Muye? Milu, now in her senior year interning at a company, was often busy with modeling training and paid little attention to school matters. She was not on the campus network and had no significant interactions with Jiang Muye, as they were not in the same major. Well, Milu said, resting her delicate hand on her chin, you were quite intoxicated last night and repeatedly declared your love for Jiang Muye, at least 200 or 300 times. Really? Lung Ruoli's embarrassment deepened. Was she that bold and forthright at night? Indeed, Milu sighed wistfully, gazing at Lung Ruoli. So Jiang Muye is the one you've been secretly in love with? Yes, I have always liked him. Lung Ruoli was a woman who dared to love and hate. Once she liked someone, she would boldly admit it, for there was nothing shameful about it. Milu took a deep breath, then smiled forlornly. Did you know I have feelings for him too? At Milu's words, Lung Ruoli's face registered shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What? Milu, you have feelings for him? Is he the one you were looking for last time? Yes, Milu sighed, realizing that fate had played a cruel trick on them both, as they found themselves enamored with the same man. Though surprised, Lung Ruoli quickly collected her thoughts. Milu, even if you're my best friend, I want to give up Jiang Muye. I like him, and I want to step back just because you do too. You may blame me or resent me, but I must tell you, Jiang Muye is my bottom line, and no one can cross that line. With a single breath, Lung Ruoli expressed her thoughts to Milu. Deep down, she felt anxious. She knew that her words would likely anger Milu, perhaps even lead to a rift between them. Yet, regardless, Lung Ruoli was determined to pursue Jiang Muye. Even if the world were to end and the sky were to fall, her affection for Jiang Muye would not wane. She would love him until her last breath. However, the confrontation she had anticipated did not manifest. Instead, she heard Milu chuckle softly. Ruoli, you're truly adorable. If I were a man, I would definitely marry you. Lung Ruoli was momentarily taken aback. Huh. If it were any other girl liking Jiang Muye, she would fiercely compete with her, even to the point of cutting ties. Yet with Milu, she felt no aversion. In fact, she found the idea of two women vying for one man not entirely disagreeable. Milu's lips curled into a smile. This revelation astonished Long Ruoli. Her face flushed, and she stammered, "Milu, don't joke around. Come on, I'm just teasing you. Well, since we both like Jiang Muye, let us compete fairly. After all, he is currently single, and everyone has the right to pursue love." Long Ruoli nodded, aligning with Milu's sentiment. "I won't step aside just because you're my friend." Milu huffed playfully. "Do you think I would yield to you? I declare you have encountered your strongest rival." "I'm not afraid." Long Ruoli smiled confidently. "Then brace yourself for the most formidable challenge. Jiang Muye is mine to win." Milu would undoubtedly not abandon Jiang Muye. Yet she harbored a twinge of compassion for Long Ruoli. Should Long Ruoli fail to win Jiang Muye's affection, Milu resolved to generously compensate her. After all, it is essential to cherish both a beloved and a dear friend. Once Milu and Long Ruoli opened their hearts and clarified their feelings, their bond deepened significantly. Just as Milu grappled with how to connect with Jiang Muye, fate presented her with an unexpected opportunity. Observing the three boys who had obstructed her path, Milu crossed her arms and raised her fox-like eyes, letting out a cold snort. "Are you aware that you have ensnared yourselves? Senior Milu, we were mistaken. We should not have deceived you. Please do not report us to the authorities. If there is anything we can assist you with, do not hesitate to command us." Old He said, his apology earnest as he handed Milu 2,000. "Report you?" Milu responded, somewhat bewildered, as she gazed into the fearful eyes of the three. She recognized her chance to turn the tables. "Your actions are indeed reprehensible and could warrant arrest. However, considering that this is your first offense, I am willing to grant you an opportunity for redemption." A glimmer of amusement danced in Milu's eyes, which stirred excitement among the three. They hurriedly inquired, "Senior Milu, what would you have us do?" Chapter 53. Boys must protect themselves. Milu Yan smiled gracefully, declaring, "I shall forego the 2,000, considering a gift to you. But in return, you must provide me with detailed information about Jiang Muye. This includes his hobbies, interests, daily activities, clothing size, zodiac sign, and his romantic history. To pursue a man successfully, one must know both oneself and the adversary." She had never engaged in a battle without assurance. Initially, she was concerned about the lack of support, but now, with the arrival of Jiang Muye's three roommates, Milu sensed a turning point. With the assistance of Jiang Muye's friends, her chances of winning his affection had significantly increased. "Senior Mi, please don't put us in a tough spot. We cannot betray our brother," Old He replied awkwardly. Although he had a fondness for money, camaraderie was paramount. The other two nodded in agreement. Jiang Muye had always treated them well, and betraying him was unfathomable. "This isn't betrayal, it's aiding your brother. He is currently single. How can you bear to let him remain so? You must help him forge connections, allowing him to escape a solitary existence and embrace a future filled with happiness." Milu urged, "Are you not afraid of the consequences of me pursuing this matter of financial deceit? If it escalates, you may find yourselves at a disadvantage." As she observed their hesitation, Milu pouted and employed a tactic of provocation. "I am merely testing your understanding of brotherhood. Surely you know these details. Otherwise, what kind of brothers are you?" Feeling defiant, Xiao Beige retorted, "We are true brothers. How could we not know such things? Allow me to enlighten you." Xiao Beige. "Qu'est-ce stoldet?" Xiao Beige rolled up his sleeves, stating, "We have made mistakes and owe a debt of compensation. Furthermore, Senior Mi's requests are not unreasonable. If my finds love as a result, he will owe our friendship a debt of gratitude." Kaizi found this reasoning compelling. If they did not assist their brother, Jiang Muye might remain single indefinitely. As brothers, they ought to provide support. In truth, Senior Mi was not lacking. She was wealthy, beautiful, and possessed a generous spirit. Perhaps she and Jiang Muye were indeed well suited for one another. Moreover, since they had initially misappropriated funds, they should seize this opportunity for redemption without hesitation. "Very well. We shall divulge everything," Kaizi resolved, recounting all details to Milu. Upon hearing the information, Milu was astonished. She had heard of a renowned romantic in the school, undeterred by challenges, who proposed to Xia Shiran daily. However, she was not a gossip, and, due to her busy schedule, had little interest in matter. Yet, she never anticipated that this romantic figure was, in fact, Jiang Muye. No wonder Lung Ruoli, so beautiful, had initially harbored a secret crush on him without making any moves. It turned out Jiang Muye had been deeply infatuated with Xia Shiran at that time. From Kai Zi's tone, it seemed Jiang Muye had finally moved on, creating an opportunity for Milu. A heartbroken man desperately needs the comfort of a beautiful woman and the nurturing of love. Milu was unconcerned about Jiang Muye's past. What mattered was that his future included her. Seizing this chance, she resolved to act swiftly to win Jiang Muye's heart. With a playful blink of her eyes, she smiled at the three of them, saying, "Actually, I have one more request that requires your assistance." The trio exchanged glances, suddenly filled with an ominous premonition. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow across the sky, Jiang Muye and his companions arrived at the mystery escape room outside the school. Truthfully, Jiang Muye had little interest in escape rooms, but his boisterous roommates insisted it would be thrilling and enjoyable, typical of youthful exuberance. After some consideration, he decided to join them, thinking it might be entertaining. Upon arrival, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked into the escape room center. You are rewarded with 300,000 RMB and an increase of 20 points in your investigative abilities." Just what was needed for an escape room: intelligence. Jiang Muye was sharp, though perhaps not meticulous. With enhanced investigative skills, he would undoubtedly succeed. However, he did not anticipate encountering the alluring woman seated in the lounge area upon reaching the front desk. With long, cascading brown curls, captivating electric eyes, a delicate nose, and full, sensual lips, her striking beauty combined allure and seduction in perfect harmony. Her alluring physique was truly eye-catching. She wore a low-cut white lace top paired with a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her long legs. Upon noticing Jiang Muye, she intentionally elongated her legs and arched her shoulders, flaunting her alluring figure, a breathtaking sight that left the boys in awe. Yet, Jiang Muye remained unmoved. What was so impressive about a pair of breasts? A woman's sensuality should not be reduced to mere physical attributes. True allure emanates from within, teasing the imagination with subtlety and grace. Nevertheless, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was, Milu was also present. Jiang Muye's discerning gaze fell upon her, and he finally understood why his boisterous roommates had been so enthusiastic. They had set a trap for him. Senior Me also wishes to join us for the escape room. It's more enjoyable with a larger group. Xiao Beige stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Not interested, I'm leaving, Jiang Muye retorted, feeling disheartened. However, his three roommates clung to him, insisting he remain. Please don't go. Help us out. We promise, Senior Me, Xiao Beige implored, his eyes wide with desperation. Oldie nodded vigorously, refusing to release Jiang Muye's waist. Exactly. We're paying. Just consider it a favor. Kizi, bladet. We are all roommates. You can't just turn your back on us. Get off. Jiang Muye commanded coldly. My. The three chorused in unison. Jiang Muye's gaze turned icy. A group of grown men clinging to me. Aren't you embarrassed? Since you're footing the bill, I suppose I'll join. Wonderful. The trio rejoiced, promptly releasing Jiang Muye. With a stoic expression, Jiang Muye stood his ground. Seeing his discontent, Milu approached with a gentle smile. Playing the escape room together will be so much fun. Don't wear such a serious face. Would you like me to order you a juice? No, thank you. I'm not thirsty, Jiang Muye replied curtly. Congratulations, host. By rejecting the school belle advances, you have gained 200 points of fortitude, earned 500,000 RMB, and increased your intelligence by 20 points. Milu was undeterred by Jiang Muye's indifference. Instead, she cheerfully grasped his hand, saying, Come, sit for a while. We need more people for the escape room. Just wait a moment. As her delicate, pastel pink nails brushed against him, Jiang Muye felt a jolt of discomfort and instinctively withdrew his hand. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Senior, please conduct yourself accordingly. Yet, Milu found Jiang Muye's aloofness particularly attractive. He was not one to take advantage of her kindness and possess principles, a refreshing contrast to the lecherous men outside. With a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, she leaned closer, playfully teasing, What's wrong? Are you shy? I haven't done anything. You should loosen up a bit. Jiang Muye's gaze was filled with a hint of sorrow. I know well what it means to be shy, but you ought to exercise some restraint. Pursuing the boy one adores requires a modicum of restraint. However, if one remains too reserved, they may find themselves overshadowed. Milu huffed in disagreement with Jiang Muye's assertion. Her hand frequently reached out, playfully pinching Jiang Muye's waist. With an impassive expression, Jiang Muye gently lowered her hand, remarking, "Senior, should you continue to tease me so indiscriminately, I shall take my leave." His gaze bore an unmistakable threat, imposing and formidable. "Very well, I shall cease my antics," Milu murmured, reluctantly withdrawing her hand, though her anticipation lingered. After all, shortly they would find themselves in an escape room, where she could freely indulge her whims. She was unperturbed by this fleeting moment. It is often said that within the confines of an escape room, under the cloak of darkness, emotions are prone to flourish. Soon enough, she envisioned herself nestled in Jiang Muye's embrace, weeping softly, and he would undoubtedly be moved by her fragility. Just as Jiang Muye maintained his stern demeanor, ignoring Milu, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 54. Fair competition. Upon hearing the melodious and enchanting voice, Jiang Muye abruptly lifted his head. Before him stood Lung Ruoli, clad in a blue and white JK uniform, reminiscent of the first rays of dawn casting their light upon the Alps, instantly illuminating his vision. Her once flowing and beautiful long hair was now styled into a high ponytail, secured with a blue ribbon. The fitted attire accentuated her figure, highlighting her delicate waist and showcasing her long, slender legs adorned in white stockings, which were truly exquisite. Compared to Milu's bare legs, her allure was far more pronounced, emanating a sense of grace and elegance. With a hint of shyness, Lung Ruoli gazed at him, radiating a beauty that was almost intoxicating. "What brings you here?" Milu was the first to voice Jiang Muye's curiosity. "We invited her over. We're short on players for the team, so it's perfectly fine to have her join." Kaizi interjected, turning to Milu and asking, "You don't mind, do you?" "Not all." Milu, being magnanimous, welcomed the unexpected appearance of Lung Ruoli, eager for the lively company it promised. Moreover, she had already agreed to engage in fair competition with Lung Ruoli, viewing it as a mutual opportunity rather than something to oppose. After all, having a rival is exceptional, as Lung Ruoli only affirmed her discerning taste in men. As they prepared to commence the game, the front desk announced, "Apologies, but you've chosen the theme of the fifth asylum, which requires 8 players to begin. Would you mind combining teams?" 8 players? Then we need to call in 2 more, Lao He remarked, scanning his contacts for anyone available to join. Just then, the staff added, "Coincidentally, 2 lovely ladies have just arrived. Perhaps they can join your team." Everyone turned to see 2 familiar figures ascending the stairs, Xia Shiran and the bespectacled girl. "Are you here for the escape room as well?" the little dove exclaimed, astonished. The bespectacled girl nodded. "Indeed, this escape room is all the rage right now. We simply had to participate." In truth, she had noticed Jiang Muye and the others heading for the escape room and had persuaded Xia Shiran to come along. Given the rift that had developed between Jiang Muye and Xia Shiran, it was time to mend their relationship. Remaining in a stalemate was not a viable option. Xia Shiran needed to take the initiative and create an opportunity. Xia Shiran, who had been rejected by Jiang Muye previously, now regarded him with fervent eyes. "Can we play together?" she asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Yes, we can play together, but that does not imply I am willing to give you another chance," Jiang Muye replied, his expression complex. With a deep breath, he asserted, "Our relationship can only remain as friends." He wished to dispel any illusions Xia Shiran might harbor. After all this time, do you truly feel nothing for me anymore?" Xia Shiran bit her lip, her gaze fixed on him. Just then, a figure stepped in front of Jiang Muye, declaring, "I'm sorry, but you should find someone else to team up with." It was Milu, her displeasure evident as she continued, "We're here to play a game, not to engage in romantic entanglements. If you're not interested in the escape room, please do not waste our time." "Indeed," a firm voice echoed, capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned to Jiang Muye, who boldly stated, "I feel nothing for you." Xia Shiran's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out, "No matter what, I am still your fiancée. This is a matter agreed upon by our families since childhood." With just a nod from you, we could be married. I did not appreciate moral coercion, Jiang Muye interjected, pausing for effect before adding, moreover, we have already annulled our engagement. Xia Shiran's face turned pale as she registered the chill in Jiang Muye's demeanor. Clenching her fists, she struggled to maintain her composure. The bespectacled girl, unable to contain herself, retorted, Jiang Muye, what gives you the right to act so arrogantly? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such pride? If not for Xia Shiran's feelings for you, would you be so haughty? You are deluding yourself. In a swift motion, she attempted to strike Jiang Muye, but he deftly dodged. The sound of a sharp slap echoed as the bespectacled girl was struck across the face, leaving everyone in shock. They witnessed her stunned expression as she held her cheek, staring blankly at the icy figure of Long Ruoli. With her palms stinging, Long Ruoli maintained her composure, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed coldly on the bespectacled girl. He is not arrogant. I encourage it. Were you to criticize him here? You have no right to speak against him. Long Ruoli could not tolerate any disparagement directed at Jiang Muye, nor could she accept misunderstandings and attacks against him. Her affection for him was unwavering. He was the epitome of excellence and perfection in her eyes, a pillar of her world, deserving of utmost respect. The bespectacled girl was left speechless, her anger surging as she attempted to retaliate against Long Ruoli. However, before she could act, a tall figure swiftly intervened, pushing her aside, leaving her bewildered. Xia Shiran rushed over, concerned. Are you all right? We cannot rekindle our relationship, Jiang Muye replied coldly. Xia Shiran, no matter how you insult or blame me, I will not turn back. A shattered mirror cannot be mended. And as for our feelings, even if we were to reunite, do you truly believe there would be no cracks between us? Xia Shiran lowered her gaze, a shadow of despair crossing her features. With a hint of bitterness, she retorted, Jiang Muye, how dare you be so heartless? Even if I once treated you as a backup, what of it? You were the one who liked me first, and since you initiated it, you must accept the consequences. Chapter 55. Such dominance. Truly the male god Shiran, what are you saying? Not only were the crowd astonished, but even the bespectacled girl was left speechless. This is precisely my sentiment. Since you wish to delineate so clearly, I too can forget you. This world is not dependent on anyone. Xia Shiran gritted her teeth. The cold, sharp voice of Long Ruoli pierced through. And what about you? Are you still proud of treating someone as a backup? Carelessly trampling on emotions will exact a toll, and you are merely reaping what you have sown. Jiang Muye immediately turned to Long Ruoli, whose unwavering, icy gaze revealed her discontent towards Xia Shiran. Milu was quite exhilarated. Well said. Someone ought to put Xia Shiran in her place. That would be for the best. If you can forget me, then I too shall bear no burden. Let us disturb each other no more, for it shall benefit us both. At this moment, Jiang Muye, illuminated by the light, revealed his impeccably chiseled jawline, his frigid gaze emanating a sense of danger, causing Xia Shiran immense discomfort. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and in this mortifying predicament, she departed alongside the bespectacled girl. Once they left, Jiang Muye's heart finally found tranquility. Milu joyfully circled around Jiang Muye. How commanding! What a spirit! Jiang Muye, however, merely nodded serenely, neither proud nor anxious. Yet, Long Ruoli looked at Jiang Muye with concern. Sensing something amiss, she smiled faintly, like the clear waters of a lake under the spring sun, rippling with gentle waves. It was particularly enchanting. At that moment, Milu had already summoned 2 junior students, and the group, undeterred by the earlier encounter with Xia Shiran, commenced their escape room challenge. The theme of the 5th asylum was crafted with remarkable authenticity, immersing them in a truly eerie atmosphere. The room was dimly lit and unsettling. Jiang Muye felt no trepidation. Having grown accustomed to horror films, he had little to fear. However, Milu trembled beside him. It's so frightening, you must hold onto my hand tightly. She repeatedly clutched Jiang Muye's palm. With a piercing glance, Jiang Muye retorted, what is there to fear? Your courage is remarkable. It is not even completely dark yet, and no NPC has appeared. But I'm still scared. Milu pouted playfully, pressing against Jiang Muye. He felt the softness of her presence, her insistence causing him to feel quite helpless. Milu, if you're scared, just hold on to me, called Long Ruoli, stepping forward to grip Milu's wrist, preventing her from clinging to Jiang Muye. Watching Jiang Muye move ahead, Milu's gaze lingered on his retreating figure. Oh, don't walk so fast. She felt a rush to catch up with him. Milu, don't go. I'm so frightened. Lung Ruoli clung to Milu, appearing genuinely terrified. On one hand, she was indeed scared. On the other, she wished to deter Milu from constantly clinging to Jiang Muye. Milu, feeling exasperated, said to Lung Ruoli, "Oh, you despite the mischief." Her tone was affectionate. Lung Ruoli smiled innocently, resting her head on Milu's shoulder, suggesting, "Let us go together." All right, without any men around, a close friend can suffice. Milu's mood lightened as she guided Lung Ruoli forward. They had now entered the escape room. They needed to decipher a code to advance, yet everyone was at a loss. The room contained nothing but a few pieces of furniture. Should we use a hint? We have 3 chances, suggested a girl. No need, I can solve it. Jiang Muye replied calmly. The girl exclaimed dramatically, "Is that true? Aren't you the one who despises puzzles? Can you really solve it?" Certainly. The girl leaned in closer, addressing Jiang Muye. Don't act tough just because there are 2 stunning beauties here. It will be quite embarrassing if you answer incorrectly. Jiang Muye rolled his eyes. Don't measure my capabilities by your intellect. I'm not like you. Can you really do it? Another student doubted, given that Lung Ruoli, a top student, was also searching for clues without any success. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Muye utilized the intelligence and investigation attributes provided by his system and discerned the method to crack the code. The password is 2030. Suddenly, an exclamation of surprise drew everyone's attention. They saw Milu holding a bottle of cleaning solution she had retrieved from the cabinet. So simple. It says 2030 right here. Jiang Muye chuckled softly. No, that's not it. How can it not be? It's written right there. Let me input the code. The girl thought Jiang Muye was showing off and directly entered the password, only to be met with a broadcast warning. Sorry, incorrect input. You have 5 attempts left. If all 5 are incorrect, all lights will go out. You have 3 hints remaining. The girl was stunned. It really was wrong. She turned to Jiang Muye. So what is the hint? I don't know, Jiang Muye replied. You don't know? Yet you were so confident before? I knew you were unreliable. You were just showing off, the girl lamented. Jiang Muye lazily remarked, but I do know what the hint should be. Jiang Muye picked up a towel from the table, poured the cleaning solution from Milu's hand onto it, and approached the wall, using the towel to clean a dirty spot, revealing a set of numbers, 9181. Turning back to the group, he declared, quite simple, the password is 9181. Though the room was filled with obstacles, Jiang Muye realized that everyone had overcomplicated things. The solution was, in fact, the simplest of actions. The girl hurried to input the password, resulting in the prompt to proceed to the next level. She was utterly astonished. You're incredible. Milu joyfully rushed over, leaping into Jiang Muye's arms, wrapping her legs around him. Wow, you're amazing. Cold Ruoli, who had been pleased for Jiang Muye, felt a pang of disappointment upon witnessing Milu's actions. Ruoli, I'm leaving. A magnetic voice resonated. Ruoli flinched, looking up to see Jiang Muye standing before the next challenge, having pushed Milu away, his bright black eyes fixed upon her. Ruoli's heart swelled with sweetness, akin to a jar of honey being poured in. All right, Ruoli nodded and dashed forward. In the subsequent challenges, although the difficulty increased, Ruoli was meticulous, becoming Jiang Muye's little assistant, aiding in deciphering the puzzles. With Jiang Muye's sharp intellect, they swiftly entered the password, successfully advancing through the challenges. However, upon entering the 5th challenge, the lights flickered ominously, filling the atmosphere with dread, accompanied by unsettling sound effects. Ruoli's face turned pale. She feigned calmness, but was genuinely terrified, unable to bear looking around. Just as her hands became uncertain and weak, a pair of warm, large hands clasped hers, urging her to hold onto the hem of his shirt. Keep up, don't fall behind. The cool voice broke through her apprehension, prompting Ruoli to slowly lift her gaze. She beheld Jiang Muye, his jawline striking, exuding a rebellious yet languid charm that captivated her. Instinctively, Ruoli smiled dreamily. Like a little tail, she trailed closely behind Jiang Muye. Though not hand in hand, merely holding onto his shirt's edge, it filled Ruoli with a profound sense of happiness. She felt as though the surroundings had transformed into a radiant expanse, no longer shrouded in darkness. Jiang Muye could naturally sense the gentle tugging at his clothing from behind. Those tiny hands persistently grasped at him, their strides mirroring his own in perfect harmony. Initially, he had walked at a brisk pace, prompting her to break into a light jog. Instantly, Jiang Muye slowed his tempo to allow her to keep up, noticing her cheerful little movements trailing behind him. He appeared nonchalant and indifferent on the surface, yet his heart brimmed with warmth. "I am afraid too. Please lead the way," she suddenly murmured, her presence enveloped in the sweet fragrance of peaches that wafted towards his nostrils. Chapter 56. Why don't you stay at my place? Jiang Muye cast a glance at the eager Mi Lu and remarked, "I didn't realize you were frightened. I truly am scared. My legs feel weak. If you wish to carry me, I certainly wouldn't mind." Mi Lu cooed playfully, embodying the essence of a strong spirit akin to a potent liquor, initially harsh, yet ultimately sweet once accustomed to it. However, Jiang Muye was not fond of strong spirits. He gently brushed Mi Lu's hand aside. "Congratulations, host. You have rejected Mi Lu and earned 200 points of resolve, along with a reward of 500,000 RMB and an increase of 20 points in courage." With his courage bolstered, Jiang Muye felt emboldened. Now, even if an NPC were to descend from the ceiling, he would remain unperturbed. Mi Lu, feeling somewhat aggrieved, mimicked the actions of Lung Ruoli, tugging at Jiang Muye's clothing in a defiant manner. This left Jiang Muye in a bemused state. Is this a game of eagle-catching chicks? What are you all doing? Regardless, you must lead me, Mi Lu huffed. Lung Ruoli, upon hearing Jiang Muye's metaphor, couldn't suppress her laughter. The two girls followed Jiang Muye closely, inseparable. This sight evoked envy from the three onlookers. Muye is indeed fortunate. Even in a horror challenge game, he is accompanied by two stunning beauties, Kai Zi sighed. Who could argue? Choosing between Mi Lu, the campus flower, and Lung Ruoli, the ice princess, is quite the dilemma. If all else fails, perhaps I shall take both, Xiao Baigu chimed in. Ha ha. It seems Xiao Baigu has a preference. Lao he teased, chuckling. Do you not desire her? That is not the case, but I lack the fortune for such things. Besides, I have my own significant other. I wouldn't dare pursue another. Lao he shook his head. Jiang Muye's luck seemed almost supernatural. Not only was he exceptionally fortunate, but he also had the affection of so many beautiful women. The heavens truly favored him. Yet, given how deeply Jiang Muye had suffered at the hands of Xia Shiran, it was only fitting that fate would grant him due recompense. As they reached the final stage, they found themselves enveloped in darkness. Mi Lu had already devised a plan. She would swiftly leap into Jiang Muye's embrace, relishing the thrill of the shadows. However, as she made her move, a plaintive voice pierced the air. "Senior Mi, please spare me." Mi Lu froze in astonishment. "What on earth? Is that you, Chinga? Were you not silent? Who else could it be but me?" Xiao Baigu retorted, her irritation palpable. Mi Lu disdainfully pushed Xiao Baigu away. "Goodness, what have I done? Where is Jiang Muye?" At that moment, Jiang Muye felt a figure leaning against him, abruptly halting his breath. The girl's form was soft and delicate, and in her nervousness, he could distinctly feel her proud curves pressing against him, rising and falling. This left Jiang Muye feeling parched, unsure of where to place his hands. He sensed a waft of fragrance as the lights extinguished, and the NPC appeared to frighten them. Suddenly, a cool, smooth hand grasped his arm tightly. Moments later, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Jiang Muye inhaled the enchanting scent of jasmine that emanated from her hair. "What brand of shampoo is this? It's delightful. I'm so sorry for hugging you, but I'm truly terrified," Lung Ruoli murmured shyly. She hadn't realized she had mustered such courage at a critical moment to cling to Jiang Muye. Yet, her fear was genuine, and she desperately wanted to hold him. Feeling the strength of his chest, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Thankfully, the lights were out, shrouding her in darkness. Otherwise, she would have felt utterly mortified. Worried that Jiang Muye might think her too forward, Lung Ruoli reluctantly released him. To her surprise, her hand was firmly held. "Didn't you say you were scared? Then hold on to me and don't let go," came his deep, magnetic voice, lifting her spirits. She smiled brightly and replied, "All right." The NPCs were indeed stealthy, appearing at the most critical moments to frighten them. The special effects makeup was genuinely alarming, and amidst the eerie green light. The screams of Milu and Xiao Baigu filled the entire room. But who was Jiang Muye? He possessed a system more terrifying than the NPCs themselves and had no reason to fear them. The system mused, "Brother, are you being polite?" Holding Lung Ruoli's hand, Jiang Muye remained composed. Whenever the NPC attempted to frighten them, he was prepared to retaliate, leading to a chorus of NPC screams. Soon, Jiang Muye heard Lung Ruoli stifle a laugh. Although the darkness concealed her smile, he could easily imagine the scene. As Jiang Muye savored the moment, he felt her grip tighten around his hand. The sensation of their skin brushing against each other sent shivers through him, transforming their simple clasp into an intertwining of fingers. Her hand was so small and soft, reminiscent of cotton candy, gentle and smooth. This sensation gradually dispelled Jiang Muye's initial awkwardness, allowing him to embrace the moment with ease. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Jiang Muye felt as though the journey had been fleeting. Suddenly, the lights flickered back on, revealing that they had reached the exit. The challenge had concluded. As the lights illuminated the room, Lung Ruoli, her face flushed, quickly withdrew her hand. "I need to go to the restroom." "All right," Jiang Muye nodded. Watching her graceful silhouette retreat, the lingering softness of her touch still present in his palm, causing a subtle smile to grace his lips. Once inside the restroom, Lung Ruoli hastily splashed water on her face, her beautiful features flushed crimson. She began to touch her palm, and a smile broke out, sweet as honey. Meanwhile, Milu seized the opportunity to approach Jiang Muye. Sitting beside him, she lamented, "That was truly terrifying. I was so frightened. Look, I'm sweating." Milu intentionally lowered her collar, accentuating her curves, a fragrant allure wafting towards him. With her enchanting eyes fixed on Jiang Muye, she implored, "Could you only wipe it off?" Jiang Muye replied, expressionless, "I'm heading to the restroom." As Milu lunged toward him, Jiang Muye had already departed. Annoyed, Milu fumed at this oblivious man who failed to appreciate the moment. Sensing the curious gazes of other boys upon her, she shot them a glare. Pulling her collar high, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Only the boy I like can look." On her way back, Milu continued to whisper to Jiang Muye, "Just add me on WeChat. I'll send you a red envelope of 1314, or better yet, 9,999. Chapter 57. Pursuing boys is so difficult. Milu's eyes were filled with admiration. Jiang Muye remained unmoved, saying, "No need." He pulled Xiao Beige in front of him, effectively blocking Milu from getting closer, leaving her with no choice but to face rejection. She shot a glare at Xiao Beige, as if to imply he was in the way. Xiao Beige felt quite frustrated, thinking, "How did I become a mere tool? I didn't choose this." Kizi, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly changed the subject. "The weather is really cold. It's not even late autumn yet, and it's already freezing. The temperature must be below 4 or 5 degrees. How can we endure this?" Xiao Beige chimed in, "Especially when we return to the dormitory. It's unbearably cold without any heating." Lung Ruoli was astonished. "Doesn't your dorm have air conditioning?" "It does," Jiang Muye explained, "but our old air conditioner only cools. It doesn't heat. The school doesn't allow us to install underfloor heating, so we have to wear more layers." Lung Ruoli felt a twinge of surprise. Due to her father's influence, her dorm was equipped with heating and other amenities, so she never felt particularly cold. She had assumed all dorms with air conditioning could provide warmth. The reality was quite disappointing. Upon hearing Jiang Muye's words, Milu began to charm him. "That's just too unfair. If it were me, I'd want to file a complaint. Why don't you come stay at my place?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Muye declined. "No." The system chimed in, "Congratulations, host. By rejecting Milu's invitation, you have gained 200 points of backbone value, and we gift you a top-of-the-line Alienware laptop." Given Jiang Muye's current capabilities, acquiring an Alienware laptop was trivial. Even a truckload wouldn't be an issue. However, as a student in need of a computer, an Alienware for gaming was a delightful bonus. "Don't think too much of it. I won't do anything to you." Milu pouted, her lips a vivid red. "My house is a villa, spacious and warm, with underfloor heating and a particularly large bed. You could play games there, however you like." "Do you need space to play games?" Xiao Beige teased. Laoyi smiled and asked Milu, "Can we come too?" Kaizi nodded in agreement. Milu, feeling quite irritated, thought, "What are you all meddling for? Don't you know I want to have a world of my own with Jiang Muye?" However, in a bid to entice him, she graciously replied, "Of course, you can stay as long as you want, and you one T have to worry about catching cold. We'll have delicious food." Being under the same roof as Jiang Muye allowed her to do as she pleased. There were plenty of rooms. She could easily have Jiang Muye's roommates occupy another one, while she, naturally, would share a room with him. "I'm not interested. I have my own place. So I won't trouble you," Jiang Muye replied coolly. Despite the eagerness of his roommates, they stood firmly by him, as brothers do. "We think it's better to stay in the dormitory. It's more convenient for school, and what if something happens? Besides, we're strong enough to withstand the cold," they said. Milu was seething with frustration. "What useless teammates! Haven't I already bribed you? Why are you still siding with Jiang Muye?" Unable to compel Jiang Muye to her home, she cast a particularly mournful glance his way, wishing he would change his mind. Unfortunately, Jiang Muye resolutely returned to the dormitory, even rejecting her attempt to add him on WeChat. Feeling disheartened, Mila mumbled, "Why is it so hard to pursue boys?" In the past, she never had a chase. A mere glance would send a throng of boys clamoring for her WeChat. Yet now, Jiang Muye stood firm as an unyielding rock. However, Mila was not one to relent. She relished a challenge, and even if Jiang Muye posed an SSS-level difficulty, she would not give up. In contrast to Milu's despair, Lung Rooli radiated warmth. Her eyes sparkling as she held her phone, saying, "Sister Milu, let us head back." Milu agreed, and they returned to the dormitory together. She needed to thoroughly research strategies for pursuing boys, determined to win Jiang Muye's heart soon. As dusk fell and the air grew colder, breaths appeared as mist, indicating the chill was real. In the boys' dormitory, Jiang Muye called out to the restroom, "Xiao Beige, are you constipated? You've been in there forever. We're waiting for you." "All right, I'm coming," came the muffled reply, followed by the sound of running water. Soon, Xiao Beige emerged in slippers, carrying a basin. The four of them settled into chairs, preparing their foot baths. Jiang Muye rolled up his pant legs, pouring hot water into his basin, relishing the warmth. Kaizi began pouring hot water from a thermos into Xiao Beige's basin. "Be careful not to scald me," Xiao Beige exclaimed, pulling his feet back. "Do you want more or less hot water?" Kaizi asked. "Of course, more. Otherwise, it's not a foot bath," Xiao Beige replied decisively. "Then burn yourself." Kaizi laughed as he filled the basin generously. When Xiao Beige finally dipped his feet in, he exclaimed, "Wow, that's boiling. Are we roasting pig trotters here? You said you wanted more, didn't you?" Kaizi shot him a glance. "It's just too hot. Look, my feet are turning red," Xiao Beige protested, lifting his foot to show Jiang Muye and Kaizi, splashing water everywhere. Jiang Muye dodged quickly. "Damn, that is sneaky. Get away. Who wants to drink your foot bath water? Isn't that foul?" "Foul? It smells amazing," Xiao Beige declared, then sniffed his foot and grimaced, "It really stinks." "Of course it does. You wear the same socks for days without washing them." Kaizi scoffed. "I don't do that. It's definitely the shoes." Xiao Beige grinned playfully. "Enough. You're the one who stinks." "Lao," he teased. "I haven't complained about your flatulence. And you're the one keeping me awake at night. You don't just fart, you unleash symphonies," Xiao Beige retorted. As the two continued their playful bickering, Jiang Muye felt exasperated. What a conversation. Now we're arguing about who smells worse? Just then, a knock interrupted their banter. "Excuse me. We're here to install the air conditioning." All eyes turned towards the door, where two workers entered, carrying an air conditioning unit. Several boys in the corridor gathered to watch. Are they really installing air conditioning? Is that a Grieve variable frequency model? That is quite expensive. Isn't it? The latest version. I've heard it's super energy efficient. Wow, Jiang Muye's dorm is so luxurious. They're even replacing the air conditioner. Did the school approve this? It seems to have heating too. Amidst a chorus of envious remarks, the four individuals in the dormitory wore expressions of bewilderment. They hurriedly wiped their feet and stood up. "Master, have you perhaps made a mistake?" "We did not purchase an air conditioner," Jiang Muye inquired with a look of confusion. Chapter 58. The air conditioner is a gift from me indeed. Isn't the school against changing air conditioners? Kaizi was quite curious. They had considered replacing the air conditioner before, but purchasing a new one seemed impractical, especially since they wouldn't be living there for long. Why should they afford a luxury for the next generation? Moreover, the school does not permit students to replace air conditioners without approval, so they dropped the matter. The recipient was Jiang Muye. Who among you is Jiang Muye? The worker glanced at the order, surveying Jiang Muye and his companions. Little Dove and the others turned in unison towards Jiang Muye. Did you buy an air conditioner? I didn't buy it, Jiang Muye replied. He had contemplated the idea, but the school had opposed it. Furthermore, such an air conditioner would consume too much power, and the school would certainly disapprove. Fearing it would violate regulations and potentially result in his roommates losing credits or facing other repercussions. While Jiang Muye was still astonished, the worker said, "You need not worry. The school principal has already approved it, and you may proceed with the installation." "Do we need to pay for the air conditioner?" Kai Zi asked, emphasizing the point. "Miss Lung Ruoli has already covered the cost for you." The worker's words stunned everyone. Jiang Muye was taken aback. "She bought it for me?" A peculiar feeling stirred within him. What had merely been a casual mention by Little Dove earlier that day had evidently lingered in Lung Ruoli's mind, and by nightfall, someone was there to install the air conditioner. "Yes," the worker nodded. "Shall we begin the installation now?" "Absolutely, let's proceed," Little Dove exclaimed, elated. The dormitory was unbearably cold, and at night, the thin blankets offered little warmth. One had to curl up tightly just to sleep, and without several layers of down jackets atop the blankets, slumber was nearly impossible. Now, with a high-end air conditioner capable of heating, why would they refuse it? Most importantly, it was free and sanctioned by the school. The onlooking boys were thoroughly envious. "We want a warm air conditioner in our dorm too. When are they going to remove our old one? It's been freezing these past few days. How are we poor students without air conditioning supposed to endure?" "I'm so envious of Jiang Muye. How romantic is it that the school beauty is pursuing him? An air conditioner as a gift is far more practical than any bubble tea my girlfriend could offer. When will I have such a stroke of luck? Jiang Muye, I truly need to learn from you. How do you captivate the school beauties so completely?" Amidst the boys' envious glances, Jiang Muye felt as though he were dreaming. The worker quickly completed the installation, and as soon as it was set up, they began using the air conditioner. The once chilly dormitory was instantly transformed into a warm haven. Jiang Muye's room quickly filled with visitors from adjacent dorms. One by one, they sheepishly approached, saying, "Jiang Muye, can we sleep on the floor today? The warmth is irrelevant. I just want to play games with you." I'm not here just for warmth. I want to have a proper conversation," another added. "Master, I bow to you. How does one attract a partner?" "Jiang Muye, you should write a book. I'd buy it regardless of the price. Just teach me how to find a girlfriend." Seeing the eager faces filled with longing for knowledge, Jiang Muye felt quite exasperated. What could I possibly teach? I'm single myself and haven't even figured it out. He replied, "You're welcome to enjoy the warmth, but please keep it down, I'm going to bed." He climbed onto his bed, ignoring them. Despite their failed attempts to seek wisdom, the eager crowd did not lose heart and remained. Naturally, why would they leave? Their own dorm was freezing. It was so warm here that it would be foolish to leave when they could bask in the heat. Jiang Muye opened WeChat and messaged Lung Ruoli. "Thank you. But how did you manage to get the school's approval for the air conditioner?" He took a deep breath, feeling the warmth envelop him. Looking over at Little Dove and Lao He, who were comfortably rolling about on their beds, the once arduous dormitory life was now flourishing, all thanks to the air conditioner gifted by Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli replied almost immediately. "I spoke to the principal, and he quickly approved it." "How is the air conditioner? Is it functioning properly?" In truth, Lung Ruoli had donated 200 computers to the school to secure their approval, but she refrained from mentioning it, fearing it might impose pressure on Jiang Muye, making him uncomfortable about accepting her kindness. Jiang Muye typed, "It's great. How much do I owe you? I'll transfer it." Immediately, a message appeared. Lung Ruoli patted Jiang Muye on the head. Lung Ruoli replied, "No need. You treated me to barbecue last time." The air conditioner didn't cost much. Jiang Muye felt it was unacceptable. Regardless of how wealthy Lung Ruoli was, it was her money. He wasn't one to live off others, as it would tarnish his own dignity. Thus, he directly transferred 10,000 yuan to Lung Ruoli. "I've sent the money. Please check." Lung Ruoli replied, "I won't accept it. Let me be returned automatically. If you truly wish to thank me, could you agree to one thing?" She didn't want to keep such a precise account with Jiang Muye. She hoped he would accept her goodwill. Intrigued, Jiang Muye asked, "What is it?" "I will help you to the best of my ability, as long as it is within my reach." A message quickly followed. Upon reading its contents, Jiang Muye was somewhat surprised, then unable to suppress a chuckle. This little fool, did she really need to ask? "All right, of course I can." Lung Ruoli responded, "Great. See you tomorrow. Good night." She even sent a cute cat emoji. After seeing this, a smile graced Jiang Muye's lips as he replied, "Good night." At that moment, Lung Ruoli lay on her bed, her beautiful figure illuminated by the moonlight, her eyes fixated on a message. "All right, of course I can." Lung Ruoli's shoulders trembled with shyness as she excitedly rolled around on her bed, covering her mouth with her phone. He actually agreed. How wonderful. Her delicate face pressed into the pillow as she turned over, her long, slender legs gently moving, reflecting her joyous mood. She eagerly anticipated their meeting the next day. However, what should she wear? On a bright and sunny morning, with fresh air and a nearly empty basketball court, Jiang Muye received a notification. "Congratulations, host. Successfully checked in at the basketball court, earning 500,000 RMB, along with an additional 20 points of stamina to prevent exhaustion." After dismissing the system panel, Jiang Muye sat on the steps with a basketball resting on his lap, waiting for someone. His handsome face shone in the daylight, his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes exuding an extraordinary charm, clad in a white t-shirt and black pants that accentuated his model-like stature. As he languidly awaited, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Jiang Muye's eyes lit up. Lung Ruoli sported a high ponytail, her figure impeccably proportioned, dressed in a white sleeveless top that revealed her toned abdomen, subtly hinting at her defined waistline. Her long, shapely legs moved gracefully as she approached Jiang Muye, her charming smile radiating warmth. She hurriedly jogged over, her beautiful eyes filled with apology. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting." "No problem. We agreed on 9 o'clock. I arrived early, and there are still 2 minutes left," Jiang Muye replied, raising his wrist to show her the time on his watch. "Phew, that's good." Lung Ruoli smiled, revealing her slightly pointed canines. "When is the exam?" Jiang Muye inquired. Chapter 59. What should I do if I'm afraid of failing? At the end of this month, Lung Ruoli expressed her concerns, "But I'm not very good at the 3-step layup. I'm afraid I might fail." She was not deceiving Jiang Muye. The physical education exam was indeed approaching, and the 3-step layup was a mandatory skill for girls. Although Lung Ruoli excelled in many areas, the 3-step layup posed a significant challenge for her. "Don't worry, I'll help you," Jiang Muye reassured her after a moment of contemplation, noting that there was still a week left. The 3-step layup was not particularly difficult. He had learned it quite effortlessly in the past. However, it could be quite challenging for girls, otherwise it wouldn't be included in the exam. The 3-step layup required one to successfully score within 3 steps, without moving the pivot foot. First, dribble the ball, then leap while holding it, stepping forward with the left foot and jumping off the ground. Jiang Muye deliberately demonstrated the technique for Lung Ruoli. Layup. After his guidance, he executed a slow-motion 3-step layup flawlessly. The sound of the ball swishing through the net echoed in the air. Jiang Muye's movements were fluid and graceful, showcasing his well-developed leg muscles and impressive jumping ability, which captivated Lung Ruoli's attention. Excitedly clapping her hands, she exclaimed, "That was amazing. Now it's your turn. I want to see how far you've come." Jiang Muye retrieved the basketball and handed it to her. With a rosy blush on her cheeks, she shyly looked at him. "But you can't laugh if I miss." "All right, I'll just watch," Jiang Muye replied, stepping aside. "Step back a bit. I don't want to hit you," she urged, waving her hands for him to maintain a distance. He complied, watching her closely. Lung Ruoli felt a rush of nervousness as her heart raced, acutely aware of his intense gaze upon her. She felt embarrassed. If she were to mess up in front of someone she liked, it would be mortifying. "Forget it. Here goes," she thought, mimicking Jiang Muye's earlier movements. But her execution was clumsy and awkward. Before she could even shoot, the ball slipped from her grasp as she jumped. How embarrassing. Her face flushed with heat. What seemed simple to others was proving to be quite a challenge for her. When she caught sight of Jiang Muye's charming smile, her heart raced uncontrollably. "I really played poorly," she lamented, covering her face in embarrassment. Jiang Muye found her flustered demeanor utterly adorable. He approached her, retrieved the basketball, and said, "When I first started playing, I was even worse than you. I couldn't even hold on to the ball and ended up hitting the principal. What happened then? She asked curiously. Of course, I got called in for a chat with the principal. I still vividly remember his wig flying off. He chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. Lung Ruoli joined in, her laughter infectious. She felt a sense of liberation, no longer concerned about her lack of skill. Let's keep playing. Jiang Muye encouraged her. You'll definitely improve. All right, let's go. She rallied herself, returning to the starting point for another shot. Gradually, her posture improved, and her shooting technique became more refined. However, the problem persisted. Why couldn't she make the basket? Frustrated, she pouted at the basketball, playfully hitting it with her fist. Why won't you just go in? It's so easy for everyone else. She gazed longingly at the hoop, wishing for the same success. Do you want to score? Jiang Muye asked, a playful smile gracing his lips. Of course. She nodded eagerly. Then let me help you. Just as she thought he would guide her step by step, she suddenly felt his warm presence enveloping her as he grasped her wrist. In disbelief, she watched as Jiang Muye effortlessly lifted her, settling her upon his shoulders. The world around her seemed to expand, and she was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Can you see the hoop? He asked, his voice smooth and magnetic. Yes, she replied shyly. Then shoot. He encouraged, tilting his head back to look at her. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed as she clutched the basketball, nearly losing her grip from the excitement. After a moment of gathering her composure, she aimed and threw the ball towards the hoop. Upon hearing the satisfying sound of the ball hitting the ground, Jiang Muye smiled broadly. From his vantage point, he could see her radiant face illuminated by the sun, shining against the backdrop of the azure sky. I did it. I finally scored. Lung Ruoli exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Thank you. She beamed at Jiang Muye, who felt a warmth spread through his chest at the sight of her happiness. It's no big deal. It's just a layup. I can help you make as many as you want, he said nonchalantly, his confidence evident. With his natural stamina and the boost from the system's enhancements, carrying her was hardly a burden. Put me down. I must be too heavy, she said, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. Weighing in at 85 pounds, she felt guilty for making him carry her. Not all. You're being too hard on yourself. Jiang Muye assessed her figure, appreciating her curves, perfectly balanced between fullness and slenderness, with a graceful waist and long, enchanting legs. Was she really overweight? A delightful shiver ran through Lung Ruoli at his words, her heart dancing with joy as if she had tasted honey. Really? She asked, surprised. Chapter 60. A slightly plump figure is timeless, of course. There is no need to deceive you. I detest falsehoods. Jiang Muye nodded. Lung Ruoli's bright, expressive eyes were adept at conveying emotions, and her petal-like, exquisite face had flushed a lovely shade of crimson as she shyly remarked, Even so, you should let me down first. All right, if she wished to descend. Then so be it. Jiang Muye complied with her request. However, just as he was about to release her, Lung Ruoli, caught unprepared, suddenly found her delicate, beautiful face pressed against Jiang Muye's. In that instant, he felt as if his heart had been struck with fervor. Her luscious lips parted slightly, mere inches from his face. Jiang Muye's breath hitched, his vision consumed by her enchanting visage, her bright eyes, well-defined nose, and full, rosy lips. In that fleeting moment, images of her kissing his cheeks swirled in his mind. Goodness, it was truly exhilarating. The heat surged through Jiang Muye, igniting a fervor within him. He swiftly began to lower Lung Ruoli, loosening his grip around her waist. It was impossible for him to quell the fire burning within. He turned his face aside, attempting to cool himself with a gentle breeze. Just then, he heard Lung Ruoli's melodious voice. Shall we continue with our training? Jiang Muye feigned calmness, directing his gaze back to her. Lung Ruoli's small face remained flushed as she cradled the ball, preparing for another attempt at a three-step layup. Despite her earnest efforts, the ball failed to find its mark once more. Turning back, Lung Ruoli sheepishly stuck out her pink tongue and shrugged. I seem to be quite clumsy. Who says that? Everyone has their strengths. You may not excel in this area, but your progress has been remarkable. You're doing wonderfully. It was utterly absurd to have girls attempt three-step layups. One could only wonder who concocted such a ludicrous idea. With shimmering eyes, Lung Ruoli smiled innocently as Jiang Muye retrieved the basketball and handed it to her. She smiled softly. I fear I might need your guidance again tomorrow. Not a problem. Jiang Muye readily acquiesced, as he had little else to occupy his time. Lung Ruoli then beamed sweetly, resuming her challenging endeavor with the layup. Glancing at the time, Jiang Muye remarked, "We've trained for several hours. It's time to eat." "Is it?" Lung Ruoli's tone reflected a hint of disappointment. She harbored a secret wish to spend more time with Jiang Muye. "We must eat. I want to allow you to go hungry. Come on, let us go." Jiang Muye signaled with a glance. Go where?" Lung Ruoli hesitated. "Are you not joining me for a meal?" Jiang Muye inquired. "Yes." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. It turned out Jiang Muye wanted her to accompany him for dinner, which delighted her immensely. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they surveyed the options and decided on spicy hot pot. Many onlookers were taken aback to see Jiang Muye and Lung Ruoli together. It was, after all, a private outing for the two of them. Was this not akin to a date? The rumors must be true. The school belle had a soft spot for Jiang Muye, and it seemed that they were destined to be together, perhaps even swiftly so. "Oh no, I'm going to suffer heartbreak. Jiang Muye, you scoundrel. How could you steal my cold goddess away? I'm heartbroken too. How can my little fairy be with another man? Yet if she truly ends up with Jiang Muye, I will wish them well. After all, among the male populace at school, he is undoubtedly the most exceptional." This statement held truth. There were hardly any high-quality males at their school. Jiang Muye was among the few, but previously his infatuation had kept him focused solely on the summer school beauty. Now, he had finally awakened to the reality around him. While the other boys looked on with envy and melancholy, Jiang Muye, brimming with enthusiasm, selected his meal. The cafeteria's hot pot was quite delectable, usually bustling with patrons, but their early arrival spared them from long lines. When it came to hot pot, meat was essential. Neglecting it would be a travesty. Jiang Muye, unbothered by expenses, could indulge to his heart's content, having just topped up his card with 5,000 yuan, enough to feast until the end of time. His basket brimmed with an array of meatballs and skewers. After swiping his card, he handed the basket to the auntie for cooking, instructing, "Don't overcook the meat, keep it tender. I prefer clear broth. And please add 2 packs of instant noodles." The auntie, with a warm smile, responded, "Young man, you're quite handsome. I'll throw in an extra sausage for you." "Thank you, auntie," Jiang Muye replied with a grin. Noticing that Lung Ruoli was still hesitating, he asked, "What is wrong? Don't you see anything you like?" "It's not that. I've just never tried this before and don't know what is good." Lung Ruoli was not lying. She had indeed never tasted hot pot, having been raised with the notion that it was unhygienic and unhealthy. Moreover, her family specialized in exquisite cuisine, and the school had private dining options prepared for her, leading to her rare visits to the cafeteria. Only for Jiang Muye had she come a few times. Jiang Muye began recommending dishes. "You must try the chicken meatballs. They're a specialty. The crystal balls and the spicy ones are particularly fragrant, and the gluten is delightful. You should definitely sample the asparagus, potatoes, and vermicelli. The deep-fried dough sticks are perfect for soaking up the broth. The flavor is unparalleled. Plus, if you add some tomato sauce and a spoonful of Laogan ma chili oil, it's simply divine. And don't forget the crispy pork." As he spoke, Jiang Muye grew more animated. "Laogan ma?" Lung Ruoli inquired. "You've never heard of it? It's incredibly aromatic. It enhances any dish to celestial heights. Even plain rice becomes a gourmet experience." Jiang Muye ardently recommended. "All right, you seem to have quite the expertise in food." Lung Ruoli smiled sweetly. "Indeed, I'm a true foodie," Jiang Muye boasted proudly. Previously cautious of gaining weight, Jiang Muye had learned moderation. Now, with his metabolism allowing for indulgence, he was determined to feast without restraint, promising himself he would run later to burn off the calories. After a brief wait with their number, Jiang Muye and Lung Ruoli soon heard their names called. They hurried forward. "What condiment should we add?" Lung Ruoli pondered at the condiment station, looking a bit perplexed. "Can you handle spicy food?" Jiang Muye asked. Lung Ruoli nodded. "I can manage mild spice." "And vinegar?" "I'm not picky." "Perfect. I'll mix a little bit of everything for you." With her approval, Jiang Muye began to concoct the perfect blend of flavors, quickly finishing the task. As the enticing aroma wafted towards them, Lung Ruoli's mouth watered. "It looks absolutely delicious." "Of course. This is my exclusive Jiang family hot pot recipe. No one else gets to know, Jiang Muye said with pride. After returning to their table with their steaming hot pot, Jiang Muye said, here. Lung Ruoli placed the tomatoes and fried dough sticks into Jiang Muye's bowl. Why are you giving me everything? I can't finish it. We must avoid waste. Her smile was gentle. In truth, she simply wished to share the delicious food with Jiang Muye. Jiang Muye pushed the bowl slightly forward and said, if you see anything you fancy from my bowl, feel free to take some. No need to be polite. And I would love a mushroom, please. Lung Ruoli replied shyly. Certainly. Jiang Muye generously picked one for her. In that moment, Lung Ruoli's heart raced. She had always fantasized about sharing food with the boy she liked. And now her dream had finally come true. Blushing, she lowered her head and took a bite of the hot pot. Jiang Muye eagerly awaited her reaction. So, how does it taste? Is it good? Lung Ruoli radiated a brilliant smile, her eyes curving delightfully as she gave Jiang Muye a thumbs up, exclaiming, wonderful, so delicious. You are amazing, capable of anything. Jiang Muye, caught off guard by the compliment, felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him. He scratched the back of his head, grinning as he replied, oh, I'm not that impressive. These seasonings aren't hard to work with. I merely combine them. Yet, even the finest ingredients can falter without the right combination. Therein lies the secret. Lung Ruoli gazed into Jiang Muye's eyes with pure admiration, freely showering him with praise. People naturally relish compliments, especially when bestowed by such a stunning beauty, leaving Jiang Muye utterly enchanted. All right, let us eat before it gets cold, Jiang Muye urged, diving into his bowl of noodles with fervor. He consumed them with the gusto of a tempest, while Lung Ruoli savored hers with dainty bites, presenting a sight most pleasing to the eye. Jiang Muye felt a twinge of bashfulness at her elegant demeanor and slowed his pace. Little did he know, Lung Ruoli had noticed and inquired, what is wrong? Weren't you enjoying it just a moment ago? Chapter 61. The confession wall and the campus belle's declaration. Jiang Muye was taken aback. Eating with you certainly whets my appetite. You would excel as a food streamer. Your eating habits are particularly appetizing. In response to Lung Ruoli's continuous praise, Jiang Muye chuckled heartily. Is that so? You don't think it's too crude? Not at all. Lung Ruoli shook her head earnestly. I was raised with strict dining etiquette and calculated portions, which constricted my freedom. However, sharing a meal with you feels incredibly liberating. Her large, luminous eyes sparkled like dewdrops, captivating Jiang Muye. He sensed her sincerity, devoid of mockery. Lung Ruoli, a daughter of a wealthy family nurtured to be a socialite, had undoubtedly lived a more restrained life than he. You can be yourself now, free from anyone's scrutiny, as long as it's not illegal. You can do whatever you wish, including choosing what to eat, Jiang Muye said with fervent eyes fixed on her. Lung Ruoli's heart brimmed with joy. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded enthusiastically at Jiang Muye. After finishing their meal, they took their bowls to the exit, where Jiang Muye disposed of the soup and placed the bowl on the conveyor for washing. Once they exited the cafeteria, Jiang Muye and Lung Ruoli parted ways, each returning to their dormitory. As Jiang Muye ascended the stairs, preparing to engage in a game of League of Legends on the alien computer provided by the system, he was abruptly interrupted when a nearby swivel chair spun around. Muye, did you know you made it onto the school's confession wall? Jiang Muye, bewildered, responded, what on earth? Take a guess, said the little dove. Lung Ruoli? No. The little dove shook his head. Milu? Jiang Muye ventured again. Neither. It can't be Xiaoshiran, can it? He queried, puzzled. Not at all. Come on, just tell me directly instead of being cryptic. Jiang Muye's frustration mounted. The little dove chuckled. Calm down, here it is. He began to show Jiang Muye's phone. Upon glancing at the screen, Jiang Muye's face morphed into one of confusion. Jiang Shuili? The post from the Nanxing University confession wall displayed a QQ chat screenshot. Hello, I am Jiang Shuili from Class 2 of the Freshman Fashion Design Department. Yesterday afternoon, I saw a boy in a white t-shirt in the third-floor teaching building. He was exceptionally handsome, fitting my ideal type perfectly, but alas, my short legs couldn't keep up with him. This charming boy seemed to have missed me as he walked past. If anyone has his information, please let me know at once. Additionally, there was a blurry, candid photo of Jiang Muye, which, despite its quality, could not conceal his striking good looks. His distinctive features and chiseled contours stirred the hearts of many girls. Even the little dove exclaimed, This photo really captures your handsome profile. If I didn't know you, I'd think you were an invincible heartthrob. I am quite the heartthrob. Who are you calling just a pretty face? Jiang Muye retorted, biting down on his teeth and playfully restraining the little dove, who nearly toppled backward. With a desperate plea for survival, the little dove exclaimed, "I'm just a humble dog. My vision may be low, but what can I do? My carbon alloy dog eyes." Seeing the little dove's earnestness, Jiang Muye finally released him. The little dove mused, "Why would Jiang Muye confess to you? How could she be so infatuated? Is it fate that the 4 campus belles are destined to become your harem? Boring. I don't want any of them. As for who she is, I'm not interested." Jiang Muye replied coldly. He had heard of Jiang Muye, one of the 4 belles, but had never met her and had no desire to. Do you know she's a heartthrob killer? A goddess in the cosplay community, adored by countless otaku? Now she confesses to you, and you remain unfazed? Shouldn't you at least respond and ask for her contact information? The little dove's eyes sparkled with excitement. I suspect you want her contact information more than I do. Jiang Muye shot him a sidelong glance. Feeling embarrassed, the little dove scratched his head. Of course I'd like it, but my girlfriend Sia doesn't approve. If you could just ask for an autograph, that would be splendid. After all, why let the good fortune go to waste? Don't misuse idioms if you can't. It exposes your poor educational background. You silly dog, Jiang Muye replied dismissively, returning to his game. What a waste. The little dove shook his head in disbelief. How can you not pursue a relationship? At the very least, you should get to know her. She is practically a star, a top-tier goddess in the cosplay world, adored by countless fans at every convention, and her merchandise sells out every time. Yet, you don't cherish this opportunity? However, Jiang Muye had little interest in making friends, and the little dove could not force the issue. Just then, Lao He burst into the room, slamming his hand on Jiang Muye's keyboard, exclaiming, "Did you know you've made it onto the confession wall? Oh, why are you so calm? You're still playing games? Do you know who confessed to you?" Jiang Muye, Jiang Muye replied nonchalantly. "How can you be so unfazed?" Lao He exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Oh," Jiang Muye reiterated, feeling that gaming was far more pressing. Suddenly, Kai Zi rushed in. "Not good. Muye, you've made it onto the school's confession wall." Jiang Muye raised an eyebrow and said, "You 3 should coordinate your announcements. I know it's Jiang Muye who confessed." He sensed that it wasn't just the system making him anxious. It was the surprise that had his heart racing. "What are your thoughts on this?" Lao He and Kai Zi asked expectantly. "What else can I think but to continue eating, sleeping, and gaming?" Jiang Muye's fingers danced across the mechanical keyboard. "Damn it, that Xiao is trying to sneak a tower." Fortunately, Jiang Muye managed to thwart him. Otherwise, with his lackluster teammates, defeat would have been inevitable. Xiao was remarkably swift, but Jiang Muye managed to eliminate him in a heartbeat. "Muye, have you been praying for good fortune or buying some charms? How else could all 4 campus belles develop feelings for you?" Lao He shook his head, incredulous. Previously, Jiang Muye had been mocked as a mere sycophant of the summer belle, destined to remain a lifelong singleton. Yet now, if he chose to pursue a relationship, it would be but a moment's effort. Who could possibly like him? The 4 campus belles. The 4 most beautiful girls at Nanjing University had all simultaneously developed affections for Jiang Muye, a dream come true for numerous boys. Chapter 62. This is not about clinging. This is about being attached to you. "No," Jiang Muye replied. "Enough. No one has affection for me is as important as this game. I'm going to play." Ever since Jiang Muye had formatted his feelings, he had seen through the illusions of love. He refrained from easily falling for someone, shunning the initiation of romantic entanglements. Instead, he preferred the freedom of solitude, unburdened by emotional ties, and found contentment in his independence. Observing Jiang Muye engrossed in the gaming realm, indifferent to the 4 great beauties vying for his attention, his 3 roommates regarded him with incredulity. This year, Jiang Muye's fortune was unprecedented, having become a super heir. He had caught the affections of 4 stunning women, his circumstances seemingly impeccable. Yet, as his good fortune flourished, his interest in these beauties waned. At this rate, Jiang Muye might as well become a monk, they lamented, or at the very least, a steadfast bachelor for life. Their hearts sank at the thought. Such extraordinary romantic opportunities were beyond the wildest dreams of most young men, Yet Jiang Muye remained unfazed. They couldn't exactly thrust a knife to Jiang Muye's throat, demanding he hurry to find a partner. Meanwhile, as Jiang Muye continued to revel in his game, their own desires began to stir. Let me join for the next round. My, unleash your ultimate. Yes, that asset awesome. I'm thinking of playing Yasuo. Could you guide me? I don't know why Yasuo is so challenging. Before long, the other three had launched into League of Legends, momentarily forgetting about the four campus beauties. The following day in class, Jiang Muye brought a book and headed to a mechanics class with his roommates. To him, this was the most tedious of lectures. The theoretical content was dry and uninspiring. He attended merely to scroll through his phone and catch up on sleep. Upon entering the multimedia classroom, the system alerted him. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked into the multimedia classroom. Reward, 500,000 RMB and an enhancement of your classroom sleep quality. How insidious the system was. Enhancing his classroom nap? What a ridiculous notion. I don't want it, Jiang Muye replied. Shall I take my leave then? The system inquired. Be my guest, Jiang Muye retorted. After all, he was already a billionaire heir. His own prospects were bright, and even if he uninstalled the system, he wouldn't be left adrift. The system began to whimper. Such a heartless host. Just as Jiang Muye settled into his seat, two familiar silhouettes entered the room. One was a frost-like beauty, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, with red lips and snow-white skin, exuding an alluring air beneath her beige crystal-button cardigan and brown pleated skirt, her long legs adorned in white knee-high boots. The other was a siren, sultry and seductive, her figure curvaceous and captivating, casting flirtatious glances at Jiang Muye, clad in a sheer, skin-tight dress that left little to the imagination. Jiang Muye felt a chill. How could she dare to wear so little? Indeed, it seemed that for women, elegance triumphed over warmth. Their entrance naturally drew the attention of the crowd. Aren't they the cold campus flower and the beauty from the arts department? They don't appear to be from our faculty. What brings them here? Are you blind? Didn't you see Jiang Muye is here? They must be here for him. They realized, much to their envy, that they were merely spectators to Jiang Muye's romantic exploits. Rumor had it that the campus flower had confessed her feelings for him, having captured the hearts of all four beauties. How does he possess such charm? Indeed, if I were a girl, I would also hope for Jiang Muye's affection. His looks were undeniably appealing, and now that he was wealthy and athletic, which girl wouldn't be attracted to him? Amidst the whispers, Lung Ruoli and Mi Lu approached Jiang Muye. Mi Lu leaned over the table, giving a knowing glance to the two roommates beside him. They were no fools. They understood the unspoken message. With the two campus beauties present, their presence was merely an obstacle. I want to study diligently today. This back row is too distant. I'll sit at the front, said Xiao Beige, shivering as he gathered his books. Me too. The view is better in front. Let me join you. Kaizi nodded in agreement. Jiang Muye's gaze shifted to Lao He, who, sensing the intensity of Mi Lu's gaze, quickly stood up with a sycophantic smile. I'll also study well at the front. With that, Lao He moved to the front row, leaving vacant seats beside Jiang Muye. Then I shall sit at the front as well, Jiang Muye declared, only to have Mi Lu's soft hand grasp his palm gently. Where will you sit when the front is full? Why not stay with me here? The professor won't notice. You can do whatever you like. Mi Lu purred as she settled next to Jiang Muye, gazing at him with longing. Both Ruoli and I are particularly interested in this course. Jiang Muye inquired, Oh, and do you know what course this is? This question caught Mi Lu off guard. She hesitated, primarily focused on being close to Jiang Muye. She had forgotten the course's name, especially since it wasn't her major. Beside her, Lung Ruoli gently interjected, It's the mechanics class. Oh, right. The mechanics class. I'm very eager to learn, Mi Lu exclaimed, her excitement evident as she smiled at Jiang Muye. Jiang Muye sighed. Senior me, must you persistently cling to me? I have no feelings for you. This isn't clinging. This is attachment, she countered playfully. Fine, you've rejected me once. That leaves 98 more times. Mi Lu's lips curled into a teasing smile. 98 times? Jiang Muye asked, perplexed. To pursue you 98 times, Mi Lu replied, her delicate hand resting on her chin, gazing at him with earnest intensity. I've heard that 99 pursuits are quite the trend these days, so I intend to pursue you 99 times. Milu had resolved to pursue her love with fervor, ensuring that she would not regret her boldness later. Of course, if her attempts to win Jiang Muye's heart failed after 99 tries, she would concede. As for why not pursue 100 times, it was merely a matter of self-respect. Jiang Muye felt speechless. My pursuit of Xia Shiran 99 times was born from genuine affection, not a template for you to follow, let alone surpass. Immediately, Milu turned to Lung Ruoli, her eyes sparkling with mischief. How many times have you pursued Jiang Muye? Ah, Lung Ruoli froze. How many times have you pursued Jiang Muye? Milu pressed on. Chapter 63. Which man remains unmoved? In an instant, Lung Ruoli felt the fiery gaze of Jiang Muye upon her, causing her cheeks to flush. I don't know, she stammered. Perhaps it is merely the countless pursuits until the other party consents. Of course, if he disagrees, she would not force the issue. Her affection, once kindled, rendered his rejection inconsequential. Even if they were never to be together, she could cherish her feelings silently, continuing to guard him. As long as he found happiness and was with the one he loved, that was enough. Milu murmured, one must have dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes one from salted fish? She then turned to Jiang Muye with a smile. Am I right? Jiang Muye, raising a book to cover his face, replied, I need to focus on my studies. Please don't disturb me, Senior Milu. Observing his resolute demeanor, Milu pursed her lips in disdain. What a steadfast man. If any other boy were in her presence, he would surely be overjoyed. Here, essay pen. As Jiang Muye leaned over the table, a black pen was handed to him. Following the pen's direction, he turned to see the exquisite Lung Ruoli, her face adorned with bashfulness. I noticed you didn't bring a pen, so I brought an extra, she said nervously, her eyes blinking rapidly, her long lashes fluttering. Jiang Muye's lips curled into a smile as he instinctively accepted the pen. Thank you, he uttered in a casual yet magnetic tone, sending a jolt through Lung Ruoli's heart. With a shy smile, she replied, no need to thank me. Once Milu and Lung Ruoli settled beside Jiang Muye, all attention gravitated toward him. Two strikingly beautiful women, each with their unique charm, sat flanking him. Which man could maintain his composure in such a situation? Yet Jiang Muye remained remarkably calm. Numerous boys gazed at Lung Ruoli and Milu, unable to tear their eyes away. The school beauty Lung is simply stunning, and Mi is so alluring in that little dress. My mouth is watering just looking at those long, white legs. It's a pity we're too far away to see them closely, and we can't stare too long or we'd be labeled perverts. Someone remarked, ISNT, it's just like Jiang Muye. He could openly gaze at them without a care. If he wanted to, he could touch them. I've seen two girls vying for one boy before, but never so harmoniously. Could it be that Lung is the primary partner, while Mi is the concubine? A girl whispered, can't you boys think less lewdly? Jiang Muye doesn't strike me as someone who would indulge in such behavior. It's evident that the two school beauties are pursuing him. Incorrect, it's 4 school beauties. Haven't you heard? Jiang's school beauty is currently declaring her affection for Jiang Muye. A boy corrected her. The girl was taken aback. Is that true? Absolutely. Jiang Muye is quite the popular one. His romantic prospects are thriving. But what about the other two? Who knows? But just having Lung and Mi accompany him to class is a grand fortune. The other boys sighed in envy. With such beautiful company, who wouldn't want to attend class, rain or shine? Yet, despite their wild imaginations, such an occurrence seemed implausible. While the other boys were buzzing with excitement, Jiang Muye leaned on his hand, his demeanor lacking the enthusiasm of his peers. He was not gazing at the enticing curves or the flawless long legs, but rather yearning for the professor to arrive and commence the lesson so he could return to slumber, truly weary and utterly disinterested. However, instead of the professor, a gasp echoed through the room. Is that summer school beauty? What's she doing here? Jiang Muye's heart skipped a beat as he turned to see a graceful figure entering. She wore a light, mature forest-style, pale white dress complemented by a white woolen coat and Chanel earrings. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up with a pearl hairpin, her makeup impeccable, radiating a pure and innocent charm. Many boys cast glances her way, yet she paid them no mind. Holding a gift box, she ascended the steps with a clear purpose, approaching Jiang Muye directly. Here, a gift to apologize. This revelation left everyone astounded. Summer Shiran had come to present a gift to Jiang Muye. It was unprecedented, akin to a miracle. At this moment, Jiang Muye was the center of attention, flanked by the stunning Ice Queen Lung Ruoli on his left and the sultry Mi Lu on his right. And now, the intellectually refined summer school beauty had graced their presence. Summer Shiran's actions bewildered Mi Lu and Lung Ruoli. They had not anticipated her approach to Jiang Muye after the escape room incident. Jiang Muye's gaze hardened as he coldly addressed Summer Shiran. No. The system responded, "Congratulations, host. By rejecting Summer Shiran, you have been rewarded with 10 plots of land worth millions, which you may dispose of as you wish." Receiving land was unexpected for Jiang Muye. However, irrespective of the system's tasks, he would have declined the gift from Summer Shiran. He wished to prevent any further misconceptions regarding opportunities with her. Failing to cut ties swiftly would be far crueler. A deep sense of disappointment washed over Summer Shiran's fair face as she said, "Last time, we were too impulsive. After thinking it over, I realized it wasn't right. I apologize on behalf of Xiao Xiao. I made mistakes too. You can keep the gift. Just leave." Jiang Muye felt he had lacked decorum in his previous actions. He could accept Summer Shiran's apology, but desired no further entanglements. The crowd was astonished. Summer Shiran had approached to reconcile, yet Jiang Muye had turned her down. Summer Shiran seemed to have steeled herself for this outcome. Forcing a smile, "I'll keep the gift for you. Come collect it whenever you come to your senses." Mi Lu frowned, clearly disapproving of Summer Shiran. Unfazed by Jiang Muye's cold demeanor, Summer Shiran walked straight to the back row. Inexplicably, she chose to sit in Jiang Muye's former seat. "Are you not leaving?" Mi Lu asked in surprise. Even Jiang Muye was taken aback. Summer Shiran slightly parted her lips and raised her chin, saying, "No one said I couldn't attend class, so why should I leave?" Mi Lu, upon hearing this, felt utterly exasperated. Truly, this Summer Shiran was more persistent than she had imagined. Jiang Muye, however, remained composed. If Summer Shiran wished to attend class, so be it, as long as she did not disturb him. In truth, to him, Summer Shiran was no longer a pivotal figure. The circle was small, and no matter how she wandered in her world, Jiang Muye maintained an untroubled heart. Some things are irreparable, and he had no desire to mend them. From Summer Shiran's perspective, she could see Jiang Muye's solitary silhouette. Though he did not turn around, her heart was fully entwined with him. Slowly, she leaned down, resting her head on the desk, gazing at him with deep affection. Even just to behold his figure brought her satisfaction. At least he existed in her world. She wished to try not thinking of him, not seeking him out, yet her heart remained unwilling to let go. Jiang Muye continued to lounge lazily, focused on the blackboard. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands reached out beside him. The fingertips, pale and adorned with soft-colored nail polish, enhanced their beauty even further. Before Jiang Muye's hand, it came to a halt. Jiang Muye felt a sense of confusion. What was the intention behind this? Chapter 64. Forgetting friends for love. The hand opened to reveal its palm, a single large white rabbit milk candy resting within. "This is for you." A melodious female voice gently chimed. Jiang Muye turned abruptly towards the source of the voice, where a pair of grape-like eyes, obscured by a feather fan, blinked playfully at him. "I caught two today. One for you, one for me." She smiled, her crimson lips contrasting beautifully with her fair complexion, exuding an irresistible charm. Delicious treats are meant to be shared. That is the essence of sweetness. A smile effortlessly curled at the corners of Jiang Muye's mouth as he reached for the candy. He noticed Lung Ruoli glancing furtively downward, evading the professor's piercing gaze as she stealthily popped a piece of candy into her rosy lips. In that moment, memories flooded back to him. He too had indulged in such secretive snacks during high school, fearing the watchful eyes of teachers. The thought now brought a nostalgic sweetness, a feeling long since faded. Imitating her, Jiang Muye lowered his head and placed a piece of candy into his mouth. Their gazes locked, and Lung Ruoli's eyes arched like crescent moons, sparkling like pearls. Jiang Muye couldn't help but smile. The creamy flavor of the milk candy enveloped him, reminiscent of childhood delights. How he had consumed them so often, and yet, as adulthood approached, such treats had become rare. Now, He savored the experience anew. You actually eat white rabbit candy? Jiang Muye expressed his surprise. Why shouldn't I? Lung Ruoli replied, her curiosity piqued. Is it strange for me to enjoy it? I thought you only indulged in imported sweets. Considering your affluent background. A blush crept onto Lung Ruoli's cheeks as she responded, whether imported or domestic, as long as I like it, I will enjoy it always. It mirrored her affection for a person. Regardless of what others said, she would steadfastly adore him, convinced in her heart that he was the best. As Jiang Muye and Lung Ruoli exchanged whispers in their little bubble, Xiaoshiran in the back row felt a surge of warmth in her eyes. She bit her red lip on the verge of tears. Just yesterday, someone had mentioned the swift progression of Jiang Muye and Lung Ruoli's relationship, claiming they were now seen together in the cafeteria, and she had been skeptical. Yet, witnessing their intimate gestures now felt like a punch to her heart. Mi Lu caught a glimpse of Xia Shiran's expression and found it amusing, though a hint of jealousy bubbled within her. After all, the boy she fancied was conversing with another girl. Yet, she was also thrilled. The unfolding drama was utterly captivating. Xia Shiran's face displayed a myriad of emotions, akin to a painter's palette. After finishing a snack, Mi Lu fanned the flames of mischief, lowering her head to Jiang Muye and Lung Ruoli. You two are excluding me. Ruoli, you forget your friend when there's candy around. You each have one and neglected me. And no, Lung Ruoli's face flushed. Then where's the candy? Mi Lu find indignation. Ik denk her palm ik piktanti. None left. Lung Ruoli gazed at Mi Lu with innocent eyes. She had hurried out with only 2 pieces of candy, one for herself and one for Jiang Muye, leaving nothing for Mi Lu. What? No candy? Are you planning to cause trouble? Jiang Muye shot Mi Lu a sideways glance. It's not Halloween. Here, take this. Mi Lu eagerly anticipated candy from Jiang Muye, only to find him offering her the wrapper instead. Oh great. While you enjoy candy, I get the wrapper. How is that fair? She pouted, watch out. I might report you to the professor. Report me? I dare you, Jiang Muye smirked. Mi Lu pondered for a moment. Jiang Muye was already a university student. What could he possibly fear? Yet, she was merely jesting, not truly plotting anything against them. As Jiang Muye prepared to look at the blackboard, he and Lung Ruoli moved in unison, resulting in their heads colliding. Ugh! Lung Ruoli gently cradled her forehead. Whispering in pain, Jiang Muye, feeling the discomfort was minimal, looked at her with concern. Are you all right? Her long, flowing hair swayed softly with emotion, and a rosy smile broke across her delicate features. I'm fine. Sorry if I hurt you. Apologies, Jiang Muye replied sincerely, reaching out to gently massage her head. Her forehead felt wonderfully smooth beneath his fingers, a sensation he found difficult to resist. Glancing at Lung Ruoli, with her head lowered and her sparkling eyes glimmering, he felt a sudden thirst. Feeling better? He inquired. Much better, she smiled sweetly, her heart soaring with joy. Jiang Muye's tender gesture filled her with happiness. She would likely find it hard to sleep tonight. Does it hurt? Would you like me to massage your head? Lung Ruoli asked, her voice filled with concern. Me? Huh. A man like me doesn't feel pain. Jiang Muye chuckled, though he wasn't entirely immune to discomfort. Relieved, Lung Ruoli sweetly responded. That's good. Jiang Muye listened to the lecture, glancing at his watch. It was still an hour until class ended, an eternity in his sleepy state. He had played games until midnight the previous night and was now quite fatigued. I'm tired. Wake me when class is over, he said lazily to Lung Ruoli. Okay, call me when the professor arrives too. Lung Ruoli nodded, her cheeks still flushed. After ensuring everything was settled, Jiang Muye yawned and settled down to sleep. His head inclined towards Lung Ruoli. She gazed at his face, which radiated brilliance. His lashes were long, almost surpassing those of any girl. Remembering his stubborn, rebellious demeanor from years ago, she felt a pang of sympathy. Lung Ruoli quietly leaned closer, captivated by him. The longer she watched, the more her rosy lips involuntarily curled into a smile. However, the glaring sunlight streaming in disturbed Jiang Muye's slumber. She noticed his brow furrow slightly, indicating his discomfort. Without hesitation, Lung Ruoli picked up her book to shield him from the sunlight. The shadows cast across Jiang Muye's face brought him immediate comfort. Watching him drift off peacefully, a gentle smile graced Lung Ruoli's lips as she held the book aloft, unwavering. Milu observed this scene with astonishment, shaking her head in disbelief. How naive was Lung Ruoli? Jiang Muye had no idea of her considerate act, nor did he recognize it as an opportunity for affection. Besides, holding the book aloft must be tiring. Yet, Lung Ruoli maintained her position until the bell rang. As Jiang Muye slowly opened his eyes, Lung Ruoli hastily withdrew her hand, attempting to mask her fluster. Awake? She smiled gently at him, unconsciously rubbing her numb left hand. Yes, I slept well. Jiang Muye stretched and stood up. Class is over. I need to head back to my dorm. All right. Cold Ruoli's cheeks flushed as she nodded, clutching her book tightly as she followed him out. In order for Jiang Muye to leave his seat, he had to navigate towards Milu. However, Milu, with her stunningly long legs, extended one towards Jiang Muye, her arms gracefully opening as she gazed at him, her red lips playfully pouting. This path is mine, if you wish to pass at the very least. You must touch or kick. Chapter 65. The rumored Jiang schoolflower appears. Jiang Muye was rendered speechless, responding with a casual, do as you please. Without a moment's hesitation, he effortlessly vaulted over the table. This high-difficulty maneuver was executed with remarkable grace, leaving Milu and Lung Ruoli in utter astonishment. Milu, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Wow, you are simply incredible." In contrast, Lung Ruoli's eyes were filled with concern. Isn't that too dangerous? If you fall face first, you might get hurt. Not far away. Xiao Beige shook her head in disapproval. Damn it, that fool has once again been outshone by Muye. Laoyi nodded in agreement. Who can argue with that? He truly loves to show off. At that moment, Jiang Muye's system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have declined Milu's invitation for a hug, earning 200 integrity points and receiving 1 million renminbi. Jiang Muye then turned to Lung Ruoli, saying, I'm leaving. Lung Ruoli happily nodded in agreement. Jiang Muye shot a glance at Xiao Beige and the others, signaling, let us return to the dormitory. Xiao Beige and the others promptly followed Jiang Muye out. Milu draped her arm over Lung Ruoli's shoulder, smiling brightly. Let's go shopping. I've opened my wardrobe and found I have nothing to wear. I need to buy a few beautiful dresses and some cosmetics. Investing in her appearance was essential if she wished to win Jiang Muye's heart. All right, Lung Ruoli agreed. I'll buy you some too. Do I get to join? Lung Ruoli was a bit taken aback. Of course. I'll treat you. You must help me look stunning as well. If my rival is attractive, I'll feel more at ease with the competition. But Jiang Muye must not be captivated by other temptresses, or I swear I'll be furious. Milu directed a pointed glance at Xiaoshiran, who was dejectedly walking away with her books. Xiaoshiran bit her lip, attempting to walk away with an air of pride. Milu scolded. What does she have to be proud of? She's not as pretty as us, doesn't have our figure, and while her family is wealthy, her grades are the only thing she is going for her. Let's not gossip about her. It's not right. Let us go shopping. Lung Ruoli smiled at Milu. All right, I must buy you some sexy dresses. Such a beautiful figure deserves to be showcased. Milu grinned as she playfully poked at Lung Ruoli's chest. Lung Ruoli immediately crossed her arms over her chest, feeling embarrassed. Milu, what's there to hide? We've seen each other in the shower. Milu teased, a smirk playing on her lips. That? What is there to compare? Lung Ruoli's ears turned crimson. Of course, it's a source of pride for girls. Boys love it. Don't worry. I've heard papaya is especially nourishing. Should I buy you a few boxes? Milu joked. Milu. Lung Ruoli's face flushed with embarrassment as she began to pat Milu's back. Milu laughed heartily, soothing Lung Ruoli. All right, I see how bashful you are. Let's go bye. While Lung Ruoli was filled with laughter, Jiang Muye was equally surrounded by excitement. He and his 3 boisterous roommates strolled along the campus path. Xiao Beige enthusiastically suggested, let us skip the cafeteria for lunch and have some snail noodles instead. I opposed that, Jiang Muye retorted disdainfully. He could never resist the allure of snail noodles. No way, we are definitely having it. I want 2 packets. Can you not eat on the balcony? Jiang Muye glared at Xiao Beige. Of course not. The dormitory has air conditioning. It's so warm. Eating outside in the cold is just miserable. Xiao Beige lightly bumped Jiang Muye's shoulder, a smile adorning his face. Regardless, no eating with the air conditioning on. I might faint from the smell. Jiang Muye retaliated, bumping back. Just eat, bite me. Kaizi, you're the dorm leader. Keep him in check. Jiang Muye directed at Kaizi. Kaizi bashfully replied, I want some too. Lao He joined in, draping his arm around Kaizi's shoulders, grinning. Count me in. Jiang Muye scoffed. You silly dogs are trying to kill me. Fine, I'll go by durian. Let us see if I can't suffocate you all. Great, let the slaughter commence. This is going to be fun. Xiao Beige laughed heartily. Let me go by durian now. I'll smother you all. Jiang Muye declared, heading toward the fruit shop. He knew these three beasts were most terrified of the smell of durian. While Jiang Muye and his roommates continued their banter, an unexpected announcement echoed over the loudspeakers. Design Major Jiang Muye, please report to the principal's office immediately. Jiang Muye wore a puzzled expression. What the heck? Why am I being summoned to the principal's office over the loudspeaker? Have you gotten yourself into trouble, Musi? Xiao Beige's eyes widened in surprise. Lao He gleefully remarked, looks like you're in for it. I don't know if I'm in trouble, but I can ensure you'll be the one in hot water first. Jiang Muye gritted his teeth, cracking his knuckles. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Lao He swiftly ducked behind Kaizi. Kaizi, as the dorm leader. You must protect me. Musi, do you want us to accompany you? Kaizi asked, blocking Jiang Muye's advance with concern. No need. I haven't done anything wrong, nor have I caused any trouble. What can they do to me? It's probably something else they need from me. I'll go check it out. Jiang Muye said with nonchalance. All right, call us if anything happens, Kaizi replied. Jiang Muye headed toward the principal's office. Upon arrival, the system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at the principal's office, earning 500,000 RMB. After accepting the reward, Jiang Muye knocked on the door. Come in. A melodious voice called from within. Strangely, it didn't sound like the principal. Jiang Muye felt a sense of unease, but pushed the door open anyway. Upon entering, he discovered only one person seated in a rocking chair, facing away from him. This was definitely not the principal, who was male. This was a woman. Who are you? Jiang Muye inquired, perplexed. The rocking chair turned around, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face illuminated by the light. She had mixed heritage, with sparkling eyes, a high nose, and plump lips, her light golden hair styled in playful twin ponytails. Clad in a resplendent golden Lolita outfit, her figure was accentuated perfectly. With a well-defined bust, a slender waist, and shapely hips, she casually crossed her legs, beaming at Jiang Muye, her hands clasped together, exuding a vibrant and charming aura. Handsome, you're here. You are Jiang Muye? Jiang Muye exclaimed in surprise. What did you just call yourself? Handsome? I know you. That's wonderful. Jiang Muye rested her chin on her hand, her eyes crinkling with delight. It's an honor. To cut a long story short, you must be the reason I called you here. Jiang Muye narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What do you want? With a radiant smile, Jiang Muye responded, you guessed it. I have a favor to ask, handsome. I want you to be my partner and join me in cosplaying as Outyin. Outyin? Long Outyin? Jiang Muye's mind was filled with questions. Not quite. It's just Outyin, a popular character from the best-selling novel Chang and Tianxia. He is a Yandere, and I've been struggling to find a male cosplayer who fits the role. But when I saw you, I felt like Outyin had stepped straight out of the book. Chapter 66. Spending money is earning money. In Jiang Muye's eyes, there was a glimmer of admiration. You must become my cosplayer? Initially, she had auditioned numerous candidates, but found none suitable. Just when despair began to set in, she spotted Jiang Muye passing by downstairs, and her spirits were instantly lifted. His extraordinary looks and the cold, commanding aura he exuded were strikingly reminiscent of her beloved character, Lord Outyin. It is worth noting that Chang and Tianxia is Jiang Muye's favorite novel, and Lord Outyin is her ultimate idol. Thus, she was determined to find someone who could perfectly embody him. No one could possibly be more fitting for the role than him. So, you put me on the confession wall? Jiang Muye found himself at a loss for words. Yes, it was the quickest way to reach you. Many have already provided me with leads. Jiang Muye smiled slightly, of course, to ensure you would calmly converse with me. I had my cousin, who is also the director, send you this message. Irritated, Jiang Muye promptly declined her offer, saying, sorry, but I don't mingle in the cosplay community. Please find someone else. The system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have rejected Jiang Muye and earned 500,000 RMB, along with 200 spirit points. Rising from his seat, Jiang Muye was soon confronted by Jiang Muye, her petite and exquisite figure rushing to stand before him. With hopeful eyes, she implored, "Please, I need your help. I haven't released a photo collection in over a year. This is something I've been preparing for a long time. All I need is for you to cooperate with me for the shoot. Name your price, and I will comply." Jiang Muye glanced at Jiang Muye and replied, "What price would make you give up?" With the system at his disposal, he certainly did not lack funds. Moreover, being the heir to a billion-dollar fortune, even the pocket money from his aunt was more than sufficient for him. He had already cleared his shopping cart on Taobao, purchasing all the skins in LOL and even indulging in buying hundreds of stocks, investments he made purely for enjoyment. To his surprise, those stock purchases yielded over 2 million in profits, leaving him with the dilemma of where to spend his newfound wealth. Jiang Muye did not anticipate Jiang Muye's counteroffer. With her Barbie-like innocent eyes gazing up at him, she said, "Then tell me what you desire. I can agree to anything." "No thanks, please seek someone else." While Jiang Muye attended comic conventions, he had never considered crossing over into the cosplay realm, nor did he wish to wade into such murky waters. Selling photo collections simply did not align with his style. He instinctively turned to leave, watching his aloof figure depart. Jiang Muye felt her admiration for him swell like a torrent. Even his rejection radiated the essence of Lord Outyin. This role was tailor-made for him, and she was resolute in not giving up. As an aspiring cosplayer with high standards, Jiang Muye could not afford to overlook such a promising candidate. Besides, the character of Lord Outyin could not be replaced by anyone but Jiang Muye. She was unwilling to seek another partner for the shoot, as that could tarnish her reputation and lead to a loss of followers. After exiting the office, Jiang Muye opened the system panel. His spirit points had now reached 3,000, allowing him to participate in a lottery. He decided to go for a 15-draw spree. The system's roulette began to spin. Out of 15 draws, he received 5 prizes. Although the odds were lower than Jiang Muye had anticipated, the rewards were nonetheless intriguing to him. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 5-fold rebate skill for 1 day. Congratulations, host. You have become a child of the weather. Congratulations, host. You have gained the skills of a boxing champion, striking with unparalleled force. Congratulations, host. Your nighttime sleep quality has improved. Insomnia will no longer plague you. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a set of land management regulations, valued at 10 million. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Muye inquired, "What does it mean to be a child of the weather?" The system responded, "You can manipulate the weather at will." Jiang Muye asked, "Weather? How do I control it?" "Such a fortunate ability." The system explained, "Simply envision the desired weather in your mind, and it will change." Gazing out the window at the overcast sky, he thought for a moment, and soon the clouds began to part, revealing a brilliant blue sky and radiant sunshine, transforming the gloomy day into a magnificent sunny one. Excited, Jiang Muye exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredible." He no longer feared rain or wind. He wouldn't need an umbrella since he could control the weather at his whim. The system cautioned, however, to avoid disrupting natural weather patterns. The control lasts only for half an hour. Jiang Muye shrugged. "That's fine. Half an hour is plenty." After experimenting with his new ability, he asked, "And what about the boxing champion skill?" The system replied, "Unless you encounter a new boxing champion, no one could defeat you. You could take down dozens of minor foes with a single blow." Jiang Muye remarked, "That seems a bit exaggerated." The system reassured him, "Don't worry. You can control your strength. The system will now transmit boxing techniques to you. Please check them." Jiang Muye immediately began to receive the information. Before long, he felt a surge of energy. Despite having never trained in boxing, a set of techniques effortlessly flowed into his mind, and he could replicate them through muscle memory. The high-difficulty moves seen in action films were now within his grasp. He was thrilled. With such skills, he could become a martial arts superstar. The 5-fold rebate was equally straightforward. Simply spending would yield 5 times the return. Though it was only for 1 day, it was ample time for Jiang Muye to indulge. A smile spread across Jiang Muye's face. Now was the time to spend lavishly. Oh no, rather, it was time to earn handsomely. In the afternoon, at a mall boutique, Lung Ruoli, accompanied by Mi Lu, had already accumulated a bounty of purchases, adorned in a new dress. She sat on a sofa in the store, awaiting Mi Lu's emergence from the fitting room. The outfit she wore was significantly more alluring than her previous purchases, but not overly revealing. The black and white striped fitted sweater accentuated her figure beautifully, showcasing a deep neckline and a perfectly cinched waist, while her lower half featured a black leather skirt that elegantly displayed her long, alluring legs. As Lung Raoli admired her reflection in the mirror, her cheeks flushed with shyness. The sales associates lavished her with compliments, and even Mi Lu expressed her satisfaction. Surely, this ensemble would look stunning. She couldn't help but wonder how Jiang Muye would react upon seeing her. With that thought, Lung Raoli pulled out her phone and began to take selfies. Just as she snapped several pictures, a soft, warm figure pressed against her. Mi Lu's hand rested on Lung Raoli's shoulder as she exhaled gently, a smile gracing her lips. Not bad. You finally figure out how to take selfies. Tell me, what prompted you to want to take these pictures? Mi Lu was well aware that Lung Raoli was not fond of being photographed and rarely took selfies. Chapter 67. Only when I like someone do I wish to post on moments. Cold Raoli's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I simply want to take a picture. Cool, me. Let us take one together. Mi Lu began to strike poses, and Cold Raoli, shedding her shyness, joined her in capturing the moment. Once they finished, Mi Lu examined the photo, her lips pouting slightly in envy. Your skin is truly flawless. It's smooth and fair without any need for filters or retouching. And you never break out or suffer from puffiness. Moreover, your face is incredibly small, and you are quite petite as well. Not quite. Yours is a perfect doll-like face. It's infuriating. If you were to pursue modeling, you would undoubtedly rise to fame in no time. Mi Lu's compliment was sincere, not mere flattery. Cold Raoli indeed resembled a beautiful doll, her figure exquisite, a true paragon of beauty. If she chose to enter the modeling world, she would likely ascend to supermodel status immediately. Alas, Cold Raoli had no interest in the modeling industry. Otherwise, a supermodel star would be on the verge of rising. With a bashful demeanor, Cold Raoli responded, "You're overdoing the compliments. Now, Mi Lu, you should go try on those clothes. You still have some lovely items to purchase." "Oh, I almost forgot. Hee, I'll head to the fitting room now." Mi Lu laughed cheerfully and made her way to try on more clothes. Cold Raoli almost instinctively began to upload the photos they had just taken to her moments. Her moments had been quite empty until now. She had previously shunned social interactions and had no desire to share her world. But now, she had a reason. She wished for the one she liked to see how her world looked. Text, today, shopping with my best friend. Below, she posted a grid of 9 photos, including her selfies and pictures with Mi Lu. After sending it, Cold Raoli held her phone, her heart fluttering with anticipation. At that moment, Mi Lu emerged from the fitting room. Curious as she asked, "Raoli, did you post on Moments?" "I did," Cold Raoli nodded. "How strange. Isn't my phone signal that poor? Why haven't I seen it?" Mi Lu pondered, perplexed. "No, it's because I set my moments to be visible only to Jiang Muye." Cold Raoli suddenly felt embarrassed. "You've blocked me?" Mi Lu exclaimed in surprise. "Is it because I'm your rival in love?" "It's not like that." Cold Raoli hurriedly explained, her face aflame. "I just said it so only Jiang Muye can see it. No one else can." Mi Lu gasped, heavens. Once she comprehended the situation, she became excited, lightly bumping shoulders with Cold Raoli as she teased. "You're quite the seductress, aren't you?" "And no, I'm not." Cold Raoli stammered, her cheeks flushed, her eyes brimming with shyness. "Only he can see your moments. It's like a scene from a romantic drama. Your world is accessible only to him. He is unique and holds exclusive privileges." Mi Lu sighed. "Even though you're my rival, I can't help but admire you." She looked at Cold Raoli at this rate. "I might just be swayed." Cold Raoli stuttered. "I know that can't be." Seeing the startled expression on Cold Raoli's face, Mi Lu burst into laughter. "You're simply too adorable. I'm just teasing you. I'm a girl who likes boys, and right now, I'm interested in Jiang Muye. Although you're quite charming, I'm not planning on making you my wife just yet." Cold Raoli's face turned a deeper shade of red as she murmured in agreement. "Has Jiang Muye liked your post?" Mi Lu inquired. "I'm not sure. Check quickly," Mi Lu urged. Cold Raoli hurriedly unlocked her phone, but her moments showed no activity. Disappointment clouded her eyes. "Not yet. He must be busy with something." "Indeed, a typical straight man." Mi Lu shook her head. "If it were me, not only would I like it, but I also tease you mercilessly. Milu, cold Ruoli protested, her voice playful. She had a tendency to let her imagination run wild. Observing cold Ruoli's flushed cheeks, Mila chuckled. All right, enough of that. I'm going to settle the bill now. We've seen enough. Let us head back. Okay, cold Ruoli nodded obediently. After Milu paid, she led cold Ruoli outside. Upon exiting the mall, they encountered a long queue outside, with many people waiting to purchase something. It was particularly lively. Cold Ruoli glanced over and realized it was the grand opening of Master Bao's bakery. Her eyes lit up. This bakery has opened a chain here. It's Jiang Muye's favorite brand. He loves those meat floss cakes. How do you know? Milu asked in surprise. I saw it on his moments. Cold Ruoli replied enthusiastically. Milu was puzzled, but I've scrolled through his moments too. Why didn't I see that? She had attempted to add Jiang Muye on WeChat, but he had not accepted her request. She had browsed his moments using Lao He's phone, but she didn't recall seeing that post. Just scroll to the bottom. Cold Ruoli smiled at Milu. Milu was stunned. You've seen everything? Jiang Muye's moments were abundant, likely containing thousands of posts, and she had given up after scrolling through several pages without reaching the end. Indeed, not only that, but I've memorized everything about his likes and dislikes. She recalled with a smile, her mind filled with thoughts of Jiang Muye. He adored Master Bao's meat floss cakes, savored cherries by the box, enjoyed gaming, with PUBG, Honor of Kings, and LOL being his favorites. He detested snail noodles and had a tendency to be allergic to pollen. He loathed snakes, as cold Ruoli reminisced. Her lips curled into a smile, her mind awash with thoughts related to Jiang Muye. Fearing she might miss out on the meat floss cakes, she hurried to join the queue. Milu remarked, there are too many people. We might be waiting for hours. It's quite chilly and the wind is blowing. We might catch a cold. It's all right. I have plenty of time. I'm willing to wait. Milu, you should head back first. Cold Ruoli beamed at Milu. Milu suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy. Cold Ruoli clearly cherished Jiang Muye far more than she did. For her, it was merely interest, not true affection. No way. I'll wait with you, Milu insisted, unwilling to leave Cold Ruoli alone. Thank you, Cold Ruoli said sincerely. Fool, we're best friends. No need for thanks. Mila cherished their friendship deeply. Cold Ruoli was genuinely a pure and kind-hearted girl. In high society, where many wealthy young ladies exhibited princess-like behaviors, Cold Ruoli, despite her privileged background, remained humble and approachable, her true nature warm and shy. Milu kept Cold Ruoli company as they waited for quite some time. The cold wind howled, and the temperature seemed to plummet. Milu rubbed her hands together, exhaling puffs of mist as she observed the stillness of the crowd ahead, questioning, why are there still so many people after all this time? Chapter 68. Sweet interactions, truly delightful, just wait a little longer, said Long Ruoli, her hands already numb from the cold. Her delicate face, nestled within her collar, had turned a rosy hue, her eyes slightly reddened, lips icy, and even her ears were flushed. This sight evoked a wave of pity in Milu, who suggested this won't do. How about we postpone and come back in a few days? Today is the grand opening, and the crowd is overwhelming. In a few days, there will surely be fewer people, and you need not worry about missing a meal. It's all right. I can wait, Long Ruoli replied with a forced smile. Milu, you should wait in the car where it's warm. Milu, feeling a twinge of frustration at Long Ruoli's stubbornness, turned back towards the car. Once inside, she wrapped a blanket around both of them, which took Long Ruoli by surprise. Milu, I said we'd wait together, and I can't bear to leave my dear brother-in-law alone in this cold wind. Mila huffed, and let us be honest, it's not just you. I want to enjoy the meat floss cake too, and I want to buy it for him. Long Ruoli understood that Milu was simply being tsundere. Beneath her carefree exterior lay a heart softer than most. As Long Ruoli offered a gentle smile, Milu feigned annoyance. You're still smiling. I'm your rival in love, and I'll buy one for Jiang Muye and see whom he favors. That's fine, Long Ruoli said without a hint of concern. It was a fair competition, and she had no intention of hindering Mila's choices. Milu, seeing Long Ruoli's agreement, felt a pang of affection for her. You really are a big fool. If it weren't for my own feelings for Jiang Muye, I would be wondering what kind of man is worthy of someone as wonderful as you. As the day faded into darkness, they finally reached the front of the line. in addition to purchasing 2 boxes of meat floss cakes. Lung Ruoli also acquired 2 boxes of egg yolk pastries, milk-flavored raisin pastries, and other snacks. Milu, astonished at the quantity, exclaimed, "Can he even finish all of this? He can share with his roommates." Lung Ruoli smiled slightly, then handed Milu a strawberry double-skim milk. "And of course, there's your share, your favorite." "Really? I get some too?" Milu was taken aback. "Absolutely. You've waited with me for so long. Thank you," Lung Ruoli said with a sweet smile. Touched, Milu immediately embraced Lung Ruoli, exclaiming, "Hug time. Love you, love you." "Milu, let us not disrupt the cue for the others." Lung Ruoli blushed, reminding her. All right." Milu complied obediently, helping Lung Ruoli carry the items to the side. Once they were back in the car and felt the warmth of the heating, they finally began to thaw from the chill. Milu sighed, "It's wonderful to have heating. Thank you for your efforts, Milu. I'll treat you to dinner later." Lung Ruoli expressed her gratitude. "Wow, that sounds great. What should I do? I might just be swayed by you. How can I be such a cute girl?" Milu exclaimed dramatically. Feeling a bit shy, Lung Ruoli replied, "Milu, I need to drive now." "Okay." As Lung Ruoli fastened her seatbelt and prepared to head back to school, her phone pinged with a notification. Her heart raced as she swiftly picked up the device. To her delight, Jiang Muye liked her post and commented, "Remember to have fun." It felt as if she had consumed honey. Her spirits soared. She immediately replied, "You too." Unable to contain her laughter, Milu leaned over, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "What did he say?" "You look so happy." Lung Ruoli paused. "Milu, how did you know it was him?" "Well, you and TB this cheerful otherwise, silly. I've never seen you react this way for anyone else," Milu pointed out. Recognizing that Lung Ruoli's previously indifferent demeanor had shifted since Jiang Muye entered her life. Blushing, Lung Ruoli nodded. "Yes, he liked it and wished him to have fun." "That's wonderful. I'm so envious of you for having his WeChat," Milu said, a hint of frustration seeping into her tone. "That dense guy wouldn't even agree to add me. What harm would it do?" This left Lung Ruoli feeling even more bashful. "All right, let's head back to school. I'll use these treats to win him over. Maybe he'll change his mind and add me on WeChat," Milu suggested optimistically. "Absolutely," Lung Ruoli agreed. "Let us go back to school." With that, Lung Ruoli started the car, swiftly heading towards West City University. As the night enveloped them, the luxurious Rolls-Royce glided through the darkness, with Jiang Muye at the wheel, also on his way to school. He was well prepared for what he intended to accomplish. Earlier that afternoon, he had attended a local auction. Though the attendants were polite, their demeanor was lukewarm. They saw Jiang Muye's youthful appearance and assumed he was merely a student. Even as a wealthy heir, they believed he would only buy a few items. To their surprise, Jiang Muye emerged as the champion, acquiring 25 items, a staggering feat that left the other affluent attendees in awe. He had spent an impressive 50 million, and with a 5-fold return, he stood to gain 250 million RMB. Not one to be satisfied with just that, Jiang Muye utilized the land development guidelines provided by the system to manage 10 plots of land. Although most were not in prime city locations, he did not mind. He aimed to enjoy his spending. He engaged a construction team to commence development, planning to create a residential estate, a farm providing fresh produce, and a leisure farm. 5 plots would accommodate shopping malls and supermarkets, forming a commercial street where fresh produce could be supplied. 2 plots would be dedicated to residential buildings, and 1 for office spaces to be rented out. Jiang Muye had hired professionals to oversee everything, requiring only to periodically inspect the progress, a luxury of wealth that spared him the need for constant involvement. Moreover, leveraging his aunt's connections, he began acquiring 5 department stores and 3 multinational companies, undeterred by the prospect of losses, knowing he had a safety net through the 5-fold returns. After all, with so many projects, the odds of complete failure seemed improbable. Jiang Muye had spent a considerable sum, and naturally, the rebate he received was substantial, amounting to over 2 billion RMB. This could serve as a significant seed capital for his entrepreneurial endeavors, providing a solution to any future challenges that may arise. Upon confirming the balance in his bank account, Jiang Muye felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and proceeded towards the school. Just as he arrived at the parking lot, his phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, he discovered a WeChat message from Lung Ruoli. Chapter 69. Waiting for you beneath the dormitory long Ruoli. I am waiting for you downstairs at your dormitory. I have something for you. What is it? Jiang Muye, puzzled, hurriedly exited the vehicle and practically sprinted back to the dormitory. As he arrived, breathless, he spotted two graceful silhouettes standing there. Long Ruoli was gentle and beautiful, while Mi Lu was sexy and tall. However, they each held large bags filled with items. Jiang Muye promptly approached them. Here you go. It's Chef Bao's meat floss cake, Long Ruoli said shyly, presenting the gift before him. Her bashful demeanor was reminiscent of a timid bird. Jiang Muye felt warmth envelop his heart and immediately accepted the gift box. It felt quite heavy, filled with numerous items, and was carried over by the girls themselves. Thank you. Jiang Muye smiled faintly at Long Ruoli. And this is for me. You should thank me too. Mi Lu chimed in, raising her eyebrows. We braved the cold wind for quite a while. It would be rather ungrateful if you didn't accept my gift. All right, I will accept it. Thank you both. Jiang Muye replied, his heart trembling at the thought of them enduring the cold wind. He took the gift box from Mi Lu. Given the frigid weather, it wasn't easy to be out in the wind without catching cold. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Long Ruoli sneezed. Her nose turned a shade of red, and as she raised her face, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, appearing particularly vulnerable. Are you all right? Jiang Muye couldn't help but inquire. Long Ruoli shook her head, smiling gently. I'm fine. You're not coming down with a cold, are you? Mi Lu expressed her concern. How could I possibly catch a cold? Long Ruoli asserted, but almost immediately sneezed several more times, looking even more pitiful, as she prepared to blow her nose. A tissue was offered to her. Upon receiving it from Jiang Muye, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She quickly grabbed the tissue, but was embarrassed to blow her nose in front of him. After all, she was a girl and valued her dignity, especially in front of someone she admired. We should head back to the dormitory now. Goodbye. Long Ruoli waved before turning away, using the tissue to dab at her nose as she hurried back. Hey, can we add each other on WeChat? Mi Lu hinted playfully. Sure, but let me clarify that I only want to add you as friends, Jiang Muye stated, ensuring there would be no misunderstandings. After all, Mi Lu and Long Ruoli had braved the cold to bring him gifts, and he was not heartless. It wouldn't do to create a rift with Mi Lu. Mi Lu winked seductively at him. Oh, come on, that's not what I meant. Of course, we'll start as friends, but who knows what might develop later. Jiang Muye looked at Mi Lu, exasperated by her deliberate coyness. I want to be interested in you. Friends are fine, but a romantic relationship is out of the question. However, Mi Lu remained undeterred, replying, You might be speaking too soon. If you get proven wrong later, it could be quite painful. Have you heard of the truth is stranger than fiction principle? After adding Mi Lu on WeChat, she bid farewell. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. Mi Lu cast a shy glance back at Jiang Muye before excitedly heading back to her dormitory, elated to have connected with him. Jiang Muye ascended the stairs, carrying the items, and upon refreshing his social media feed, he discovered that Mi Lu had just uploaded some alluring photos of herself. He quietly glanced at the pictures and then promptly chose to mute her posts. Once back in the dormitory, his roommates, Kaizi, Xiao Beige, and Lao He, peered over the upper bunk. My, you're back. What smells so good? Kaizi exclaimed excitedly. It really does smell amazing. What did you bring back? Xiao Beige leaned over the railing, unable to take his eyes off Jiang Muye. Jiang Muye lifted the gift box and said, It's pastries from Chef Bao, courtesy of Long Ruoli and Mi Lu. Wow. The three roommates erupted with excitement, their faces lighting up with joy. This is fantastic. Chef Bao's treats are exquisite. Chef Bao's shop always had long lines, and it was quite a trek from their school, making it difficult for students pressed for time to queue up for such delights, especially considering the cost. Now, with an assortment of goodies in hand, they were genuinely surprised. As they saw the items Jiang Muye brought, they began to drool. That looks delectable, Kaizi remarked eagerly. Yes, and it's my favorite meat floss cake. Xiao Beige exclaimed joyfully. I could devour an entire one in one go. Lao He said enthusiastically, grabbing a meat floss cake and digging in, with the others following suit without hesitation. As the treats quickly disappeared, Jiang Muye called out, Hey, leave one for me. You all act as if you haven't eaten in years. Grabbing one for himself, he took a bite, savoring the familiar taste. This is delicious. Thank you so much, Mai. We're lucky to enjoy such a treat, Kaisi praised. Exactly. Compared to this, my girlfriend Suya is rather inconsiderate. She never brings me anything. I'm lucky if she even lets me give her gifts. Xiao Beige lamented, envious. Having spent his entire month's allowance on his girlfriend, he was now relying on Jiang Muye for sustenance. Otherwise, he would be living on instant noodles. Kaisi nodded in agreement. Isn't that the truth? But why did you take so long to return? Didn't you leave the office around noon? Initially, Kaisi had worried that Jiang Muye might have run into trouble and been summoned by the disciplinary head for a chat. However, upon hearing that Jiang Muye was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Muye replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I was starting a business, just dealing with some properties and commercial buildings." His casual mention of such an endeavor left his 3 roommates astounded. Starting a business was no trivial matter, especially involving commercial real estate. What a risk. For Jiang Muye to speak of it so lightly seemed almost surreal. What? You're doing that? Goodness. I'm still playing card for fun, while you're off buying commercial properties. You're making me look bad. Xiao Beige grumbled, grabbing another meat floss cake to quell his frustration. It's just a side venture. I don't mind the profits or losses, Jiang Muye replied nonchalantly. If anyone else had said such things, his friends might have thought them boastful. Yet, coming from Jiang Muye, it felt entirely believable. After all, he was a billionaire heir with considerable resources. Investing for him was akin to spending a mere fraction of his wealth. At his current standing, Jiang Muye was on a plane that ordinary male university students could hardly aspire to reach. Consequently, Xiao Beige, Lao He, and Kaisi continuously praised Jiang Muye until he felt somewhat embarrassed. All right, that's enough. We're all friends here. No need for flattery. Now let me take this call. Let me guess who is calling you, Xiao Beige said with a grin. Is it Lung Mi, Xia, or Jiang? Chapter 70, A Moment of Desire. Jiang Muye rolled his eyes. No, it's not that. It's just the delivery guy's call. Is that acceptable? All right. Xiao Beige's demeanor shifted, a hint of disappointment gracing her features. She felt as though she had missed out on something delightful. After answering the delivery guy's call and realizing he had arrived downstairs, Jiang Muye hurriedly descended to retrieve the package. Within the delivery bag resided cold medicine, which he had purposely ordered for Long Ruoli. After all, it was he who had inadvertently caused her to catch a cold, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Otherwise, he would not be acting like a true gentleman. Meanwhile, Lung Ruoli lay wrapped in her blanket, feeling disoriented and unwell from her cold. Just then, her phone buzzed with a WeChat message. Suddenly alert, she opened the message with eager anticipation. Come down. Upon reading it, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and she sprang from her bed, brimming with newfound energy. Milu, who had been in the midst of removing her makeup, was taken aback to see the previously lethargic Lung Ruoli now bursting with vitality. Weren't you feeling unwell? Milu questioned, puzzled. With a playful smile, Lung Ruoli replied, I feel much better. She rushed to the mirror, tidying her hair and swiftly applying a touch of rosy lipstick to enhance her complexion. After donning a beautiful dress and wrapping herself in a cashmere coat, she dashed downstairs, her face aglow with happiness. For someone she admired, she felt the need to run. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted a tall figure silhouetted against the night sky. His rebellious features were etched in her most cherished memories. Why are you here? Lung Ruoli approached, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she gazed up at Jiang Muye. With a gentle smile, Jiang Muye extended the delivery bag towards her and said, Here, take this. Surprised, she asked, What is this? As she accepted the bag and looked inside, her eyes glistened with tears. Jiang Muye smiled brightly. I noticed you were feeling under the weather, and I worried it might worsen, so I bought you some medicine. At that moment, he noticed the crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks, resembling a celestial being weeping gracefully. Is something wrong? Did I overstep? Jiang Muye asked, flustered. Why are you crying? Others might think I'm bullying you. No, you haven't bullied me at all. I'm just very happy, she replied, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him. After a brief moment of contemplation, she made a bold move. Just as Jiang Muye intended to bid her farewell, he felt a shadow envelop him, followed by a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. In an instant, he sensed a soft figure pressing against him. Her slender arms wrapped around his neck, her lovely face nestled against his shoulder. Although he could not see her expression, the proximity ignited a fire within him. His previously calm heart began to race. She whispered against his ear, "Thank you for the medicine. I really like it," pausing momentarily before adding, "And I like you." Jiang Muye felt a rush of warmth in his ears. He could hardly believe that Lung Ruoli had embraced him so openly. It left him feeling somewhat awkward, unsure of how to respond to such fervent affection. Taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly, "You might call me a rogue or a scoundrel, but I want you to know that I'm not ready to open my heart so quickly, nor will I easily step into a relationship." He could sense her body stiffening at his words. "I admit I have some fondness for you, but it's merely a boy's innocent admiration for a girl, perhaps even a fleeting desire. I cannot say if this fondness will blossom in a true affection or love, nor do I know what the future holds for us. But I hope that one day I can genuinely tell you, I like you." Her proactive nature compelled him to express his true feelings, ensuring she understood his position. It would be unfair to enter a relationship with her based solely on a mere liking, as it could lead to greater heartache for her. "I will wholeheartedly invest in a relationship, but only after I have emerged from the shadows of my past and can offer you my full and sincere feelings." That is what equity in a relationship signifies. After this heartfelt declaration, Jiang Muye was surprised to find that Lung Ruoli was not disheartened. Instead, her smile grew even sweeter. "I'm so happy to hear you say that. It's worth it," she spoke softly, her eyes sparkling. "At least now, you have some fondness for me, and that is already a significant step forward." Releasing him, she placed her palm on his heart, feeling the warmth radiating from him, causing his heart to beat even more fervently. "I may not be a doctor, but I will strive to learn how to heal. I'll wait for the day you fully open your heart to me and say, 'Please take care of me for the rest of my life, and tell me you like me.'" A sweet sensation spread within Lung Ruoli's heart. She was not a greedy person. The fact that he felt some affection for her was already a monumental leap. She was patient and willing to wait for the day they could intertwine their fingers and gaze into the future together. Seeing Lung Ruoli's innocent smile alleviated Jiang Muye's pressure, leaving him feeling joyous. "All right," he nodded. Lung Ruoli beamed with delight, knowing he had expressed his feelings. No longer was he sealed away in the past, and how could that not bring her joy? "I'll head upstairs now," she said, her face aglow with joy as she waved at Jiang Muye. "Make sure you get to bed early, don't stay up late, and drink plenty of warm water. That is something I should be telling you. I'm in much better health than you," Jiang Muye quipped, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. Just as Lung Ruoli was about to continue speaking, she suddenly covered her mouth and sneezed. "Stay away from me. I don't want my germs to infect you," she exclaimed in a panic, retreating several feet from him. Jiang Muye chuckled at her sudden retreat, bemused. "You just hugged me, and now you want to keep your distance? Isn't that a bit late?" Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry." "It's all right. My constitution is strong. I rarely catch colds," Jiang Muye reassured her, tightening her scarf. "But you take care of yourself. Go home, take your medicine, and drink more warm water. Do you hear me?" As his fingers brushed against her soft skin, Jiang Muye felt a rush of warmth. The gentle tremor of her delicate form made his breath hitch. "Okay," she replied, gazing up at him with adorable innocence, resembling an unassuming kitten. Her cheeks were rosy, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears, long lashes framing her gaze, exuding an undeniable charm. This sight evoked an overwhelming desire within Jiang Muye. The thought of her lips swollen from kisses, her glossy lips inviting, and the image of her calling out for him in tears flooded his mind. He is nothing but a beast, succumbing to lust at the mere sight of beauty. How can he possess no resistance to such lovely countenances? Chapter 71. Mischievous one. You shouldn't bully others. Jiang Muye forcefully suppressed the wicked thoughts that suddenly surged within him. He aimed to cultivate genuine feelings for Lung Ruoli, distancing himself from any carnal desires. His ears burned as he shoved his hands into his pockets, coolly uttering, "I'm leaving." He hurried away, while Lung Ruoli sweetly smiled and, with a hint of shyness, ascended the stairs. In her hand, she carried cold medicine. Upon returning to her dormitory, Milu curiously inquired, "Did you go out for takeout?" "Yes," Lung Ruoli replied cheerfully, her cheeks still flushed. "I bought it for me, saying I need to take medicine since I'm sick." Feeling unwell, she thought to herself, why doesn't he consider that I might fall ill too? Milu suddenly sprang up from her bed, her lips pouting in discontent. How biased. I see there's also Ban Lon General. Should I brew some for you? Lung Ruoli contemplated, but she couldn't let Milu catch a cold as well. Milu promptly stopped her, saying, silly girl, do you really think Ban Lon Jin can cure all ailments? It won't cure mine. Are you truly unwell? Lung Ruoli asked, surprised. Indeed, Milu replied, placing a hand over her ample chest. I've caught love sickness. Upon hearing this, Lung Ruoli felt a tinge of helplessness. Milu, I'm not joking, Milu sighed. Unfortunately, only my beloved can cure this affliction. They say girls should be more reserved, yet he added me an hour and 2 minutes ago without even acknowledging me. Is my WeChat merely a decoration? Reflecting on her own situation compared to Milu's, Lung Ruoli shook her head. The disparity was indeed staggering. Why not poke him to see? Lung Ruoli suggested. Are you truly foolish? I'm your rival in love, and you want me to give your rival advice? Milu teased with a grin. Lung Ruoli responded candidly. You are my rival, but also my friend. You have certainly given me plenty of advice. We agreed to fair competition. If he is mine, then no one could take him away. If he is not, then why bother with schemes? Lung Ruoli's carefree attitude greatly pleased Milu. Indeed, you're no mere plastic sister. Such camaraderie. With this perspective, who needs a man? Perhaps I should just concede him to you and kick Jiang Muye to the curb. Lung Ruoli's cheeks flushed deeply. No, I still want him, and I couldn't bear to kick him out. Look at your narrow perspective, Milu scoffed. All right, I'm off to brew the cold medicine. Otherwise, it could become quite uncomfortable. Lung Ruoli promptly retrieved the 999 cold medicine Jiang Muye had purchased and began to prepare it. After taking a few sips, she was enveloped in joy. Observing the smile on her lips, Milu teased. Look at you, as if you're indulging in honey. How can you be so happy consuming such a bitter concoction? Of course I'm happy. He personally bought it for me. The mere thought of Jiang Muye's sincere words made her heart race and her face redden. She wished she had recorded that moment. If only she could listen to it repeatedly. Ah, this sweetened perception. Perhaps I should pursue suitors instead, Milu mused. Determined not to relinquish Jiang Muye just because Lung Ruoli was her dear friend. Doing so would disrespect both Lung Ruoli and her own feelings. At that moment, Jiang Muye had returned to his dormitory when his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Opening it, he discovered a message from Milu. Milu, mischievous one. I'm feeling terrible, sob. My head is spinning. Jiang Muye raised an eyebrow upon reading her message. Jiang Muye, stop whining. Also, are you sick? Milu, I call you mischievous one. I might have a severe cold and am on the verge of fever. How pitiful. Jiang Muye, oh. Take care of your health. Seeing Jiang Muye's response, Milu was nearly infuriated. He had bought cold medicine for Lung Ruoli, yet when she claimed to be seriously ill, he casually replied with such indifference. Even if he was aloof, this was not how it should be. Milu, mischievous one, you shouldn't bully me like this. I'm suffering, and you're so cold. Jiang Muye, I'm not a doctor. Indeed, he felt helpless. Even if Milu was truly unwell, seeking him would not resolve her predicament. Milu retorted, I need comfort. Jiang Muye, such as? Milu, for instance, you could come to see me. That would make me feel much better. Jiang Muye, boys can't enter the girls' dormitory. Milu, then bring me medicine and porridge. I can come down to see you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muye finally recognized Milu's true intentions. He was not about to be lured in. He replied, all right. Milu was overjoyed, feeling she had finally ensnared him. Clearly, Jiang Muye had been putting on an act. He was genuinely concerned upon hearing of her illness. He was indeed a shy one, but she found it endearing. If only she could take this opportunity to win him over. A short while later, Jiang Muye messaged, I've arrived. Milu beamed with delight. Feeling a surge of confidence, she yearned to play a song titled Good Fortune. Indeed, she was Mi-Fei, and luck was on her side. Elated, Milu quickly freshened up, using concealer on her lips to render their color pale and give her face a more haggard appearance. Once ready, she donned her most exquisite dress and cheerfully made her way downstairs. However, upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted an unfamiliar tall boy standing there. His eyes lit up upon seeing her. Milu, I heard you were unwell. so I specially brought you porridge and medicine. Please take care of yourself and drink plenty of warm water, the boy said with a warm smile. Milu's smile instantly froze. She was furious, realizing she had fallen into Jiang Muye's trap and feeling utterly dejected. I'm sorry, but I'm not sick. Please go back. I won't accept your things, she said flatly, turning to head back to her dormitory. Immediately, she began messaging Jiang Muye to demand an explanation. What's going on? Why didn't you come? I'm so heartbroken. You should play me like this. Jiang Muye, I never agreed to come. Besides, I merely mentioned it in the group chat, and boys eagerly volunteered. Considering that Milu needs comfort, I thought it best to help. Milu felt like smashing her phone in frustration. You absolute fool. You deserve to be single. After calming her anger, she replied, sobbing, You're bullying me. I'm going to punish you. Jiang Muye. Milu, since I can't receive physical comfort, I need emotional solace. I punish you to send me a few pictures of your abs right now. Chapter 72, Apologies. My abs have left home upon seeing Milu's response. Jiang Muye was utterly speechless. It was as if his silence had a door and it had swung wide open. How could he possibly send a photograph of his abs to a girl so casually? Was it even conceivable? Jiang Muye replied, I apologize, but my abs have run away from home. Milu quipped back, could your excuse be any lamer? I distinctly recall seeing the outline of your abs the last time you wore those clothes. Okay? Jiang Muye responded with a simple "oh." Milu pressed, come on, just show me one photo. It's not like anyone else will know. Jiang Muye retorted, Sister Milu, this behavior is inappropriate. Consider this from my perspective. How would you feel if I asked you to do the same? To which Milu eagerly replied, I would be absolutely delighted. I could send you a picture right away, even through the screen of his phone. Jiang Muye could sense Milu's eagerness. He rubbed his forehead. No need. Sister Milu, it's late, and our dormitory lights are about to go out. Time to sleep. What would he even do with those photos? If he wished, he could easily acquire 3,000 G worth. The issue was that he found it rather uninteresting. Despite being somewhat of a lecher, he was only inclined towards the girls he truly liked. Everything else was rather mundane. At that moment, the system began to notify him. Congratulations, host. By refusing to send Milu a photo, you have earned 200 fortitude points. Accepting the points, Jiang Muye promptly accessed the system and spent them to draw 3 lottery tickets. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 100 yield rate for fruitful harvests, enabling the cultivation of the finest, sweetest, and largest fruits and vegetables. Just what his estate needed, as cultivation required not only human effort, but also a touch of nature, which he now possessed. Jiang Muye was thoroughly satisfied and continued to draw. The system informed him, apologies, host, your second draw is a thank you gift. Jiang Muye commanded another draw. The system responded, congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill of telekinesis. Telekinesis? What was that? As Jiang Muye pondered, the system explained, you can manipulate objects with your mind, such as moving items or bending spoons. Such a skill was indeed eye-opening for him. He instinctively focused on the headphones resting on his bedside. In mere moments, they swiftly floated into his hand. It took less than 3 seconds. How astonishing. Jiang Muye gazed in awe at his phone. This was undeniably cool. Just then, Xiao Baigu remarked, all right, I'm going to lie down now. Please turn off the lights. Kaizi added, you go ahead and turn it off. Lao He is already in bed, too lazy to climb down. After all, climbing up and down is exhausting. And the blankets are so warm. I don't want to move either. I'm feeling quite lazy. Perhaps we should just wait for the lights to turn off automatically. Kaizi said, refusing to budge. Then let Muzi do it. The 3 of them chorused, their gazes fixed on Jiang Muye. Coincidentally, he felt equally unmotivated to get up. Jiang Muye decided to wait for the lights to go out and, if necessary, plead with the brothers below to turn them off. The trio resigned themselves to inaction. However, Jiang Muye simply used his mind, and, with a click, the lights extinguished. Wait, it's really dark? Xia Bai Yi exclaimed. Isn't it too early for lights out today? Lao Yi checked the time. Could it be that the light bulb is broken? Kaizin Wured. Jiang Muye smirked in the darkness and remarked, could it be that the brothers downstairs are lending a hand? An eerie silence enveloped the room, leaving only the sound of their heavy breathing. Don't scare me like that. Do the brothers downstairs really exist? Xia Bai Yi sviated nervously. Lao Yi shuddered when someone dies. Don't they just go below? Kaizi interieted. I heard someone died in our dormitory building before. Could it be? At this mention, Xiao Baigu exclaimed, "Oh my gosh. Let's not talk about such things at this hour. It's too creepy. But isn't this all a bit too strange? Could today be someone's seventh day? Brother, I haven't done anything wrong. Please don't come for me." Lao He stammered. Observing his friend's fearful expressions, Jiang Muye decided against further mischief and said, "Stop scaring yourselves. The lights probably just turned off early. No need for wild imaginations. You're the one who started this. You nearly scared me to death." Xiao Baiyi replied, calming himself down. "All right, time for bed," Jiang Muye concluded. Thus, the occupants of the room either scrolled through their phones or watched videos. Jiang Muye glanced at his phone. Apart from a goodnight message from Lung Ruoli, he was bombarded with a series of Mi Lu's relentless pleas for photos of his abs. This was quite vexing. Was she trying to seduce him? Jiang Muye decided not to respond, wishing to avoid any further absurdities. Sleep was far more reassuring. As Jiang Muye drifted into slumber, Mi Lu clutched her phone, feeling frustrated. Noticing Jiang Muye's lack of reply, she sighed. "With my looks, pursuing a boy should be quite easy. Why is Jiang Muye so oblivious?" The next morning, with the sun shining brightly, Jiang Muye employed his telekinesis to dress himself. This skill was indeed a boon for the lazy. His phone floated gracefully in the air, serving as a hands-free device, eliminating the risk of it falling on his face. Even his clothes effortlessly adorned him. He couldn't help but imagine how much quicker it would be to undress someone. Naturally, all this was done behind the drawn curtains to spare his timid roommates from being startled. The most remarkable aspect was heating food. In mere seconds, he could transform cold leftovers into warm meals. The poor floss cake he had from the previous day became delightfully warm. He held it in his palm, took a bite, and found it to be perfectly soft and delicious. The heated pork floss was even more fragrant, making the cake incredibly enjoyable compared to when it was cold. Of course, Jiang Muye had his mishaps too. Sometimes he would misjudge the temperature and end up scorching the bread. However, after learning to control the heat, warming food became a breeze. In the afternoon, as Jiang Muye and his three boisterous roommates left class, Xiao Baigu proclaimed, "I'm starving. Shall we head to the snack street at the school gate?" "Sure. I particularly crave Lao Wu's fried dumplings and lean meatballs. Lao Wu's dumplings are simply the best, thin-skinned, packed with meat, and perfectly crispy on the outside." Lao He enthusiastically described. The air was filled with the sound of saliva being swallowed in anticipation. "Stop talking. You're making me drool," Jiang Muye interjected. "It's been ages since I've had them. This time, I must insist on a super spicy portion. Bring on the heat." Xiao Baigu licked her lips. Speaking of spicy, who was the one crying from the heat last time, barely able to walk out of the restroom? Kaizi teased her. "That was due to my weak stomach. This time, my stomach can handle it." Xiao Baigu chuckled. "Let's go. Otherwise, if we wait too long, everything will be sold out." Jiang Muye shot a glance, and the group hurried towards the school gate. Little did Jiang Muye know that an unexpected event awaited him. Chapter 73. A devoted admirer transforms into a charismatic figure. The snack street at the entrance of the school stretches for several hundred meters, bustling with a vibrant crowd. The air is suffused with the tantalizing aroma of street food, igniting one's appetite. System. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at the snack street and earned 500,000 RMB. After closing the system panel, Jiang Muye and his companions swiftly arrived at the entrance of Old Wu's fried dumpling stall. Old Wu's fried dumplings occupy a modest space of less than 5 square meters, yet it boasts immense popularity, with numerous patrons already queuing to purchase dumplings. After a lengthy wait, Jiang Muye and his 3 roommates finally reached the front, eagerly ordering 3 portions of dumplings. Each portion costs 5 yuan and contains 20 dumplings, a remarkably good deal. Old Wu, with great enthusiasm, announced, "Your order is packed. It's mildly spicy. Add sweet sauce as you like. Here's the QR code, 3 portions for 15. Just as Jiang Muye prepared to pay with his phone, a melodious voice resonated. "It's on me." A phone was waved forward, and with a delightful chime, a contactless payment was made. Jiang Muye, along with Xiao Baigu, Kaizi, and Lao He, stood in astonishment. Not only they, but even the nearby university students were taken aback. Before them stood a petite and charming girl clad in a burgundy floral Lolita dress, draped with a snow-white shawl. Her bright, captivating eyes and sweet smile, accentuated by adorable dimples, radiated charm. Even her Huawei phone, adorned with an endearing sheep case, was irresistibly cute. Nearby boys blushed and were visibly excited. It's Jiang Muye. Wow, is she treating Jiang Muye? Indeed, Jiang Muye is incredibly lucky. They exclaimed. To be associated with the goddess Jiang, I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Jiang Muye, the epitome of beauty, seemed to have captured Jiang Muye's attention entirely, leaving the onlookers envious. They pondered how a stunning girl like her could be interested in Jiang Muye. The admiration was palpable. Jiang Muye had transformed from an ardent admirer into a heartthrob, captivating the affections of the 4 campus beauties, all vying for his attention. In the entire academy, who else could boast such charisma? Jiang Muye was indeed the first. Even Lao He, witnessing the scene, was mesmerized, nudging Kaizi excitedly. Is that not my goddess Jiang? Kaizi nodded, unable to contain his excitement. Absolutely, it's her. Wow, this is surreal. I feel like I'm living a dream. Lao He's heart raced. Jiang Muye had been his idol since middle school, a prominent figure in the cosplay community, renowned for her beauty and charm. The sight of her in a sailor suit had left him spellbound. Lao He never imagined that upon entering university, Jiang Muye would be a freshman, his junior. However, she was rarely seen on campus due to her busy schedule, making this encounter all the more thrilling. Jiang Goddess, could I please have your autograph? Lao He asked eagerly, producing a pen to have her sign his clothing. Of course, Jiang Muye replied with a smile, taking the pen and signing for him. Xiao Baigu and Lao He, equally excited, chimed in, we want one too. After Jiang Muye signed for them, the 3 were elated, declaring in unison, hee, we'll never wash these clothes again. Jiang Muye remained unfazed, finding the situation somewhat exaggerated. Was Jiang Muye, as a cosplayer, truly that adept at attracting fans? Do you want my autograph, handsome? Jiang Muye's lovely face lit up with a sweet smile as her delicate fingers grasped the pen. No, thank you. I don't pursue cosplayers. Jiang Muye declined politely. Congratulations, host. You have received 200 renminbi, and your vision has been restored to 5. 2. This was genuinely beneficial for Jiang Muye. Initially, he had perfect vision, but after spending excessive time watching videos in bed, he developed mild myopia. 4. 8. Vision, not requiring glasses, but still impacting his life. Laser surgery seemed risky, yet the system had truly assisted him. He now felt the world sharpen into clarity, easing the strain of sight. After Jiang Muye's rejection, Jiang Muye remained undeterred, her sweet smile unwavering. She boldly leaned closer, playfully drawing attention to her figure, gazing at Jiang Muye with admiration. Then how about you sign my shirt instead? This statement stunned everyone present. A cosplay master requesting an autograph from Jiang Muye? The improbability of such an occurrence was astonishing. Yet here it was unfolding before them. Jiang Muye was indeed fortunate. The dorm mates exchanged knowing glances, hinting at the potential of a confession wall, their expressions gleeful. Jiang Muye, feeling slightly annoyed by the teasing, replied to Jiang Muye, I'm sorry, but I don't sign for others. Jiang Muye's expression shifted to one of disappointment. What a pity. If you don't sign for me, you should be careful with your homework. Jiang Muye was puzzled by her words. With eyes sparkling like stars, Jiang Muye playfully remarked, because I might sneak in your room tonight to steal your homework and tear off the cover where your signature is. If you agree to be my cosplay partner for a photo shoot, you're bound to become famous. I'd be afraid that I'd have to line up for your autograph later. Xiao Baigu, surprised, asked, are you going to become a cosplayer? Kaizi stroked his chin, assessing Jiang Muye. Actually, Muye has the perfect looks for it. He would excel as a cosplayer. Lao He, brimming with excitement, added, are we about to have a major figure emerge from our dormitory? Wow, Muye, you better sign for me so I can sell it later. Who knows how valuable it could be? Xiao Baigu joked, yes, we'll form a group to steal your homework. Jiang Muye, observing his roommate's antics, raised an eyebrow. You're all thinking too much. I have no interest in cosplaying. I want to dive into that world. Turning to Jiang Muye, he said, I welcome friendship, but as for photo shoots, that is out of the question. Jiang Muye then linked her arm with Jiang Muye's, her expression pleading. Please, I beg you. Seeing her adorable, pitiful demeanor, Jiang Muye instinctively withdrew his arm. Let us keep it appropriate. No need for physical contact. This elicited disapproving headshakes from onlookers. Young man, you are far too naive. A stunning beauty is being affectionate, and you remain unaffected? Even Jiang Muye's roommates were envious, despite having girlfriends. What nerd wouldn't he want to get close to their cosplay goddess? Yet, they were aware of their limitations, as their hearts belonged elsewhere. Then why not shoot with me? Jiang Shua Linkirat. Because we are long-lost siblings and cannot shoot together, Jiang Muye responded. Chapter 74. We are actually siblings. Jiang Muye casually mentioned this to appease Jiang Shueli. Beside them, the little dove was savoring fried dumplings and burst into laughter, exclaiming, Musi, you've plucked all the bamboo shoots from mountain. Indeed, both of them shared the surname Jiang. Laui chuckled at the remark. The little dove excitedly waved her hand, declaring, Prophet, it's done. Jiang Shueli puffed her cheeks, her red lips pouting slightly. Nonsense. I don't have a brother like you. We don't resemble each other at all. How can that be? Look, we both have 2 eyes and nose. And a pair of lips. We're practically cut from the same mold, Jiang Muye retorted. With a huff, Jiang Shueli recognized Jiang Muye was teasing her and refused to take the bait. Her twin ponytails swayed, her enchanting eyes sparkling like a crescent moon. All right then, let us not discuss filming for now. Let us stroll through the snack street. I'm starving. Jiang Shueli had a simple plan in mind, to reel in the big fish slowly. If she could win over Jiang Muye, perhaps he would relent. God is here. Enjoy some fried dumplings. Laui presented them. I want to eat yours. Jiang Shueli gazed longingly at Jiang Muye. Without hesitation, he handed her a portion of fried dumplings, which she had originally purchased. Lao Wu, please prepare another for me. Jiang Muye decided to order one for himself. Jiang Shueli had merely hoped for Jiang Muye to feed her a bite, but was taken aback when he ordered another for himself. She pouted, wondering why anyone would resist her charm. Had her allure diminished? Lao Wu swiftly prepared another serving for Jiang Muye, who attempted to pay, only for Jiang Shueli to quickly scan the payment code. Jiang Muye sighed. As a woman, why do you need such swift fingers? It's like you're scanning in a split second. Jiang Shueli proudly replied, there are certainly advantages, such as covering your bill. She smiled, declaring, today, Miss Jiang will pay for everything. That's unnecessary. I have money, Jiang Muye insisted, unwilling to owe Jiang Shueli any favors, fearing she might use it as leverage to coerce him into filming later. Besides, he had more than enough money, struggling to spend his allowance from his aunt. If he didn't spend 10 million in a week, she would scold him again, perhaps even doubling his allowance like last week. Jiang Muye pulled 100 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Jiang Shueli, saying, here, keep the change. Jiang Shueli refused to accept it. She intended to use the opportunity of treating him to enhance her favorability. If Jiang Muye was unwilling, her scheme would fail. I have money too. Jiang Shueli chuckled, teasing Jiang Muye. If you insist on returning it, why not return it in kind? No offense, but human trafficking is illegal, Jiang Muye replied flatly. Jiang Shueli grew anxious. I meant to borrow you for a day. Not happening, Jiang Muye stated firmly. All right then, I'll accept this 100 for now. Jiang Shueli snatched the bill from him. Seeing her take it, Jiang Muye thought it would not lead to further complications, and he began to eat the fried dumplings. One must admit, Lao Wu's fried dumplings were truly exceptional. The surface was golden and crispy, and when bitten into, they were hot and juicy, with the filling spilling out in abundance. Jiang Muye, unprepared, bit down and splattered juice everywhere, accidentally hitting Jiang Shueli's delicate and charming face. Jiang Shueli stared at Jiang Muye in surprise. Droplets of juice trickling down her face, accentuating her lovely features, even glistening on her full red lips, making her look all the more alluring. The little dove and the others gasped. Such a stunning beauty, who was also famous, might have a fiery temper. Now that Jiang Muye had made such a mess, she would surely be furious. Jiang Muye felt awkward, blaming himself for not controlling the situation better. Are you burnt? Let me wipe it off, he said apologetically, realizing it was his fault and feeling the need to make amends. He took out a tissue and began to dab Jiang Shueli's face. Her heart-shaped face was full of collagen, and even after wiping away the juice, she remained refreshingly beautiful. Surprisingly, Jiang Muye did not seem angry, but instead relished Jiang Muye's attention. If you feel guilty, why not film with me? Jiang Muye replied. I think I'd prefer to consider other options. Jiang Muye pouted her red lips, but you've made me wet. Don't you think you should take responsibility? It wasn't intentional. I'm just trying to make amends. Jiang Muye glanced at Jiang Muye and added, I genuinely dislike filming. It's exhausting and tough. Most importantly, after the production, I have to endure the scrutiny of outsiders, which brings about trouble. Being the center of attention everywhere is quite uncomfortable. Besides, the cosplay community has too many rules, and I dislike being constrained. Just because I appreciate the anime world doesn't mean I want to become a cosplayer. On the contrary, you could gain a lot of popularity, and many girls would adore you. Jiang Muye exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, the little dove interjected, Jiang Muye. He really doesn't lack admirers. Exactly. If I recall correctly, besides you, the other 3 campus beauties are quite fond of him. Lao he added. Kaizi nodded. I can attest to that. Jiang Muye, having been named one of the 4 campus beauties, was aware of the others. However, she had spent most of her time skipping classes to work in her studio or filming elsewhere, so she had little interest in school gossip. But hearing that the other 3 campus beauties were pursuing Jiang Muye made her admire him even more. As expected of my idol. He is incredible. Jiang Muye smiled wryly. He would rather not have the affection of so many girls. He only desired the affection of the one he liked. All right, let us explore more. I'm craving hot and sour noodles. Jiang Muye signaled to the little dove, implying they should leave. Having shared a bed before, they understood what Jiang Muye was thinking. The little dove nodded. Yes, let us grab some things and head back to the dorm. It's too cold outside. Sound good. Let us go. Jiang Muye cheerfully followed Jiang Muye, matching his pace closely. Jiang Muye couldn't dismiss Jiang Muye. After all, she hadn't done anything wrong, and the snack street wasn't his. He contemplated that perhaps he could buy out the snack street and add a menu of his liking later. Boss, I'll have a serving, mildly spicy, with cilantro. Jiang Muye ordered his beloved hot and sour noodles. Although he was fond of spicy food, it felt bland without any heat. The little dove chimed in, Boss, give me a serving too. Make it super spicy. As long as I don't die from the spice. Keep adding. Jiang Muye instinctively glanced at the little dove. Will you even be able to exit the restroom tomorrow? The little dove murmured to Jiang Muye, Let us not discuss this in front of the goddess. We can talk about it in private. Chapter 75. Out of bed. Unrecognizable, get lost. Who's sharing a bed with you? Don't tarnish my reputation, Jiang Muye chuckled. Ah, out of bed and unrecognizable. Xiao Beige teased after poking Jiang Muye's arm. As she prepared to pay, Jiang Muye had already handed the 100 yuan that Jiang Muye had given her to the owner, saying, Boss, change please. Aren't we supposed to split the bill? Jiang Muye expressed his astonishment. However, it was never stated that you wouldn't be paying, Jiang Muye replied with a radiant smile. I simply used the money you just gave me. I stopped using cash long ago. It's too easy to lose. Just let me spend it. Jiang Muye found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, he decided to let her pay since the words had already been spoken. I'm going to buy a skewer of cheese rice cakes, and also get some Odin for Xiaoyu. She loves it, Kaizi said to Jiang Muye. Oldie chimed in, I'll go too. Kaizi, wait for me. I need to bring something for Jingjing. Otherwise, she'll complain relentlessly. Xiao Beige grinned at Jiang Muye. I'm going to buy something too. Xiao wants to eat Xinjiang fried rice noodles. Go ahead, Jiang Muye replied, feeling indifferent. What more could he eat? He was already full from the dog food. Jiang Muye looked at Jiang Muye and smiled gently. I want to eat roasted sweet potato skins. You go buy it, Jiang Muye suggested. You should buy it for me, Jiang Muye chuckled. You're the only single dog here. It would be too awkward for you not to buy something for someone. Thank you, but it's fine. I'm also a single dog. We are in the same boat. Jiang Muye replied with a slight smile. What do you like to eat? I can go buy it for you, and then you can buy me roasted sweet potato skins. Jiang Muye suggested, her cheeks brightening with joy. Since we are both single dogs, why not huddle together for warmth? Jiang Muye helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, but no thanks. Then wait for me. I'll go buy something, Jiang Muye said, winking at Jiang Muye before dashing off, reminding him to wait. Jiang Muye remained where he was, as the sour and spicy noodles were not ready yet, so he simply waited. After scrolling through his phone for a while, Jiang Muye received a WeChat notification. Upon opening it, he found a message from Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli, have you eaten yet? Jiang Muye, I'm about to eat. I bought some snacks from the food street. Lung Ruoli, what did you buy? Initially, Lung Ruoli intended to invite Jiang Muye to dine together. But since he had already purchased food, she decided not to insist. There would be other opportunities. She simply missed him and wanted to chat. Jiang Muye snapped a photo of the sour and spicy noodle stall and sent it to Lung Ruoli. Sour and spicy noodles. And I also got a portion of pan-fried dumplings. There's leftover Baosher cake in the dorm. It's enough. By the way, thank you for the Baosher cake you bought yesterday. It was delicious. Lung Ruoli, if you like it, I'll buy it for you again. After typing, she nervously awaited his response. Just a few seconds later, her phone chimed with a new message. Jiang Muye, no need. A hint of disappointment washed over Lung Ruoli. She had been rejected again. Ding dong. Her phone alerted her once more. Jiang Muye, next time, let us go buy it together. I've heard the freshly made ones are the best. Upon reading Jiang Muye's words, Lung Ruoli felt a warmth wash over her. Her heart felt as if it had been sweetened with honey. She quickly typed a response. Okay. She began to envision the scene of going out with Jiang Muye, which made her chuckle softly. At that moment, Jiang Muye, seeing Lung Ruoli's reply, felt his gaze soften. Amidst the bustling crowd, the clamor of arguments, and the honking cars, nothing could distract him. He looked at his phone screen, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Jiang Muye, have you eaten yet? Lung Ruoli, not yet. I was planning to wait for Lu Jie to return from the show before eating. Jiang Muye, shall I bring you something? What do you want? Lung Ruoli, I want to eat the same as you. Eating the same? Wouldn't that be the spicy sour noodles? Jiang Muye promptly declined, replying, the sour and spicy noodles are very spicy, and you have a cold. It's not good for your throat. Lung Ruoli stared at her phone screen. Why did these ordinary words, when combined, evoke such warmth? She felt as though spring had arrived, melting away the chill of winter. Just because of his concern, she found herself rolling around on her bed with her pillow, her legs kicking in excitement. Suddenly, she worried that she might be taking too long to reply. Would Jiang Muye be waiting too long? Hastily, she sent a voice message. Okay, I want to eat the sour and spicy noodles. What do you think is good? Upon receiving Lung Ruoli's voice message, Jiang Muye opened it. Her voice was soft and sweet, gentle as water, and it was clear she was speaking in a tranquil atmosphere. Jiang Muye felt a wave of tenderness wash over him, the air around him tinged with sweetness. He quickly replied, wait for me. On the other end, she responded, okay, her tone obedient and sweet. Although Jiang Muye couldn't see Lung Ruoli, he felt as if he could visualize her beautiful face, eagerly waiting, so innocent and pure. A smile involuntarily tugged at Jiang Muye's lips. He began to seek out suitable food to buy for Lung Ruoli, and after a brief search, he made his choices and purchased them. Carrying the food back, he returned to the stall of sour and spicy noodles, which was now ready. Jiang Muye took it without hesitation. Coincidentally, Xiao Beige and the others returned, each carrying food for their girlfriends. Let's head back. Xiao Beige said to Jiang Muye with a grin, it's freezing. I miss the air conditioning in the dorm. Just a minute, Jiang Muye replied. What's wrong? Are we waiting for someone? Xiao Beige asked in confusion. Who do you think? Jiang Muye shot a glance at Xiao Beige. After a quick survey, Xiao Beige realized. Where's Goddess Jiang? Where did she go? I don't know. She left a while ago, Jiang Muye replied casually. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of running feet echoed nearby. Who? Good thing you haven't left. Jiang Shuili dashed over, her twin ponytails flying in the wind, a joyful smile on her beautiful face, her bags swaying as she ran. Where'd you buy? Jiang Muye asked, eyeing the heavy bags. Jiang Shuili smiled brightly. I bought snacks and fruits. Oh, let us head back, Jiang Muye nodded. Thus, the group made their way back to the school. However, just before Jiang Shuili reached her dormitory, she suddenly made a surprising move that left Jiang Muye utterly astonished. Chapter 76. Rest assured, I have a secret weapon. Jiang Shuili promptly extended the bag in her hand towards Jiang Muye, saying here. Jiang Muye, taken aback by her gesture, inquired, is this for me? Who else would it be for? Am I supposed to carry it for you? Jiang Shuili replied with a faint smile. The onlookers, including Xiao Baigu, were astonished. Why did such good fortune always befall Jiang Muye? It seemed every goddess was utterly devoted to him, and so generous as well. No, thank you, Jiang Muye replied courteously. Although he appreciated her kind gesture, he chose to decline. Congratulations, host. You have declined Jiang Muye's offer of fruit and received 200 chi value. You are awarded a traditional courtyard house in Kyoto, the deed of which is now in your drawer. A traditional courtyard house in Kyoto? Such a treasure was beyond monetary reach and in high demand. The system was finally taking off. Jiang Muye was quite pleased. This courtyard would be perfect for his parents' retirement. He wondered if he could see the forbidden city from the window. Turning to the system, he stated from now on, let the rewards be based on this standard and increase from there. Understood? System. Rewards are randomly matched. You may enter the lottery pool for a chance at extraordinary prizes. Jiang Muye decided not to be too harsh on the poor system. After all, he was not just providing for it, but also for his dormitory. Jiang Muye began to stuff several bags into Lao He's arms, instructing, take these back. Sure thing. Lao He smiled at Jiang Muye. Come on, just accept her kindness. Observing Lao He's delighted demeanor, Jiang Muye felt it would be impolite to refuse, so he said to Jiang Muye, thank you. Jiang Muye flashed a sweet smile. It's nothing. I bought it with your money anyway. All right, I must return to the dormitory now. And with that, she dashed off. Lao He, cradling the snacks and fruits, beamed. Jiang Muye is truly generous, buying so many delicious treats. All you think about is food. Don't you know that those who eat are soft-hearted? Fine, you could divide it among yourselves in the dorm. I'll come by later, Jiang Muye said, prompting curiosity from Kai Zi. What's up? Aren't you heading back to the dorm? I have some matters to attend to first. I'll come back after, Jiang Muye replied, not forgetting to bring food for Lung Ruoli. All right. With that, a few of his roommates headed back. As Jiang Muye approached the girls' dormitory, he spotted a graceful figure standing there. In the wind, her delicate face was flushed from the cold, her light brown hair cascading over her shoulders. Dressed in a white coat, she resembled a celestial being gracing the earth, enchanting and captivating. The male students passing by couldn't help but turn their heads in unison to glance at her. Yet, she was undeterred by their gazes, firmly scanning her surroundings as if waiting for someone. Jiang Muye hurried towards her, mildly reproaching Lung Ruoli. Why are you waiting here in such thin clothing? You girls would rather freeze than forego looking pretty, wouldn't you? Upon seeing Jiang Muye, her bright eyes curved into crescents as she instinctively smiled. I'm not cold. I just came down, and I've applied heat patches. As Lung Ruoli slightly opened her white coat, Jiang Muye noticed several heat patches on her sweater. She appeared anything but the type to use such patches, yet here she was proudly displaying them, looking utterly adorable. But even with those patches, you'll still feel cold. And why open your coat? Isn't that even colder? You're already unwell, Jiang Muye chided as he set his things down and began to assist her. He took the initiative to zip up her coat. Lung Ruoli gazed as long, fair fingers distinctly shaped, a pair of exceptionally attractive hands that were now fastening her zipper. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Acutely aware of his refreshing citrus scent and the warmth emanating from his fingertips, she was too shy to meet his gaze, feeling his warm hand brush against her body. Phew! Lung Ruoli's breath quickened. All set, Jiang Muye's magnetic voice resonated. Lung Ruoli shyly murmured a soft Jiang Muye observed her flushed face, his own breath becoming uneven, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. So are you still cold? Jiang Muye posed a question. Not too bad, how about you? Lung Ruoli shyly replied, her eyes on him. I'm fine. Boys can endure a bit less clothing, Jiang Muye casually remarked. That's not acceptable, Lung Ruoli countered. You can't be reckless. You'll catch a cold. I've suffered enough. You can't be the next. With that, she solemnly removed the scarf from her neck. Jiang Muye was taken aback. What are you doing? It's freezing. He attempted to protest, but Lung Ruoli shook her head. You wear it. No, I genuinely want to catch a cold. My constitution is excellent, he insisted, not jesting. Thanks to the powerful tonic provided by the system, he felt invigorated and robust, impervious to ailments. As he spoke, he caught a whiff of a captivating fragrance and felt her cool hand graze his neck. The atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension, making Jiang Muye struggle to breathe. He fixated on the earnest girl before him, her features delicate, resilient, and undeniably beautiful. You must take care of your health. She stood on tiptoe and wrapped the scarf around Jiang Muye's neck. The chill of the wind was replaced by the warmth from her body, a lingering heat that made him feel comforted. Jiang Muye's heart calmed, and he felt as if the entire world had quieted down. Only the gentle kiss of her warmth lingered, enchanting him. He looked down at the scarf draped around him, his expression softening. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable joy. Jiang Muye couldn't help but fondly tousle the scarf, saying to Lung Ruoli, "Thank you. This is called reciprocity." Lung Ruoli blushed. "You bought me dinner, so I should repay you. I just thought to bring something along. I didn't expect a return," Jiang Muye replied candidly. "I was just doing the same," Lung Ruoli said, her eyelashes fluttering. "But you mustn't fall ill." "Enough of that. Hurry back upstairs. It's freezing. Have you recovered from your cold?" Jiang Muye's brows furrowed as he gathered the food and led Lung Ruoli to the shelter near the dormitory. "Much better. The medicine is a bit bitter, but don't skip it," he advised. Lung Ruoli nodded. "Okay." Jiang Muye began handing her food, saying, "Here, take this. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought a few things." "Thank you," Lung Ruoli replied, her tone sweet and innocent. "Quickly head upstairs. I'll be leaving too," Jiang Muye called to her, waving goodbye as he donned his hood and made his way back to his dormitory. "Goodbye." Lung Ruoli watched Jiang Muye's retreating figure, reluctant to look away. Unable to contain her delight, she broke into a shy smile and scampered back to her dormitory. Once inside, she became curious about what Jiang Muye had bought. What did he get? Chapter 77. Your intentions towards the cold school beauty are rather unwholesome. As it turned out, Lung Ruoli discovered an assortment of delicacies within a bag. In addition to chaozhou porridge, there were shrimp dumplings, soup dumplings, radish cakes, vegetable buns, and layered pancakes. The abundance of food was quite astonishing. Was this a casual purchase? How prideful! Lung Ruoli's gaze softened considerably, which only made her fonder of him. Although the portions were excessive, she could hardly finish them all, as just a bowl of porridge would suffice. Nonetheless, she endeavored to sample a bit of everything, until, to her surprise, she unearthed something particularly special at the bottom of the bag. This unexpected find elicited a chuckle from Lung Ruoli. At that moment, Jiang Muye had returned to the dormitory. As he entered, wrapped in a scarf, the little dove, who had been enjoying some noodles, paused to inspect him, stroking his chin and observing, "Wait a minute. What's going on? What's wrong?" Jiang Muye queried, placing his sour and spicy noodles on the table, bemused. The little dove smirked knowingly. "You weren't wearing a scarf just now, right? Hee, why the sudden change? Mind your own business. You're not the only one here, along with those two silly dogs," Jiang Muye retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the little dove. "Go spend time with your girlfriend. Suya is busy studying English today, so I'm left alone in the dormitory," he continued. But the little dove leaned in, sniffing the air. "It smells delicious." "You're a weirdo. If you keep this up, I'll kick you out," Jiang Muye warned, shoving the little dove away. "You smell like a girl's perfume, and that scarf is clearly feminine. Now, spill it. Where did you go? Get lost. I'm going to beat you up for being so disgusting," Jiang Muye laughed. "All right, just tell me where the scarf came from, and I'll let you off the hook. Keep this up, and you can forget about me helping you with your paper," Jiang Muye replied. "Please, I'm sorry. Forgive me," the little dove begged, attempting to cling to him. If no one helped with his paper, the professor would surely fail him. "Look at your pride." Jiang Muye scoffed. "Can pride fill my stomach? I still need your help with the paper," the little dove flattered. "Enough. I'm eating my noodles now, or they get cold." Jiang Muye dismissed him and began to eat. After a single mouthful, Jiang Muye started to huff and puff, overwhelmed by the spiciness. Is the owner from Chongqing or Sichuan? How can mild spice be this intense? He felt as if the owner had conspired to induce his demise with the heat. He quickly grabbed some milk to alleviate the burn, but the spiciness lingered. Meanwhile, the little dove, slurping his noodles, suddenly exchanged glances with Jiang Muye. "No wonder I thought my bowl was tasteless. I must have taken the wrong one." Jiang Muye shot him a glare. "Do you believe I won't take a knife to you? I suspect you are the one trying to harm me." The little dove chuckled nervously. I was mistaken. Let's swap back. You finished yours? Fine, I'll endure it. It's spicy, but it's truly delicious." Jiang Muye fought valiantly against the intense heat, nearly brought to tears. Just as he finished, his mouth swollen from the spice, his phone pinged with a message. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was from Lung Ruoli, who had sent a photograph of a candied hawthorn skewer. Lung Ruoli, did you buy me candied hawthorn? Jiang Muye, I noticed someone was feeling unwell and needed some cheering up. After all, someone once used cotton candy to comfort me, so I believed in reciprocity. Upon seeing Jiang Muye's reply, Lung Ruoli smiled sweetly, holding the skewer in her hand, her beautiful eyes radiating warmth. She continued typing away. As Jiang Muye discarded the takeout box, another notification chimed in. Lung Ruoli, the ailing individual seems to be quite pleased. She followed up with a cheerful cat emoji. Jiang Muye responded with an emoji of his own. It sparked a playful exchange of images between them. Jiang Muye showcased his finest collection of stickers. They traded dozens of images, and he keenly noticed that one of the stickers Lung Ruoli had sent was identical to one he had just sent. Feeling triumphant, he declared, "You stole my image. I caught you." Lung Ruoli's face flushed with embarrassment at being discovered. She replied, "Aren't you guilty of the same? If others don't post, how can you save them?" "Fine, I concede. You win this round. You may save them all," Jiang Muye admitted. "I will do the same." As Jiang Muye held his phone, reluctant to set it down, he noticed Kai Zi and Lao He returning. Jiang Muye exclaimed in surprise, "Back so soon? We've been gone for over 4 hours. Is that quick? It's nearly lights out." Lao He was taken aback. "Is it almost 10 already?" Jiang Muye was incredulous. "I haven't even showered yet. I'll have to bathe in the dark. Damn, I haven't washed my underwear or socks. Time truly flies by without notice. Go on, or you'll really have to shower in the dark," Lao He teased. "All right," Jiang Muye replied, then sent a message to Lung Ruoli. "It's almost lights out. I'm going to shower now. You should hurry to bed." Lung Ruoli, "Okay." After messaging Lung Ruoli, Jiang Muye contentedly made his way to the bathroom. However, as soon as he entered, the lights flickered out. "Damn, it's lights out. Outside," the little dove lamented. "Crap. My computer just died because of the power cut." The dormitory Annie is too punctual. Kaizi nodded in agreement. Who can argue? "I forgot to charge mine. Does anyone have a power bank?" Meanwhile, Lao He was thoroughly amused. "Haha, I truly feel for Mai. He must shower in utter darkness. How delightful. Damn it, Lao He, you silly dog. I heard that. I'll deal with you later." Jiang Muye shouted angrily from the bathroom. Lao He continued to laugh heartily. "Just wait." Jiang Muye decided that he would make Lao He pay later. But for now, the immediate concern was how to shower in such darkness. Jiang Muye inquired of the system, "What should I do now? Do you have any solutions?" The system replied, "It's quite simple, host. You can enter the system marketplace and use your spirit points to purchase an all-purpose power bank. It will provide power to any device, charging it to full in an instant, so you needn't worry about the power outage." Jiang Muye glanced at the all-purpose power bank, which required 200 spirit points. Fortunately, he had enough. Thus, Jiang Muye redeemed the all-purpose power bank. Upon redemption, he quickly grasped the skill. Following the system's instructions, the light bulb soon illuminated once more, filling the room with brightness. "Wow, this is amazing!" Jiang Muye exclaimed with glee. It truly was a marvelous item. He no longer feared the lights going out. Surely, the dormitory Annie would never anticipate his newfound trick. He proceeded to enjoy a comfortable shower in the dormitory. However, just as he was getting into it, the hot water ran out. Jiang Muye exclaimed in dismay. "Have these brutes used up all the hot water?" Chapter 78. Enabling brothers to prosper. The system prompted, "Host, do not worry. You possess the skill of thought control." Upon hearing this, Jiang Muye realized his oversight. Indeed, how could he have forgotten such an extraordinary ability? He promptly began to utilize his thought control, and before long, the cold water transformed into blissfully warm water. The experience was utterly delightful. There was no need to insert a card to heat the water, allowing him to enjoy a thoroughly comfortable shower. Unlike before, when he had to rush, he now leisurely took a warm bath, dressed at his own pace, and dried his hair. Hearing the sound of a hairdryer from within, the others outside were puzzled. What is going on? Where did that hairdryer come from? They wondered. Isn't the power supposed to be off? It seemed to be emanating from the bathroom. What was happening? However, it appeared that Muye had become so engrossed in his indulgent bathing that he had yet to emerge. Old He, desperate to relieve himself, quickly got out of bed to investigate. To his surprise, as the bathroom door swung open, Jiang Muye swaggered out, leaving Old He wide-eyed with disbelief at the brightly lit interior. What is going on? The lights are supposed to be out, he exclaimed. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Muye replied. I don't know. Perhaps there is a problem with the circuit, and the bathroom lights remain on. Really? Old He's excitement surged. This was a tremendous benefit. How wonderful. No more using a flashlight to navigate to the restroom. The corridor featured a communal bathroom that remained illuminated all night, but due to their laziness, they often settled for using the facilities in their own dormitory. Who was just relishing this misfortune? I think it's time to teach him a lesson, Jiang Muye said, cracking his knuckles ominously and approaching old He, who was now visibly frightened. He forced a smile and said, Brother, I was wrong. Can we let this go? Jiang Muye instinctively began to administer a playful punishment to instill a sense of propriety in old He. The latter nearly burst into tears, lamenting, You are heartless. You are ungrateful. Yet under Jiang Muye's menacing gaze, old He stifled his outcry and instead gave a thumbs up, saying, You are truly a good person. Foolish dog. Weren't you just heading to the restroom? Aren't you desperate? Jiang Muye teased. Remembering his own business, he said, I need to take care of that now. Old He, still chuckling, entered the bathroom. Jiang Muye, in a playful mood, abruptly turned off the lights. Where's my light? It's pitch black. Old He exclaimed. Jiang Muye laughed heartily. You'll have to navigate the restroom in complete darkness. How exhilarating. Old He, who often attracted attention from many beautiful girls, found himself lamenting, This is so unfair. After the jesting had run its course, Jiang Muye, unwilling to truly leave his brother in darkness, restored the lights. What is going on? The power's back? Old He was astonished. It seems the lights have developed a fondness for you. Cherish this moment, Jiang Muye remarked. What do you mean? Am I that twisted? Hurry up and go, he said, raising an eyebrow at old He, who was indeed a foolish dog. Get out of here, you silly dog. Old He laughed. I'm off. Take your time. After their banter, Jiang Muye returned to his bed. He pressed the lamp switch, but it was lifeless. No matter. This is trivial for me. He had not forgotten the all-purpose power bank he had just exchanged for. With a flick of his will, the lamp sprang to life. What a delightful feeling. As for his phone being out of battery, that was even simpler. With a mere thought, the battery, which had been at 20%, was instantly restored to full charge. No longer would he worry about his phone dying, nor would he need to hunt for sockets or power banks. It felt like unlocking a new feature, saving him a fortune and providing immense convenience. The following day, brilliant sunlight filtered through the ivy draping over the boys' dormitory, stealthily creeping onto the windowsill, attempting to escape through the curtain's seam. Suddenly, the curtains were drawn wide open, and the sunlight flooded in. This commotion disturbed the slumbering Jiang Muye, causing discomfort in his eyes. He instinctively shielded them with his hand and mumbled, Oh heavens, how can I sleep now? He was not alone. Groans of discontent arose all around. I still wanted to catch some more sleep. I'm so tired after chatting with Suya all night. Little Dove, with sleepiness etched on her face, rubbed her eyes, clearly exhausted. Pull the curtains back, I want to sleep. Old He, in a foul mood, buried his face in his pillow. Enough of this sleeping. We have class this morning, and attendance will be strictly enforced. It's old Lin's class. Do you dare miss it? The curtain puller was Kaizi, the dorm leader. His primary responsibilities included monitoring dorm cleanliness and ensuring the three lazy ones got out of bed. Old Lin was a strict professional course instructor with extensive connections, always introducing outstanding interns to various companies. Naturally, everyone was eager to attend his classes and reluctant to offend him, as they all aspired to leverage old Lin's resources to advance their careers. Why didn't you say so? I'll get up now. Little Dove's drowsiness vanished in an instant. Oldie tossed aside his pillow and hurriedly began dressing. Only Jiang Muye remained sprawled on his bed. Kaizi began to pat Jiang Muye's bedside, urging him, All right, wake up. It's old Lin's class. Oh, it's just old Lin's class. I can sleep a bit longer, Jiang Muye replied, nonchalantly, choosing to linger in bed a while longer. I see you're asking for trouble. Are you not afraid that old Lin will whip you with his little whip? Oldie joked. The teacher cannot inflict corporal punishment. Jiang Muye retorted. Little Dove added, Aren't you afraid he won't recommend you for a good internship? His connections are solid. We're all counting on performing well for him to introduce us to stable jobs. Jiang Muye lazily squinted his eyes and said, We don't need his recommendation. We could just go straight to work at the company. Little Dove and the others suddenly felt small. Jiang Muye was the heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. He was not one of them, the ordinary folk. His family truly had a throne to inherit. Little Dove muttered, "You're the prince. We're not the same. We don't inherit billions. We'll just have to be regular employees. I'll never be an employee. That's out of the question for me. You'll come to my company as executives." Jiang Muye raised an eyebrow and proclaimed, "We'll earn money together." "Your company? Chin Group? You haven't even taken over yet. And isn't it focused on overseas business? That doesn't align with our design major," Kaizi queried, perplexed. Jiang Muye lazily replied, "I've started my own venture, acquiring land for development and purchasing several small companies, including a design firm now managed by professionals." "Which one? Is it a studio?" Little Dove asked eagerly, intrigued by this revelation. This was the first time he had heard of it, and his interest had piqued. Kaizi and the others believed Jiang Muye had money but lacked connections, likely running small companies with just over 20 employees, given the risks involved. Chapter 79 His WeChat is accessed through me. Jiang Muye said lightly, "It's all right. It's a reputable design company." "Reputable?" the three exclaimed in unison. "Indeed." Jiang Muye nodded. "What's the matter? Are you joking? Reputable is a giant enterprise with over 1,000 employees. Is this a small company?" Kaizi gritted his teeth. Little Dove's eyes sparkled with envy. "You're right. Do you know? Old Lin recommended a few seniors to enter, and I was utterly envious. I heard the salaries and benefits are exceptionally high, and yet you call it a small company? What would you consider a large company then? Perhaps something like Chung Group?" Jiang Muye pondered. Everyone gasped. Yes, Jiang Muye will eventually possess a fortune of billions, but he has to inherit Chun Group. The issue is that Chun Group is among the top 50 enterprises in Asia. Of course, it's a large company. However, reputable is certainly not that small. Jiang Muye's ambitions are far-reaching, and his worth has long surpassed that of the average person. Hence, he perceives reputable as not an extraordinary opportunity. In reality, reputable is already viewed as a coveted prize by many. "Phew, I want to cling to the big shot," Little Dove sighed. "So do I," Kaizi nodded. "Count me in. With me, you'll enjoy the best of everything," Jiang Muye succinctly stated. "Brother, what do you call this entrepreneurship? You have a ready-made, profitable project in your hands," Kaizi lamented, realizing that the large company they aspired to join was merely a stepping stone for Jiang Muye. It seems their horizons were too narrow. Then why not come to the company and be executives? We can make money together. Jiang Muye raised an eyebrow. Who wouldn't he want to cling to a ready-made opportunity? Little Dove was eager. Oldie was equally excited. "Take me with you. But don't go back on your word when it's time to earn." "Of course not. Am I that kind of person?" Jiang Muye smirked. "If you need any help, just let me know. I may not go through fire and water for you, but I can assist with small matters." His roommates understood Jiang Muye's character well after 2 years of camaraderie. He was focused, determined, and most importantly, loyal. Once he made a promise, he would not go back on it. They all felt fortunate to have made the right friends. After all, being friends with a big shot is quite exhilarating. Following Jiang Muye meant enjoying a life of luxury, and ascending to the pinnacle of success was merely a matter of time. "Shall we sleep a little longer?" Little Dove suggested playfully. "What are you thinking? Do you really believe ID lays about? Show some respect for old Lin. We shouldn't make him feel down. Even if I can secure you internships, what about graduation? You think old Lin would let you fail this course?" Jiang Muye raised an eyebrow, hitting the nail on the head. "Wow, you've hit the point. I better hurry up and get ready." Little Dove quickly sprang from her bed, no longer wanting to dawdle. To avoid regretting a potential failure later, Jiang Muye remained calm amidst the flurry of activity around him. He merely drew the curtain, and with a flick of his thought, his clothes were donned in mere seconds. As Jiang Muye pulled the curtain aside and stepped out of bed, Little Dove was taken aback. "What the heck? What's your speed?" Jiang Muye glanced back. "That's what a real man does." "Nonsense. A real man should take his time. If you're this fast, the girls will think you're lacking," Little Dove teased. "Don't drive recklessly. Compared to me, you wouldn't even be able to hold the steering wheel properly, and the tires would run over your face before you even realized I was driving." Jiang Muye shot a look at Little Dove. "Feeling embarrassed? You're the legendary expert driver. When it comes to speed, I can't compare to you," Little Dove joked. Jiang Muye huffed. "Just so you know." He headed for the restroom, where toothpaste automatically dispensed onto his toothbrush transforming under his mental command into an electric toothbrush. As he enjoyed the service of the electric toothbrush, Jiang Muye rinsed his mouth a few times and used a towel to dry his face. In no time, he completed his morning routine comfortably. Upon exiting, he noticed a scarf on the table, and his gaze softened instantly. Without hesitation, he wrapped it around his neck. Kai Zi, observing this, remarked curiously, "My, it's over 10 degrees today, so warm. Why are you wearing a scarf? Mind your own business. I get cold easily." Jiang Muye shot a sidelong glance at Kai Zi. In reality, he intended to wear the scarf to class and return it to Lung Ruoli afterward, not expecting Kai Zi to notice. Little Dove, however, was giggling uncontrollably. Kai Zi, puzzled, asked, "What is so funny?" Little Dove, holding her stomach, chuckled, "Oh, I was just thinking how one thing can counter another." "What on earth are you talking about? I can't understand you." "Speak plainly," Kai Zi questioned. "Some things can only be understood, not explained," Little Dove replied mysteriously with a smile. Jiang Muye rolled his eyes. "I think you're getting a bit too excited. Waiting for F.A. Hai to come collect you? Haha, are you the stinky monk? I actually think you could shave your head and become the most handsome abbot. You're itching for a fight." Jiang Muye began rolling up his sleeves, ready for action. Little Dove quickly pleaded, "Stop, stop. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Let us go to the cafeteria. I'm starving." "Let us go," Jiang Muye agreed, feeling a bit hungry himself. Thus, Jiang Muye followed Little Dove and the others to buy breakfast and headed to the professional classroom to eat. Soon after finishing their professional class, they returned in groups. Jiang Muye turned in another direction, saying, "I have something to take care of. You all head back." "Okay," the others agreed, having things to attend to as well. Jiang Muye ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he waited at the classroom door. Through the entrance, he caught sight of a girl in the last row packing her belongings. Today, her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and she wore a light pink long-sleeve sweater and a pleated skirt, exuding a pure and beautiful aura. With her fair skin and red lips, she stood out in the crowd. Jiang Muye revealed a slightly roguish smile and lazily crossed his arms, waiting at the door. To his surprise, a few girls came out and immediately recognized him. "You're Jiang Muye from the design department, right? Can we add each other on WeChat?" "Yes. We could go to the cafeteria for a meal together or even sing at KTV. You would turn us down, would you?" Clearly, they were not waiting for Jiang Muye's refusal. They began presenting their WeChat codes, eager for him to scan them. Watching their actions, Jiang Muye squinted, feeling reluctant. "I'm sorry, I didn't bring my phone. We can accompany you to your dorm to get it." The girls gazed at the tall and handsome Jiang Muye, unable to tear their eyes away. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping to have their WeChat added. Jiang Muye felt helpless. He didn't want to be too harsh. But couldn't they sense his clear refusal? Just as he prepared to decline outright, a clear voice interrupted. "Excuse me, his account is logged in through me, so it might not be convenient." Jiang Muye turned sharply toward the voice and saw the graceful Lung Ruoli. Chapter 80. Lung Ruoli. "You have exposed yourself," though Lung Ruoli wore a smile. Her eyes harbored a glint of frigid danger, causing the girls who had been relentlessly pursuing Jiang Muye to feel a sudden unease. They certainly did not wish to offend Lung Ruoli, a wealthy heiress with both power and influence. Moreover, the implications of her demeanor were unmistakably clear. They were either in a romantic relationship or something akin to it. Otherwise, why would she allow someone else access to such a personal WeChat account? Reluctantly, they decided to retreat, stating, "Very well, we shall take our leave." After the girls departed, a shy warmth enveloped Lung Ruoli, prompting her to hurriedly approach Jiang Muye to apologize. "I am sorry for taking the liberty to say those things. It was primarily because—" Jiang Muye interrupted her gently. "It's all right. You were merely helping me." Lung Ruoli paused, momentarily taken aback as she beheld the handsome figure before her. Adorned in the scarf she had gifted him the previous day, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "As long as you don't mind. But what brings you to find me?" Instinctively, Jiang Muye removed the scarf from around his neck and, in an instant, tied it around Lung Ruoli's delicate, fair neck. She gazed at him in astonishment, feeling the warmth radiating from the scarf, infused with his unique essence, subdued, comforting, fragrant, and refreshing, evoking every delightful adjective she could conjure. Her heart raced, as if a wild fawn were bounding uncontrollably within her. With a soft smile, Jiang Muye replied, I merely wish to return what belongs to you. Lung Ruoli's beautiful face was suffused with a blush as she shyly responded, I could have fetched it myself. It was merely a coincidence that I encountered you. Feigning nonchalance, Jiang Muye stated, Thank you. Lung Ruoli's smile blossomed like a flower. Have you recovered from your cold? I am well now. Then I shall take my leave, Jiang Muye said, nodding at her. With a bashful nod, Lung Ruoli agreed. Just as Jiang Muye was about to stride forward, he heard a light voice call out, Wait. He turned abruptly. Lung Ruoli was rushing towards him, but, unable to control her speed, stumbled into his embrace. The suddenness of the moment caused Jiang Muye to instinctively take a step back, yet he managed to steady her delicate form in his arms. As the unexpected encounter unfolded, he could feel the rapid beating of her heart mingling with his own, a chaotic symphony of breaths. Just a moment prior, their lips had almost brushed against one another, an intoxicating proximity that left Jiang Muye entranced by her luscious, crimson lips, perfectly shaped and enticingly inviting. In that fleeting instant, he felt a surge of longing to kiss her fervently. However, at the very moment he leaned in, Lung Ruoli, blushing, murmured, I'm sorry. I didn't manage to stop in time. She extricated herself from his embrace and lowered her head, the warmth of her presence dissipating. Jiang Muye, momentarily dazed by the encounter, realized he had nearly succumbed to temptation. A tangle of emotions coursed through him. Relief for not having acted inappropriately, yet regret for not having seized the moment. A moment later, he noticed a warmth on his shoe and glanced down to find Lung Ruoli kneeling, tying his shoelaces. It was the first time a girl had done such a thing for him, igniting warmth in his heart. His cheeks flushed as he protested, No, I can do it myself. Please, it's exhausting for you to bend down. I'll help you. I wouldn't want you to trip over your laces, she replied, gazing up at him with a smile that softened his heart. Seeing Jiang Muye's discomfort, she added playfully, If my shoelaces come undone later, you'll help me tie them. Agreed. He nodded, sealing their playful pact. Indeed, girls possess a certain deftness. Her shoelacing was far more graceful than his. Once she stood, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. With a bashful smile, she proposed, Shall we walk back together? It's on the way. Certainly, he agreed, and together they strolled along the wooded path. She cradling her books, a picture of youthful modesty. As they walked, a motorcycle whizzed by, stirring up a gust of wind that caught Lung Ruoli's pleated skirt, momentarily lifting it and revealing a glimpse of white. Jiang Muye felt a rush of heat, a youthful exuberance igniting within him, as he was taken aback by the alluring sight. Just as Lung Ruoli was about to speak, she felt a shadow descend upon her, and suddenly, hands grasped her skirt, holding it down. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Muye, whose touch radiated warmth against her skin, creating an exquisite contrast that made her cheeks flush. What are you doing? She stammered, lost in a flurry of thoughts. But before she could ponder further, she noticed the boy drawing closer, shedding his jacket with fluid grace and fastening it around her waist. Jiang Muye, his handsome face slightly bowed, spoke with a low, husky voice, Your skirt is rather short. This should help. Upon hearing his words, Lung Ruoli's face burned with embarrassment. Had he seen something he shouldn't have? What sheer humiliation. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a curious flutter in her heart at his concern. Thank you, she stuttered, biting her lip shyly. No need for thanks, Jiang Muye replied, feigning calm, though his heart raced at her mere presence. He gently took her wrist, guiding her, You should walk on the inside. I'll take the outer side for safety. Her wrist felt delicate in his grasp, and he noted how slender she was. She needed to be nourished. He then steered the conversation back to its original topic. What were you saying? Chapter 81. I am not lacking money. But companionship. Jiang Muye delved into the matter at hand. What did you say? This Saturday marks the level 4 examination, and time is rather pressing. I have ample time, and if you were willing, I would be willing to tutor you. Lung Ruoli gazed shyly at Jiang Muye, her bright eyes evidently awaiting his consent. Upon reflection, Jiang Muye realized that indeed, the level 4 examination was imminent. He had been preoccupied with leisure and had forgotten about it. No, thank you, Jiang Muye declined. Congratulations, host. By rejecting Lung Ruoli, you have gained 200 courage points and received 1 million RMB. Upon hearing Jiang Muye's refusal, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lung Ruoli's eyes. All right. However, moments later, Jiang Muye's voice echoed. But if I encounter any problems, I will certainly seek your guidance. His refusal stemmed primarily from the support of the system. He was fully capable of managing the level 4 examination without the need for additional tutoring. Nonetheless, should he face difficulties during his revision, he would still be inclined to consult Lung Ruoli. This was akin to transforming a barren desert into a vibrant oasis, allowing fresh blooms to flourish amidst desolation. The initial disappointment of Lung Ruoli instantly revitalized her spirit. She cheerfully shook her phone and declared, "My phone will be on for you 24 hours a day." "So will mine," Jiang Muye replied, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. Given her enthusiasm, he certainly intended to engage her with questions. Upon hearing this, Lung Ruoli's ears flushed red. "Of course, as a token of gratitude, I shall permit you to borrow my emoticons this time," Jiang Muye chuckled. Lung Ruoli blushed, retorting, "You are not the original creator, and you hold no copyright. Borrowing them wouldn't constitute stealing from you." Jiang Muye shivered playfully, saying, "In that case, I shall return home and contact the creator to purchase the copyright of the emoticons." Lung Ruoli's eyes widened in surprise. Observing her adorably astonished expression, Jiang Muye couldn't help but laugh. "You're quite silly. All right, let us head upstairs." We've arrived at the girls' dormitory. "Already?" Lung Ruoli exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, as she felt there was still so much left unsaid with Jiang Muye. "Isn't it fast?" "We have walked for 10 minutes, Jiang Muye remarked with a smirk. "All right, you go on up." "Okay," she replied sweetly, reluctantly returning Jiang Muye's clothing before dashing back inside. As Jiang Muye donned the garment once more, he faintly caught a delightful fragrance that was neither his own scent nor that of laundry detergent, but rather the enchanting aroma that belonged to Lung Ruoli. Inhaling deeply, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Glancing towards the window of Lung Ruoli's dormitory, he lingered until a graceful silhouette appeared, prompting him to involuntarily smile and whistle as he made his way back to his own dormitory. As night enveloped the surroundings, at 8:30, the teaching building illuminated with lights. One by one, students began to emerge. Among them stood a captivating figure clad in a light pink hanfu, adorned with vibrant embellishments. Her bright eyes sparkled, and her rosy lips curved into a smile as she cradled an enormous figurine, glancing repeatedly towards the building, seemingly waiting for someone. Excitement rippled through those present as they murmured, "Isn't that Jiang Muye? Why is she here at the teaching building? Isn't her uncle the director? She doesn't need to attend evening study sessions. I wonder who she is waiting for. If I'm not mistaken, that figurine is from One Piece, and it must be expensive. Jiang Muye is the goddess of the cosplay world. Any figurine she can acquire is likely to be either a rare or a limited edition. But who is she planning to gift it to? She must be waiting for Brother Mu." Jiang Muye confessed her feelings for him on the confession wall. "Wow, I'm truly envious of Brother Mu. I don't even need him to share his lifelong knowledge, but if he could just teach me a few tricks on wooing girls." Having Jiang Muye as a girlfriend would mean that acquiring any limited edition figurine or merchandise would be effortless. Indeed, it's no surprise that Brother Mu is adored by all 4 campus flowers. If it were me, I would probably wake up laughing in my dreams. Jiang Muye had become an almost mythical figure among the male students of East City University. His tale of transformation is one that could fill countless pages. As a once love-struck admirer, now possessed a mysterious allure that left the 4 campus beauties entranced. Some even speculated that Jiang Muye's initial proposal to Xia Shuili was part of a grand strategy, deliberately using 99 proposals to ensnare her heart. Astute, undoubtedly astute. Thus, those wishing to find love now turn to Jiang Muye as their guiding star. If you seek to be single no more, trust Brother Mu. It's a certainty. Numerous followers of his teachings emerged, eager to hang Jiang Muye's picture on their walls, lighting incense and praying earnestly for the swift pursuit of their own goddesses. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Jiang Muye to await Jiang Muye's arrival. After all, he was no ordinary individual, Amidst the collective admiration, Jiang Muye made his entrance. Spotting the effervescent Jiang Muye waving joyfully at him. "Hi, over here." The onlookers became animated. See? She was indeed waiting for Brother Mu. He is forever divine. Whenever he exudes charm, no woman can resist. Yet the question lingered. Brother Mu, with so many admirers, can't you leave one for someone else? Jiang Muye sighed in resignation. How did I end up being cornered by Jiang Muye again? Under the scrutinizing gazes of his friends, he approached Jiang Muye, asking, "What brings you here again?" "I came to escort you back to the dorm," Jiang Muye replied with a bright smile. "You need not fear me. I'm no wolf or tiger. What could I possibly do to you? Here, this is a gift for you, a bribe." The eager Xiao Baigu exclaimed upon seeing the luxurious figurine in Jiang Muye's hands. "Isn't that from the Three Brothers of One Piece? It must be quite valuable. It's a limited edition, with only 10 in the world, and it's an official product. I specifically acquired it for you. I heard that Brother Mu really enjoys One Piece, so I managed to obtain this figurine," Jiang Muye explained. The way Jiang Muye addressed Jiang Muye made Xiao Baigu chuckle mischievously, poking Jiang Muye. "Brother Mu, what do you think? I genuinely want this figurine. Consider it my purchase." Jiang Muye paused, ready to negotiate. "I'll transfer you some money." "No, I've told you I'm not lacking money." Jiang Muye fluttered her eyelashes, but Jiang Muye interjected, "You're in need of companionship, aren't you?" "Yes, very perceptive. So, when do we plan to set off?" Jiang Muye replied with a beaming smile. Chapter 82. "You are my half-brother, I'm sorry, but I really can't." Jiang Muye resolutely declined. Jiang Muye, with her pouting red lips, muttered, "You're such a typical straight man. I even bought you this limited edition figurine, and you don't even show any appreciation. How about I treat you to a meal?" He suggested. "I don't like you, so why would I go on a date?" Jiang Muye huffed. The little dove and Kai Zi exchanged bewildered glances. "If you don't like him, then why are you pursuing him? Is it just for the photos? What about the confession wall?" "That's a long story," Jiang Muye replied, but the little dove interrupted. "Then make it brief." "Let me explain," Jiang Muye began, her excitement palpable. "The confessions on the wall were to quickly obtain his contact information. I believe he perfectly embodies my ideal character. So I wanted to cosplay as that character with me, for a personal project. We could even enter a competition and surely win." Her announcement left the little dove and others in shock. No wonder Jiang Muye was so persistent. Jiang Muye sighed. "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I think you should focus your attentions on someone more deserving of them." Jiang Muye blinked innocently, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. "Brother, you must help me. I am your sister. What kind of brother wouldn't assist his sister?" She tugged at his sleeve, employing all her charms. "Don't be ridiculous." Jiang Muye quietly pulled away his sleeve. Jiang Muye looked even more pitiful. "You just admitted I'm your sister. We are biological siblings, albeit with different fathers and mothers." The little dove couldn't contain her laughter. Jiang Muye shot her an exasperated glance before turning back to Jiang Muye. "So, since the emotional appeal didn't work, you switched to the familial card?" Jiang Muye clasped her hands under her chin, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. "Please, save me. I'll pay any price." "I really can't." Jiang Muye made an excuse. "Jiang Muye, I won't be your cosplayer. I have a fear of cameras. I can help you find an actor, no matter the cost." "Surely that's acceptable?" Jiang Muye genuinely disliked taking photos and had no desire to feature himself in any personal projects to sell to others. The thought alone was mortifying. He feared it would become a regrettable chapter in his life. Even if it didn't, it was still something he wished to erase completely. "Congratulations, host. You have declined Jiang Muye's request and earned 200 points of moral integrity, along with a private jet, now registered in your name." Jiang Muye immediately accepted his reward. A private jet? What a fantastic asset. His aunt's allowance could finally be put to good use. Everyone knows the maintenance of a private jet is exorbitant, with even a single part costing thousands. Not to mention the expenses of hiring a pilot and flight attendants, all very steep costs. Upon seeing Jiang Muye's refusal, Jiang Muye deflated like a punctured balloon. Her Barbie-like eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at him, filled with longing. Jiang Muye held her gaze steadily. "I'm truly sorry. I sympathize with you, but I can't help." He signaled to the little dove and others. "Let us go." They shook their heads, realizing Jiang Muye was indeed a typical straight man, rejecting the affections of such an adorable girl. Jiang Muye was truly unfortunate. Just as Jiang Muye was about to leave, Jiang Muye dashed forward and blocked his path. "Here, take this," she said, holding up the figurine. "You still haven't given up?" Jiang Muye paused, taking it from her hands. "All right, I'll buy it. How much?" "It's a gift," Jiang Muye smiled. "No charge. I really can't." Jiang Muye began, but was interrupted. Jiang Muye huffed, "I get it. You want to take my photos, right? I just wanted to give it to you as a celebration." "A celebration of what?" Jiang Muye asked, confused. "I found my long-lost half-brother," Jiang Muye exclaimed cheerfully. "It's only natural for a sister to gift her brother something." Jiang Muye was left dumbfounded. What was happening? He had casually joked about it, only for Jiang Muye to turn the tables on him. "I have plenty of figurines at home. I don't need this one. I'm simply giving it to you. I have no ulterior motives. Since I bought it anyway, it's better off with someone who truly appreciates it. It holds more value with you than with me." After her exuberant declaration, Jiang Muye turned and left, not uttering a single word about persuading him to be her partner. This was entirely unexpected for Jiang Muye. What was going on? Jiang Muye was now employing reverse psychology, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. The little dove playfully draped her arm over Jiang Muye's shoulder, teasing him. "Not bad. You found a sister. Aren't you happy?" "Happy," Jiang Muye replied with a forced smile. "So, you're not her half-brother as well?" "I wish I were, but the issue is she doesn't want me." The little dove sighed, feeling a twinge of melancholy. But soon, she began coveting Jiang Muye's figurine. "Wow, a limited edition. Should I sell it for some cash?" "Get lost. That's mine." Jiang Muye shot her a glance. "No way. I've always wanted that limited edition figurine. Selling it would be a joke." Jiang Muye wanted to keep it safe. Previously, Jiang Muye had a habit of collecting figurines, albeit inexpensive ones. However, as he entered college, that hobby had faded. Now, with Jiang Muye gifting him this figurine, it awakened fond memories of his high school days. With financial stability, he could now casually acquire high-priced collectibles. Holding the figurine close, Jiang Muye returned to his dorm, carefully removing it from its box and placing it on his desk. The moment it appeared, the other three gazed at it with envy. "Wow, it's worth its weight in gold. It looks so exquisite," one remarked. "Indeed, the craftsmanship is so detailed, it's incomparable to those cheap ones," another agreed. After seeing this, the figurines at the comic convention seemed trivial. "This one is truly stunning. No wonder it's from a cosplay goddess," the little dove gushed, unable to keep her hands off it. Kai Zi continuously snapped photos, the camera clicking incessantly. Jiang Muye proudly proclaimed, "This figurine is the treasure of our dorm." "Mew. Isn't the treasure me?" The little dove pretended to be sultry, striking a pose and playfully forming a cat paw with her hand. Chapter 83. "I am weak in the knees," Jiang Muye instinctively gagged. "Ugh, please don't disgust me. I might just vomit my leftovers." As a response, the little dove playfully tilted Jiang Muye's chin, feigning shyness. "How rude. Do you truly not appreciate the beauty of this delicate flower? I could bring you joy, you know." Jiang Muye brushed her hand away, retorting, "Even if you genuinely transformed into a woman, I wouldn't spare you a glance." "Wow, you are truly heartless," the little dove quipped. Just then, the class monitor entered, astonished to see her classmates so leisurely. "Aren't you all going to study? The exam week is fast approaching. You should be diligent. Or do you plan on retaking the exams next year?" Upon hearing the monitor's words, the little dove let out a wail. "Oh my, I have 3 exams to take: Computer Level 2, English Level 4, and Adobe Graphic Designer Certification. I failed before. It's so difficult." Lao he chimed in. "I haven't managed to pass my English Level 4 either. It's disheartening." Kai Zi rested his chin on his hand. "I need to tackle English Level 4 and Computer Level 2. I'm feeling overwhelmed." The monitor urged, "Then why aren't you all studying?" The class group has the essential documents. The key points for the computer exam are highlighted. Do practice them. Past questions for the design certificate are also available. As for English, you must manage that yourself." After the monitor left, the 3 roommates had no time for idle chatter and hurried to their seats to review materials and take notes. After all, the exams were imminent, and no one wanted to face the financial burden of retaking a failed subject. In stark contrast to their diligent study, Jiang Muye remained remarkably calm, engrossed in playing Honor of Kings on his phone. Seeing Jiang Muye so carefree while playing, the little dove questioned, "Aren't you going to study for your English level 4? I've got it covered," Jiang Muye replied nonchalantly. "It's a piece of cake. You seem rather confident. Just don't come crying if you fail." The little dove raised an eyebrow. "I'm not being arrogant. I've solidified my understanding of the material." Jiang Muye was indeed a man of the system. Previously, he struggled with English, finding studying to be akin to deciphering celestial scripts. However, since the system enhanced his learning capabilities and bestowed upon him an eidetic memory, mastering English became significantly easier. His innate learning prowess ensured he excelled in all subjects except English. With the system aid, reading English texts felt as if he had an automatic translator installed, transforming English to Chinese seamlessly, even facilitating his understanding of listening comprehension questions. Jiang Muye no longer needed to practice extensively. A single glance at the questions allowed him to answer with ease, achieving an impressive accuracy rate of 98%. He offered the little dove, "If you encounter any difficult questions, feel free to ask me." "Ask you? How do you just end up in a ditch? Am I that foolish? Besides, I have a girlfriend who excels in English. She is already at level 6 and can tackle the TOEFL with ease. Why would I consult you?" The little dove sighed. "All right, you have a girlfriend. That is impressive. Focus on your practice." Jiang Muye felt disheartened, wishing to assist his friend, but ending up with a mouthful of jealousy. "Enough of this. I'll dive back into studying, memorizing a few more words. At least I won't look ridiculous if I fail. Perhaps I'll get lucky with the multiple choice questions." The little dove turned her attention back to her books. In contrast to the little dove's fervent studying, Jiang Muye continued to play games leisurely. While his roommates toiled through the night, Jiang Muye blissfully retired to bed. The following day, his roommates emerged with dark circles beneath their eyes, wishing they could channel the spirit of intense study, while Jiang Muye radiated vitality. As his peers envied him, they lamented his apparent resignation, clearly planning for a retake next year. After all, with Jiang Muye's immense wealth, even if he failed to obtain the level 4 certificate, the principal would surely grant him a diploma. Their own struggles preoccupied them, leaving little room to concern themselves with Jiang Muye. They resolved to absorb as much knowledge as possible. Soon, Friday arrived, just one day before the level 4 and level 6 exams. The campus was enveloped in a palpable atmosphere of study, with the library bustling with students. However, Jiang Muye felt no need to visit the library. He owned a luxurious villa. Taking his friends, he headed directly to his duplex seaside residence at Jiangling Garden. As the little dove and others disembarked from Jiang Muye's sleek sports car and beheld the opulence of the villa, they exclaimed, "Wow, this is unbelievably extravagant. How much did this cost?" Lao He, filled with admiration, stammered, "I'm weak in the knees. I can hardly step inside. Is this truly your house?" In response to Lao He's uncertain tone, Jiang Muye burst into laughter. "Who else would it belong to? Come on in. Aren't you cold out here?" He ushered his friends inside. There was no need for a password. A butler was already present to attend to the house. Upon seeing Jiang Muye return with his friends, the staff bowed in unison, respectfully welcoming him home. The little dove's eyes widened in astonishment. The stunningly tall maids were breathtakingly beautiful, their figures nothing short of remarkable. "Wow, with such beauties at home, who would want to return?" Lao He chuckled at Jiang Muye. "So, you're hiding a beauty in your golden house. Please. These are elite maids selected by the butler. I didn't choose them myself. Besides, I've only been here a few times," Jiang Muye retorted. He preferred the lively atmosphere of campus life, where attending classes was more convenient. The villa could be visited any time, but the fleeting moments of campus life were irreplaceable. Jiang Muye didn't want those beautiful memories to slip away without leaving a trace. That would be regrettable. Thus, apart from the occasional overnight stay, he rarely visited the villa. Jiang Muye inquired of the butler, "Has the study been tidied up?" "Yes, sir. It has been cleaned and equipped with the best computer setup. I've also arranged for an English tutor. He can assist if needed." The butler replied with a gentle smile, "He will certainly help you pass the level 4 exam." "Wow, is it really that comprehensive?" Lao He exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the level of preparation. "Make the arrangements." Jiang Muye nodded at the butler, then addressed his roommates. "But that is not all. You all should wear these." Jiang Muye gestured for the maids to present Bluetooth headsets to the little dove, Kai Zi, and Lao He. What is this for? The little dove asked, puzzled. Chapter 84. Geniuses on the left, strugglers on the right here. There is synchronous translation. If one encounters difficulties, they can directly inquire, and responses will be prompt. Jiang Muye remarked nonchalantly that all the teachers present are gold medal instructors with a decade of teaching experience, readily available to answer questions online. Such advanced technology, exclaimed Xiaobai Gu, envy evident in her eyes. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. All right, let's proceed to the study. Do you still aspire to pass the CET4? Jiang Muye raised an eyebrow. Absolutely, I dream of it. Lao He nodded enthusiastically. I have been poring over the study guides daily. My eyes ache from the strain, and even in my dreams, I am immersed in English. It is indeed overwhelming. Xiaobai Gu sighed in frustration, expressing her disdain for the English language. I wonder who invented English. Why wasn't Chinese the world's primary language from the start? If that were the case, we wouldn't need to learn English. Speaking Chinese everywhere would be the pinnacle of achievement. That is a matter for the future. For now, focus on your English studies, Kaizi interrupted, dispelling Xiaobai Ji's daydreams. With a resigned sigh, Xiaobai Gu followed the maid upstairs to the study. This room was specially designed for soundproofing, providing a tranquil environment. The seating was vastly superior to that of the school library, offering utmost comfort without causing back pain. And the desk was perfectly adjusted to a suitable height. As soon as they settled in, a short-haired maid in a uniform approached with a smile, asking, "What beverages would you like? We have black tea, lemonade, bubble tea, coffee, pu'er tea, or simply water. You may request anything." Xiaobai Ji's eyes sparkled. "A cup of bubble tea for me, please. 3 parts sweet and extra pearls. Is there a milk cap?" The maid smiled gently. "As long as it is a request from the young master's friends, we will do our utmost to accommodate. Our kitchen chef is a 5-star hotel culinary master. This is certainly not a problem." "Wonderful. I want it all," Xiaobai Gu exclaimed, clapping her thighs in excitement. Kaizi chimed in. "Then I would like a cup of rock sugar pear to soothe my throat." Lao He added, "A super cold Sprite for me, if you please. I need to cool down. Studying English is quite taxing." "Understood," the maid noted before turning to Jiang Muye with a smile, inquiring, "And for you, young master?" "I'll have a cup of iron grinding coffee, please. Just add a dollop of cream," Jiang Muye replied after some thought. "Certainly. Please wait a moment," the maid said before exiting with a smile. Xiaobai Gu gazed at Jiang Muye in astonishment. This place surely feels like a restaurant. Everything one desires is here. Since you are here, you might as well enjoy it. Today, feel free to do as you please in my home. It counts as my treat," Jiang Muye said with a smirk. "Indeed, no wonder you are so affluent," Lao He chuckled. Before long, another maid entered, this time a long-haired one in black stockings, who placed an array of pastries and fruits on the table. Xiaobai Gu, Kaizi, and Lao He were utterly astounded. The table was laden with exquisite baked delicacies, all looking delectable and extravagant, complete with macarons. Even the fruit platter appeared lavish, adorned with intricate carvings. Xiaobai Ji's mouth watered as she eagerly reached for a pastry, exclaiming, "This cream is divine." Kaizi, tempted, quickly took a bite, declaring, "This is superb, far better than what we buy at the mall." Lao He nodded appreciatively as he savored the treats. "Feel free to indulge. You can even take some back for your girlfriends," Jiang Muye generously offered. The three were touched, exclaiming, "No wonder you are wealthy. You are truly a big brother. Your perspective is rather limited. Enough of this. Let us focus on our studies and aim to pass at once," Jiang Muye insisted, concerned more about his friends and himself. Before long, their drinks arrived, and the tutor appeared, commencing the lesson with everyone engaging earnestly. The tutor Jiang Muye had arranged was a top-tier instructor, albeit quite costly. Yet her ability to predict exam questions was remarkable. She managed to accurately forecast a significant portion of the CET for questions. The tutor also taught them how to guess answers and provided several essay templates for them to memorize. Having already solidified his knowledge, Jiang Muye merely glanced over the material, deeming note-taking unnecessary. In contrast to his diligent roommates, Jiang Muye found himself somewhat bored, twirling his pen. Kaizi nudged Jiang Muye's arm, urging, "Jot down the key points. Don't give up. Do a bit more, and you might find it on the exam tomorrow. I can share my notes with you." No need. I've memorized it all. Jiang Muye smirked. Don't be overconfident. Your English score is lower than mine by more than 20 points, Kaizi retorted in frustration. As Kaizi attempted to correct Jiang Muye's attitude, the English teacher distributed a practice exam she had prepared. Jiang Muye completed it first, handing in his paper promptly. The teacher's expression brightened with satisfaction as she remarked, "Well done. All correct. You are essentially guaranteed to pass the CET4." The exam was notably challenging, containing some of the more difficult questions from previous years. Yet Jiang Muye had answered them all correctly, and his essay was exceptionally well-crafted. Xiaobai Gu, Kaizi, and Lao He, still working on their papers, were left in shock. A student who had struggled with English had suddenly excelled. They had never witnessed Jiang Muye studying diligently. Even if he had, it couldn't have exceeded 10 minutes. "What are you staring at? Focus on your work," Jiang Muye urged, noticing the astonished gazes of his roommates. Only then did they realize that Jiang Muye was indeed capable. Kaizi felt that his earlier insistence on Jiang Muye taking notes had been unnecessary. With such proficiency, there was no need for it. As their surprise faded, they resumed their formidable battle against English, yielding significant results. They transitioned from confusion to confidently tackling practice questions. As it grew late, they decided to spend the night in the villa. Naturally, Xiaobai Gu and Lao He, finding the beds far softer than the hard bunks in their dormitory, were too comfortable to sleep, creating a ruckus well into the night. The following day, they faced the consequences utterly fatigued. Eventually, Kaizi, as the dorm leader, had to rouse them from their slumber. The CET, was set to commence at 8:50 a.m., necessitating their arrival 10 minutes early. Thus, Jiang Muye and his companions arrived at the school by 8 o'clock a.m., anxious to avoid any unforeseen complications. Jiang Muye was assigned to the second examination room, which happened to differ from that of his roommates. Xiaobai Gu lamented, "Alas, why is no one in the same exam room as me? If we were together, we could unite our efforts." Jiang Muye shot her a sideways glance. "There are cameras monitoring us, not to mention the teachers. Are you testing their keen eyesight or your own courage?" Xiaobai Gu replied with a pout, "I'm merely testing my vision. I wish I had a pair of all-seeing eyes seated next to a genius. Then I could simply copy his answers. That would be delightful. Forget it. If you end up next to a slacker, prepare for disappointment." Lao He interjected, dousing her hopes. "Seriously, can't a slacker have a dream? You're lacking ambition." Xiaobai Gu huffed. Jiang Muye advised, "It would be prudent for you to remain honest and refrain from any underhanded actions. Being caught would not bode well." "All right, I shall heed your counsel. After all, I have been diligently studying lately. Perhaps, by sheer chance, I might stumble upon success, which would be utterly delightful." The little white dove eagerly rubbed its hands together, still lost in its daydreams. However, Jiang Muye merely chuckled and shook his head. At that moment, an enthusiastic voice rang out. "Look, is that not the cold campus belle?" Chapter 85. She unexpectedly appeared. Jiang Muye was momentarily taken aback, his gaze lifting abruptly to behold the slender and enchanting Long Ruoli. Clad in a grass-green JK uniform, she possessed a delicate waist and long legs, shyly approaching him while carrying a brown bag. The sight of her felt like sunlight pouring in, filling the air with a subtle, elegant fragrance. Today was the day of the Level 4 exam, and he needed to give it his all. Lung Ruoli's eyelashes fluttered gently as her eyes, filled with shyness, gazed at Jiang Muye. "Yes, I will do my best," she said softly. She opened her bag, producing a thermos and extending it towards him. "What is this?" Jiang Muye asked, curiosity piqued. A gentle smile graced Lung Ruoli's pure face as she replied, "Wolfberry tea. It's good for your eyesight and invigorating. Drinking this will surely lift your spirits." "Thank you. I will finish it," Jiang Muye said, holding the warm thermos that brought a comforting warmth to his heart. "Wait, there's more." Lung Ruoli rummaged in her bag and quickly retrieved a large pouch filled with an abundance of 2B pencils, around 20 or 30, and several new erasers. "You'll need these for the exam. I wasn't sure if you had any, but it's always wise to be prepared. Any extras can be shared with your roommates." She spoke sincerely. Jiang Muye was utterly astonished. The pencils had been sharpened to a fine point, and a sharpener was included in the pouch, truly an act of meticulous care. It suddenly dawned on him that he had remembered everything except for the 2B pencils. "Thank you. Did you sharpen these?" he inquired, noticing a faint smudge of pencil dust on her fair fingers. "I was bored this morning, so I sharpened a few." "I hope you find them useful," she replied softly. "I will definitely use them. You have saved me from a great inconvenience," Jiang Muye said with a goofy smile. "Have you brought your ID and exam admission ticket?" "Yes, I made sure to check," he replied. "That is good," she said with a slight smile. "Good luck on your exam. I believe you can pass. I have faith in you." "Absolutely." Jiang Muye felt a surge of joy. "I won't keep you any longer. I'll be on my way." With a charming smile, Lung Ruoli waved at Jiang Muye and jogged away, her steps radiating the unique joy of youth. For a moment, Jiang Muye was left in a daze. "Well, now you have a token of affection. How far can you be from being together?" The voice of Xiao Beige chimed in, pulling Jiang Muye from his reverie. Jiang Muye chuckled to himself. "A token of affection? She just brought us pencils. Are those for us? Since when did we know that?" Xiao Beige feigned ignorance. "Wasn't she delivering them to you? We just turned invisible beside you. You're all she sees. So what? When your girlfriends are around, you don't hesitate to make me invisible either," Jiang Muye retorted, dismissing the banter. "Whether you want them or not, I'll use them myself." "Of course we'll use them. You'll need them for the multiple choice questions," Xiao Beige said with a grin as he began to take some pencils. The other two joined in, and Jiang Muye kept 5 or 6 for himself. Though they felt light, he held them tightly, feeling their weight. Soon, it was time to enter the examination hall. As Jiang Muye settled into his assigned seat, he was taken aback to find a familiar figure sitting beside him. Xia Shiran. She appeared calm and collected, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. Upon meeting Jiang Muye's astonished gaze, her lips formed a subtle smile. "What a coincidence. We're seated together. Aren't you taking the level 6 exam? Why are you in the level 4 hall?" Jiang Muye inquired, lowering his voice in confusion. Xia Shiran remained unruffled, explaining, "I registered for both level 4 and level 6. The latter is in the afternoon, and the school allows students who have passed level 4 to retake it, so here I am, determined to assist Jiang Muye with his English studies." Xia Shiran chose to retake level 4, hoping to see him more often while also aiming for a perfect score. Fate seemed to conspire in her favor, placing her in the same examination hall, even as his desk mate. Jiang Muye felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seemed like destiny was playing tricks, ensuring that they were seated together. Yet, with Xia Shiran beside him, he could not simply dismiss her. After all, she had done nothing wrong. He resolved to focus on his exam and not let his thoughts wander. "I'll help you during the exam," Xia Shiran offered, her voice gentle, brushing against Jiang Muye's heart. "I'm willing to take any risk if it means I can assist you." Jiang Muye furrowed his brow, his hand pausing with the black pen as he turned coldly to her. "No need. I can pass level 4 on my own. You should have a little faith in me. I may struggle with English, but my integrity is intact." Jiang Muye would rather fail than resort to cheating. Regardless of whether the person beside him was Xia Shiran, he believed in his ability, and he would not jeopardize himself for help. The consequences of being caught cheating were too dire to contemplate. "Congratulations, host. By refusing Xia Shiran, you have gained 200 spirit points, and your scholar skills have been fully upgraded. Wishing you success in your exam and extraordinary performance." Hearing the system's voice only solidified Jiang Muye's resolve. "I'm sorry." Xia Shiran's voice quivered. "It's all right. Just focus on your work." "Good luck for the level 6 exam this afternoon," Jiang Muye said dismissively. Xia Shiran lowered her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, biting her lip. She felt that he would rather fail level 4 than accept her help, no matter the cost. She would do anything to bring him back to her side. At that moment, Jiang Muye concentrated hard on the exam paper that had just been distributed. The questions seemed all too easy. Even the listening section felt unnecessary. He already knew the answers. Once the recording started, his confidence only grew. A subtle smile graced his lips as he confidently began to write his answers. Meanwhile, Xia Shiran watched Jiang Muye with keen interest, observing how he focused intently on the paper, seemingly writing the answers without a moment's thought. He must be guessing, she thought, biting her lower lip. After completing part of her answer sheet, she began to subtly shift it in Jiang Muye's direction, writing her answers in large, clear letters, ensuring he could see them with a mere glance. Chapter 86. The reason for transferring, however, to Xia Xiran's disappointment. He never cast a glance at her answer sheet throughout the examination. Her nose turned red, and a fractured smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. After swallowing her unwillingness with a bitter pang, tears began to well in her eyes. In stark contrast to Xia Xiran's sorrow, Jiang Muye remained utterly at ease. He picked up the blue thermos that Long Ruoli had just handed him and took a sip without hesitation. The taste was crisp and distinctly refreshing. As he lowered his gaze back to the questions, he felt his energy double. The 2B pencil swiftly glided across the answer sheet. Once Jiang Muye completed the exam, he checked his answers and, finding no discrepancies, submitted his paper. His action of handing in the paper shocked everyone present. Hadn't the listening portion just concluded? How could he submit it so swiftly? Surely, it must be a blank sheet. Wasn't he the one who had previously scored only 30 points? I respect him for being such a man. While the audience murmured amongst themselves, the proctor sternly commanded silence. He addressed Jiang Muye. Aren't you going to take another look? I am done, Jiang Muye replied. Well, then you'll have to wait for another half hour before leaving. Please return to your seat, the proctor instructed. Jiang Muye nodded and returned to his desk, unfazed by the curious gazes around him. With nothing else to occupy his time, he simply laid his head down and drifted off to sleep, attracting a plethora of envious and resentful glances. Jiang Muye was the first to boldly sleep in the Level 4 examination hall. Xia Xiran gazed at Jiang Muye, her eyes gradually softening. However, the proctor soon noticed her unwavering stare and rapped his knuckles on her desk, clearing his throat. Startled, Xia Xiran nearly dropped her paper. Renowned as a model student, she had always been seen as the obedient girl by her teachers, never having done anything out of line. She quickly buried her head in her exam, finding the questions quite simple, allowing her to complete the paper with ease. As she prepared to submit her exam, she noticed Jiang Muye's striking figure confidently departing from her line of sight. The words she wished to call out were lodged in her throat, swallowed back with difficulty. After exiting the examination room, Jiang Muye waited outside for a while until he spotted Xiao Beige, Lao He, and Kai Zi emerging one after another. How did it go? Jiang Muye asked, cheerfully draping an arm over Xiao Bei's shoulder. Xiao Beige replied with satisfaction. Cramming at the last minute really paid off. Lao He was equally buoyant. The teacher you found is incredible. Every question was spot on. Even the essay topic was nearly identical. Are you sure she isn't the one who set the questions? Probably not. As long as you all can answer them, that's what matters, Jiang Muye responded, his mood lifting. Now, my mother won't have to worry about me failing. Xiao Beige exclaimed, feeling rejuvenated. Indeed, this is the most confident I've felt, Kai Zi nodded earnestly. Hearing his roommate's chatter, Jiang Muye cheerfully declared, that's wonderful. Let's go eat. I am starving. Let's go. I plan to devour 3 large bowls of rice. Lao He laughed. I'll have 5 bowls. Kai Zi kimidin. Xiao Beige insisted. Then I'll have 10 bowls. My heavens, what is there to argue about? It's not like you're competing to be an eating champion. That's a bit excessive, Jiang Muye thought. Even with his own ability to eat without gaining weight, he never indulged to such an extent. But being with his friends brought a sense of ease and joy. After enjoying a delightful meal in the cafeteria, they began to make their way back to the dormitory. Xiao Beige boldly proclaimed, let's play some games. The other 3, in perfect harmony, pulled out their laptops, ready to dive into. LOL, I'm coming. My computer, I've missed you so much. Xiao Beige exclaimed, showering his laptop with kisses, saying, have you been lonely without my affection these past few days? Goodness, you're making me nauseous. Hurry up and match with us. Jiang Muye raised an eyebrow. All right, I'm coming. What's the rush? I need to greet my precious computer. What if it freezes later? Xiao Beige huffed, starting up his device. Before long, the group was engrossed in an intense gaming session when the class monitor from the neighboring dormitory arrived, distributing the computer examination permits. Xingu, here is your permit. Oh my, I completely forgot. I still haven't passed the 2nd level computer exam. A chorus of lamentations filled the air. Jiang Muye felt his eardrums threatening to burst. Hastily donning his headphones, Xiao Beige clutched his laptop, beginning to sob. I hate this. After this match, you should focus on your computer questions. Poor child. Lao He shook his head at Xiao Beige. Don't pity him. You haven't passed your 2nd level computer exam either, the monitor remarked, handing Lao his permit, prompting another wail. Damn it, I forgot to. Eventually, the gaming session came to a halt. Jiang Muye found himself playing alone, losing interest after a few rounds. Unable to find joy in solo gaming, he grew bored. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. He contemplated inquiring about how Lung Ruoli had fared on her exam, but was uncertain if she had exited the examination hall yet. He feared sending a message only for her to forget her phone was on silent or turned off. Inside the examination room, students began to trickle out, some jubilant, others despondent, as the English Level 6 examination came to a close. As Lung Ruoli stepped out with her bag slung over her shoulder, she felt a warmth on her cheek. Startled, she turned to find a cup of milk tea pressed against her face. Following the elegant hand that held it upwards, she beheld a handsome visage. The confidence emanating from him was striking. His typically sharp black eyes now softened as he raised an eyebrow at Lung Ruoli. Thirsty? Let me treat you to some milk tea. Surprised, yet delighted, a sweetness blossomed within her heart. Jiang Muye took a sip of the milk tea, feigning nonchalance. Today, the milk tea is buy one get one free. Since no one else wanted it, I thought of you. Thank you, Lung Ruoli replied, her eyes crinkling in a smile. She accepted the milk tea, taking a sip, the rich aroma enveloping her senses, a flavor she adored. Simultaneously, she found herself cherishing the feeling of Jiang Muye's presence. It was comfortable, allowing her to relax completely. Curiously, Jiang Muye asked, "How did it go for the Level 6 exam? Was it difficult?" "Not at all. I returned from studying abroad, and my first language at university was English," Lung Ruoli replied with a gentle smile. "I remember now. You transferred here. But why didn't you continue your studies abroad?" Jiang Muye questioned, realizing he had previously heard about her attending a prestigious university overseas. Why then? Had she transferred back to her home country and enrolled in this institution? Chapter 87. Who doesn't want to snuggle with a young lady? The face of Lung Ruoli began to flush, and she found it difficult to meet Jiang Muye's gaze. She felt that life back home was quite pleasant and longed to return. Her eyes grazed Jiang Muye's shoulder, imbued with unspoken meaning. Indeed, one could only grow weary of consuming hamburgers and fries. The vast array of Chinese culinary delights was simply irresistible. Jiang Muye remarked that returning home was a good idea, as it was safe. Lung Ruoli's gaze was gentle as she nodded at Jiang Muye, affirming his words. The most significant aspect was her return to this land, where she could share the same sky and breathe the same air as the person she cherished. After chatting with Jiang Muye for a while, she began to feel warm. Her long hair cascaded down, making her somewhat uncomfortable. Timidly, she looked at Jiang Muye and asked, "Could you please help me grab my milk tea?" "Of course," Jiang Muye replied as he retrieved the milk tea. Lung Ruoli then tossed her hair, the beautiful strands sweeping past Jiang Muye, carrying with them a fragrant allure that made his heart race with an inexplicable urgency. Her lovely, soft face, illuminated by the warm, orange glow of the streetlights, resembled a finely crafted oil painting, with her translucent, smooth skin and striking features rendered particularly dreamlike. With a decisive bite, she removed the black hair tie from her wrist and expertly fashioned a high ponytail, embodying both innocence and allure. While Jiang Muye was still captivated by her, an unexpected shadow darted past him. Before he could react, her soft fingers enveloped his hand. Leaning in, Lung Ruoli pressed her rosy lips to the straw and took a sip of her milk tea. The pearls nestled between her lips glistened, and as she playfully bit into them, Jiang Muye could distinctly see her delicate pink tongue swirling around, exuding an irresistible charm. Jiang Muye felt parched merely from watching her. A fleeting glance revealed that as she leaned back, her top revealed a generous neckline, accentuating her alluring curves, making her appear exceptionally fair and voluptuous. Blood surged through Jiang Muye's veins, and his breath caught due to Lung Ruoli's actions. It was utterly distracting. What defined sensuality? This was true sensuality, an involuntary expression of feminine allure that was nearly impossible to resist. While Jiang Muye struggled to steady his breath, Lung Ruoli remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil within him, savoring the pearls with her lush red lips, which only intensified their vividness. "Thank you," she said, As she finally took the milk tea from him, the soft touch of her hand vanished, leaving Jiang Muye with a sense of regret. He chastised himself for indulging in such thoughts, recognizing it as disrespectful to her. He should have been more of a gentleman and averted his gaze. Yet, he found himself stealing glances nonetheless. He sighed, resolving not to let this happen again. Jiang Muye realized his self-control was lacking, easily swayed by temptation. Fortunately, he soon dropped Lung Ruoli off at her dormitory. Clearing his throat, he said, "Make sure to rest early. Thank you for bringing me the 2B pencil and hot water today. I'll wash the cup and return it to you. You can keep the cup. It was meant for you anyway." Lung Ruoli smiled softly. "All right, thank you. Good night." She waved at Jiang Muye, reluctantly heading upstairs. Jiang Muye couldn't help but chuckle as he walked back to his dorm. After meeting Lung Ruoli, his spirits were lifted, and the frustration of not being able to play games with his roommates dissipated. Upon returning, he eagerly dove into several rounds of League of Legends, thoroughly enjoying himself, with memories of his encounter with Lung Ruoli vividly replaying in his mind. As Jiang Muye chuckled to himself, a nearby friend expressed their annoyance. "What the heck? You've just lost 5 games in a row, and you're still smiling? Usually, you be smashing your keyboard." "Oh, really?" Jiang Muye feigned indifference. "Losing 5 times just proves I'll win several in a row soon." "Shouldn't I be happy about that?" His friend retorted. "What kind of ridiculous logic is that?" By 7 o'clock the next evening, Jiang Muye found himself at the gym. It had been too long since his last visit. He couldn't let his hard-earned abs go to waste. He had to strike while the iron was hot and make them even more aesthetically pleasing. The system notified him, "Congratulations. You have successfully checked into the gym and received 500,000 RMB. After closing the notification, he changed into a tank top and athletic shorts. Just as he emerged from the changing room, a curvaceous beauty rushed towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace before he could react. I missed you so much." Jiang Muye was taken aback by the unexpected hug, feeling the softness of her figure against him as she nestled her face into his neck. This bold display startled him. He knew he had to protect himself in such situations. "Milu, please get down," he urged, attempting to pry her off. "Not a chance. Your chest muscles are too impressive. I can't bear to let go." Milu playfully pouted, her tone affectionate. "Girls should be a bit more reserved." "We're not in a relationship," Jiang Muye protested, trying to push her away, but she clung to him like a koala. "Then let us just be a couple. I want to hug you more. It's been so long since I've seen you." Milu countered, her stunning figure rubbing against him, leaving Jiang Muye utterly flustered. "Can't we just have a proper conversation? Please adjust your attitude and behavior," he implored, feeling increasingly exasperated. Yet, Milu ignored him, continuing to nuzzle against his cheek with an intimacy that drew the attention of onlookers, who were filled with envy. Milu was a striking beauty, her allure undeniable. With an impressive bust and clad in a short skirt, she pressed against Jiang Muye, creating a scene that was both tantalizing and overwhelming for him. Why does Milu cling to Jiang Muye like that? If I could just get a flirtatious glance from her, I'd gladly fail my exams. One onlooker mused. Seriously, Jiang Muye seems unwilling. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate. Another chimed in. Jiang Muye is truly oblivious to his good fortune. How can he not appreciate the attention from such a stunning beauty? Milu is practically a supermodel. Chapter 88, Engaging in exercise with me, is quite taxing, and a group of individuals is already salivating, unable to tear their eyes away from the alluring and graceful figure of Milu. Yet, Jiang Muye finds himself in a state of torment. Whenever he tries to push Milu away, she clings to him like a stubborn adhesive. With her big eyes gazing up at him, she implores, "What ill intentions could I possibly have? I simply wish to exercise with you." "I cannot. Exercising with me is exhausting," he responds firmly. Milu's eyelashes flutter with hopeful anticipation. "I possess exceptional flexibility." "Absolutely not," Jiang Muye insists resolutely. The system chimes in, "Congratulations, host. By rejecting Milu, you have earned 200 spirit points and increased your stamina by 20. As Milu clings to him like an octopus, she suddenly reaches out to give him a gentle push, only to misjudge her aim. The sensation of her palm against him causes Jiang Muye's neck to flush crimson. Milu's face turns a shade of pink as she exclaims, Where are you touching? I merely intended to push your shoulder. Jiang Muye replies, feeling quite vexed. Then why did you pull my strap down? With a flirtatious gaze, Milu looks at him, her shoulder slightly exposed, revealing her smooth, fair skin, her face adorned with a playful smile. In that moment, Jiang Muye feels as though he has stumbled into a trap. Sorry, that was unintentional. It's fine. Do make up to me by pulling it back up. Perhaps you should do it yourself. He firmly dismisses her. Milu pouts, still trying to charm him, even stamping her foot in reluctance. You're being unfair. Jiang Muye retorts, Sister, it is you who is bullying me. Just as Jiang Muye feels cornered by Milu's relentless pursuit, a clear voice rings out. Stop teasing him, Sister Milu. Jiang Muye turns sharply towards the voice. And there stands Lung Ruoli, clad in athletic wear, her high ponytail swaying. Her skin is flawless, her figure gracefully alluring, though her midriff is concealed. Her attire perfectly accentuates her captivating curves, especially her long, slender legs that command attention with each step. Upon seeing Lung Ruoli, Jiang Muye feels as though he has found a savior. He strides forward, elated. What brings you here? She came with me, Milu explains, crossing her arms, somewhat displeased with Jiang Muye's evasion. Today, she had dressed to impress, and it perplexed her that he remained indifferent, especially when he should be captivated. All right, Jiang Muye's expression softens. What are you practicing? Anything really, but I'm not very familiar with the equipment. I usually just dance and do yoga. I'm not a regular at the gym, Lung Ruoli replies honestly. If it weren't for me Lu discovering Jiang Muye was here, she wouldn't have come along. Yet, with him present, even if she had no interest in working out, she relished the chance to stay and steal glances at him. I frequent this place, so I can guide you. It's vital to learn the equipment properly. Beginners can easily injure themselves, Jiang Muye assures her. Milu, eager to join, chimes in. I'm not very skilled either. Teach me as well. Of course, Jiang Muye responds, now more amenable to Milu as she behaves more appropriately, not clinging to him. He reasons that as long as someone desires to work out, he might as well assist. It would be regrettable to witness someone injure themselves due to lack of guidance. Then what about me? A playful voice interjects. Jiang Muye startles and turns to see Jiang Muye, her bright eyes and sweet smile reminiscent of a delightful apple. She sports twin ponytails, exuding her signature charm. You're here too? He exclaims in surprise. I've always enjoyed working out, Jiang Muye beams. And I can no longer conceal my identity. Identity? Jiang Muye queries, puzzled. With a flex of her arm, she showcases her well-defined biceps, declaring, I am the muscle Barbie. Wow, those muscle lines are impressive. How did you achieve that? Milu admiras. She had hidden her own dedication to fitness from Jiang Muye. Being a model who must maintain discipline, adhering to strict diets and workouts to manage her body fat. However, despite her rigorous routine, she lacked the muscular definition Jiang Muye possessed. The sweet demeanor of Jiang Muye seemed at odds with her muscularity. Jiang Muye playfully scratches her nose, a bashful smile gracing her lips. It just happened, I suppose. After all, I can't let the guys outdo me. Who says women are inferior to men? Exactly, Milu exclaims, giving Jiang Muye a thumbs up. As the two engage in lively conversation, Milu suddenly notices Jiang Muye, unbeknownst to her, has already assisted Lung Ruoli onto the elliptical machine. She gasps, questioning if he had somehow teleported, having left her behind so swiftly. At that moment, Jiang Muye patiently guides Lung Ruoli on the elliptical, explaining, this machine is for cardiovascular training, enhancing core muscle endurance and strength. Yes, just like that. You're doing wonderfully. He holds her hand to guide her, causing Lung Ruoli's cheeks to flush. Stealing a glance at Jiang Muye, she finds him incredibly handsome and earnest, making her heart flutter. While Jiang Muye maintains a calm fa-ade, internally he feels like a young deer joyfully bounding about. As Lung Ruoli exercises, her alluring figure becomes even more pronounced. The pristine quality of her skin, resembling a pristine balloon, coupled with the lively bounce of her form, creates a captivating sight. Jiang Muye finds himself parched, unable to resist grabbing a bottle of water, gulping it down eagerly. However, as he drinks, he suddenly finds himself confronted by a pair of remarkably beautiful and ample curves directly in his line of sight. In an instant, he sputters water everywhere, soaking Mi Lu in the process. Shocked, she stands there, having merely intended to greet him. Are you all right? Mi Lu gently pats Jiang Muye's back. Jiang Muye, seeing this unfold, Lung Ruoli becomes concerned, stumbling forward as she begins to lose her balance. Chapter 89. A heroic rescue. As the expression on Lung Ruoli's face shifted to one of panic, a sudden crash echoed, but instead of meeting the cold ground, she found herself embraced by a pair of exceptionally cool hands around her waist. Her eyelashes fluttered as she sensed the warmth radiating from the other person's body, causing her cheeks to flush with heat. She instinctively rested her hands on Jiang Muye's shoulders, nestling into his embrace. The soft jade in his arms naturally surged his hormones. Yet Jiang Muye made a concerted effort to maintain his composure. Are you all right? He inquired, concern lacing his voice. That was truly perilous. He had witnessed her fall, the machinery still in motion. Had he not intervened at that critical moment, she might have sustained serious injuries. Thank you so much, Lung Ruoli said, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she gazed at Jiang Muye with admiration and affection, which only intensified the warmth on his face. Realizing the intimacy of their position, he promptly released her. Phew, thank goodness you're unharmed. How could you be so careless? Falling could have resulted in a grave injury. Mi Lu began to admonish Lung Ruoli, with Jiang Muye nodding in agreement, saying, You must be more cautious, Ruoli. All right, Lung Ruoli replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. I will be more careful. My, you were incredibly brave just now. You truly are the man I admire. Mi Lu exclaimed, her admiration for Jiang Muye growing. I was terrified, oh, so frightened. She leaned toward Jiang Muye once more, but this time he adeptly sidestepped her, nearly causing her to stumble. Darn it, I was so close. Mi Lu huffed, frustrated that he had evaded her embrace. Jiang Muye then addressed her with utmost seriousness. Mi Lu, please exercise restraint. I find such advances quite unwelcome. If you genuinely like me, I would appreciate your respect and a cessation of these behaviors. His gaze was earnest, and his words astonished Mi Lu. In contrast to other men who would seize such opportunities, including male models who often took liberties with her, Jiang Muye's earnestness prompted Mi Lu to admire him even more. A man who refrains from objectifying women possesses admirable qualities, excellence, integrity, kindness, and wisdom. Such a man is indeed trustworthy, free from the fear of betrayal. With a playful smile, Mi Lu responded, I hear you. I apologize. I won't act that way again. However, I must tell you, I like you, and I will amend my behavior if you disapprove. Unaccustomed to romantic relationships, Mi Lu was naive regarding how a girl should behave in love. Jiang Muye was pleasantly surprised that, following his candidness, Mi Lu could so readily acknowledge the issue and express her willingness to change. That's good, he nodded, and after hearing her words, his opinion of her improved significantly. To him, Mi Lu was merely a girl who, despite her sensual appearance, retained a childlike innocence and perhaps a hint of stubbornness. Yet her intentions were not malicious. She simply liked him, and there was nothing wrong with that. He had no right to look down upon any girl who harbored affection, even if that girl was her. Jiang Muye felt honored that Mi Lu had feelings for him, yet he remained principled, not swayed by her affection. He chose to follow his own feelings. If there's anything you don't understand later, feel free to ask me, he said, directing his gaze toward Mi Lu. Her response was bashful and excited. All right. She pointed at a nearby butterfly machine. Teach me how to use that. Sure, Jiang Muye agreed, nodding. I want to try too. Jiang Muye chimed in, smiling. Are you joining in the fun? Jiang Muye glanced sideways at Jiang Muye. This gym isn't yours, is it? Am I not allowed to practice? Jiang Muye replied playfully, her eyes sparkling. Fine, let us practice then. I want to join too, Lung Ruoli declared, finding the elliptical machine less appealing compared to spending time with Jiang Muye. With a gentle gaze, Jiang Muye said, All right, let us all go together. As they approached the butterfly machine, they attracted considerable attention. Lung, Mi, and Jiang are all here? Aren't they rivals? Yet they seem to be getting along splendidly, remarked an onlooker, surprised by the lack of tension between the three. Who would have thought? To see these three together is quite a sight. I envy Jiang Muye. He is quite the charmer, managing to keep them all in harmony. Another commented, admiringly. Jiang is a legendary figure. Who can compare to him? Someone else echoed. If I were him, I would have embraced them both by now. How does he remain so composed? Indeed, Lung is stunning, and Mie's outfit is quite striking. Jiang is adorable as well, a charming little girl. Stop swooning. None of them belong to you. Ultimately, Jiang Muye is the victor. While outsiders expressed their envy, Jiang Muye remained occupied. What is the operation for this? Lung Ruoli asked. Brother, how many sets should a girl typically do? Jiang Shuili queried. Mi Lu playfully whined. I don't know how to use it either. Please teach me. Grip the handles. Rest your elbows against the pads. Inhale deeply while extending and puff out your chest. Yes, just like that. Jiang Muye felt like a personal trainer, guiding each of them on the butterfly machine. Mi Lu feigned weakness, exclaiming, Oh, it's so heavy. I can't pull it. Could you stand behind me and help? Her enchanting eyes were fixed on Jiang Muye. Jiang Muye felt perplexed. She didn't strike him as lacking strength. Put in a little effort, he urged. Stop it. I really do have little strength. Please help me. She playfully pouted. Come here, I'll assist you. Jiang Shuili, ever the supportive sister, stepped in to lend a hand, eager to make a good impression on Jiang Muye. Perhaps this would prompt him to grant her request for a photo shoot. Thank you so much, Junior, Mi Lu said, her expression brightening. No need for thanks. I'm just being a good Samaritan, Jiang Shuili replied with a smile, her good deed unacknowledged. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she mischievously glanced at Jiang Muye, adding, but my good deed should be noted by my brother. Brother? Mi Lu paused, taken aback. Chapter 90. How thrilling. He's my half-brother, whom I have just recognized. Jiang Shuili felt a sense of pride. If that is the case, then I must be his half-sister, right? Mi Lu interjected with a playful hum. Jiang Muye quickly responded, Greetings, sister. From now on, consider me your brother. Being a sister is delightful. Having a beautiful sister means one does not have to constantly ponder on romantic pursuits or be the object of others' affections. Just the thought of it brings immense joy. In response to Jiang Muye's playful banter, Mi Lu teasingly retorted, Don't even think about it. Even if you're my brother, I would still be the one to engage in a sibling romance with you. Why can't you just let things be? Jiang Muye shook his head in disbelief. The word failure does not exist in my vocabulary, Mi Lu declared with a proud tilt of her elegant neck. Did you purchase a dictionary from Xinhua? It seems the printing house skimped on quality. I shall gift you a complete edition soon, Jiang Muye smirked. Mi Lu's expression turned sour. Jiang Shuili burst into laughter. Haha, brother, you are quite talented. Mi Lu pinched Jiang Shuili's waist, exclaiming, You laugh too much and offer no help. I will certainly assist my brother. She chimed in. He and I are a loving family. Then I shall be your sister-in-law and part of your family as well. Come, call me sister-in-law, Mi Lu teased Jiang Shuili. No way. I have no interest in you. It would be better for you to give up now. Otherwise, we might not even remain friends, Jiang Muye quickly clarified. He had repeatedly told Mi Lu that a relationship was impossible, so why did she persist? Mi Lu, with a hint of playful annoyance, replied, I see you as my future boyfriend, while you view me merely as a friend. I refuse to accept that. Unless you marry, I will not relent. Jiang Muye felt exasperated. Where could he possibly find someone to marry? It would be absurd to wed simply to avoid Mi Lu. He was not someone to take marriage lightly. His previous proposal to Xia Shiran stemmed from a genuine affection for her. However, after being rejected, his desire for marriage faded. He believed there was no need to marry unless he found someone he loved, even considering a lifetime of singleness acceptable. While Jiang Muye was immersed in his thoughts, an astonished exclamation from a bystander broke the atmosphere. Wow, the school flower Xia has finally arrived. One individual, who had been engrossed in operating the butterfly machine, looked up. Xia Shiran appeared, clad in a simple black cotton tank top and black shorts, showcasing her slender figure. Gone was her flowing long hair, replaced with a neat bun. Her features delicate and her eyes bright. Her arrival excited the onlookers. Is the main lady here? I knew it was impossible for the three school flowers to be present without Xia. What does she want? Will there be a confrontation? After all, Jiang Muye is surrounded by so many admirers. It does seem like she's here to catch someone in the act, given her proud demeanor. Can she tolerate this? Many began to harbor a sense of schadenfreude, hoping Jiang Muye would face some retribution for claiming the affections of the popular girls. Upon seeing Xia Shiran, Jiang Muye's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated her presence here. Why is Xia here? Jiang Muye wondered, having heard about her brother's numerous proposals to Xia and how she had pursued him afterward. Milu openly displayed her displeasure, remarking, "The vixen is here to entice him again." Jiang Muye darkened his gaze and retorted to Milu, "She is still a girl. Please refrain from such remarks." Milu, unperturbed, smiled faintly. "All right, I will heed your words." After all, Xia was someone Jiang Muye had once admired, and he would not tolerate disparagement against her. "Let us ignore her and focus on our own matters," Jiang Muye murmured. Though he wished to avoid entanglements with Xia, he recognized that he could not prevent her from working out at the gym. That would be unreasonable. Just as Jiang Muye resumed his workout, he noticed Xia Xiran gazing intently at him, asking, "Could you assist me with a partner exercise? I cannot do it alone." Lung Ruoli watched Jiang Muye nervously, unsure of his response. Milu exhibited her displeasure, having anticipated Xia's intention to get closer to Jiang Muye. Jiang Muye observed with a curious and eager expression, reveling in the unfolding drama. The onlookers were equally thrilled. Xia, the school flower, had made an invitation for a partner exercise, a rather intimate act. The partner exercise involved one person placing their feet against the other's calves, performing sit-ups while exchanging high fives after each repetition. Even in its basic form, it was an activity typically reserved for couples, evoking excitement at the thought of lying together. Feet intertwined and hands clasped, gazing into each other's eyes. The crowd erupted in enthusiasm, with the boys imagining themselves as Jiang Muye, thinking how exhilarating it would be to participate in such an exercise with the school flower. "I'm sorry, but I'm currently unavailable. You should seek someone else," Jiang Muye decisively declined. Upon seeing Xia, his heart ached slightly, but he wished for both of them to be well. Ideally, Xia would fade from his life, and they would have no further connections. Congratulations, host, for rejecting Xia Xiran and earning 200 resilience points, along with a shield. A shield? What is that? The system began its explanation. It provides you with an invulnerability shield, valid for 24 hours, protecting you from any harm. This shield was quite beneficial, especially since unexpected accidents often occurred. With the shield in place, Jiang Muye felt reassured about potential injuries. "I'll find a personal trainer if you're worried about getting hurt. I have a gym membership from the school, and the coach is available." Lung Ruoli's melodious voice chimed in as she rose from the butterfly machine, smiling at Xia Xiran. Though she rarely visited the gym, her father had secured her a membership since her enrollment at the school. Milu, excited by Lung Ruoli's suggestion, exclaimed, "Yes, let us get a personal trainer. They're much more professional." Xia Xiran bit her lip defiantly, her eyelashes fluttering. After a moment, she no longer appeared as the sorrowful figure of before. Her eyes sparkled, and her demeanor transformed into one of brightness and confidence. "You once said you liked the confident, optimistic, and determined Xia Xiran, Jiang Muye. I must inform you, that version of Xia is back." Chapter 91. My affection for you will never wane. Xia Xiran's declaration left Jiang Muye momentarily taken aback. "My affection for you shall neither be humble nor wither away. I have vowed to pursue you 100 times, always one more than you, loving with unabashed fervor, never regretting, and certainly never giving up." With a smile, Xia Xiran resembled a fresh, elegant jasmine, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Muye. Lung Ruoli observed Xia Xiran's unwavering confidence, feeling not a trace of panic, but rather admiration. The fact that a girl of such excellence was drawn to Jiang Muye only affirmed her discerning taste. Moreover, he was hers, and no one could take that away. She, too, would exert every effort to win Jiang Muye's heart. Jiang Muye's expression grew increasingly complex. He had not anticipated Xia Xiran's resilience. Yet, one thing became certain to him. He would never reconcile with Xia Xiran. "No matter what you do, I shall remain steadfast in my decision." He stepped directly in front of Lung Ruoli and, before Xia Xiran, raised his wrist to announce, "I have feelings for Lung Ruoli. We are currently getting to know each other as potential future partners." Lung Ruoli widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Jiang Muye, whose face bore a resolute expression. This revelation left her with slightly reddened eyes, and she smiled, an earnest smile born of deep emotion. Milu was so exhilarated that she covered her mouth in astonishment. She had never expected Jiang Muye to make such a bold declaration in front of everyone. Xiaoxiran's lips moved as she fixed her intense gaze on the hands clasped between Jiang Muye and Leng Ruoli. If I were to have a girlfriend in the future, it would definitely be Leng Ruoli, not you, Xiaoxiran, Jiang Muye declared, his gaze prideful. The atmosphere was electrified. Jiang Muye had openly expressed his feelings. How direct. Wow. Jiang Shuili cheered, clapping her hands, thrilled by the unfolding drama, whether it was her brothers or otherwise. Xiaoxiran's eyes instantly reddened, and she struggled to suppress her pain, forcing a smile as she said, "Feel free to continue getting to know each other. It's perfectly fine. You can still get to know me too. My name is Xiaoxiran. I'm 22 years old. I enjoy singing, dancing, reading, and most importantly, I like you." Jiang Muye was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiaoxiran's persistence. After all, she was a girl he had once liked, and witnessing her distress stirred something within him. Yet, he had determined his stance. He would not look back. There is no need to cling to what has been lost. I'm no longer the reckless youth who walked alongside you. Please do not waste your time on me any longer. Although Xiaoxiran was somewhat headstrong, she was a remarkably talented girl. Jiang Muye genuinely hoped she would find her own happiness rather than languish in a shadow. Spending time on you is not a waste. Xiaoxiran smiled, then picked up a glass of water and offered it to Jiang Muye. You must be thirsty. Have a drink. I'm not thirsty, Jiang Muye declined. System. Congratulations, host. Courage points increased by 200. Please, just have a little. You seem tired and not quite alert, she insisted. It's okay. Drink some water and rest a bit. We can chat more later, right? You said you wanted to visit the White Tower Park with me to see the cherry blossoms. Didn't you? They're about to bloom. Xiaoxiran's deep-seated determination was evident as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Muye. The smile on her face sent chills down his spine. Having extended the water bottle to Jiang Muye, he turned away, ignoring her. Leng Ruoli then took the bottle, saying, I'll drink it. Suddenly, Xiaoxiran unexpectedly hurled the water bottle at Leng Ruoli, startling her and turning her face pale. As the bottle flew towards her, she had no time to evade. A warm embrace enveloped her, and she felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Panting heavily, Leng Ruoli's cool cheek pressed against Jiang Muye's warm chest. His hands cradled her head, holding her close. Upon sensing his warmth, her eyes brimmed with tears, deepening her reliance on him. Jiang Muye held her tightly, unable to fathom the scene that had just unfolded. Xiaoxiran attempting to harm Leng Ruoli? This was utterly out of character for the girl he once adored. Jiang Muye turned sharply, bewildered as he confronted Xiaoxiran. What are you doing? His heart felt as though it might shatter. Was this truly the girl he had once loved, now so drastically changed? He had been captivated by her kindness, and now she was capable of such cruelty. Xiaoxiran seemed entranced, biting her back teeth as she roared, even if I do not want it, I will not let anyone else have it. Memories of her childhood Barbie doll, taken by a classmate, resurfaced. Her instinct had been to destroy it. If it vanished, no one could claim it. Milu, witnessing Leng Ruoli being bullied, felt an immediate surge of indignation. Hey, if you bully Ruoli, you'll have to answer to me. Apologize now. Absolutely not. Xiaoxiran retorted, feeling aggrieved, and ran off. She could submit to anyone, but not to Leng Ruoli. Jiang Muye bit his lip tightly, guilt towards Leng Ruoli intensifying as he said, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that she lashed out at you. Yet, nestled in Jiang Muye's embrace, Leng Ruoli gently shook her head. It's all right. She felt joy in his protection, a testament to his care for her. Recalling Jiang Muye's earlier words to Xiaoxiran made her heart flutter with delight. He had mentioned they were in the process of developing their relationship, which held the promise of blossoming into something more. If she were to indeed become Jiang Muye's girlfriend, it would be an incredibly fortunate turn of events. With a silly grin, Leng Ruoli reveled in the sweet heaviness in her heart. This Xiaoxiran was utterly perplexing, Milu grumbled, acting like a victim despite having let go first, then blaming Muye for not holding on to her. Never mind her, Jiang Muye thought. He wished to maintain distance from Xiaoxiran in the future to prevent events like today from recurring. Muye, if you want to connect with me further, I can always be your backup option for a future girlfriend. You should share the love. Milu mused, her thoughts entirely consumed by Jiang Muye. Chapter 92. I promise to pursue you 99 times. Milu gazed intently at Jiang Muye with her sparkling eyes. Jiang Muye flatly rejected her, saying, "My heart is rather small. Accommodating one person is quite sufficient." The system chimed in, "Congratulations, host. You have declined Milu and earned 200 spirit points." Upon hearing Jiang Muye's words, Lung Ruoli's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness. She realized that she had unwittingly become a bystander to this romantic entanglement. If Jiang Muye had mentioned that his romantic interest was Xia Sharan, I would undoubtedly have been furious. However, with Milu, she sighed, "What can I say? I am determined to pursue you." Milu declared, "Don't think that just because you've expressed your feelings, I will give up on you. You two aren't even a couple yet, which means I still have a chance. I vowed to pursue you 99 times. You still intend to pursue me?" Jiang Muye exclaimed in surprise, having thought Milu would abandon her pursuit. "Why not? It's a rare opportunity to encounter someone I like." Milu paused, "though it feels more challenging than winning the lottery. It's not that difficult. Scratch-off tickets are only 10 yuan each, and the odds of winning are quite favorable." Jiang Muye, a lottery enthusiast, chimed in cheerfully. As a result, Milu playfully flicked Jiang Muye's forehead, causing her to yelp, "Ouch, that hurts." Milu huffed, "This is adult business. Children should refrain from meddling." Jiang Muye, undeterred, puffed out her chest and retorted, "I'm a grown-up with a 34D bust. How could I be a child?" Milu, hands on her hips, countered, "And I have a 36D. Does anyone question me?" "Wow, Milu, you're so impressive. Please share your secrets." Jiang Muye thought to himself, bemused by how the conversation had veered off course. After leaving the gym, Jiang Muye escorted Lung Ruoli and the others back to the girls' dormitory before heading towards the boys' dormitory. While engrossed in watching a live stream of the Honor of Kings season, he suddenly felt a heavy force pulling him downwards. Bang! Jiang Muye looked up just in time to see a dark flower pot plummeting from above, heading straight for his head. The speed was alarming. The consequences would be dire if it struck him. With a flash, a faint green light enveloped Jiang Muye. The powerful shield provided by the system activated. Thud! The flower pot, shaken by the impact, veered off course and crashed to the ground 3 meters away from him. As Jiang Muye broke out in a cold sweat. Startled by the unexpected event, he sensed an eerie gaze upon him. Someone was watching. Jiang Muye abruptly glanced upward. The 5th-floor window was ajar, yet there was no sign of anyone. Was it possible that the flower pot had indeed fallen from there? Had he merely imagined it? He distinctly felt the presence of someone peering from the window. Had the flower pot struck him, without the shield, he would surely have been gravely injured. His expression darkened. In the surveillance room, Jiang Muye, guided by the security personnel, scrutinized the footage. His gaze swept across the screen, failing to detect any suspicious figures in the 5th-floor classroom. "Young man, I believe you were simply startled and imagined it. How could someone randomly drop a flower pot on you?" The security officer chuckled. "The strong winds must have blown it down. That is still quite dangerous. We should inform people not to leave flower pots on high floors," Jiang Muye responded, relieved that it was merely an accident and not a deliberate act. There was no reason for anyone to target him. After all, once he confirmed that everything was in order, Jiang Muye felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon returning to his dormitory, he was met with the synchronized gazes of 3 friends on the upper bunk. "You finally returned," they exclaimed in unison. Jiang Muye couldn't help but chuckle. "What's the matter? Did you miss me after just a brief absence? Were you struggling with your computer problems? I can help you out." As he climbed onto the upper bunk, he noticed Xiao Bai Gu shaking his head. "Not at all. We were just here waiting for your gossip. You were with the 4 campus beauties at the gym, right?" "Yes, I saw a post about it on the campus forum," he replied nonchalantly, which was precisely what Jiang Muye had anticipated. "Hey, did you confess to Lung Ruoli?" Xiao Bai Gu and Lao He chuckled, while even Kaizi wore a proud, fatherly smile. "Well, if you think so, then let us go with that. I do have a good impression of her, and we are currently getting to know each other. Who knows? I might genuinely fall for her," Jiang Muye said, a hint of sweetness in his tone when mentioning Lung Ruoli. "Wow, you've finally come to your senses," Xiao Bai Gu exclaimed, visibly pleased. "I do like her and have made it clear that I wish to pursue a romantic relationship. But to be honest, I'm feeling quite uncertain," Jiang Muye admitted, the sweetness fading into a touch of melancholy. "Why the uncertainty? You're not feeling insecure, are you?" Xiao Bai Gu raised his voice. You're the most handsome among us, doing well academically, and now you're financially secure. You and Lung Ruoli are a perfect match. Please. How would T feel insecure? I'm amazing, Jiang Muye retorted, lying back on his bed and rolling his eyes at Xiao Baigu. What do you mean? Xiao Baigu questioned, puzzled. I know all too well my shortcomings. Once I become emotionally invested, I inevitably end up hurt. Thus, I hesitate to open my heart. Whenever I develop feelings for someone, I find faults to suppress those feelings. Jiang Muye paused. I fear that I lack the capacity to love. He recalled vividly the night Xia Shiran had first rejected his proposal. Clutching a bottle of 46-degree Jiangxiabai liquor, he had wandered the empty streets, the rain drizzling down on the muddy path. As he drank and wept, he would walk a short distance before sitting down to cry. Yet the alcohol could not numb the pain swelling within him. He felt the chilling rainwater, the damp ground, and the helplessness of being splashed by puddles. Nave. He had once believed in love, yet that very innocence had left him battered and bruised. I fear that someone might pull me from the shadows only to cast me back into them. Jiang Muye's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Perhaps it is better for me to remain stagnant. Jiang Muye did not aspire to be extraordinary. He simply wished to be irreplaceable. He feared the vulnerability of emotions, terrified of being wounded once more. His roommates fell silent, sensing Jiang Muye's profound sorrow. The pain from his previous relationship with Xia Shiran had left deep scars, and her ambiguous responses, neither accepting nor rejecting him, had only compounded his distress. Don't worry. Even if things don't work out with Lung Ruoli, you still have us, your brothers. Breakups happen. The next one could be even better. Besides, you're still getting to know each other. Who knows? You might hit it off and become a fairy tale couple for life. Xiao Baigu quickly interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. Chapter 93. Why don't we just get married together indeed? Let's celebrate. I'll fetch the beer, and we shall drink until inebriation takes us. A toast to tomorrow, and another to the past. Laoi promptly descended to retrieve the beer. Of course, with beer must come snacks. I opened my cherished stash of drunken peanuts. Xiao Beige exclaimed, Wow, you're feeling generous today? Laoi was pleasantly surprised. Xiao Beige grinned and playfully scolded, Silly dog, when have I ever been stingy? If you want to eat, then eat. If not, it's no matter. Of course I want to eat. I never said otherwise. Laoi chuckled. When Jiang Muye came down from the upper bunk, Kaizi patted him on the back and said, Don't overthink it. You've already taken the first step, which takes courage. The remaining 99 steps depend on how you and the cold school beauty navigate together. Who knows? By the end, it could lead to a wedding. Exactly. Xiao Beige began to dance and hum the accompaniment of the wedding symphony, even using chopsticks as a conductor as baton. Jiang Muye could not help but chuckle. Stop it. You're completely off-key. How dare you question the capabilities of a legendary singer? Xiao Beige puffed up proudly. Laoi tossed peanuts in the air and caught them deftly with his mouth, teasing Xiao Beige. I must say, your off-key singing is quite evident. You want to talk? Don't touch my peanuts. Xiao Beige retorted. Of course I will. Don't be so stingy. The two continued to bicker over the peanuts. And Jiang Muye leaned in with a grin. Hey, save some for me. Not a single one left. Want some? Not a chance. Xiao Beige replied haughtily. After snatching some peanuts, Jiang Muye relished them, savoring the nostalgic taste of his childhood. Another sip of beer brought him immense comfort, instantly dispelling the gloom that had weighed on his heart. As Jiang Muye enjoyed his beer, Xiao Beige excitedly proclaimed, Brothers for life, never to be separated. Look at how tight-knit we are. Let us have our weddings on the same day. How lively that would be. Hold on. Isn't it a bit premature? You haven't even become a couple with the cold school beauty yet, Kaizi pointed out. Xiao Beige made a fist gesture, insisting, just put in some effort. The cold school beauty is within reach. Jiang Muye shot Xiao Beige a sidelong glance. I do have feelings for her, but I'm still a distance away from true affection. I need to cultivate our relationship further, ensuring it blossoms naturally, lest I come off as a mere rogue seeking only physical intimacy, rather than a sincere man pursuing a romance. However, based on the current trajectory, it seemed likely that he would genuinely come to like Lung Ruoli. After all, she was the only one who could capture his attention and distract him. His task was to adjust his demeanor and present a renewed self to Lung Ruoli, ensuring he did not disappoint her. Regardless, I believe there is potential for you two. When the time comes, we'll get married together. I'm laying my cards on the table. Let us find partners. Xiao Beige pointed at Jiang Muye. Understood. I want to find someone. Jiang Muye responded enthusiastically. Now that it's a real man. Cheers. Xiao Beige clinked glasses with Jiang Muye. Without hesitation, Jiang Muye drank deeply. Amidst the laughter and camaraderie with his friends, Jiang Muye's phone rang. He noticed it was a virtual number and felt puzzled. Who could this be? Upon answering, a cheerful voice chimed in, "Brother." The exuberant tone almost knocked Jiang Muye off his feet. Jiang Shuili? Hee, I knew you'd recognize my voice. Cut out, Jiang Muye replied with a smirk. How did you get my number? The student council, of course. They have everyone's numbers. Damn the student council for selling my number, Jiang Muye muttered. Don't blame them. It was my own fault for peeking, Jiang Shuili giggled. All right, what do you need? With a bright smile, Jiang Shuili said, Are you going to the comic convention on Saturday? I've saved you 6 tickets. The comic convention is already here? When was the last one? It feels like just 6 months ago, Jiang Muye replied, surprised. Yes, it's going to be particularly lively this time. And the tickets are free. You wouldn't want to miss it. Jiang Shuili began to coax him playfully. Fine, I never said I wouldn't go. Jiang Muye's response delighted Jiang Shuili, her small face glowing with excitement. That's wonderful. I'll get the tickets to you tomorrow. Let us not miss each other. Jiang Shuili was determined to please her brother, secretly hoping to convince him to engage in cosplay together. She envisioned the scene vividly, an exhilarating dream come true in the world of anime. She would not let this rare opportunity slip by, and promptly sought to charm her brother with the promise of tickets. All right. After hanging up with Jiang Shuili, Jiang Muye saved her contact information. Did Jiang School Beauty just call you? Kaisi inquired, looking at Jiang Muye. Yes, she is giving us tickets to the comic convention on Saturday, Jiang Muye replied candidly. That is fantastic. I want to need to buy a ticket now. How great. Kaisi exclaimed with glee. Jiang Muye calculated the numbers. With only 4 people present, and 6 tickets in hand, they had room for 2 more. He didn't want the tickets to go to waste. This was a perfect opportunity. A smile crept upon his lips as he took out his phone and began to send messages. Later that night, in the girls' dormitory, Lung Ruoli was wrapped in a large bath towel, her figure accentuated by its contours. Water dripped from her damp hair, complementing her rosy cheeks, which appeared soft and smooth as if one could squeeze water from them. She sat on the couch, drying her hair, her long, slender legs elegantly folded. Her graceful posture leaned against the couch, revealing delicate, fair toes, an alluring sight indeed. As she was drying her hair, a WeChat notification pinged on her phone. Upon seeing Jiang Muye's message flash on her screen, she swiftly grabbed her phone. Jiang Muye, there's a comic convention on Saturday. Besides me, there are 2 extra tickets. Are you interested? Intrigued, Lung Ruoli felt a flutter of excitement. Naturally, she wished to spend more time with Jiang Muye, especially as they were progressing toward becoming a couple. Cultivating their relationship required outings together. With a sweet smile, she replied, Sure. Can we bring Milu Jie along? Jiang Muye, you 2 together? Of course. How can we not include her in the fun? She is very interested in anime as well. Jiang Muye chuckled upon reading Lung Ruoli's message. She truly was a naive sweetheart. Here she was, unwittingly inviting her rival into their plans rather than guarding against her. Yet, her straightforwardness only lifted Jiang Muye's spirits further. How endearing. A girl without guile is easy to cherish. Chapter 94. The rapid progression of affections. Jiang Muye harbored a disinclination for women who were excessively cunning. Consequently, his fondness for Lung Ruoli surged almost instantaneously. He responded, All right, we shall go together then. At 9 in the morning, I will call you from downstairs. Lung Ruoli replied. Let us meet. Without fail. Upon receiving a cute cat emoji from her, Jiang Muye secretly saved it with a smirk. After engaging in conversation with Lung Ruoli for a while, Jiang Muye lost interest in drinking, chuckling. You all continue to drink. I shall recline for a bit on my bed. Observing Jiang Muye glued to his phone, texting, the others exchanged knowing glances. Goodness, the feelings are escalating quite swiftly, they remarked. Ah, truly, one forgets friends in the presence of beauty. Come on, let us drink. Isn't it amusing? As if we were devoid of girlfriends. Well, you are the only one without a girlfriend at present. However, it's wise to seize the moment and seek companionship soon. Amidst the playful jeering, of his friends. Jiang Muye chuckled. All right, I'm off to bed. Stop nagging. Enjoy your drinks. Once in bed, Jiang Muye resumed chatting with Lung Ruoli. Slightly intoxicated, his cheeks flushed. He lay in a relaxed position, tilting his head as he typed. Below, his roommates were loud and boisterous, drinking and laughing. One even began dancing provocatively in bed, wrapped in a blanket. Jiang Muye merely cast a casual glance, teasing, "What an eyesore," while his focus remained on his phone. The conversation with Lung Ruoli became increasingly delightful, transforming what could have been mundane topics into a lively exchange. As they chatted, he decided to share the cat emoji he had just saved, inadvertently exposing himself. Lung Ruoli gleefully exclaimed, "Look, you've also stolen my emoji." Jiang Muye playfully retorted, "Could it not be that I saved it before you sent it? Is that so?" She inquired, puzzled. Jiang Muye then confessed, sending a voice message. "All right, I did indeed take your emoji. We are even now." He promptly sent a 100 yuan red envelope, accompanied by the emoji he had pilfered, with the message, "A tip, take it without thanks." Lung Ruoli quickly accepted it. Jiang Muye chuckled. "Your speed in claiming the red envelope is impressive." In response, Lung Ruoli sent a voice message. "If one does not seize the red envelope swiftly, it is a travesty." Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Muye felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Her soft, mellifluous tone resonated beautifully through the headphones, igniting a warmth within him. Jiang Muye playfully provoked her, "Then say thank you, brother." Lung Ruoli, clearly shy, began to type. "I want to say it." Jiang Muye teased, "Why type when I wish to hear your voice?" With a bashful reply, Lung Ruoli asked, "Haven't you turned off your lights yet?" Jiang Muye responded, "Even if the lights are off, I still want to hear you speak. Are you urging me to sleep? What is it?" Unable to express it online, longing to voice it in person? Through the screen, Jiang Muye envisioned Lung Ruoli's blushing face, her ears flushed, eyes sparkling, nose adorably upturned, and lips tenderly red. She appeared to gaze at him with a mixture of affection and shyness. His heart raced with a fervent desire, an overwhelming urge to see her. Lung Ruoli quickly activated her microphone. "Thank you, brother." Her voice rose at the end, sweet and soft. Jiang Muye felt his heart soar. He instinctively leaned forward, clutching the blanket tightly. He unconsciously spoke into the microphone. "So, you are unwilling to meet me in person?" At that moment, nestled under the covers, Lung Ruoli, with her phone pressed to her ear, felt her cheeks flush upon hearing his magnetic voice. She bit her fingertip, a delightful thrill coursing through her, the sensation almost intoxicating. Embarrassed, she buried her blushing face in her pillow, replaying his words over and over. Leaning closer to her phone, she declared, "That's not it." Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Muye was astounded. My goodness, he thought, overwhelmed by her enchanting tone, though it lacked the childish lilt of Jiang Muye. Lung Ruoli's voice possessed a sultry softness that was tantalizingly endearing. With a smile playing on his lips, Jiang Muye sent a voice message. "Then what is it?" "I still wish to see you tomorrow." Lung Ruoli's speech quickened as she replied, and Jiang Muye could sense her flushed face, nervous yet shy. His heart pounded in his chest, and he couldn't help but smile broadly, responding, "All right, I shall let you see me." Upon hearing Jiang Muye's words, Lung Ruoli felt as if a joyful little deer had leapt into her heart, filling her with indescribable lightness and joy. With her flushed cheeks, she could hardly contain her smile. "Tomorrow, I will see the person I like. How wonderful." Holding her phone, her gaze softened, she spoke sweetly, then, "See you tomorrow." Good night, came his succinct voice message, yet it stirred a sweet ripple in her heart. Embracing her phone, Lung Ruoli rolled about in bed, enveloped in happiness. This was undoubtedly her most joyful moment. She found herself reminiscing about every little detail regarding Jiang Muye, involuntarily breaking into a smile. Meanwhile, Milu, who was applying a facial mask, observed Lung Ruoli's radiant demeanor and remarked, "Your silly smile makes me want to record it for you to see." Blushing, Lung Ruoli replied, "Sister Milu, get some rest early." "Hey, I will bring you breakfast tomorrow." "All right," Milu replied with a grin. "Tomorrow morning, I'll be flying to New York for a fashion show. I'll bring you a gift." Nodding, Lung Ruoli expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Then recalling something, she quickly notified Milu, "Do you have time on Saturday?" Jiang Muye invited us to a comic convention. Upon hearing this, Mi Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded eagerly. Yes, let us go. Good, then we'll go together, Lung Ruoli affirmed with a smile. Mi Lu, feeling a rush of exhilaration, exclaimed, since we're going to the convention, I must wear something extraordinary. Let me think carefully. I will undoubtedly astonish Jiang Muye. Lung Ruoli nodded in agreement, realizing, oh yes, we need a cosplay, but I'm not very good at it. What should I do? After all, wearing ordinary clothes to a comic convention would be too commonplace. She yearned for something unique, yet subtle enough to fit in. Mi Lu snapped her fingers, smiling. That's easy. Isn't there cosplay expert readily available? At that moment, Lung Ruoli thought of Jiang Muye and smiled knowingly. Right, Jiang Muye is excellent at cosplay. I can ask her. Having Jiang Muye's WeChat, Lung Ruoli promptly messaged her for advice. Jiang Muye joyfully replied, you've come to the right person. I have a dedicated cosplay team. My studio will create the costumes you need. Considering you're my sister-in-law, I will sponsor you for free. Upon hearing Jiang Muye refer to her as sister-in-law, Lung Ruoli felt a rush of warmth in her ears. No one had ever addressed her that way before, but she found it particularly endearing. Shyly, she sent a voice message. Thank you. It's nothing. But have you thought about which character you want to cosplay? Jiang Muye inquired. Lung Ruoli pondered for a moment, her eyes brightening. Actually, I already have a character in mind that I would like to cosplay. Please help me to recreate it as closely as possible. Chapter 95. I am waiting for you. Me too. The following morning, radiant sunlight bathed the entire city. A tall, dark silhouette stood beneath the pale gray dormitory building. Jiang Muye, clad in a thick black hoodie and a baseball jacket, exuded a casual yet stylish charm. With white, three-dimensional headphones adorning his neck, he attracted numerous glances as he appeared beneath the girls' dormitory. Young girls exchanged shy smiles in his direction. Jiang Muye, unfazed by the admiration, paid no heed to their affections. With his left hand holding a breakfast and his right hand grasping his phone, he began to send a WeChat message to Lung Ruoli. Jiang Muye, I am downstairs. Within 5 seconds of staring at the screen, a reply came through. Lung Ruoli. I'm also downstairs. Also downstairs, Jiang Muye began to scan his surroundings, puzzled by the absence of her figure. Was she truly down here? Jiang Muye, I do not see you. Lung Ruoli, I'm at the boys' dormitory, waiting for you with breakfast. Surprised, Jiang Muye glanced at the breakfast in his hand and couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that Lung Ruoli would think of the same idea. He promptly sent a voice message. Stay right there. I will come to you immediately. Lung Ruoli replied. Okay. With that, Jiang Muye dashed toward the boys' dormitory, his energy exuberant, propelled by youthful vigor. Panting slightly, he leaned on his knees, only to be met with the enchanting sight of Lung Ruoli. She wore a beige knitted sweater paired with a plaid pleated skirt and black stockings, embodying both innocence and allure. Upon spotting Jiang Muye, her eyes sparkled with warmth, yet she reproached him gently. Why are you running so fast? I'm not rushing. Jiang Muye responded with a bright smile. It's chilly outside. I wanted to see you sooner to prevent you from catching a cold. Upon hearing his words, Lung Ruoli felt warmth flood her cheeks. With a shy smile, she said, I did not expect to bring you breakfast, only to find out you brought me breakfast as well. Yes, I bought double portions, Jiang Muye grinned. Holding the breakfast aloft, Lung Ruoli bashfully replied, so did I. Thus, they shared a silent understanding. Jiang Muye's brow arched in delight. Today, I get to enjoy double breakfast. Blushing, Lung Ruoli queried, what if I cannot finish all of this? Not to worry. I can take the leftovers back from my roommates, Jiang Muye chuckled, picturing the ensuing competition for the food. Lung Ruoli nodded. Let us go. I'll walk you to class. Jiang Muye flashed her a knowing glance. Sure. Embarrassed yet pleased, Lung Ruoli followed Jiang Muye closely. As they walked side by side, their breaths intertwined, their arms occasionally brushed against each other, igniting a delightful thrill in Jiang Muye, especially when his fingertips grazed her skin. Despite feeling bashful, he relished the moment, recalling how he had publicly confessed his feelings for her just the day prior. All right, we've arrived, said Lung Ruoli, stopping at the classroom door and offering Jiang Muye a gentle smile. Do we get here so quickly? Jiang Muye was taken aback. as he had thought the journey would feel longer. Yes, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Jiang Muye smiled. I'll head to class now. Be sure to pay attention. What about lunch at the cafeteria? Sounds good, she replied. Goodbye then. Jiang Muye waved to her, his gesture somewhat awkward yet endearing. Wait this. Lung Ruoli lifted the breakfast she was holding and handed it to him. Jiang Muye instinctively chuckled softly, then offered his own breakfast back to her. This is yours. See you at noon, Lung Ruoli said, her lips curving into a shy smile as she entered the classroom. Through the glass corridor, Jiang Muye watched her graceful figure take her seat, and she waved at him with a bright smile. Unable to resist, he grinned widely and waved back before departing. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Lung Ruoli's classroom and earned 500,000 RMB. After dismissing the system notification, Jiang Muye glanced down at the breakfast Lung Ruoli had prepared for him. It was a bento box, and to his surprise, it was homemade rather than store-bought. A wave of tenderness washed over him. The bento box felt heavy with meaning in his hands. Entering the classroom, he found Xiao Beige and others already seated. Noticing Jiang Muye carrying a bag, they curiously inquired, "What did you bring?" "A bento," he replied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Beige and the others exchanged knowing glances, teasingly commenting, "Wow, first you had the summer school beauty S bento, now you have the winter beauty S. You're quite fortunate." Jiang Muye merely huffed. His spirits lifted as he opened the bento box. To his surprise, the contents were somewhat unexpected. "HM?" Xiao Beige chuckled. "I suddenly don't envy you anymore." Oldie glanced over, shaking his head. "Are you sure this is edible? What's wrong with it? It may not look good, but it could taste great." Jiang Muye quickly defended Lung Ruoli. Inside the box was a portion of seaweed beef kimchi sushi. Naturally, it was far from the quality of those found in restaurants. The sushi was unevenly cut and lacked visual appeal, but was arranged neatly, accompanied by some vegetables for garnish. Jiang Muye found it heartwarming. The bento prepared by Xia Shiran had been exquisite, designed to entice. However, compared to this bento, he preferred the authenticity of Lung Ruoli's creation. It was genuine, a young lady, unaccustomed to the kitchen, likely preparing her first dish. Moreover, she must have woken early to make it by 7 in the morning. Feeling touched by this thought, Jiang Muye took a piece of sushi and popped it into his mouth. Delicious, he instinctively praised. Xiao Beige and Oldie stared at him, astonished. Really? It's that good? Curiosity piqued, they instinctively reached for the sushi, taking a bite. However, as soon as it touched their tongues, Xiao Beige sputtered, spitting it out. "This rice isn't even cooked. It's not only hard, but also cold. How can this be good? And there's way too much salad dressing." Chapter 96. I was full of life as the lively atmosphere unfolded. A playful tap on the head from Jiang Muye silenced the lively little dove, telling her not to waste food meant for others. Old he, after taking a bite, frowned and lamented. When God opens a door for the cold school beauty, he closes a window. Jiang Muye, ever the defender, retorted, "She's not a chef. Why should she excel in cooking? Besides, we have servants at home who can cook. For her first attempt, she has done quite well." As he spoke, he stuffed more sushi into his mouth, proclaiming, "I find it quite delicious." The little dove laughed. Ah, love is indeed blind. Even if food seems to have a delicious filter now. Oldie nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it weren't for the cold school beauty-s cooking, I doubt Musi would even take a single bite. Jiang Muye rolled his eyes. Less talk, more action. Despite the sushi's lackluster taste, Jiang Muye savored each bite, ultimately finishing an entire box. Content and sated, he relaxed, waiting for the professor to begin class. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. During the lesson, his stomach began to grumble ominously. Suddenly, a sharp pain twisted in his abdomen. Gripping his stomach, he winced in agony, taking a sharp breath and biting down on his teeth. The little dove noticed his discomfort and inquired, "What's wrong?" "I need to use the restroom," he replied, making his way to the back door of the classroom. After a brief visit to the restroom, the discomfort persisted. Upon emerging, he leaned against the door, feeling unwell again, prompting him to return to the restroom. After several trips, his face was pale and he felt exceedingly unwell. Concerned for his prolonged absence, the little dove, Old he, and Kaizi came to check on him. Upon seeing Jiang Muye's ashen face and his pained posture, they became alarmed. Muye, are you all right? Can you hold on? They urged. We need to get you to the hospital. Yes, you look like you're about to faint, they insisted. Jiang Muye gritted his teeth and waved them off. I'm fine. But then, waves of nausea surged, and he rushed to the toilet to vomit violently. His roommates were frantic. Kai Zi, as the dorm leader, quickly lifted Jiang Muye onto his back. The little dove drove Jiang Muye's sports car, rushing him and his roommates to the hospital. Once in the hospital, Jiang Muye lay in bed, hearing the system's notification, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked into the hospital and received 500,000 RMB. Jiang Muye was exasperated. Who wants to be in the hospital? He was suffering from food poisoning, resulting in acute gastroenteritis, which left him vomiting and experiencing diarrhea. Noticing his agitation, the system promptly offered, "The system has introduced a new product, Health Recovery Potion. You can exchange it for 500 vitality points, and your ailments will vanish." Seeing hope in the system's words, Jiang Muye eagerly exchanged his vitality points for the potion. Upon consuming it, he felt revitalized, his previously weak body rejuvenated. At that moment, Kaizi informed him, "Muye, it's time for your 4." "No need, I feel fine," Jiang Muye replied. "Impossible. You were just on the brink of collapse. Don't be foolish. Severe gastroenteritis can lead to exhaustion. You need to get in 4, Kaizi insisted sternly. Even the typically carefree little dove expressed her concern. "And 4 might be a hassle, but for your health, you should stay and receive treatment. We'll be here with you. You want to be bored." Oldie nodded in agreement. "If anything comes up at school, I'll let you know. Just focus on resting." Feeling reassured by the concern of his 3 roommates, Jiang Muye felt a surge of gratitude. These friends, who had previously shared failures and hardships, were indeed loyal companions. "I'm really fine. I can't be reckless. My recovery ability is quite robust," Jiang Muye stated, demonstrating his improved condition by attempting push-ups on the floor. His roommates were taken aback, watching as he effortlessly performed dozens without breaking a sweat. "I could run a marathon or defeat 10 whiny monsters without a hitch," he boasted. "Is that so? Muye, are you really okay?" Kai Zi asked, still skeptical. "Absolutely," Jiang Muye affirmed with a nod. Despite his assurances, his friends remained uneasy, insisting he stay for observation and visit the doctor. When they reached the doctor, he was astonished to see Jiang Muye sitting there, vibrant and lively, a stark contrast to the pale, lifeless boy he had seen earlier. Even with exceptional physical abilities and rapid recovery, this turnaround is astonishing, the doctor remarked. "I'll prescribe you some medication," the doctor offered, but Jiang Muye shook his head. "No need. That's absurd. You may feel better now, but acute gastroenteritis can be recurrent. Don't take your health lightly," the doctor admonished. "Then let me have a checkup. If all is well, don't prescribe me anything," Jiang Muye requested. Seeing his determination, the doctor relented. "Fine, go get checked. I assure you, the results will still show elevated levels." His roommates accompanied him for blood tests and examinations. Just as they reached the 2nd floor, a familiar voice called out, "Muye." Jiang Muye turned to see a girl rushing towards him, her face pale with worry. The graceful figure darted through the air, her dark, shimmering eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Coldruoli?" he exclaimed, astonished. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in class?" Chapter 97, Nurse Sister. "Please do not give me an injection," Kai Zi addressed Jiang Muye. "Do not blame me. I summoned her here. I thought you might feel better if she were around." It was then that Jiang Muye comprehended the reason for Lung Ruoli's presence. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she expressed, "I'm so worried about you. Are you feeling any better?" Her voice trembled, laden with emotion. Struggling to contain her tears, she appeared exceptionally pitiable, evoking a surge of compassion within Jiang Muye. "I am fine. Look at me. I seem perfectly well. It's merely gastritis, and I have managed to endure it," Jiang Muye replied with a slight smile. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's because you ate the lunch I made that you have gastritis," Lung Ruoli lamented. "It's my stomach that cannot tolerate it. It wasn't tea, just your lunch. In truth, I consumed other food as well without paying heed." Jiang Muye offered a casual excuse, wishing to evade her reproach. However, guilt still lingered in Lung Ruoli's expression. Her eyelashes fluttered, filled with concern for Jiang Muye as she urged, "You should not stand here. Please sit down. I truly am fine. I need to undergo a second examination to confirm that everything is all right. I want to even need medication, Jiang Muye reassured her with a grin. Yet Lung Ruoli sniffled, interpreting his words as comfort directed toward her. Though she herself was not afflicted with gastritis, she recalled how Mi Lu had suffered from it, which was indeed a dreadful experience. If possible, she would rather bear the discomfort herself than see Jiang Muye in pain. The thought that he was suffering because of her only deepened her remorse. What are you going to do now? She gently inquired. We need to draw blood for testing. Xiao Beige replied earnestly. All right, let us proceed to have the blood drawn. Lung Ruoli promptly stepped forward, grasping Jiang Muye's arm to support him. Jiang Muye, taken aback by her initiative, smiled and said, I truly am fine. I am not that fragile. No, I will support you, she insisted, biting her lower lip, resolute. All right, you may support me, he acquiesced, choosing not to argue further. The sensation of her delicate hand resting on his arm brought an indescribable comfort to him, leaving him feeling lighthearted. They stood in close proximity, her soft grip around his arm eliciting an amusing tickle. Jiang Muye found himself unable to suppress a smile, as the air around them seemed to be infused with a sweet aroma, despite the stark reality that it was merely the scent of antiseptic. A glance at his own fair complexion revealed that Lung Ruoli's hand was even more strikingly pale, coupled with the reactions of those around them, like Xiao Beige and others who deliberately kept their distance, casting them dubious looks. Jiang Muye felt a warmth spreading to his ears, tinged with a sense of secret delight. It was undeniable that he and Lung Ruoli resembled a couple in that moment. A sweet, unexpected fortune. After leading Jiang Muye to the blood-drawing station, Lung Ruoli carefully instructed him. If you're afraid, do not look at the needle. It might hurt a bit, but it will be over quickly. Jiang Muye's gaze flitted over Lung Ruoli's flustered and bashful face, prompting a smile to spread across his lips. I'm not afraid. Rather, I think you're the one who is frightened. As she bit her rosy lip, a flush creeping across her cheeks as she muttered, I'm not afraid. Is that so? Jiang Muye teased, sensing a contradiction in her words. All right, we are about to begin, the nurse interjected. As an experienced professional, she found the sight of such a perfectly matched pair delightful. Yet her duty to the other patients necessitated a swift conclusion to their conversation. With determination, Lung Ruoli rolled up Jiang Muye's sleeve and shyly urged, let us proceed with the injection. She implored the nurse, Sister, please ensure it is done in one go. Certainly, the nurse replied, readily accommodating her request. Young man, you are quite fortunate, she remarked with a smile directed at Jiang Muye. A sense of pride swelled within him at her words. Lung Ruoli, feeling bashful, lowered her head and nestled close to Jiang Muye. He caught sight of her moist, reddened lips, pursed in apprehension as she inhaled deeply, betraying her fear of the needle, despite not being the one receiving the injection. Do not be afraid, she encouraged him, her eyes resembling those of a gentle doe, gazing intently at him. Jiang Muye, however, found humor in her attempt to bolster his spirits, realizing it was more an encouragement for herself than for him. As she anxiously drew breath, her heart racing, and her gaze fixated on the needle, a hand suddenly covered her view. The familiar scent of Jiang Muye enveloped her, a soothing mint fragrance, warming her cool face and igniting a tumult of emotions within her. Her heart raced with intensity, and her skin flushed with warmth, a physical manifestation of her sensitivity, which Jiang Muye could easily perceive. The shared sensation between them was exhilarating. While she was concerned for him, he too was equally worried for her. Despite her evident fear of the injection, she bravely sought to comfort him. Though Jiang Muye could not eliminate her anxiety, he could certainly alleviate it. The needle barely pricked his arm, akin to the light bite of an ant, pain-free and fleeting. In mere seconds, a vial of blood was drawn. All done, young man. Please await the report. Next, please, the nurse announced. Jiang Muye finally lowered his hand. Lung Ruoli blinked against the bright light, her eyes struggling to adjust. Yet, to Jiang Muye, her momentary blink resembled the delicate flutter of a butterfly's wings. When her eyes fully opened, she was breathtakingly beautiful. As she smiled, the corners of her eyes lifted, her entire being radiating joy, presenting a charming and graceful visage. Jiang Muye was entranced, his breath quickening in a disordered rhythm. Before he could regain his composure, he noticed Lung Ruoli had lowered her head, pressing the cotton swab against his arm. With her other hand, she assisted him in adjusting his clothing, carefully reminding him, "You must apply pressure to the cotton swab for a while, or it may swell and bleed." "Understood," he replied softly, his lips curving into a smile as his gaze lingered on her. Together, they moved to the side, with his sleeve still unrolled. A wave of warmth enveloped him as he unexpectedly spotted Lung Ruoli draping her jacket around his shoulders, clutching him closely to prevent it from slipping off. "Don't catch a cold," she said with a gentle smile, meeting his astonished gaze. Her warmth stirred something deep within Jiang Muye, creating ripples of emotion in his previously calm heart. "Brother," a familiar voice rang out. Chapter 98, beautiful as a flower, with a slim waist and long legs. Suddenly, Jiang Muye spotted Jiang Muye, her twin ponytails bouncing as she rushed towards him, dressed in a cosplay outfit of the Qiao. It was evident she had not yet changed after her performance and was hurrying over. Many gazes, tinged with curiosity, were cast upon Jiang Muye, yet she remained unfazed. She plopped down beside Jiang Muye and anxiously inquired, "Are you all right? Feeling better? Did you just finish filming?" Jiang Muye was taken aback. Not only him, but even Xiao Beige and the others were astonished, albeit excited. After all, their cosplay goddess was stunningly beautiful, with an enviably slim waist and long legs. Who wouldn't be enchanted? "I was shooting a promotional advertisement. Upon hearing you were unwell, I rushed here immediately. What is the point of filming? Nothing is more important than my brother." Jiang Muye displayed her genuine affection for Jiang Muye, treating him as a beloved sibling. Naturally, she had her own selfish motives. She wished for Jiang Muye to be in good health, hoping that one day they could collaborate on a project together. She also yearned to see Lord Ao Tian return to the limelight. Jiang Muye, somewhat flustered by her attention, reassured her, "I'm really fine." "Fine? You're in a hospital," Jiang Muye exclaimed, her concern palpable. She had rushed over after hearing from her roommate that Jiang Muye had been hospitalized. "It's just gastroenteritis. And I'm already better," Jiang Muye explained. Just then his phone rang. It was a video call from Milu. He answered promptly, and the screen revealed Milu hurrying through an airport, dressed in an alluringly sexy dress, her face etched with worry. "My, how could you fall ill? Are you all right?" "Don't worry. I've already booked a flight and we'll be back soon." "Milu, didn't TU just arrive in New York for a fashion show?" Lung Ruoli asked, astonished. "It's fine. I can always fly back later tonight. I can sleep on the plane," Milu replied nonchalantly. Jiang Muye furrowed his brow, attempting to dissuade her. "I genuinely am fine. Focus on your own matters. Please don't make a fuss coming back. Look, I'm in good spirits and health. Congratulations, host. Refusing Milu's return earns you 200 spirit points." The system chimed in. "Don't be foolish. As a patient, you need someone to take care of you. How could I not be by your side? Wait for me. I'll fly back immediately," Milu insisted, her concern for Jiang Muye evident. Having missed the chance to see her grandfather one last time, she cherished her loved ones deeply, pouring herself into everything she did, especially in pursuit of her affections. Jiang Muye's mood grew heavy. Milu's fiery personality shone through, a striking beauty on the outside. Yet now he saw a tender-hearted girl within. The envy of Xiao Beige and the others was palpable as they remarked to Kai Zi and Lao He, "I truly envy Mai. Just a bout of gastroenteritis, and 3 goddesses are at his beck and call. When I had my appendix removed, Suya merely ordered me takeout. I wish I could swap places with Mai." Lao He shook his head, reflecting, who can deny it? Jiang Muye's luck is off the charts. It's as if he is in a game with cheat codes. Each of these girls is genuinely invested in him. Initially leaning towards the cold school beauty, Kaizi now found himself uncertain, acknowledging that Milu was indeed wonderful. And even Jiang Muye was quite appealing. If only Xia Xiuhua were less extreme, she could also be a fitting choice. It was just Mai's roommates thinking this way. Even passers-by were astonished to see 2 distinctively gorgeous women flanking him. Is this a superstar? How can they be so stunning? Is that Jiang Muye from the cosplay world? And who is that boy with her? She seems to care for him a lot. It really is Jiang Muye. Wow, what is their relationship? And there's another super beauty beside him. How breathtaking. Is he not the luckiest guy around? Amidst the envy and admiration, Jiang Muye continued negotiating with Milu over the phone. Milu, I appreciate your kindness, but I assure you I'm fine. Please don't come back. If you do, I'll be upset and might even take it out on you. Upon hearing this, Milu replied softly, but there's no but. Your return would only add pressure on me. You've missed a show. There won't be another opportunity. I would feel overwhelmed. Thank you for your affection. But I don't want to see someone I care for sacrifice anything for me. Jiang Muye's voice was resolute. His determination was unwavering. While he appreciated her feelings, he knew that chasing dreams was paramount. Milu's commitment to see him was touching, yet her love felt like a heavy burden. He did not wish for any girl to jeopardize her future for him. Moreover, he was not so fragile as to require such extreme care from others. Lung Ruoli instinctively nodded at Milu, affirming, Milu, I believe Jiang Muye is right. Focus on your work. I'm here, and I'll update you on anything urgent. And I'm here too. Jiang Shuili chimed in, raising her hand. I'll take good care of my brother. You can concentrate on your show. I love watching you strut on stage. You look stunning and incredibly captivating, totally slaying the audience. Go and shine. Jiang Muye nodded in agreement. Do your best. Even though I can't be there in person, I'll be watching the live stream. Tears welled in Milu's eyes, touched by their support. A smile broke through her worry. Okay, I'll give my all. She then reminded Jiang Muye, make sure to take care of yourself. Otherwise, I'll fly back immediately. And you as well, Jiang Muye replied, nodding in affirmation. Finally, Milu relinquished her desire to return and ended the video call. All right, you can go back now, Jiang Muye said, turning to Jiang Shuili. However, Jiang Shuili stubbornly remained seated beside him. Why should I go? I'm not leaving him. She refused to budge at Jiang Muye's suggestion. Chapter 99. A world apart, Milu continues to pursue her career. Yet you falter midway? Since the opportunity for advertisement has befallen you, cherish it wholeheartedly. Abandoning the mess for others to handle is rather irresponsible. Jiang Muye admonished Jiang Shuili. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Shuili stuck out her tongue and replied, all right, I'll heed my brother's words. But you must promise not to dislike me. Why would I harbor any dislike? You came to see me, not to harm me, Jiang Muye replied with a wry smile. Hee. Then I shall visit you after filming. Brother, you must get better soon, Jiang Shuili said, her eyes sparkling with concern. I'm perfectly fine. It's you all who are overreacting, Jiang Muye reassured her, feeling exceptionally well at that moment. All right, I shall take my leave, Jiang Shuili replied obediently and departed. Once Jiang Shuili had left, Jiang Muye's gaze shifted to Lung Ruoli, and he spoke gently, you may leave as well. Am I to leave too? Lung Ruoli asked, surprised. You still have classes. You're skipping out, aren't you? Jiang Muye stated sternly. But, no buts. Be obedient, he chided, though there was a hint of indulgence in his tone, reminiscent of soothing a child. Lung Ruoli, maintaining her trained demeanor, replied, I'll wait until your report comes out. Once everything is fine, I'll leave. Very well, Jiang Muye acquiesced, observing her stubbornness without further objection. Soon, the report was issued, and Lung Ruoli rushed forward to collect it, her urgency palpable, as if she herself were the one unwell. Her impulsive action warmed Jiang Muye's heart. Everything is perfectly normal, she exclaimed joyfully, her excitement evident. Jiang Muye smiled, of course. Is it truly so? Some of her roommates expressed disbelief, comparing it to the initial report, which had shown concerningly high values. How could such a dramatic turnaround occur in such a short time? Amidst their astonishment, only Jiang Muye remained composed. After all, he possessed a system, and with the health restoration agent provided by it, the results were bound to be exceptional. Now you can return home obediently, Jiang Muye said softly to Lung Ruoli. Nodding, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she poured hot water into a cup and handed it to him. Drink plenty of hot water, she advised. All right, he responded, taking a sip that soothed his throat and made him feel more comfortable. I'll head back now. If you feel unwell, do let me know. I'll come to see you as soon as my class ends, Lung Ruoli said, unable to shake her concern for him. Rest assured, we'll take good care of Jiang Muye, Xiao Beige chimed in cheerfully. Even if he needs a massage, we're up for it. After lingering a moment, Lung Ruoli finally left. Xiao Beige turned to Jiang Muye, remarking, Others would cherish the opportunity to embrace a lovely girl, yet you dismiss them. Should you regret it? I could speak to Suya about finding you more lovely companions. Jiang Muye replied with a sidelong glance at Xiao Beige. Please don't. That might just send me to the heavens. Xiao Beige joked, though his heart remained loyal to his own beloved. Now that the follow-up appointment has arrived, let us head into the clinic. Kaizi beckoned Jiang Muye, and they all re-entered the medical facility. Upon reviewing Jiang Muye's second report, the doctor was utterly bewildered. What is happening? All values are normal. There is not a trace of anything amiss. This defies all logic. Doctor, can you now believe me? Jiang Muye asked. The doctor, filled with admiration, replied, Indeed, a young man like you recovers an astonishing rate. He felt his understanding of medicine challenged, realizing the vast wonders of the world. This is nothing short of a miracle. With Jiang Muye restored to health, the doctor required no prescriptions, merely advising him on precautions before permitting him to leave. Jiang Muye returned to his dormitory with his roommates. As he opened his computer to play games, Kaizi interjected, You nearly scared us to death. Now you should rest instead of gaming. As the dorm leader, declare your phone confiscated, Kaizi asserted. Xiao Beige and Lao He nodded in agreement. Indeed. Although you are better, you've just recovered. You need proper rest. Seeing their concern warmed Jiang Muye's heart. All right, I'll listen to you all and rest in bed. He conceded, acknowledging the need for recovery after feeling unwell that morning. Kaizi announced, I'll prepare some hot water for you. Muye, what would you like to eat? I can buy it for you, Xiao Beige asked. Lao He suggested, I'll fetch a warm towel for you to freshen up. Such good brothers, Jiang Muye chuckled softly. Though they often appeared carefree and unreliable, they proved dependable in times of need. Of course, if not for you, who else would I care for? Xiao Beige teased, urging him to specify his cravings. After a moment of thought, Jiang Muye replied, Just something light will suffice. All right, I'll see to it, Xiao Beige said with a smile before heading out. Lao He returned with a warm towel, and as Jiang Muye felt its refreshing touch, Xiao Beige soon reappeared carrying several bags. Jiang Muye was astonished. Do you think I'm a bottomless pit? Have you bought so much? Will I even finish it? That is not my doing. It was purchased by the 3 campus beauties. Xiao Beige exclaimed excitedly. Really? Jiang Muye replied, taken aback. Chapter 100. Becoming Jiang Muye's wife, Xiao Beige began to lighten up, saying, These are the radish soup ordered by me, Xiaohua. This is the preserved egg and lean meat porridge and beef pie from Lung Xiaohua. And this is the wontons and Xiao Muye from Jiang Xiaohua. Coincidentally, when she went out to buy something, she discovered that Jiang Xiaohua and Lung Xiaohua had already brought back their purchases. Even the takeout from me Xiaohua arrived just in time, and Xiao Beige conveniently picked it up. Upon hearing her words, Lao He couldn't help but envy Jiang Muye, exclaiming, How fortunate you are to have 3 people thinking of you during a meal. I'm salivating just thinking about it. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, unable to resist the urge to open the takeout bag. However, Xiao Beige stopped him, saying, Hey, don't even think about stealing a bite. This is from Yuzi, who is still a patient. Of course I know. Do you really think I'm that indiscriminate? Lao He shot her a glare. I'm just bringing it to Muzi so he can eat. Jiang Muye looked at the abundance of food and was astonished. I assent this too much? It's all from their good intentions. You must share the love and eat a bit of everything. When one is recovering from illness, it's essential to replenish nutrition. Xiao Beige began to arrange the food on the bedside table. Once the table was set, the array of dishes astonished Jiang Muye, each portion quite generous. Yet Lao He still found it lacking and said, I'll go to the cafeteria and get you a braised chicken leg. It's huge and packed with meat. Jiang Muye shook his head in refusal. No need. This is already plenty. I wouldn't want to waste any. We'll eat together later. Really? That might not be appropriate, Xiao Beige remarked, though she couldn't resist eyeing the delicious food, swallowing hard. Jiang Muye chuckled, Look at you drooling. Why not? I'll share with you. He took extra takeout boxes and dished out portions for everyone, including a share for Kaizi. They all enjoyed the meal heartily. Jiang Muye found the flavors delightful, especially since he hadn't eaten much after being ill. The aroma was simply tantalizing. While he was relishing his food, he noticed several unread messages on his phone. Upon checking, he saw a text from Jiang Shuili. Brother, you must recover soon. I'm waiting for your full revival. Jiang Muye couldn't help but laugh. This girl, I'm not dead yet, what revival? He replied, I'm alive. Jiang Muye responded, hee, brother, hurry and eat. I ordered dishes for you, so be sure to finish them all. Jiang Muye replied, thanks, I'm eating. After a warm exchange of messages, he politely reminded Jiang Muye to focus on her work. Next, he opened WeChat and found a message from Lung Ruoli. The porridge has been sent up by Chengge. Don't worry, it's safe this time. Jiang Muye chuckled upon seeing Lung Ruoli's message. How adorable she is. He felt a wave of happiness enveloping him, a smile creeping onto his lips as he replied, I've eaten and confirmed it's safe. By the way, I'm now immune to all poisons. Lung Ruoli responded, That's great. Take good care of yourself. Don't attend evening self-study. Just rest well. Jiang Muye replied, okay. Lung Ruoli added, I won't chat with you anymore. Finish eating and rest early. Jiang Muye sensed warmth in her brief words, his gaze softening as he replied, As you command, I shall obey. Upon receiving Jiang Muye's message, Lung Ruoli's face flushed deeply. It felt as if they were an old married couple. Isn't it usually the husband who listens to the wife? Yet, she genuinely wished to become Jiang Muye's wife. Perhaps such a day could truly come. With this thought, her face burned with longing and affection as she nestled her cheek against the pillow. At that moment, after exchanging messages with Lung Ruoli, Jiang Muye noticed a new message from Milu. Unlike her previous flirtatious messages, this one was particularly sincere and powerful. Milu wrote, Have you drunk the radish soup? It's specifically designed to aid recovery from gastroenteritis. Drinking it will help you heal faster. You must finish it while it's still hot. This radish soup is from a renowned local establishment. I hope you enjoy it. Also, I've obediently returned to the show and am currently rehearsing. She sent a photo from the rehearsal, showcasing her in a dazzling outfit under the spotlight, exuding a confident grace. Jiang Muye admired Milu for this. Why should a woman be consumed by romance when she can shine in her career? He replied, Thank you for the radish soup. It's delicious. I will watch your live stream during the show. Do your best. Milu was thrilled to hear this. She had consulted with Lung Ruoli beforehand, and, by mimicking her approach, she was reaping the rewards. She quickly checked Google and modified a few romantic phrases before sending them over. That's wonderful. I'll make sure to perform well, especially in front of someone I like, showcasing my best side. You're right. I can't be irresponsible anymore. Loving someone should inspire us to grow stronger rather than fall into decline. My world isn't just filled with poetry, but also distant horizons. And you. Jiang Muye appreciated Milu's authenticity. At her young age, she had already risen to the status of a world supermodel, achieving heights that many ordinary girls could only dream of. Despite her fervent pursuit of him, she remained genuine and unpretentious. Jiang Muye replied, When you return, we shall celebrate your homecoming. Milu smiled, Great, I'll be waiting. Though Jiang Muye had recovered from his illness, he was clearly enjoying unparalleled care, with Jiang Muye frequently bringing him daily nuts and various vitamin supplements, declaring her intent to strengthen his health. Jiang Muye could only laugh. I'm not that weak, okay?